the fact that that's an overcard to his 2 kings. Jason fires 8,000, and Cates makes the call, having turned the best hand with a pair of aces. And the river card is an 8.
Jason pretty confident that his hand is good. Doesn't think Jungle Man could have an ace, having just checked in the big blind after Jason limped.
Yeah, Mercier fires half the pot on the river.
I have ace.
Cates makes the call, and that'll make quick work of Jason's Cowboys.
Pretty unfortunate for Jason to get his kings cracked there. I think the main reason he limps the small blind there is because he knows that Jungle Man is in a position to put a lot of pressure on him pre-flop. So he limps with a very strong hand, hoping the Jungle Man would do it. Jungle Man, though, one step ahead, not only checking, but checking a pretty strong hand with an ace, ultimately getting there against Jason.
Strong hand is what Kanesh needs with his short stack. And that looks like one. Ace-queen offsuit.
Yeah, more than strong enough for Pather, starting this hand with about 6.5 big blinds. It's like he's feigning a little deliberation before he moves his chips in, hoping to get a call from a less than premium hand.
Holding.
You think that's going to work against guys like this as we see Kanesh move all in?
It shouldn't.
Doesn't matter how quickly or slowly he acts?
You never know how people will perceive different actions, but I think at this point, most players know the math involved in these plays.
2 folds in front of Jeff Gross in the big blind with Jack-5 of spades.
Not sure what Jeff's thinking about here. Jack-5 of spades, not really a strong enough hand to even consider calling against what should be a very tight and narrow range from Pather, moving his last 6.5 blinds in the middle.
Especially with a $200,000 bubble.
Yeah, it's really the bubble that determines how narrow Pather's range should be.
Oh, I really don't know the right answer here.
And Gross struggling.
52. I mean, I just don't know what to do, so this hand is symbolic to my homeland. I'm gonna give you
Houston, king 10.
No, not that. I would have called faster with that.
Gross eventually making the call, Olivier.
What you got? I got ace queen.
Yeah.
King 10 would have been a call. Jack 5 definitely not a call
Like
here.
4 blinds. I mean, you're my buddy.
That's fine.
Motown. That's Michigan, you know.
That's fine.
Well, it looks like Jeff might have miscounted Pather's stack. He thinks that he had 4 big blinds, but Pather with really 6.5 big blinds seems like a mistake by Jeff here.
Here's the flop. Deuce, tray, 8. Small bit of exhalation coming out of Kanesh's corner here. Doesn't have to worry about being out flop. Turn gives Kanesh a pair of aces, but it also gives Gross a wheel draw, and Pather thinking no 4, no 4, no 4.
No.
And the dealer cooperates, and the hometown man will double up.
Nice hand, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was not right, but it was pretty close.
Huge double up for Pather here.
And a mistake by Jeff, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Guess I should have folded.
Pocket 8s for Cates. He makes it 16,000. And now Jeff has ace-8 offsuit.
I think when you're on the money bubble, you really have to play very tight. And I think ace-8 offsuit is a pretty easy fold with 18 or 19 big blinds.
All in.
Oh, and another disagreement between you two as Gross moves all in.
I think this is another mistake here from Jeff. He's a little bit unlucky that Jungle Man has such a strong hand. I think Jungle is likely to be raising with a relatively wide range as the chip leader here, but unfortunately for him, he does have pocket 8s.
Pather and Mercier fold, and now Cates faced with a big decision.
Literally the only person I might fold this to.
And try to get a bink on me, Jungle, or what?
It's not what I'm thinking.
Jungle understands that Jeff should be very tight here. The only reason he might fold is because the bubble is such a great position for him as chip leader, he can really continue to chip up.
I call.
Oh, and Cates says screw it and makes the call.
What do you got?
8s.
And he has Jeff Gross in horrible shape.
Damn, Jungle.
I didn't think you'd have that.
I had ace-9, I was jamming.
Oh,
I was calling for sure versus you. I didn't think you'd shove that.
I didn't, yeah, I mean. Oh, let's see.
I don't know if there's somebody whose stomach is turning right now. It's Jeff Gross. He knows he wants to see an ace in these 3 cards. Not happening, though. Queen high flop. Gross needs a ton of help.
Yes, sir.
I'll take a 10 or a queen.
Well, he's Asking for a 10 or a queen on the turn. Instead, it's a jack.
Not a bad card.
Now, Gross can hit a king to make the ace high straight. The ace will work for a bigger pair, or a 9 will give these two a chop. Here comes the river. It's a 3. And Jeff Gross is the dreaded bubble boy as he shakes hands and will say goodbye empty-handed.
That's so sick. That was a bad 2 minutes.
Very unfortunate sequence of events here for Jeff Gross, going from second place to bubble boy.
And that sequence of events leads him to our very own Lynn Gilmartin.
Jeff, you seem to be in a bit of shock.
Yeah, it happened very fast. I mean, I would have bet a lot of money that I cash. I mean, like, get in the spot with the chips. I mean, I was playing to win, and I think I played some of my best poker, so it's disappointing. There's no other way to say it. It's disappointing, it sucks, but yeah, disappointing, and I guess it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but
All right.
yeah.
Well, it is a tough spot to bust. It was great to watch you play, as always.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. This was good. I look forward to more Alpha 8s, and yeah, I look to win one, so I'll, yeah, 3rd, 4th, and hopefully a championship coming up.
For sure. Absolutely. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino in Johannesburg, where we are down to just 3 players, each of whom have their sights set on that $500,000 first place prize, but none of whom will be going home empty-handed, as $200,000 will be earned for 3rd place, along with, of course, the coveted Alpha 8 trophy and a pair of those brilliant monster 24K headphones. Here's a look at the chip counts. There's feast, and then there's famine. Daniel Cates, the chip leader, sitting on 782, and the local Kanesh Pather with 91,000. Cates lays down on the button, and Kanesh, the short stack, looks at King Queen.
But Pather here with 9 big blinds, and King Queen doesn't have too many options. He really just has to move his chips in and hope to double up.
Yeah, those blinds have gone up to 5 and 10,000. Ante-steady at 1K. Kanesh ships it, and Mercier snap calls.
Walk into aces, boys.
Right into Mercier's pocket aces. A little bit of bad luck here for our amateur Kanesh Pather.
Can't blame him for getting up out of his seat. Seems like his exit papers have been drafted. He is in awful shape.
And we might be heading to a very interesting heads up with Jason Mercier and Jungle Man, even though Mercier will be relatively short.
Here comes the flop. Oh, not so fast, my friend. All hearts.
Always a sweet card, oh.
Wow, couldn't ask for much more for Pather's King Queen with the Queen of Hearts here.
Yeah, he can hit a jack or a heart to make the best hand. Right color, wrong suit on the turn. And now Pather has one tug at the deck to avoid elimination. Here it is. It's a heart! And Kanesh Pather has cracked Jason Mercier's aces. And Kanesh's fan club goes wild.
Very unlucky turn of events, obviously, for Jason.
And you know, Olivier, this situation is somewhat familiar, eerily so for Jason. He has been snake bit by these pocket aces. If you'll remember, at our very first Alpha 8 event in Florida, Jason Mercier got it all in with 2 aces pre-flop against JC Tran's ace 10 suited. And, well, on the river, just like in this case, the flush came in, and Jason Mercier's aces were cracked. You think that's weighing on him at all? You think he's flashing back to Florida?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think he was really just more expecting to get heads up, move up in the pay jumps, and give himself a chance to win this. Instead,
yeah, he's got to ship his last 50,000 in there with 10-7 offsuit, and he runs into aces now. It's just not fair.
it's a cruel kind of irony for Mercier here, getting his aces cracked and then being committed against pocket aces with 10-7 off.
If there is justice in poker, he should be cracking Jungle Man here, right? 9-6 Trey.
Not a bad flop. Does have 4 outs to win here.
He's looking for an 8. Running clubs would work as well. Here's the turn. It's a queen, no help. Mercier needs an 8 and an 8 alone to avoid the 1-2 knockout punch. Can he connect? No, it's a king. And that's all she wrote for Jason Mercier. Jason loses with pocket aces and then gets sent home by pocket aces. The man with over $10 million in live tournament earnings will add a modest $200,000 to that figure as he leaves Kanesh and Daniel Cates to do battle. And Cates has all but locked up this win if he can just lean on Kanesh as we're down to heads up. Let's send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with Jason Mercier.
Jason, aces have not been kind to you, have they?
No, not really.
No. What went through your head when your aces got cracked?
It was pretty disappointing, you know. If I win that pot, going into heads-up play with a, pretty big deficit, but I like my chances to come back against Strungleman. And, after I lost, I wasn't too happy.
You're in the money, and now you've doubled your money, $200,000 in your pocket. You've got to be happy with that, right?
Not really. I was very focused on winning, and, I thought I was going to get to heads up, so pretty disappointing, but, I can't complain.
It's all about the title.
Exactly. All about the title and the headphones.
And the headphones, exactly. All right, well, thank you so much for talking to us. Great to see you play, and best of luck at the next Alpha 8.
Thank you.
And Jason leaves the action here heads up. When we return, it's Kanesh versus Goliath. Poker phenom Dan Cates has a lot to say, especially when WPT champ Antonio Esfendiari is asking the questions. Log on to clubwpt.com/alpha8 for an exclusive look at what happens when the magician grills the jungle man. It's the A8 clip of the week, only on clubwpt.com, the home of fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
We are heads up here at WPT Alpha 8 Johannesburg. Tonight's winner will receive $500,000, the trophy, and the 24K Monster headphones.
There is a look at Kanesh, or David in this situation, because that is Goliath. His chip stack massive and his skill level certainly on the order of best in the world, Daniel Cates. And it's going to be pretty difficult for Kanesh to do anything if Cates is going to pick up this part of the deck. Ace, queen offsuit. Cates raising to 20,000. Kanesh defends for an extra 10 with 9-5 suited. And we head to the flop. First flop of heads up play is queen 10-5. Both players with a pair. Kanesh checks, and Cates with a quick check behind him hits trips on the turn.
I don't like that check from Jungle Man. I think Pather likely to move in if he catches any part of the board there.
Both players checking the turn, and the river gives Cates a full house and counterfeits Kanesh. Now he's just playing 9 high.
And as we see, he doesn't take a shot. I like that play. I wouldn't try to bluff either.
Got counterfeited.
Remember this time.
Yeah, no, I got the 5. Got counterfeited, yeah.
Well, and Cates giving him a look at an ace there.
Yeah, I think he specifically didn't want to show him the queen.
Make it seem like he can value bet with the ace high.
Any other card, I ship it.
Oh boy, Cates wishing it was any other card. Let's get it over with. Well, this is certainly exciting regardless of outcome for Kanesh as he moves all in with king-jack offsuit.
How much?
6.5 big blinds normally would be a pretty easy call from Jungle Man.
Call.
And he makes the call with jack 10.
Took an extra second because he knows Pather is going all in a little bit narrower than most professionals would.
Yeah, maybe.
And Cates will be dominated heading to this flop.
Good opportunity for Pather to double up, give himself...
Don't say breathing room.
I was going to say breathing room, but really just himself a few more chips.
A new lease. Short term, but still new.
Got a king.
King's way better.
Here comes the
Oh, that
flop,
sounds good.
and oh, wow. 7, 9, 10.
Nice queen. 8 or queen.
This is not going to be easy for
queen, yeah.
King-Jack, is it?
8 or queen.
Cates has the best hand and a
King
gut
better.
shot straight draw, but Kanesh has a straight draw as well, looking for a queen or a king. The turn is a jack. Jack's up for Cates. Now just the queen or the king will keep Kanesh's hopes of dethroning Cates alive. Can he do it, or will Cates be our champion? It's a full house on the end for Daniel Cates.
Good game.
And Daniel Cates is your Alpha 8 Johannesburg champion and will take home $500,000. But honestly, Kanesh Pather really impressed us, and he'll earn $275,000 for his effort.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Pather here. I think he played really well, able to hold his own against this very tough field. But Jungle Man just ran too well and just played really exceptionally well. Really dominated the table from start to finish.
And these two will have a chat with Lynn.
Now, you are a high-stakes poker player, but it's your first time to play against these particular guys at the table. How did you find this experience?
It's awesome. Yeah, just played my game and enjoyed it.
It was very fun to watch you too, so congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And Jungle Man Dan Cates, the Alpha 8 Johannesburg champion, congratulations to you. $500,000 in your pocket. What's going through your head right now?
It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. How would this sit in your live poker career?
This would be my biggest cash in terms of tournaments. It's actually not my biggest win in a day, ironically, because I played some high-stakes cash games live as well.
Okay.
And I've done a lot of high-stakes stuff online, that kind of thing. But it's cool to win a tournament.
It's one of your proudest moments,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Let's put there.
You came into this final table with a commanding chip lead, and you pretty much held it most of the day. Did you feel like this championship was going to be yours?
Sort of. Yeah, there are certainly points in which I thought there's a very high chance that I'd win. But you know, if you're overconfident in poker, it usually results in losing money. So you gotta also like make sure I've got it make sure I have it until I actually do win it.
Well, it was great to watch you play. Huge congratulations once again to Jungle Man Dan Cates, the Alpha 8 Johannesburg champion. That's it from us here in South Africa. Thanks so much for watching. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Here on the island of St. Kitts, it will cost you $100,000 to take a seat at our poker table. Paradise has its price. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to Christophe Harbour, a stunning residential resort on the Caribbean's most authentic island, St. Kitts. WPT Alpha 8 has returned for a second season to bring you VIP access to our $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller. Last season, German poker pro Philip Grusom took home a boatload of cash after winning his second A8 title in a row right here. And today, we have a field full of players gunning to follow in Philip's footsteps, including recent A8 London champion Dan Coleman. Now, Dan has been crushing the world of super high rollers, so he is a force to be reckoned with. Now, no A8 is complete without our astute commentators. Joining me today, we have globe-trotting wise guy Ali Najad, and sitting in for Olivier Bousquet is World Poker Tour's raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, over in the club WPT.com Skybox. Welcome to Paradise, fellas.
Thanks so much, Lynn. The open air has inspired an open collar look for myself and the man they call Bond 18, Tony Dunst, who is, of course, filling in for Olivier Bousquet, a friend to both myself and a friend and competitor to you, Tony.
You know what? He belongs out there. He's a great player. He's got the money to pony up with these guys, and he knows from watching these with you that they're great opportunities.
For those of you who are unfamiliar with the beautiful island of St. Kitts, it's just an easy 3-hour flight from Miami, and thanks to the Royal Beach Casino, located in the wonderful Marriott St. Kitts Resort, we were welcomed to the island in style. It was here at the Royal Beach Casino Sky Ultra Lounge where WPT champ Antonio Esfendiari introduced the event's co-host, St. Kitts resident poker expert Bill Perkins.
It's a great venue. I want to welcome everyone from near and far. I also want to thank you for donating your money this year to me because I intend on winning.
Bill invited several of his friends to play in the event, including Canadian businessman Michael Singh, along with Bill's poker coach, former WPT Ones to Watch Jeff Gross, and Alpha 8's first ever female competitor, Texas CEO Kathy Laney. Everybody was, of course, in high spirits, so they stopped for a few photo ops before moving the party to a nearby local hangout, the infamous Shiggity Shack, for a little bit of late night fun. Now, Tony, the night before a big event, I don't know, a 100K buy-in type of tourney, you like to focus in or let your hair down a bit and have some fun?
I have no fun at all the night before a poker tournament, Ali. I am all business. I am the most boring man on earth right before the tournament gets started.
Let's take a look at the lineup here. A total of 11 players at this year's event. They'll be split 5 and 6. We're looking at a good mix of pros and amateurs.
Yeah, we've got 6 professionals, 5 amateurs today. At our feature table, we're going to be watching Olivier Busquet face off against Antonio Esfendiari. Now, Antonio has got one of the best tournament poker resumes in the game. I want to say top 3 all time in the money list.
Now, we do have 3 amateurs at this feature table, including Bill Perkins, Tony Guglietti, and Michael Singh, all of whom are friends of one another. Do you feel as though this is going to be easy pickings for the 2 pros, or is the fact that they're outnumbered here at the feature table with what are proverbial wild cards going to create a bit of a challenge?
Well, it's tricky to say, Ali. The problem with recreational players is you don't know what to expect out of them in terms of their style of play. So are they going to be really volatile and firing their chips in there, or are they going to be really hesitant and risk-averse?
100,000 in chips in front of each player to begin. The button in front of Bill Perkins. Blinds are 2 and 400. The ante is 50. Olivier started the party with a raise to 1,200 and has been called by Bill's King 10, Tony's Ace 10, and Michael Singh can't resist with Deuce 5 suited. He's looking to lay a little zesty beat on somebody as we go to the flop 4-way.
Yeah, no surprise that this is such a multi-way pot. Amateur players are a little more risk-averse pre-flop, don't like to re-raise as much, tend to call, as you see with the King 10, the Ace 10, whereas a lot of players would re-raise.
Queen 9-3 rainbow on the flop. Couple of checks in front of Olivier, who comfortably fires 2,600 with top pair and a king kicker. Perkins lays down the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, a little surprising. He's in position. He had a draw to the nuts. You know, Tony's going to continue here, but he doesn't really have much at all. I'd rather see Bill make the call than Tony.
Yeah, no doubt, especially given that Bill would have been in position, whereas Tony is out of position.
Right.
Heads up to the turn, and that turn is the 4 of diamonds. Doesn't change much.
Yeah, so no help to Tony. I'm not sure how he can really win this pot. You know, Olivier is not going to back down. Great board for his king-queen, so he's going to bet again.
8,000 into the pot of 10-2-50, and that'll draw the curtain on the first hand, sending the chips over to Olivier Busquet. How do you feel about winning the first hand in a tournament? You feel like it helps establish table image?
It definitely helps you establish some momentum, and in a re-entry tournament, it's nice to think that you cannot get knocked out. You don't have to face ponying up another $100,000 in the near future, whereas you can knock anybody else out.
All right, as the action continues, Olivier takes a peek at 2 10s and raises again. Same amount, 1,200, 3 times the big blind. Couple of nickels for Bill Perkins, who calls from the small blind for an extra 1,000, and 2 hooks for Tony Guglietti.
And he peels his cards in a very casual way. You don't see a lot of pros do the double thumb peel.
Punish him.
And I like that he's raising here, but I'm also interested in how big he makes it.
And Tony from the big blind has made it just 2,800 total.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see him make it around 4.5 to 5,000. The stacks are really deep. There's a caller in between. He's got one of the best hands in poker. I think he wants more money in this pot.
Yeah, and I feel as though one of the goals of re-raising here would be to either narrow the field or gain information, neither of which are served by a raise of that amount.
Correct. He essentially bloats the pot, and he's out of position against one of the professionals at the table, so this almost makes his life more difficult.
3 pocket pairs, all looking to hit a set on the flop. A 5 right away in the window with a couple of 3s behind it. Bill Perkins has a full house, wraps the table, indicating a check. And now Tony and Olivier are in a world of trouble. Tony committing 7,000.
I mean, this is just an ideal flop for Bill. Not only did he flop a full house, but both of his opponents feel confident in their hands on 5-3-3.
With those overpairs, Olivier just calls the 7,000. And now what will Perkins do?
And Bill has an option here. He can raise, he can call. Both are pretty reasonable.
Hello,
and he is going to raise it up.
Leroy Jenkins is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Leroy Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins.
Dun, dun, dun.
Leroy Jenkins, one of the most inspirational people in the history of YouTube video gaming clips.
Or as they say online, Leroy
Jenkins!
Was that World of Warcraft that originated in?
Paul. It may be.
Only in St. Kitts.
What the?
Tony has made the call for an extra 15. Olivier has done the same, and this pot has quickly swelled up to 75,000 in chips. Here comes the turn card.
Oh, wow.
And it's a 10. Olivier has 10s full of trays over Bill Perkins' 5s full.
And Bill just instantly goes all in with the flick of the
sorry, can I
chips.
redo that?
He's thrilled to be all in.
This is a disaster for Bill.
Is all in.
It's not official until he's Leroyed it. And the remainder of his stack, over 81,000, right into the middle. Tony knows something's awry. He lays it down, and it's back over to Olivier.
I call.
He makes the call.
Oh my God.
And Bill Perkins has just lit a match to $100,000.
I refuse to show my hand.
Oh my
I'm
God,
rebuying.
that's so sick.
Now, he isn't drawing dead.
No.
He could hit the
Everybody.
4th 5 in the deck on the river here. Will he do it?
No 5s left?
No.
Sorry, Bill.
It's a jack. Tony would have made jacks full and won the
Chips.
pot, but instead, Olivier Bousquet has just taken down a massive pot here.
I felt like he might have like jacks or kings. He had 10s.
Whatever, dude. If he's got 10s, I mean, he's got 10s.
Yeah, it's not that good deal.
I've never seen somebody lose $100,000 that fast and be so nonchalant about it. He's just like, next.
I hit the jack. Son of a gun. And oh, he had 2 jacks? If only came out before. Oh my God.
Leroy Jenkins is out. Gone.
Oh, something tells me Leroy Jenkins is not out.
He's temporarily absent.
Yeah, Bill Perkins, the de facto ambassador of this event, resident of St. Kitts, gets the dreaded red wash, but something tells me we're going to be clearing that off his icon there shortly.
Just peels a 10 on the turn for all the chips. Luck box. It's very rare that he's in with the worst hand. You know, the one time he's in with the worst hand in like 4 years, he just gets it. You know, I think it's about 4 years since he's had the worst hand.
Bill, you lasted 1 orbit.
It was a fun orbit, by the way. It was a lot of fun.
It was fun.
I'm going in for more. I'm a glutton for punishment.
There's no doubt about it. You're going straight back in.
I'm going straight back in.
All right, well, get back in there and
Get
keep
back in there.
entertaining us. Good luck.
I'm switching hats. It was the hat. I'm switching hats, and it had to be the hat. Now we mean business. Where am I going?
Just a second, Bill.
Okay. I thought it was like tripling up.
Well, just a couple of hands into the action, and Bill Perkins has already dusted off his first $100,000 bullet. But it's pretty safe to say that he'll be back for another dose, right,
It's
Tony?
fine. I think he's got 100K in his pants pocket.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Every player has to start somewhere. Begin your path to poker greatness. Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker guaranteed.
What the?
Now tell us about that hand with Bill. Did you have any idea he was that strong?
No, I mean, yeah, definitely not. Since I called with just 2 10s, like on that type of board 5-3-3. I mean, Bill kind of tricked me a little bit, I guess, because there just aren't that many good hands that he can have, and if he does have one of the really good hands, it's very, very hard for someone else to beat him. So a lot of players would kind of not play it as strongly as he did.
I'm all in.
I call.
Oh my God.
But it was still a big raise, and I got really, really lucky that obviously they hit a 10, and then he actually had a full house, so I won a big pot.
You got paid off.
I did, yeah, I did.
Well, Olivier certainly isn't one to be luck averse, although that's not what he tends to rely on as we get a look at 11 players, each of whom are in for $100,000 with the exception of Bill Perkins, who's on his second bullet. Now, Bill drew a seat at the outer table, which means that Jason Mercier is being welcomed to the feature table, or Tony, perhaps welcomed is the wrong word.
Yeah, this is pretty much worst case scenario for the feature table. Jason is one of the best young tournament players in the game. He's had big success on the tour, even at the high stakes and super high stakes tournament level. So he is not going to be affected by the stakes we're playing for today.
He is exactly to the left of Antonio Esfendiari and Olivier Bousquet, respectively, which may change the way they approach pre-flop play now.
I agree. I think that they will be a little more averse to just calling pre-flop when they risk Jason re-raising behind them.
King 9 suited for Michael Singh, who limps in for 400. Blind still at 2 and 400, ante of 50. The invitation was accepted by Olivier and Antonio with pocket deuces and 5 deuce offsuit respectively, but Tony says, I want to play for more, and makes it 1,200 to go after Jason Mercier had limped in with the King 10 offsuit.
And Ali, we talked before about raising larger pre-flop to discourage so many players from calling, and you see Tony making the same mistake here. He's only gone 3 times the size of their limp. Everybody, of course, going to come along.
The world is not enough.
You need to increase the size of that pre-flop raise from 3 times the big blind when you have all those limpers in front. Flop comes out 5-5-4, trip 5s for Antonio Esfendiari.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was playing this hand pre-flop, but I guess we've just found out why.
Clairvoyance dunce,
That's it, easily.
Michael Singh is firing 4,000 with complete air here, and Antonio makes the call.
Came to fire today, huh, Singh?
You're firing me.
You're firing.
I'm getting the pink slip.
Turn card is a king.
That's bad.
That's bad for Michael Singh.
That's real bad for Mike.
He doesn't think so, though.
He's going to keep betting here.
About half the pot, 7 grand.
Antonio has his options here between raise and call. I think I would rather just raise because Mike doesn't seem like the type of guy who wants to fold if he's connected with this board. But also, if he's just stone bluffing, then Antonio wants to give him that opportunity.
You're killing me.
Esfendiari ended up just calling. Singh continues to have control of the betting. A 3rd spade hits the river.
3,000.
And he bets really small here. He bet like 1/10 of the pot. He's just trying to get to a showdown for cheap.
And Antonio...
Not gonna let that happen. He wants to play for more.
Makes it 16,000 total. Now, what's Singh thinking here, staring at this board?
He has to be worried about trips, full houses, flushes, even a straight could have potentially got there. There's a lot of things that can beat him, so hopefully he gets away here, but he might get a little bit stuck or just decide Antonio's bluffing.
Too good, baby, too good. I gotta think this one through.
To call the extra 13,000 is pretty much deciding Antonio was bluffing.
He can only really beat a bluff. No worse hand is gonna raise him there for value.
Call. Call. 2-5. Are you serious? What a schmuck. All right. 2-5.
Offsuit.
Yeah, I know. You saved the 3%.
Singh, none too pleased about that outcome.
But you know what? Antonio has got one of the best resumes for tournament poker in the history of the game. He's one of the few players that we saw make WPT final tables back in Season 1, Season 2, and is still competitive to this day.
Reputation certainly precedes him when it comes to World Poker Tour events. Action on Michael Singh.
Oh.
Looks at Queen Deuce suited, less than premium holding, but he wants back in the saddle. No pun intended, as Michael actually used to own and race horses for a living. 10-7 suited for Olivier, who limps in. Antonio back at it with 4-5 off.
Hey, family. Family style. Buca de Pepe. Very speeds. Second
It's
out.
5-way action to the flop, which is ace, queen, 7 offsuit. Most players have hit this in some way, shape, or form. Jason Mercier, first to act, fires 1,000 with the aces.
Yeah, a little something for everyone here, except for Antonio Esfendiari. It looks like everybody else is going to get to the turn.
4 stay, 1 down.
4,000 more into the middle. 1 player down, 4 remain. Turn card is the
Very
king
good.
of diamonds.
That's a very good card for Olivier. It now gives him outs to diamonds and a straight with a jack. Plus, he can still catch a 10 or a 7, so he's got a lot of equity here.
After a check from Jason, Tony takes control of the betting, firing 3,000 with second pair and the Broadway draw. Michael still looking for some help here
Yeah,
with the
strange
queen
bet and
deuce.
strange call, Ali. But Olivier in an interesting spot here. He can call or raise with his hand. Both are viable. I'm curious to see which he opts for.
And it looks like a raise to 20,000 semi-bluff with the flush draw and straight draw, coupled with the 7s, makes quick work of Jason and Tony as well. Now over to Michael. Can't imagine him making the call.
Queens and 7. Computer hand.
Sure enough, Singh out of the way, and excellent execution from Olivier.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it straight. Something like that. I don't know. Whatever. I just felt that I'm out. And I have the lowest 2 pairs, queens and 7s.
Yeah, that's tough.
Tony, did I hear that right? Queens and sevens. I don't remember that being Michael's hand.
Yeah, Mike's inflating his hand a little bit there. He doesn't want to get pushed around by Olivier, and he's trying to pretend he had something stronger than he did.
Trying to protect his table image. More from St. Kitts in a moment.
Looks like the poker gods and the weather gods are going crazy right now. Let's get back to Ali and Tony.
The heavens have parted, Tony, but I feel like some of the pros felt that that was the case before the rain happened.
And you know what? None of them were planning to leave the table anyway, so they don't care what it's like outside.
All right, there's a look at 11 players, each of whom are in for $100,000, with the exception of Bill Perkins, who's in for $200,000. Chief among the stacks right now, Olivier Bousquet, sitting on $224,000 and change. Blinds are at $250 and $500. Antes are 75, and there is Jason Mercier. He will open the action with 5-6 suited, raising to 1,000. That is just 2 times the big blind, Tony.
Yeah, Jason going with the min raise here, despite the fact that stacks are still very deep. That communicates to me that he wants to get in as many post-flop situations against the amateurs as possible.
Tony Guglietti will sit this one out over to the button. Michael Singh has 10-9 suited, and he's going to play along, and it's 2 kings for Olivier in the small blind.
45.
He is going to 3-bet it to 4,500 total.
And Ali, we talked before about making your re-raises larger when you're out of position. You see Olivier follows through here. He makes it 4.5 times the size of Jason's initial raise.
Antonio thinking things over with king-queen offsuit. And he not only wants to play, he wants to 4-bet it here, Tony.
I actually like this play from Antonio. He's getting it in behind with Olivier, but he's picked a good hand to make this play with. He's got blockers to Olivier having big pairs, and he's putting the squeeze on the rest of the opponents on the table.
He made it 12,000 total. Both Tony and Michael have folded, and it's back over to Olivier, 7,500 to call.
And I think Olivier will probably call here. That gives Antonio some rope to hang himself with, and in the event he's bluffing, Olivier can count on him continuing after the flop.
Bousquet indeed just calls, and they'll be heads up to the flop, which is Queen 10 deuce, a troublesome one for Antonio.
Yeah, this is probably going to cost him 1, maybe 2 streets.
Bousquet checks it. And Antonio is going to check behind him, not going to follow through.
Yeah, I like that check there. When he flops the queen, he's essentially in a way ahead, way behind situation where he's either outflopped the pocket jacks or the ace king, or he's still way behind aces or kings.
26 and change in the middle. Olivier has fired 20,000 at Antonio. And the trouble here is Antonio really doesn't know where Olivier's at.
No, he really doesn't. Olivier could be bluffing with something like ace king, king jack, or clubs, or he could have an ace queen, kings, aces, a set of 10s, and is just trying to get value for his hand.
Well, Antonio's certainly not ready to lay it down, calls the 20,000, and the river really doesn't change anything. No straights or flushes on the board, and Olivier is going to bet again, this time 35,000, and that's a well-selected number.
Yeah, he's fired about half pot here, and he's really tempting Antonio to call him. And of course, the problem for Antonio is that Olivier would play both his strong and his weak hands identically here.
Yeah, it's a polarizing move, and Antonio not at all comfortable with the situation, especially because if king-queen's good on the turn, it's good on the river in this spot 99% of the time.
That's right. There's no reason that the 5 of diamonds would change anything here. Liv is not getting to this river with pocket 5s or queen 5 suited or something strange like that.
And Esfendiari purses his lips and sticks the extra 35,000 out there for a look at the bad news. Bousquet's 2 kings are going to cost Antonio a big pot.
It's a really well-played hand by Olivier. When he calls pre-flop, he allows Antonio to get tangled into the pot. In this case, he flops a pair, but in other situations, he would have just continued firing.
Good discipline by Bousquet, and he is now up over 300,000 in chips.
Yeah, Olivier's playing really well here, and stacking up chips at a rate that makes me think you might be stuck with me for a while.
Bousquet, no doubt not looking to punch his ticket back into the booth, Tony. He'd be happy to take this wire to wire. As he lays down, sits this one out, as does Antonio. Over to Mercier.
Raise.
He makes it 1,000 again, this time with Queen 9 offsuit. Picks up Tony with 7-8 suited. And Michael wants to play with 10 deuce off.
Yeah, that's a pretty speculative hand there. Of course, a very historic hand, known for Doyle Brunson having won 2 World Series main events with that hand.
Board is 10 deuce 3 rainbow, and Michael Singh's got a big piece of it.
Check.
Mike playing a very speculative 10 deuce offsuit here, but it works out for him when he flops 2 pair.
All 3 players check, and the turn is a 7, giving Tony a piece, but he checks again.
2,000.
And Michael fires a modest 2,000.
Yeah, the Doyle Brunson hand treating Mike really well here.
Jason out of the way. Tony says, I'll keep you honest, at least for one street, and the river card is a jack.
I wonder if it was Doyle that inspired Mike to play this hand, because most people don't look down at 10 deuce and say, yeah, let's go to a flop.
Well, he was already in for half in the big blind.
Here, I'll show you Doyle Brunson.
Tony checked it to him, he bet 5,000. Tony won't pay off and gets a free look nonetheless at Michael's 10 deuce 2 pair.
10 deuce is good enough. Holy moly.
Every player has to start somewhere. Begin your path to poker greatness. Log on to clubwpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker guaranteed. And we got a little unexpected weather. What do you think about this?
You know when you're on vacation and the weather's not great, so like everybody kind of tries to figure out something to do indoors, so they go in and like play a board game or they figure out something to do. And you know, we just decided to play 100K.
That is a perfect way to put it.
Right? That's how it feels.
Yes, it really. So we're playing a rainy day home game.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is very expensive.
It just happens to be for a lot of money.
Well, when you're running as good as Olivier has been in this event, poker feels like a big vacation, doesn't it?
Yeah, he seems very upbeat in those interviews. We'll see if that persists if he drops any chips.
Well, he's not dropping any for the time being. He is the overwhelming chip leader with almost 315,000 in front of him. Blinds at 250 and 500, ante at 75. Button on Olivier.
Oh.
Michael Singh is limped in with 6 deuce suited. Olivier does the same with ace-6 off, as does Antonio with ace-10 off from the small. Jason Mercier checks the big blind and 4 players to the flop, which is 8 deuce 4 and a couple of diamonds. Jason will fire with middle pair. Only Michael Singh along for the ride with bottom pair. Turn card is a 9. Jason quickly checking, and
12.
Michael's going to position bet 1,200.
Yeah, he bets small here, and we've seen before that he typically bets larger when he's confident in his hand. So I think that's why Jason is calling so quickly here.
And the river card is a king of diamonds.
33.
Jason checks again, and a quick bet from Michael, this time 3,300.
Yeah, a quick and larger bet from Michael. It wouldn't surprise me if it gets Jason to lay down. What I'm curious about is Michael betting here because he thinks Jason has a better hand and he's trying to bluff him? Or is he betting because he's just not quite sure what he should be doing?
Well, one's tempted to think the latter, given that Michael Singh is certainly far from a professional player on the amateur side of the spectrum at this event, but bluffs off the pro in this spot, picking up a nice pot.
Yeah, the larger bet worked for him there, and Jason doesn't really know that he laid down the best hand, but he's gonna wonder because Michael's in there every single hand.
I'm sweating my balls off. Top 5 sweatiest they've ever been for sure.
Ball playing?
No, ever. I mean, I might just have to go commando here.
Commando. You may have to.
It's too hot.
Antonio feeling the heat and threatening to go commando. Don't do it.
It's a 100K strip poker game.
Singh again limping in. Olivier does the same despite having the ace-9 offsuit.
So,
and
what
wait a
is
minute.
Antonio doing?
No, it's just some readjustments taking place, folks.
Sometimes you gotta readjust.
Sometimes you gotta readjust. Oh yeah, poker. 4 players to the flop. Ace, deuce, trade, 2 diamonds.
Singh has flopped the nuts here.
With the straight.
Yeah, the limp fest continues here. Mike Singh drills it on this board, but Olivier with top pair is gonna have trouble getting away.
Well, certainly for 1,000, which is the number that Michael has settled on for the post-flop bet. Olivier makes the call, and he'll be heads up in position against Michael. Turn card is a 6. Michael still with the nuts, improves to a 6 high straight and bets again 3,000 this time.
We are seeing those larger bets from him when he has a strong hand. I wonder if Olivier has picked up on that or if he's just not going to fold because he knows Michael plays so many hands.
River puts a third diamond on the board, but doesn't appear that Michael Straight is concerned, and he bets 5,500. Now, what do you do if you're Bousquet?
This is a tough spot for Olivier. He's got top pair, and he thinks that he's probably good on the flop, and if Michael had a flush draw, he's got there. But otherwise, he's also aware that Michael is getting to the flop with any two cards, so there's a lot of random things he could have here that Olivier still beats.
Ace-4, Ace-5, and Ace-7 are about the only hands that Michael might have that Olivier would beat.
Straight to the 6.
Straight. Good hand. Very nice.
On the flop. Yeah.
Very nice.
Well, it's no 10 deuce on this occasion as Olivier pays off. Michael takes down another one.
Now, I wonder whether Olivier could have gotten away there on the river or was just kind of sucked in by the frequency that Mike's seen the flop.
Yeah, Michael, as the amateur, obviously has been paying a little bit of attention so far in the action because we've seen him make the adjustments, and that's kind of the hallmark of somebody who's at least applying what they're being exposed to. People talk about paying attention when you're not in the hand of poker, and he seemed to be doing that.
Like you said, Ali, sometimes you just gotta adjust.
Whatever, have fun.
Action folded around here to Michael Singh in the small blind. He'll limp in. Olivier says run it, and round 2 between these gentlemen.
It's pretty friendly for Olivier to just check behind there. He knows Mike is playing any two cards.
Oh, both players hit the flop. Top pair for Michael, middle pair for Olivier, but the action goes check, check, and now Michael improves to 2 pair on the turn and bets 2,000.
The problem for Olivier here is I think he checked that flop trying to induce bluffs from Mike, so I don't believe he's gonna get away here.
Well, he's made the call on the turn and now an ace on the river. Neither of the flush draws on the board on the turn came through. Michael bets 4,000.
Again, a larger bet into a pot of about 5,300 here, so his bet sizing does reflect his strength so far.
Well, and Olivier's gonna pay off.
You got it.
That smile seems to have evaporated a little bit, but it wasn't an expensive call on the end. Could it be the product of having as many chips as he does, though?
It's always tempting in those marginal situations to just make the call when you have a lot of chips because you want to see cards, you want to see what your opponents are doing, and maybe there's some value for Olivier here because Mike is playing so many hands, he's having difficulty getting a read on him.
You know, some home.
Yeah, 7 deuce. I heard.
Yeah.
I've heard. Yeah, we just play for $300. You know, like Table's net worth is about $4 billion, and they play for $300. Seriously.
Yeah, I believe it.
Everybody's on the Canada's top 100 list.
Ali, what are the odds they play for 300,000 and he just kind of forgot?
Doubtful, but of course there's a story of Bill Gates playing in Vegas. He used to play 3 and 6 limit hold'em.
Right. Yep.
Guy's worth billions.
Love of the game right there.
All right.
That's a good card.
3 players to a flop of 9-9-6 after Michael limped on the button. Olivier is trips here. Antonio with the nut flush draw will bet 1,500.
I call 1,500.
Michael's gonna make the call with the gut shot straight draw and up to Olivier.
Yeah, he could raise or call here. The advantage of calling is it keeps everyone in, and if he does raise, he's kind of announcing the strength of his hand, so I like his call.
3-way action.
Turn is a jack, changes nothing. Olivier checks one more time. Antonio does the same.
I'll bet 3,000.
When Michael doesn't want to take the free pull, he's going to bet 3,000 and try to end things right here.
I think it's optimistic to think both of his opponents will fold here. He'd be better off just taking the river card.
Olivier's still not raising, and that allows Antonio to sneak in with the flush draw on the turn. And the river is a queen. A third check out of Olivier.
Yeah, he slow played all 3 streets, which shows me that he thinks the best way to get value out of Mike is to check and induce bluffs.
Antonio
Unbelievable.
checked, Mike checked behind, and
Jesus. I had a jack.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice check. Very nice.
I had a 10 jack.
wait a minute.
I had a straight open and a pair and 2 pairs, but I knew you had a 9.
And Michael Singh is either in need of a prescription adjustment on those glasses or a little bit of truth serum.
Antonio, what is this all about? Are you just begging for a relapse of last year?
No, the table is an oven with the lights. It's so hot. And Sir El Mizzi's not here this year, so I don't have to get pants.
Okay, so yeah, his bum is safe.
Yeah, so no, there's no opportunity for you to
champion this year.
I didn't.
She definitely
I didn't see anything.
show a little clip. Go back. You see her eyes going right down at the Persian
They may
goods.
have gone down the Persian goods. Well, I didn't see the Persian goods, all right? I just saw what happened. That's it.
Is it just me, or was Antonio just hanging out with Lynn Gilmartin in his underwear while eating a plate of food, Tony?
Yeah, pretty much. It was opulent.
Opulent. I'm not sure I would have gone with that word. Now, as we know, and as they mentioned, Sorrell pantsed Antonio during last season's visit to St. Kitts. If you want to relive that moment, or maybe just some of the poker, become a member of ClubWPT.com. As a VIP member of ClubWPT.com, you have access to all of Season 1 of WPT Alpha 8. You can also watch regular World Poker Tour episodes and enjoy a host of other VIP perks.
At ClubWPT.com, you can play real poker and practice your poker skills and play for a part of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
Log on to ClubWPT.com for more information. In the meantime, let's get over to the outer table where we find Bill Perkins' coach, poker professional Jeff Gross, all in against the amateur Kathy Laney, the Texas Oil CEO. She's got ace-10 suited, he's got ace-6 off, and I'm pretty sure she's just sent him packing with the nut flush, Tony.
Yeah, Jeff is gonna have to come up with another $100,000 on short notice if he wants to re-enter, which I'm guessing he will.
But, you know, Kathy is no stranger to poker. She calls Houston, Texas her home and is the first ever female to buy into the Alpha 8.
She's looked good so far. Major respect for Kathy.
Well, it is early. The re-entry period is open for a while. Do you think you're going to come back in?
I was thinking I was, but I'm not sure now. It looks like a pretty good field, and to fly all this way and then be out early, it's, you know, I like to play, so I might get back in, but we'll see.
Well, it's great to see you play. Hopefully we see you come back. Who knows?
Yeah, it's 50-50. I'm gonna go paddleboard and decide.
Perfect. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if it's 50-50, does that mean that Jeff's going to flip a coin on that paddleboard to find out if he's going to buy in again?
I think it means he's gonna tweet, does anyone in St. Kitts have an extra $100,000 lying around I could borrow for like a day or two?
Does anyone in St. Kitts have their cell phone on? We're on vacation. Come on, what are you thinking about here,
Plus
Tony?
that data is so expensive.
Something tells me these folks can afford it. As we get back to the feature table, we see Olivier Bousquet in firm control of the action, sitting on the chip lead with over $330,000 in front of him. Jason Mercier is going to sit this one out.
Race.
Tony Guglietti looks down at a couple of 10s. And Guglietti is going to raise to 2,200.
I call.
Michael Singh on the button with ace-6 offsuit's just going to call.
Yeah, he's very stubborn on the button, and I think if you're gonna play an offsuit ace here, you should either re-raise or fold.
Olivier is going to join the party with Jack-9 suited, and all three players will take the flop, which is Jack-4-6 with a couple of clubs. Olivier with the best hand, out-flopping Tony's 10s. He checks it over to Tony.
Pretty good board for everyone here. Tony's still gotta like his condition with his 10s, but we know that Mike is gonna get sticky with his middle pair, and Olivier, of course, with top pair.
Oh.
Bet of 3,000 is called by both Michael and Olivier. 9,000 extra into the middle, and the turn, it's a hot one. We get it put into place. It is the 5 of spades. Olivier checks over to Tony, who checks as well, and Michael says run it. And the river is a 7 of clubs. 3 to a flush, 4 to a straight out there.
Yeah, that completes everything here. So obviously Olivier, Tony not that happy, and
Where are sixes and ace?
Third jacks.
Mike just checks behind, kind of misses an opportunity to bluff there. We saw him turn a pair into a bluff earlier. That worked out for him. I think he would have got away with it again.
You're very good at the pairs.
Just getting the best hand at the end, just having the best hand, it's working. It's working so far. You guys should work on that strategy.
Amazing.
These A8 pros are really on their game. Now you can play WPT Caliber Poker on your iPhone anywhere you go for free. Log on to the App Store to download Club WPT Express Poker. Remember, it's free and it's fun. I hope to see you in the game. So, Bill, tell me about Christoph Harbour.
Christoph Harbour is wonderful. They have one of the most beautiful pieces of real estate here in the Caribbean. My favorite areas of that is Sandy Beach Bay. The way they build here, they integrate with the land such that it's not obtrusive. It enhances what's around you and keeps the natural beauty and the flow of the lines. The pavilion, you know, one of the first structures that went up on Sandy Beach Bay. That's wonderful. You know, we play cards there. You see the views. It's stunning. I'm very, very, very fortunate to be able to come and visit here.
You are, and so are we.
Yes.
Thanks for having us, Bill.
Come and visit.
And he's not boasting either. This place is gorgeous.
Pictures speak for themselves, as do the chip counts. Olivier Bousquet in firm control of the feature table action. Jason Mercier in second, the only other player with more than his original starting stack of 100,000. Everybody else is heading in the wrong direction. Jason Mercier on the button, Tony and Michael in the blinds. Olivier folds under the gun. Antonio with ace-jack offsuit. He will raise it up to 1,600. Jason and Tony both folding, but can't expect a fold out of Michael Singh from the big blind with Jack-9.
No, he said he's stubborn pre-flop before, so he's definitely not going away with Jack-9.
No, indeed, Michael is defending his big blind for an extra 1,000. Heads up to the flop with Antonio. That flop is King-Queen-9 with a couple of diamonds.
Yeah, Mike has outdrawn him here, and we know that he's not likely to fold his hand if Antonio does bet.
He's got the straight draw and bottom pair. Checks it, and Antonio checks behind with the Broadway draw. Turn card is the 5 of clubs.
I like that Antonio checked behind there. I don't think you can make Mike fold many better hands, so just check and get the free card.
Michael is betting on the turn, and Antonio makes the call for 2 grand. River card, a 9. Singh now has trips.
Yeah, I understand Antonio's turn call. He might have the best hand with ace high. He's still got a draw. But now Mike is going to make a big bet here. And you see, like we talked about before, he's betting 7,000 into 8,000, which from him seems to display a lot of confidence in his hand.
You bluffing me, Mike?
That's all you get.
Yeah, Antonio not quite ready to release his hand.
A lot of draws missed.
Trying to get some information here.
A lot of draws missed, my friend. Sometimes you got to just pay them off, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's posturing so much, maybe to get a read he'll use on Mike in later hands, but I just don't think Antonio's going to call.
Missed draw, baby. You got to pay to find out.
Indeed, ace-jack is returned to sender, and Michael Singh takes the pot. Antonio's stack heading in the wrong direction. He's down to 43,000 and change.
A lot, actually.
Jason Mercier folds his Jack-8. Tony Guglietti with pocket 3s.
1,400.
He's going to raise it up. Makes it 1,400, a modest raise.
Mike here right behind him with a king-jack suited. Again, he could call, he could raise, but so far he's always opted for a call.
And that's exactly what he does, as does Olivier Bousquet with 7 deuce suited. Is this boredom?
I think this is Olivier being so confident in his post-flop abilities compared to his opponents that he'll take any reasonable holding and just try and get there with them.
Speaking of reasonable holdings, how about ace-king offsuit for Antonio Esfendiari? He is going to repop it to 6,400 total. Away goes Tony Guglietti.
I call.
But not Michael Singh, who will call the extra 5,000. Easy fold for Olivier, and it's round 2 between Michael and Antonio as we head to the flop. And it's a good one for Michael Singh, Tony.
Yeah, this is a perfect board for his hand. Antonio might actually get caught in here for his entire stack because he didn't start with that many chips.
No, he didn't. On the flop, Antonio betting 7,300, and Michael, with a big piece of the pot, elects to just call.
Yeah, I like that he just called. In the event that he's ahead of Antonio, he wants to allow him the opportunity to bluff off the rest of his stack.
Right, and here comes the turn. It's a 4 of hearts. Michael still with the best hand, and Antonio is moving all in for 29,425.
Yeah, no surprise there. He picked up a straight draw on the turn. He might think that Mike has a weak pair that he can blow him off here. It's just no surprise he moved in.
Decision time for Michael Singh.
Wow.
I'm surprised he's taking that long. So far, he's been so apt to just call bets and raises. I think something about the words all in are kind of intimidating to amateur players.
Yeah, you see him fussing with his hat a little bit. Can't imagine him finding the fold button, though.
You don't win if you don't play.
And sure enough, he makes the call, rolls over the winner.
Nice hand.
And Antonio in a world of hurt here, but it isn't over yet. Michael is in the lead. Antonio is looking for a non-spade 5 or an ace. A king would be no good. Can Antonio avoid being dispatched by Michael Singh? He cannot, as the 6 of hearts hits the river, and Michael Singh takes a huge pot from the magician, but more importantly, sends the pro packing.
Now, we said this was a matchup between the pros and the amateurs today, and right now, the knockout count favors the amateurs.
Well, Antonio, the pants are back on. That can only mean one thing.
I'm not sweating down there anymore.
Yeah, it's either cooled down or the table is cooled down because this guy's heat is gone.
Yeah, I busted out. I tried to run King Jack off with Ace King when he flopped the Jack, and there was a lot of money in the pot. So I don't regret my decision. It's just whatever.
That's what happens.
Yeah, whatever.
Now, the semi-good news is that it's early. You can come back in. Are you going to come back?
Yeah.
Yeah? Easy decision. He doesn't even contemplate.
What am I gonna do?
Yeah, it's raining. What else
Like
are you
it's
going
sunny,
to
I can go in the. I mean, I can still go in the ocean, but I'm definitely gonna go back in.
do? Okay. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you back at the tables.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony, what did you like out there in the action we've seen so far?
I like that Antonio complained about how hot he was, but then draped himself in a sweater.
Well, that is it for us tonight as we wait for Antonio to wrangle up another $100,000. Let's see how he does next time with his fresh stack of chips. But for now, for Ali Najad and Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and good night from St. Kitts. Tonight in the tropics, $100,000 gets you in the game. And with the turn of a card, it's either sink or swim. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome back to continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts. Our super high roller poker tournament is beachside here at the wonderful residential resort of Christoph Harbour. This ideal setting is a perk reserved for those players willing to risk $100,000. Last season, it was German pro Philip Grusom who saw his investment turn into a $1 million payday. And tonight we have an elite group ready to draw their line in the sand in hopes of making it big, including A8's own Olivier Bousquet, who is knee-deep in this competition. Now, sitting in for Olivier is WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst, along with poker commentator extraordinaire Ali Najad. They are comfortably stationed over in the clubwpt.com skybox. Hi, guys.
Hey, Lynn, I don't think we're the only two people that are feeling comfortable right now. She seems like she's having a good time out there. Welcome to those of you who are joining us for today's action here from Christoph Harbour in St. Kitts, a lovely venue for a little bit of poker. We are down to 10 of our original 11 players, a solid mix of 5 pros and 5 amateurs, Tony.
Now, we've been talking about the pro versus amateur dynamic, and so far we've had 1 amateur re-entry and 1 professional re-entry.
Yeah, $200,000 at stake for both Bill Perkins and Antonio Esfendiari at this point. Right now we've got 2 tables in action, our featured table and our outer table. 10 players, 5 at each. Here are the chip counts at the feature table. As you can see, Olivier Bousquet simply running away with things. 337,000 and change. A short stack at the table belonging right now to Tony Guglietti. He is going to be faced with kind of an uphill climb here with just over 40,000 in chips, and the blinds, they move ahead, 400, 800. The ante is at 100. We see Tony Guglietti. He is a real estate developer, founder, owner, and president of Townwood Homes in Canada.
We saw our amateurs prefer to limp in as opposed to raise or re-raise pre-flop, and we're seeing a continuation of that so far, even though King 10 and King Jack are both quite raisable hands.
All right, let him live.
4-way action to a flop of 8-8-5. Olivier has hit a 5. He checks it. Antonio's got the real 5 with the ace kicker and bets 1,800.
Now, Michael Singh is not a man who likes to fold pre-flop or even on the flop, and despite the fact that he only has overcards here, he's going to call Antonio's bet.
Now, Michael is in position and apparently engrossed in whatever's happening on his cell phone during this $100,000 buy-in event.
Checking the stock market, I guess, probably playing for higher stakes.
Speaking of checking, that's what Antonio has done, and now Singh is going to try to buy the pot with a bet of 3,300.
You might get away with this one, Ali. Antonio's in kind of an awkward spot here. His opponent could have something like 6-7, but he could also have trip 8s. He could have even limped a pair.
You have 7-9, Singh?
Oh, boy.
I feel like that 6 really hit you. What are you gonna do, right?
What are you gonna do? 3,300.
Antonio always looking to get information from his opponents, especially the amateurs.
Yeah, those are the ones who don't know they shouldn't be talking during the hand.
Yeah.
You'll never get this guy for anything. It's unbelievable.
Oh, Michael giving him the needle there, bluffing him.
Not even 3,300.
And talking like he had the goods, keeping up the facade.
Yeah, Singh has been talking about almost every single hand he's been in action about, and seldom in a truthful manner. As we go over to the outer table, Texas Oil CEO Kathy Laney sitting on pocket aces on the 10-6-8 jack board. She has checked it over to Bill Perkins, who's got the nuts straight.
I know what you got. There's nothing you can do.
He bets. Kathy ends up moving all in. Perkins makes the call, and she is drawing stone dead here.
And you could see Perkins was so confident in his hand. He said to Kathy, I know what you have. He just didn't seem to care. Well, because he's got the nuts.
Told you, I know what you got. Chips, Princess of Poker is down.
Well, Bill calling for Kathy's rebuy.
Kathy, button. I'm sorry. I told you, I know what you got. I know what you
Well, that was a healthy smack on the top of the dome there.
Lose $100,000, win a hug.
Well, Kathy Laney, good news for her. She's got the funds to buy back in. Yet to be determined whether or not she will, although Bill Perkins certainly seems to believe she'll be in for another 100,000. And sure enough, Kathy has drawn for a new seat assignment, and it looks like she's going to remain at the outer table, just sliding over to seat 1.
Oh, didn't do anything to earn the hug this time.
We'll take the dreaded red wash off of Kathy's image there as she carries on and is now in for $200,000 along with Bill Perkins and Antonio Esfendiari, the only 3 players to have re-entered. We resume the action at the feature table where Jason Mercier min raises with Queen 10 offsuit to 1,600. Michael Singh, of course, going nowhere with his ace-8, and Antonio defends the big blind with pocket 7s. 3 players headed to the flop, which is ace, jack, deuce. Antonio checks it over to Mercier, who's flopped the gut shot Broadway draw and bets 2,300 into Michael's aces, which are the best hand. Antonio folds.
We know from watching Michael play, he will never be folding top pair here, let alone really any pair.
Turn card is a queen. Mercier improves to second pair, but checks it.
Natural for him to check here. He's not sure whether he has the best hand, not sure whether he can get value by betting.
Singh bets 5,000, and Jason casually calls. River is a 4, changing nothing.
And hopefully Mike bets here again. He's going for it. I like the bet. He's bet small here. And we've seen Mike bet large when he's really confident in his hand. Jason pays a lot of attention. He might pick up on that and pay off here because he's bet so small.
Under the assumption that he's weak, and sure enough, there's Mercier's call. That is the face of a man who is not pleased with an outcome.
What was that statue, the Thinker? That's what Jason looks like about 99% of the time. He looks like a very upset thinker.
Make no mistake, though, Jason's certainly a student of the game and has the results to prove it. Sun setting on the beautiful Christoph Harbor landscape. Michael Singh has been taking quite a few pots so far in the action in the early going.
You know, the tricky part about Mike Singh is because he plays so many hands, you really don't know where he's at in any given hand. And it's not like he folds on the flop when he doesn't have it and calls when he does have it. He just keeps going. Now, Michael's done a good job of improving as he goes along here. He doesn't pretend to be a very experienced poker player, but he's clearly picking up on what the professionals are doing around him and trying to adapt.
Yep, emulating that behavior. Ace-10 suited for Antonio, raising to 2,400.
Sing, baby. I gotta get some of my chippies back.
Oh, barbecue. Barbecue. Oh, you ain't gonna get him back like that, are you?
The flop of 5 deuce deuce gives him the best hand, and he leads right into the pre-flop raiser for 2,500.
And this is the tricky part about Michael Singh. Almost everyone checks and then calls a bet from Antonio here. Michael leads out, and Antonio doesn't know, is he just doing this with draws, with complete air, or is he doing this with pairs and trips? Well, this time it's a pair.
His curiosity has caused him to call the flop. Turn is a 9. Singh still with the best hand.
Check.
This time he'll check it to Antonio.
I think Antonio will check behind because he believes he has the best hand, but he also might think, I've got the best hand and I should bet to get value against Mike.
Oh.
Well, apparently the latter is he bets 3,500, though something tells me he would have rather seen Mike fold in this spot. Instead, Mike calls the 3,500, and the river is a 10, giving Antonio the best hand now. Mike checks.
That's the best possible card for Antonio to hit as well. If an ace comes out, Michael's inevitably going to be a little more scared of it, and he's going to be worried that 4-3 got there. But the 10 is really hard to pick for Antonio.
10,300 chips to call for Michael Singh.
He's been stubborn in these situations before. We know when he gets to the river and he has a pair, he typically doesn't like to fold it. So even though it's hard for him to have the best hand here, no surprise that he calls.
Last card, come on. Don't do that stuff. I read you good, but I had a 5. Damn. I knew you had ace something. I thought you had ace king.
Wait, did Mike just tell the truth about his hand?
He did tell the truth about his hand. That might be a first for this tournament.
Oh, man. Jeez, I was so marginal. I wasn't going to call. Oh, you got some chippies back.
I needed it.
Yeah, but I'm upset. Got the river. Son of a...
Michael, welcome to High Stakes Poker. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Still want to get in the game? Log on to clubwpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. We're here in the beautiful Caribbean paradise of St. Kitts for WPT Alpha 8. This is my kind of pub. Well, now I know why Kittians are so happy. They've got rum growing on trees. We have the Atlantic Ocean on this side, the Caribbean Sea on this side, and just over the hill, we have our poker players playing down WPT Alpha 8.
And for those of you who are playing along with some trivia, Kittians is the term for people from St. Kitts. Now you know.
That's a beautiful woman saying a word I'd never heard and an accent I barely understand.
Oh, you got a little romantic there on me, Tony Dunst. Speaking of romance, Olivier has romanced his way to 361,000 in chips at this table, doing his part to try to secure a victory here in St. Kitts. Michael Singh, the amateur, second in chips right now. We get a look at his holding, ace-7 offsuit. The blinds are at 501,000 with a $100 ante.
Michael Singh leading off with a limp, as has been his standard so far.
Antonio, perhaps looking to isolate with Jack-6 suited, makes it 4,000.
What, are you after my blind all the time?
No, I'm after Singh.
And he makes no bones about it.
No.
I call you, buddy. You have to sing. Oh, because the 29,800 call. I forgot that.
Oh, Singh referring to having felted Antonio last time the two did battle before Antonio's re-entry.
All right, let's see what happens. I check.
Look at this flop, ace-8-4 with a couple of clubs. Mike has check called 5,200 with top pair. He is up against Antonio's flush draw. Turn card, puts a 3 of diamonds on board, changing nothing, and both players check. Here comes the river. It is a deuce.
I know that Antonio doesn't have much here, but I like that he slowed down on the turn. I hope he doesn't bluff this river because Michael Singh hates folding, and if he has any part of it, it's not going to happen when it comes 3 deuce.
Keep hoping, Tony. Antonio's just bet 15,300.
Oh.
Michael might have been worried about a 5 for a wheel, but he says call, and Antonio almost stubborn is in his desire to bluff Michael Singh out of a hand.
That's exactly how I describe it, because Antonio's been here for 2 entries now, watching Michael Singh refuse to fold, and he still tried to bluff him.
Antonio down to roughly 78,000 in chips, while Singh is up to 135 and change, courtesy of the magician. You ever get in that mindset where you just can't beat a guy at the table and it starts to wear on you in one of 2 ways? Either you resign or you go doubling down on your efforts in ways you shouldn't to beat him?
Yes, but I'm a coward, so I always opt for resign.
Tony the Coward Dunst joining us.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
It sounds real sexy, Tony.
Yes.
The ladies are lining up as we speak. Mercier with ace-3, open for a raise to 2,000. Tony called with ace-deuce suited from the small blind, and where is Michael Singh gonna go? He's got 2 cards.
He's going nowhere. He's going to a flop is where he's going.
2 6s and a 7 on the board. No one is connected with it. Tony checks to
No one
Michael.
connects. That's a Michael Singh specialty board.
Yes, it is. He's bet 4,000. And the thinker thinks better of it.
This is unbelievable. No money, don't get paid off. Full house, unbelievable. 6, 7 of clubs.
So you?
Yeah.
Well, nice looking hand, 6, 7 of clubs there.
Singh is really singing quite the song to the rest of the table in
Yeah, he
every
tells
single situation.
Some very tall tales.
Doesn't pay to go after Singh.
Does not.
I had 6, 7 of clubs. Hello? No money. I didn't even get a quarter. Antonio wasn't there trying to raise me.
Michael Singh is all over the place. You never know what he's got. He could have anything at any time.
Whatever, have fun with you.
He was actually fun to play with because he almost never folded a hand.
Even though he's not a professional, he's very tough to read.
He's pretty much any 2 cards pre-flop.
I got the 4 spades, I gotta do it. I don't care what it is, right?
Yeah, he's definitely no easy pickings.
Okay, thanks.
I'd say those are some pretty strong compliments coming from those pros.
Yeah, they're also professionals at flattery.
Folded around to the man of the hour, Michael Singh, with king-4 offsuit in the small blind. He will limp in, and Olivier looks at ace-queen off. And Olivier from the big blind makes it 3,000 total with his ace-queen. He'll be heads up and in position going to the flop, which is deuce, deuce, 7.
Check.
Olivier didn't technically hit this board, but it's so unconnected that it's actually good for him here. He finds it very unlikely that Michael is connected as well.
I have the best hand.
Yeah.
And Olivier keeping it friendly, gonna give him a free show.
You know what I had? King Jack suited and I folded.
Oh.
Well, I called the first suit.
Sure. That's a nice little hand.
Michael, happy to check fold a relatively small pot.
Never tell anybody what you got. Just talk.
So Martin, we are standing right where we have the Alpha 8 final table. Now, so much effort goes into setting up this set from the WPT group, but this isn't always a poker room, is it?
The pavilion is used for our members that want to come by and relax by the pool or have a bite to eat or go to the beach.
Very nice. What a beautiful, beautiful space.
You know what we need, Tony Dunst? We need the suit/swimsuit, like a waterproof version, so we can just take a dip in that pool. It is hot out here.
Or just like rip off the jacket, go straight in, and then for whatever reason we have like water resilient cloth, and then just dry out, come back to the booth.
We're sitting on a gold mine, I'm telling you. Speaking of gold mines, Olivier Bousquet, 363,000 in front of him, continues to sit on the chip lead as he looks at a couple of deuces and opens the pot, limping in for 1,000. We've seen that out of the amateurs, but not the pros.
A lot of the amateurs have been limping. I guess Olivier with a small pair here wants to give them the opportunity to get to a flop with him and have him flop a set so he can win a big pot.
This is a dream situation. Olivier finds himself up against the 2 amateurs at the table. Here is the flop, ace, queen, deuce. Olivier with a set of deuces. Tony with the gut shot Broadway draw. Air for Michael Singh.
An ideal situation for Olivier here, who has flopped a set in position on a wet board against the 2 amateurs.
Both Tony and Michael check it to him, and he quickly bets 2,000. Tony not going anywhere with his draw.
I'll leave you there, too.
And Michael, we're proud of him. He's folding.
First for him.
Down to heads up as we look at the turn. It's a jack of diamonds.
Wow.
Disaster card for Olivier as Tony has made the ace high straight and checks it.
And there's just no way that Olivier can put his opponent on the straight here. He drew to a gut shot, he was fortunate to catch it, and now Olivier is gonna bet, and assuming that Tony raises him, there's no way Olivier gets away here.
Well, the bet is 6,000, and Tony is fumbling through his chips, trying to settle on a number, and just 12,000 is the amount of the raise, Tony.
It's a check and min raise, which coming from an amateur is a sign of real strength because you're putting more chips in the pot and you're saying you don't care if your opponent calls you again. So Olivier here, likely alarm bell sounding in his head, but he doesn't know whether his opponent is strong because he overvalues 2-pair or because he's strong as a result of the straight he has.
Bousquet calls the 6,000 extra, and here comes the river. It's the 4 of hearts. Tony's still with the best hand. And how much is he gonna bet? Oh, he's not gonna bet at all, Tony. He's checking.
Yeah, he's been very slow play heavy with his strong hands.
Now it's a matter of can Olivier check behind? Almost impossible. And he is going to put Tony all in. Tony quickly makes the call.
3 deuces. Right.
Nice hand. Very nice.
Nice hand, Tony.
Very nice. How much?
Wow, not what you expected out of the amateur seat.
No, not what I expected, though I can't blame Olivier for putting him all in on the river. He had about a pot-sized bet left. Olivier thinks he's still got the best hand, but Tony successfully trapped him.
And really no way for Bousquet to get away from that cold deck.
Very nice hand.
I get a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Canada. My buddy.
Singh waving the flag on behalf of the 2 amateur Maple Leafs at the table. Tony Guglietti has got the proud distinction of having built over 40,000 homes in the greater Toronto area.
Sorry, I was a little too busy here.
Guglietti with 9-3 offsuit will take an opportunity to continue to stack his spoils from that last pot. King 10 off for Michael. Let me guess, he's not folding. Limps in for 1,000 on the button, refuses to raise. Now, we do know there are pros who prefer to play small ball and will do things like this, but that's certainly something for the more crafty and more professional players.
Yeah, you normally make these type of button limps when the stacks are much shorter in relation to the blinds. Michael here with the King 10 should really just be raising pre-flop.
5-5-6. Olivier likes the look of it. 2 spades on the board, giving Antonio a flush draw. They both check it over to Michael, though. And Michael fires a modest 2,000. Olivier's check raises to 6,500. And Antonio is going to call. Mike gets away and leaves the 2 pros to do battle. And the turn is a 4. Olivier has made a full house. Antonio is now drawing dead, but has added an open-ended straight draw to his flush draw.
And Ali, just like we said, when Antonio calls that check raise on the flop, he creates the possibility that his hand gets there, but he still loses to a better hand.
And Olivier is going to bet 13,500 into the pot of 18,500.
And Antonio's stuck here now with overcards, a flush draw, a straight draw. He's clearly getting to the river.
Yeah, he started this pot with a little over 65,000, and another decent chunk of it heads into the turn as Antonio thinks he wants a spade or a straight card, and the river is an 8 of clubs. Antonio gets there.
Disaster. Just as we anticipated, Antonio is going to both make his hand and lose his stack once Olivier goes all in here.
Bousquet coming up with the right number. And he bets 150,000. Now, he knows that that is significantly more than what Antonio has in front of him. Any reason for that?
Well, he believes that Antonio has got a strong hand to both call a check raise and that big bet on the turn. So he thinks, well, if Antonio's got something that big, he'll probably call a large bet on the river. Why not go for all of them?
Oh, you're a 5-4.
Antonio even calls his hand.
5-8. Pretty sick.
Feels like there might not be backs on Olivier's cards the way Antonio's talking. You can see Esfendiari not pleased with this situation one bit.
Have another full house, huh? Got another boat? Middle-aged wizard? Huh? Middle-aged wizard won't even crack him.
I think Olivier's what? He's only what, 31, 32? Is that middle-aged? Am I middle-aged?
Relax, Dunce.
He wants to chuckle a little bit. He can't help it. I got him.
You got him. Good chuckle. That's funny.
I mean, if you got a boat, you got a boat. Jesus.
And Antonio can get away here. Olivier has check raised 2 players, one of which never folds on the flop, barreled the turn, shoved the river when the 4 straight comes out. I think Antonio, if he really wants to be disciplined here tonight, could lay this down.
Antonio started this pot with 65,000, and Olivier wants all of it. And he's gonna get it.
It's not about. You read him 4
Pretty freaking sick.
A $100,000 mistake on the river as Antonio pays off and is felted for the second time.
All right, good luck, guys. Nice hand, sir.
That is a man who has just lit a match to $200,000 in a matter of hours.
Antonio, we meet again.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Under sad circumstances.
I know. Now, you predicted Olivier had the full house. You still called.
I didn't predict it, but I went through the thought process and either had 4-5 or 8-4 or, you know, all of his bluffs. But look, I had a straight. Straights are hard to make. You know, I finally got there, and he had a boat. So there was a lot of money in the pot, and obviously it wasn't the right decision. But
that's poker, right?
That is poker.
All right, third time lucky?
I don't know. 2 bullets is probably enough for me today.
All right. Well, great to see you play as always. Thanks,
you.
Antonio.
With Antonio's departure, Tony, we are now faced with a field of 9, which means we are going to consolidate down to 1 feature table, and that is going to affect the action considerably.
Yeah, I love the peer pressure from Lynn Gilmartin. She's like, you gonna fire a third? You going in for 3?
Come on, it's just another 100 grand.
Still want to get in the game? Log on to club@wpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
You know who might have wanted to be playing on Club WPT tonight? How about Antonio Esfendiari? He has dusted off $200,000, Tony.
You know, Elliot, we all love the skill, competition, and risk inherent in poker, but sometimes that risk gets pretty expensive. And if you want to have a home game without spending that kind of money, it is available to you.
That's right. If you log on to clubwpt.com, you can play and practice your poker skills and never lose a dime playing. And if you become a VIP member, you can enjoy a host of great benefits, including seeing all of last season's A8 events, because we were not only here in St. Kitts, but also London, South Africa, and Florida for some great competition.
And instead of risking $100,000 like our Alpha 8 players, on clubwpt.com, you can play for $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month. So check out clubwpt.com.
In the meantime, check out this development. We are down to 1 table of 9 players, no longer a short game. And let's take a look at the faces that are a bit unfamiliar to us because they were seated at the outer table. We'll start with the amateurs. Talal Shakerchi is a hedge fund manager who calls London, England home. Next up, we've got, of course, Bill Perkins, the de facto mayor of Christoph Harbor here. He is a venture capitalist and hedge fund manager. Kathy Laney, his friend, her company Suncoast Resources, the largest female-owned business in Texas, and that's saying something.
And we've got a couple of new professionals on the table. We see Dan Coleman, the 24-year-old phenom there, who has taken the poker world by storm over the last 12 months, as well as Alec Torelli, who's been a regular on the WPT tour for a few years now and is now graduating to super high rollers.
Here is that 9-person lineup. Olivier Bousquet is the chip leader right now. Second in chips is the amateur, Talal Shakerchi, and blinds are at 6 and 1200. The ante is 200. The chip leader is first to act with ace-9 offsuit, and right away we see the impact of 9-handed action. That hand would have been played short, but not here.
That's right. Olivier definitely would have raised the ace-9 on our previous table, but now he's got another 5 players to get through before he reaches the blinds.
Look at this. Michael Singh doesn't appear to have shifted any gears now that we're 9-handed. Still limping and still with sub-premium hands. He's got 10-7 offsuit here.
Yeah, I wonder if Michael will get a little bored with the long-handed play and end up limping even more hands.
Kathy Laney is punishing the limp. She makes it 2600 with her ace-8 suited, and the action on the button of Dan Coleman, who looks down at a suited connector, 6-7.
And Kathy is isolating Michael's limp here a little bit, but it's not going to work this time. She raised pretty small, and Dan Coleman with the suited connector behind her is going to make the call.
And do you think this is the kind of call that Dan makes if it was 2 pros in front of him that had made this move?
It's hard to say, and it's going to depend on their stacks, but he's definitely going to make the call when it's 2 amateurs.
I call.
Alec is doing the same from the big blind with that ragged ace.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see him making this call. I guess it's a pot odds call here since he's getting a pretty good price, but you normally don't want to be calling raises out of position with weak
They're
offsuit
insane.
aces.
Like some of the pros get
I'm
tired.
getting tired.
Michael Singh, of course, not to be bullied, makes the call. 4 players head to a flop of king, 10, deuce, rainbow, and Michael has the best hand with a pair of 10s. Both Alec and he check it over to Kathy, who won't fire the continuation bet. Dan checks as well with his 7 high, and the turn card is a queen of clubs.
It's an interesting card because it gives Dan a flush draw. It gives both players with an ace a gut shot, but Michael's still the only one who truly is connected.
Kathy Laney is going to bet out 5,000.
She doesn't have much here, and she's got to get through 3 players. Kind of an optimistic bluff unless she intends to follow through on the river.
And you notice that both Kathy and Alec had 0% chance to win the pot. That's because they could only chop, but now that Alec has laid down, Kathy, in fact, has a 6% chance to win the pot. Michael Singh's gonna make the call. And the river pairs the board with a king.
It's a good card for Michael, and we've seen him be very stubborn on the river before.
He checks it over to Kathy, and with 27,000 out there, she calmly and coolly bets 10K. Dan folds with the busted flush, and now it's on Michael Singh.
Wow, she just accomplished the impossible because Michael does not fold on the river when he has a pair. Major respect for Kathy.
No king, no bear. I just had in bed. I'm so tired of losing.
No, I had a 10.
Hey, Michael told the truth again.
What do you mean again? He was just following Kathy's lead. Action folded around to Jason Mercier, who takes a look at ace-king and makes it 2,400 to go, a min raise. Alec and Olivier fold, as does Talal Shakerchi, over to Tony Guglietti on the button with a couple of 7s.
I'm expecting him to just call here, but...
Oh, wait a minute, it looks like he's put 3,600 into the pot, but he's also said call.
It looks like an accidental 3-bet here by Tony.
Oh, you're putting in, yeah, I just want to make sure.
Oh.
Oh, and Antonio is returned to the arena here, maybe wanting to take a look at the action, but...
After this hand, we will pause the clock and make it 5 and 5.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, he's coming back in.
$300,000? He's gonna make the investment?
Yeah, he's coming back in, and they're gonna have to break this table up again. It's gonna be a hassle.
It's gonna be a long night.
Did you call already?
Yeah, call.
Resuming the action, Singh puts in an extra 3K with king 6 suited. They have ruled that Tony needs to re-raise to 3,600.
I'm gonna call.
And Bill Perkins wants to play along as well with his Jack 9 offsuit. Action back over to Jason Mercier, and
This is the last hand you said?
No, Antonio's joining, so we're gonna split back to 5 and 5.
But everyone's too distracted by the Antonio situation to even play out this hand.
Antonio said the fish have 5 and the pros have 4. He's like, I'm coming in for the pro side.
You are?
Come on.
Jason taking advantage of an opportunity to move all in here, sensing weakness in the field.
Yeah, this is a nice play by Jason, and he's very happy to see that the accidental 3-bet must stand because now there's a bunch of dead money in the pot, and he can just avoid any confrontation by moving all in.
No shot.
Indeed, well-executed move.
It worked out nicely.
Jason's pretty happy with it.
I was afraid of that, too. I was afraid he could chip it here. By the way, I'm putting a bounty for busting up this table. I'm putting a 5K bounty on Antonio.
Esfendiari's return means that we now need to break down our feature table of 9 players and return to 2 tables of 5-handed action. And if you're wondering why Antonio's bought in for a third bean, let's find out.
Last time we spoke, this man was done for the day, but apparently he is taking the 3rd time lucky angle.
Well, 3 is my favorite number. 3rd time's a charm.
Yes.
And I just went out there, I walked on the beach, I came back, I saw what was going on in the tournament. There's only 9 people left, and I don't want to say, but I like what I see. And I just can't not jump back in when I can. Even though it's the 3rd bullet at 100 each bullet, it does hurt financially.
I just want to remind everyone at home, this means $300,000. It's a
Yes.
lot of cash.
Yes. But you can't win unless you give yourself a chance to win.
Well, good luck to you.
Okay.
Let's see if the 3rd time is a charm. Who knows?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Antonio Esfendiari's in 3 bullets at this point, which is definitely more than anyone else. He must be feeling good. He must think that there's, you know, enough reason to rebuy and keep going.
I'll be back.
It made sense to me that he came back. Ultimately, we're talking about $300,000, so it is a lot of money.
I have bought in 3 times in a tournament before, but never in a super high roller event, hoping to never have to do that.
So far, I've never even rebought one, so I think it's unlikely for me to take 3.
Well, it must be nice, Olivier Bousquet. Some of us get felted every now and again, you know what I mean? So we have now officially broken down into 2 tables of 5 players. Action will be shorthanded once more, and the breakdown is as follows. You have on the outer table 3 pros and 2 amateurs. The amateurs being Michael Singh, who was formerly on the feature table, and Bill Perkins. Meanwhile, at the feature table, that is where you'll find Antonio Esfendiari on his 3rd bullet. The only other pro there, Dan Coleman, who is on an absolute tear. That is a man on fire in the poker world right now, and they're joined by 3 amateurs. You gotta believe that's where Antonio wanted to land.
That's exactly what Antonio wanted and what he was hoping for when he ponied up another $100,000 to get back in this thing.
Kathy Laney has ponied up $4,000 with ace-queen suited to open 5-handed action at the feature table, and Dan Coleman with 7-4 suited is going to defend his blind. Those blinds are at 8 and 1,600 with a 200 ante. Flop is 10 and a couple of 4s. Get this, trip 4s for Dan Coleman. Like we said earlier, he's on a tear, but Kathy, after having a check to her, will certainly be betting with the nut flush draw, 6,000.
She bet very quick. I wonder if Dan is going to pick up on that and just raise now and try and make this pot bigger. A lot of people would check call. I think he might see something, and there you go. It is a check raise to 14,000.
Time tells, as we like to call them. He makes it 14,000 under the assumption that he won't lose his opponent because she demonstrated strength with the speed of her bet on the flop.
Correct.
Now a decision for Kathy, 8,000 more for her to call. And she makes that call, and at this point, Dan has to know that she has a 10 or an overpair or the flush draw, correct?
Yeah, and he was eyeing her stack after she called, trying to figure out how he's gonna get the rest of her chips.
37-8 in the middle, he fires 22-5, and the jack of diamonds on the turn has given her the gut shot ace-high straight draw as well as the flush draw.
Yeah, Kathy cannot get away from this hand. It's too strong. She has draws to what are almost the nuts. Of course, a full house still possible out there with the paired board, but if she gets a king or a spade, she's gonna feel good about the strength of her hand.
Kathy started this pot with just under 110,000, and there is the river, the 5 of spades. Dan Coleman seems undeterred by the fact that the flush is hit, and you see Kathy eyeballing that bet. She can't wait to see it. 30,000 is the number. But with the pair out there, she knows that the nut flush is not the nuts.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Dan was gonna bet or check this river. I thought it was close between the 2.
No.
Well, look, it's 38,400 more after Kathy moves all in, and he's got so much invested at this point, but what can he beat?
I mean, he's a very disciplined, thoughtful player. Dan probably realizes that when the flush gets there and the fact that full houses are possible, his trips are not likely to be good. I think he's gonna get away.
And indeed, that's exactly what he does. Doesn't mean he has to like it, though.
No.
Weren't expecting that, kid. Punish the young wizards, you know? The kid wins one job and thinks he can just do anything he wants. Unbelievable, you know?
That was a good hand.
You fold the 4?
Yeah.
And Antonio needling Dan there a little bit, but pointing out that those are the 2 winners of the $1-drop $1 million buy-in tournament, and Kathy has landed right in between them.
$35 million in one-drop winnings. That's the number that Kathy is flanked by. Probably no big sum in business, but certainly a big sum in poker. We'll return to St. Kitts with more in a moment.
These A8 pros are really on their game. Now you can play WPT Caliber Poker on your iPhone anywhere you go for free. Log on to the App Store to download Club WPT Express Poker. Remember, it's free and it's fun. I hope to see you in the game. The re-entry period is officially closed, and still holding the chip lead is our very own Olivier Bousquet. Now, Ali and Tony, now that no one can buy back in once they bust, does this change anything in the action?
I don't know about the action, but it certainly changes the look on Antonio's accountant's face. He is relieved.
That or Antonio's backer's accountant's face.
Hey, easy now. All right, we are at 2 tables, and we look at the chip counts. Talal Shakerchi is the chip leader here at the feature table, but not overall. That honor belongs to Olivier Bousquet on the outer table. Second in chips at the feature table is Kathy Laney, both amateurs. Blinds are at 8 and 1600, antes are at 200, and third amateur at the table is on the short stack, and that is Tony Guglietti, who starts this hand off. Looking at ace-deuce offsuit and limping in.
Yeah, you know, we've been critical of our amateurs today for limping too many hands, and weak offsuit aces are exactly the type of hands that get you in trouble post-flop.
Dan Coleman with a hard 8, pocket 4s, is going to raise to 4,500. Wouldn't mind playing heads up in position against one of the amateurs, but Kathy Laney is unlikely to let that happen with ace-queen offsuit. She smooth calls from the small blind.
Yeah, a lot of people re-raise there. Calling's a reasonable option, but against someone like Dan, who is likely to be isolating the limper, I think you should go ahead and re-raise.
Antonio out of the way, but Tony Guglietti cannot lay down, makes the call for an extra 2,900. 3 players to the flop, which is 3-5-7. Kathy checks. Tony with the wheel draw, checks, and the best hand, pocket 4s, has a gut shot straight draw to go with the pair.
Yeah, this is a nice texture for Dan's hand, and he's gonna bet it with confidence.
5,500 is the number. Kathy out of the way. Over to Tony. Little does he know it, but if he continues, he's actually looking for one of the 2 remaining 4s in the deck, because a couple of them are locked up in Dan's hand. And sure enough, Guglietti calls and hits a deuce on the turn.
And is he gonna lead out here?
He sure is, Tony. For 30,000, that is a massive bet.
Wow, I'm not exactly sure why he's making this bet, whether he's turning his hand into a bluff intentionally, whether he thinks he might have the best hand and he's protecting it. But Dan here, despite the size of that bet, is not going anywhere with his pair and straight draw.
No, he's unconvinced, and the river pairs the board with a 5. A third diamond out there, and look at this.
Wow.
Guglietti is leading for his last 30,300. He is all in.
What a play by Tony here. Now he must know that he's bluffing. He must sense that Dan called with something that's medium strength on the turn and that he could potentially represent a strong hand and blow him off on the river, but it's especially impressive because we've seen Tony play so tight so far.
Would you bluff me here? I want to call so bad. So close, I should just flip a coin.
Heads or tails? Is it heads or tails?
All right.
Oh, Coleman lays down the best hand.
Can you please show a bluff? That's not a bluff. Not a bluff.
Nice hand, Tony. You got the kid confused. That's good for us.
Okay.
Antonio certainly doesn't mind. Dan Coleman having some sweat courtesy of the amateurs. You can tell Dan is still thinking about things. Let's go over to our outer table where amateur Michael Singh finds himself short stacked. He's going all in for his remaining 27,000. Perkins instantly says call and shows ace queen of clubs.
Oh man, Michael at risk here with the worst of it, and that's too bad. He's been a thrill to watch today.
Dominated heading to the flop, and in even worse shape after that board. Queen 10 tray.
Done.
And on the turn, Michael Singh's fate is sealed.
Didn't have a spade. Yeah, wish I did. All right.
And without a re-entry option, Michael Singh is eliminated.
Yeah, and he's handling the bust out really well. We always like to see our amateurs on the Alpha 8 perform well, and we certainly found him entertaining today.
Yeah, Michael's game improved throughout the course of the day, and we check in with him now, courtesy of Lynn Gilmartin.
I'm sorry to see you go.
No problem. I'm exhausted.
Oh, I bet. It's been a long day.
For me,
it's been a long day.
Yes, yes.
He's still smiling.
I'm smiling, always smiling. Had a good time. Great weather, great everything. A lot of fun. Back again.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, it's been great to watch you play.
Thank you so much.
Back
Thanks,
to you.
guys. Thank you.
You know, it's fair to mention that stamina is a part of playing high-stakes poker, Tony.
Yeah, it is. These things will go on for 8, 10, sometimes 12 hours at a time, and when you get into those late hours, your energy, your concentration drains out of you.
That's it for now. Join us next time from St. Kitts for more WPT Alpha 8 high-stakes poker action. For Ali Najad and Tony Dust, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. The sun is hot and the water's us warm, but don't let this gorgeous setting fool you. Getting burned here will cost you 100 grand. This is WPT Alpha 8. Known for its intoxicating natural beauty, the Caribbean island of St. Kitts is home to the upscale residential resort Christophe Harbour. It is here at the Pavilion Beach Club where WPT Alpha 8 has once again brought the world of high-stakes poker. This stunning setting has attracted an adventurous group of players, all willing to pay $100,000 to compete for A8 bragging rights. Day 2 starts with 9 players, and the chip leader is A8's very own Olivier Bousquet, who has held that lead since the very beginning. Now, joining us with an inside look into all the high-stakes action is Ali Najad, as always, and our special guest commentator, WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst, who's sitting in for our chip leader. Guys, what do you think of our lineup?
Well, Lynn, needless to say, when you mix a cocktail of pros and amateurs, split essentially evenly down the middle, you're going to get great poker.
Yeah, you really are, Ali, and we've seen some fantastic adjustments by our professionals against these amateurs who are doing a lot of limping, which they're not really acclimated to at the highest stakes.
Yeah, normally I would be sitting here with Olivier Bousquet, happy to have Tony Dunst here, if for no other reason because Olivier is currently the chip leader at the table.
Olivier has been both playing well and running well.
You see there, 350,000 plus in front of him at the moment. Let's get a look at the pros.
Yeah, Dan Coleman, who has taken the poker world by storm in 2014, he surpassed Phil Ivey's lifetime earnings in 1 year of playing on the tournament circuit. Antonio Esfendiari, of course, one of the most famous players in the game.
Well, Antonio Esfendiari, who is in for 3 bullets, first time ever in Alpha 8 history, anyone has bought in for $300,000.
Jason Mercier has won major tournaments across the globe for about 6 or 7 years, and Alec Torelli, a guy who's done well on the WPT and is now graduating to WPT Alpha 8.
All right, let's walk us through the amateurs in the lineup. Tony Guglietti, he is a real estate developer who calls Canada home. Talal Shakerchi, he is the gentleman from London, a hedge fund manager who plays plenty of high rollers out on the European side of the pond. Bill Perkins, the 45-year-old venture capitalist and hedge fund manager. The reason that we've all come here, he turned everybody on to this lovely island. And Kathy Laney, she is the Texas Oil CEO, celebrating 30 years in business. First ever female to buy in to the Alpha 8. As far as the amateurs are concerned, seems to be chief among them.
Yeah, I think she's been playing very well so far. We saw her run a bluff last time against 2 players. We saw her get value for her hands. She's raising pre-flop, whereas a lot of the recreational players are limping, so I think her game is the strongest.
Kathy is familiar with Bill Perkins, essentially the co-host of this event. She plays in his home game out in Houston. As we pick up the action, Jason Mercier has raised it up with ace-queen offsuit to 6,000, and Alec Torelli has made the call dominated with king-queen offsuit. Folds on the button and in the blinds behind Alec. Will leave him heads up against Jason.
Yes.
And that flop is king high and rainbow. Not a bad one for Alec. Broadway draw for Jason, who's got control of the betting and checks it.
Interesting check from Jason here. I expected him to bet and try and force out some of Alec's weaker pairs. I think the check is also a reasonable option.
Alec has bet 9,000 into a pot of 21,000. He spends most of his time in Macau playing in the nosebleed high-stakes cash games out there.
And Jason calls.
A queen on the turn, and it's 2 pair now for Alec, queens for Jason.
That's an interesting card, and it should cost Jason another bet. If I was Alec, I'd bet fairly large, not only because the board is coordinated, but because I don't expect to get 3 barrels from too many of Jason's hands.
Well, Jason checks it to Alec, and Alec settles on 16,000 for the bet. Not huge.
No, not huge. Not unreasonably small, but I just don't think Jason's going to pay him off on the river that often, so get value while you can.
Oh, interesting. Okay, Jason has made the call. River is a 7, and Mercier checks a 3rd time. 71 grand in the middle.
Alec will probably fire around half pot, somewhere in that region. Goes a little under.
31,000.
And Jason in kind of a tough spot here, but I expect him to get away. At this point, there are so many hands in Alec's range that are ahead of Jason, and there's not that many hands that he can be bluffing with.
Jason laying it down and giving the pot over to the 28-year-old who calls Orange County, California home.
The young wizards, they just do it.
It's mature internet wizard.
Mature internet wizard. That's Olivier's new name, Coleman.
You hear Antonio ribbing Olivier a little bit there about being a middle-aged wizard. Is it when you're in your early 30s, you're over the hill now in poker? Tony, what's going on?
I guess in poker you are. In real life, I like to think that I've still got some of my prime left. But in poker, you know, you reach 30 and you're ahead of a lot of guys at that point.
Alec Torelli, that's the first look that we've had of him at the feature table so far. Sign of things to come?
Potentially. He's a guy who's originally from Orange County, California, played on our regular WPT tour for a long time, made a couple of WPT final tables, but since he moved to Macau, he's become kind of an enigma, and nobody's really sure how seriously he takes poker anymore.
Well, we know that they take it pretty seriously out there in Macau. Some of the highest stakes cash games on earth are played out that way. A limp in here from the amateur Tony Guglietti, the Canadian real estate developer. He's built 40,000 homes in the greater Toronto area over the course of his career. And you know what? He hasn't built a lot of pots because he's limped in almost every time we've seen him play a hand pre-flop.
He limps so much it's genuinely surprising when he open raises, and an ace-queen should definitely be raised, but he's playing his style.
Well, Bill Perkins playing his style. He raised it up to 9,000. Been called by Tony, and Tony has flopped trip aces here and checks it over to Bill, who has aces and kings. Perkins wisely checking behind.
Yeah, I like his check there. It's really hard for him to get value from his hand. If Tony has a pocket pair that he limped, he's not going to call a bet. If he has an ace, then you're just bleeding money.
Tony leads out for 20,000 on the turn. Bill making the call. What he doesn't want to see, however, is a second bullet out of Tony on the river. As we see the board pair with a 4. Tony's kicker no longer relevant. Tony's got aces full of 4s.
A little bit of a string bet by Tony there, the 2-fister, but I get the sense at the Alpha 8 they're a little less strict about that.
We're in St. Kitts. Everyone's chilling, Tony.
Yeah, I know. I won't get nitpicky with the rules.
Well, another amateur is less likely to nitpick about something like that. And for that matter, the pros as well. You definitely don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable out here in an event like this.
It's a very home game atmosphere for $100,000 being at risk.
Tony.
Yes, sir.
What you got?
Bill just flat out asks him, what do you have? Just in case he feels like giving it away for free.
Sometimes they have an ace. What are you gonna do?
Wow, solid laydown by Bill Perkins.
Yeah, good fold by Bill Perkins. Yeah, Tony did get value once he connected with his hand post-flop. So he's not scared, he's just a little too passive pre-flop.
I didn't believe it until the end.
You said you had an ace?
No, I said sometimes they have an ace.
Pretty sure he wasn't folding an ace.
I think he saved me money, though, by betting that big.
Well, Perkins suggesting that perhaps a smaller bet out of Tony would have been paid off. Guglietti certainly happy to take that pot down, but has been clearly the least aggressive of the amateurs in this event.
I guess if the bet had only been the right hand or only the left hand, maybe he gets a call, but when he combined them, then he just forced Bill into the fold.
One scoop maybe, but 2 scoops, no. Antonio lays down the 10-7 off. Jason and Alec also send their cards back to the muck. Folded over to Dan Coleman with Queen 5 suited.
6,500.
He's going to raise it up to 6,500. Not the kind of holding we expect him to be open raising with, right?
No, but he's on the hijack here, which is 2 positions off the button, and the 2 players between him and the blinds are recreational ones. So you're going to see him raise more hands than you expect here.
Talal Shakurchi laid down his ace. Bill Perkins not going to do the same with a bit better ace, ace 10.
And the advantage of having recreational players behind you is that many pros in Bill Perkins' position would re-raise a hand like ace 10. Bill just calls, and that gives Dan an opportunity to outflop him or outplay him.
Flop is ace queen 7 all diamonds. A quick check from Coleman. And Perkins with top pair and the 10 high flush draw fires 10,000. And Coleman's going to call the 10. Kind of an odd spot for Coleman, isn't it? Out of position with queens and a very weak kicker?
Yeah, Dan must not expect Bill to be capable of bluffing on multiple streets. Otherwise, he'd likely just give up on the flop because so many of the turns and rivers will be hard to play.
And take a look at a 4 on the turn. And interestingly enough, Dan quickly checks after the 4 rolls off on the turn. Bill bets and Dan quickly folds, almost as though he was just hoping that Bill wouldn't fire the turn and he would get control of the action on the river.
Exactly what he was hoping.
I was going all the way if he tried anything tricky.
Dan Coleman, the youngest player at this table, but also the one with arguably the best resume.
Coleman's a beast. I mean, he's super wizard, just goes with his gut, follows his heart.
You know, he's capable of anything, so you have to keep that in mind.
When he's in pots, he's there to win. He takes strong lines, and he's not a passive player at all.
He won in London, so I got to see a lot of his play. He was lucky sometimes, and he was also played very well, which of course is a fantastic combination for winning tournaments, which he does regularly.
Yeah, Coleman's got quite a bit of swag under his belt right now, having eclipsed Phil Ivey's career earnings in the matter of a year. Now, clearly, a lot of that came courtesy of the $1 million one-drop win that he picked up. Those sorts of opportunities weren't exactly available to Phil and many of the elder statesmen of poker throughout the years. As we pick up the action here, Kathy Laney has raised it up to 7,000. Action on Antonio. Kathy is on the button here with ace-10 off. And he's going to re-raise her to 20,000 from the small blind, holding queen-9 off.
Antonio very aggressive against the casual players at the table. He really does try and target them. Jason Mercier is conscious of that and might come over the top of him here with ace-jack.
On.
Well, Jason going all in.
I was gonna do that.
Jason Mercier reading the situation. He knows that Kathy is among the most aggressive amateurs at the table, capable of attacking the blinds from the button. Antonio capable of exploiting that. This is very much about the metagame as much as it is about his holding, isn't it?
This is a good demonstration of why Jason Mercier is among the best.
Laney wisely laying down the button. She was dominated.
$77 to me.
Over, under on the amount of minutes that Antonio postures.
I'm going to say 90 seconds of posturing, and I'll take the under. It's almost as though he wants to take a minute to honor the 20,000 in chips that he is saying goodbye to, unless he somehow finds the call button here, which is doubtful.
Yeah, and I understand making recreational players sweat a little bit when they're at risk, but this is Jason Mercier. He's been winning major events since 2008. He doesn't care whether he busts in this hand or not.
Yeah, and he certainly isn't going to be affected by a quick fold from Antonio that might suggest he was just making a move here. Antonio's table image is his table image regardless.
Yeah, Jason, very sharp play there.
Well, Antonio with a little misstep, and it costs him. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on ClubWPT.com. So get in the game today. You're playing a poker tournament for a $100,000 buy-in, and you're risking big money, but you're always having such a good time. What is that about you that allows you to have such a good time?
Well, it's perspective. You know, realizing that I can afford the $100,000 to get into this tournament, right? I'm with friends, I'm in a beautiful environment. It's all about having perspective.
Well, you're a joy to watch, Bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Got to admit that there is a wonderful childlike property to Bill Perkins when he comes to these events, and it's infectious. It really puts everybody at ease.
Yeah, it really does. I'd love to trade lives with that guy.
I would love to have some more perspective in my bank account. All right, there's Olivier Bousquet at the top of the leaderboard, followed by none other than Bill Perkins and Tony Guglietti, a couple of amateurs. Down at the bottom, Talal Shakerchi, also an amateur, sitting on the short stack right now. He will be first to act.
Sitting right next to Perkins, who's apparently not been able to organize any fans or air conditioning out here. He's got the towel going on his head.
Yeah.
They're very different sides.
He's not making a fashion statement. It's all function here, folks. He has raised it up to 7,000 with King-9 suited and gets through everyone, but not Jason Mercier, whose pocket nines are going to warrant a call. No 3-bet?
I like Jason's call here. He's on that awkward stack size where it probably plays better as a call than a 3-bet, and Bill's opening an early position, so you can't be that confident that 9s are the best hand.
Yeah, Jason with about 40 big blinds with the blinds at 1,500 and 3,000. He started the hand with roughly 120K. We get 2 more calls behind Jason's action from Alec Torelli's King-Queen, as well as Dan Coleman's Queen-8 suited. And look at this flop, Tony. 8, 9, 10, a rainbow. A little something for everybody.
Yeah, something for everyone, but Jason is the only one that's flopped strong enough here to feel confident in his hand and likely is going to re-raise Bill. I think Bill could have saved his bet here and just checked and seen how this pot developed. There are 3 players on a very coordinated board he has to get through.
Perkins fired 12,000. Mercier says, let's play for more. 25 more to be exact, total of 37,000. Torelli lays down the 2 overs and gut shot straight draw. Bottom pair and the gut shot for Dan, also into the muck. Now it's back over to Bill, and he's gonna be steaming that towel out a little bit after this raise.
This is the problem with betting here. His hand can't actually take much more aggression, and if he doesn't improve on the turn, he's probably gonna end up check folding.
Yeah, no card could have hit the turn that would have put Bill out in front against a set. He wisely lays it down, and Jason collects the chips in this particular situation. We talked before about Mercier's demeanor at the table. He really does seem like somebody disinterested, but he is an acutely attentive person at the poker table.
Yeah, it's surprising how focused he is for someone who appears utterly disinterested.
Ace-Queen suited will certainly pique Mercier's interest as he's under the gun. And we'll raise it up to 8,000 with the blinds having gone up to 2 and 4,000. Ante remains at 500. Over to Dan Coleman. He's got Ace-King sitting on just shy of 100,000, and he'll ship it all in.
Yeah, Dan down to about 23 blinds here. I think moving all in is a natural play, especially against another professional who will likely identify a small re-raise as strong.
Perhaps even stronger than moving all in?
Yeah, I think so in a situation like this where you're so short, it looks like you would only re-raise if you were comfortable committing your entire stack.
It's so clear.
All right, now I have a really tough decision. How much is your all-in? 90?
I mean, he's got the parliament, which got the
God, you have ace-king so often.
Right? Like his house has 20, 30 rooms.
Oh, it's like Mercier can see through Dan's cards.
Jason is calling out the worst case scenarios here, but he's also hoping that Dan shoves all of his pairs or some worse hands like king-queen suited or ace-jack.
How do you feel when your opponent calls out your hand in a spot like this, Tony?
In this particular spot, it makes me hope that he'll call because that means he has a worse hand than ace-king.
This is like public rooms. Yeah, these are the public.
These are the public rooms you can know about. There are many, many more rooms in the White House.
They probably have like an underground.
There is an
bunker.
underground bunker.
Almost folded.
Jason's gonna make the call here and get the bad news.
We're bound to lose one of these eventually, though.
Dominated heading to the flop. Coleman's gotta love this.
Yeah, he is loving it.
God, I was gonna fold too.
Pretty tough to fold, man.
I know.
Dan in great shape to double up here.
God, I thought you didn't have ace-king when you said that.
Yeah, I was hoping that.
It seems like there's so many queens out there just ready to come out.
And the flop, a queen high flop. Queen 6-4. Mercier way out in front now. This is not what Dan Coleman had in mind when he moved all in. And on the turn, he hasn't hit a king. He is down to just 2 outs once with 1 king already in the muck. Can he hit it and stay alive? No, he cannot, and that is the end of the road for Dan Coleman, who will send his remaining 93.5 over to Jason Mercier and put a smile on the face of just about everybody who's got to be relieved that Coleman is no longer in contention.
Yeah, one of the top players in the world now off the table. Dan said that he hadn't lost one of those in a while. Eventually, you do have to lose one.
Well, with that surprise 3-outer, we've lost Dan Coleman in 9th place. And that means we are now down to the Alpha 8.
Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts event, our $100,000 buy-in super high roller, where moments ago we saw Jason Mercier give Dan Coleman a bad beat.
Never there's one. Wow, sick.
Well, it's gonna make you happy eating a 3 out of Jason.
Yeah, definitely, especially against a good player like Dan, and to knock him out. You know, now I have a good stack, good chance to win, and one less top player at the table.
And now you're at the final table. You've been here before.
Mm-hmm.
You feeling good?
Yeah, I feel good. You know, been really close in a couple of these, so I think as long as they don't give me pocket aces, I'll be all right.
Ooh, he hasn't had nice history with those.
Yeah, Jason is telling the truth there. Aces have been the curse for Mercier. How about in Florida when J.C. Tran used ace-10 suited to cripple his stack after making a flush? And to add insult to injury in South Africa, an even more painful situation as he's up against King-Queen for Kinesh Pather, who made a 4 flush to take a huge piece of his stack. Tony, when you're running like that in a single event or across a series of events, does it ever cause you to alter your play? Will you stop playing aces the same way, for example?
No, a professional like Jason's not going to alter his play because he's running bad with aces. It's frustrating when it happens in that event. You've got to stomach the beat, but I think between the events, there's a lot of water under the bridge, and he's probably forgotten about it.
Well, there's a lot of chips over the bridge as we look at Mercier's $298,500. Good for second place right now to Olivier Bousquet's chip lead. The short stack belongs to Talal Shakerchi. And with the blinds at 2 and 4,000, he is certainly in an all-in or fold situation. And on this occasion, he'll fold over to Bill Perkins, who's got pocket fives and raises it up to 10,000. Bousquet, the chip leader with ace-10 offsuit, will 3-pop it to 25,000 total. Snowman for Kathy Laney, and she wastes no time mucking.
Yeah, she had the best hand there, but I think that's a good fold. If she's gonna play that hand, she has to go all in pre-flop, and I think that's aggressive for Olivier's range there. Olivier, meanwhile, showing us the difference between a professional and an amateur. Earlier, we saw Bill Perkins flat call ace-10 in a similar position, and I mentioned a professional would likely 3-bet. That's exactly what Olivier does here.
Yeah, well, Perkins called the extra 15,000. The flop is ace-7-3. Perkins checks it, and Olivier checks top pair behind him on the dry board.
I like that check. It's designed to induce some action or a bluff from Bill Perkins, and he does follow through here.
Mission accomplished. He hits aces and 10s on the turn, and now Bill fires 20,000 with the 2 5s. It's not that Bill thinks 5s are good. He just can't resist the temptation of trying to steal the pot. Olivier not going to raise, however, just going to give Bill some more rope, calling the 20K, and the king of diamonds on the river, Tony.
Yeah, that's not the card that Olivier was hoping to see on the river, but he's still feeling very good about his hand, and he's going to bet for value here, but we know that Bill's not going to waste much time before folding.
Yeah, well, it's more comforting to see Bill check in front of you if you're Olivier after that card. Olivier bets 75,000 into a 100K pot, and Perkins says no thank you, sending his 5s into the muck and sending more chips the chip leader's way.
Yeah, well-played hand by Olivier. I like that he 3-bet in position there and isolated the amateur player.
There's a look at all that beautiful cash. First place will be good for over $720,000, and that's not all our winner will get. They'll get a pair of our Monster 24K headphones and, of course, the Hublot King Power Unico Titanium watch made especially for the World Poker Tour. We had 15 total entries from 11 players, and 3 of them were courtesy of Antonio Esfendiari himself.
My favorite part about that payout list is that if Antonio gets third, he loses money.
He's got a silver medal or better in order to be profitable. Ace-8 offsuit for Alec Torelli, now the youngest player at the table after Coleman's elimination shortly before the break. Torelli calls Orange County, California home and has been playing the high-stakes cash games in Macau. Over $1.5 million in live tournament earnings over the course of his career. He's made it 9,000 to go, and action over to Talal Shakerchi with Jack-9 offsuit, and he sails off for 42.5.
Oh, this isn't good, Ali. He doesn't have enough chips to force Alec to fold whatever it is he raised. You saw that Alec called pretty much immediately. Unfortunately, for this play to work from Talal, he needs more like 60,000 in his stack as opposed to 40.
I like Jack-9 here.
All right,
or you can have it.
7-4 deuce on the board is going to make it a serious uphill climb for Jack-9 to win the pot. And that ace on the turn means that's it for the 50-year-old hedge fund manager who calls London, England home. One of the top 20 philanthropists in all of the UK. And he certainly donated $100,000 worth of buy-in and his remaining stack over to Alec Torelli.
It's tricky, that one.
Just tricky.
And Alec Torelli, a guy who is all business at the table, but as our Lynn Gilmartin found out, knows how to enjoy himself as well.
We are at Ital Creations on Farry Organic Farm here on the gorgeous island of St. Kitts. Now, you take very good care of yourself. That's a big priority of yours when you're traveling the poker circuit?
Yeah, definitely. Poker's a marathon, it's not a sprint, and so taking care of your body and your mind is just so important. And the types of things I put into my body really influence dramatically my ability to perform my best mentally.
I've really noticed a huge shift in the culture in poker where players are actually understanding now that mind-body connection.
It's kind of like in golf. I mean, no golfer before Tiger Woods really was able to bench 350, and so he really shifted what was the demand and what you must do to succeed at that level.
Now, you said that you started playing poker professionally at 18. How did that start?
So I started playing with friends, and I always progressively took it more seriously, and I loved the game. And I wasn't able to play in the US, so my first event was the Bahamas, and then I went to Aruba, and in every event I went to, I would be physically in these locations for these amazing poker events, but all I did was play cards. I didn't see anything, and I didn't take advantage of the best part of what it is to be a professional poker player, being able to travel around the circuit.
Wow.
And so it was really like feeling this regret of like, oh my gosh, I did so much, and it's just this huge blur of what happened. So that's really had a profound impact on the way I view poker now and some of the decisions I make.
At the moment, you spend a lot of time in Macau, playing a lot of cash games. How big do the Macau cash games get?
You know, the biggest advantage that the businessmen have or the pros is that they just have pretty much an unlimited amount of money that they could play with. And so their strategy for when they're losing is to double the stakes. There's been times when the buy-in's been, you know, upwards of $1 million US in certain games out there, and it's a ride, for sure.
Suddenly the $100,000 Alpha 8 seems affordable.
I don't know that we could call it more affordable, can we, Tony?
No, but when you play $1 million cash game, $100,000 tournament isn't as intimidating.
Indeed. Down to 7 players when we return to St. Kitts.
Bill, what do you love about St. Kitts?
Well, I love the history. You know, places such as Brimstone Fortress on the island, it's got a lot of rich history. You can see some of that in the architecture downtown. The greenery, the beaches, the water, and the people. It's a very, very, very nice place to visit and a better place to stay.
It is a quiet and relaxing, truly vacation-like destination, Tony, and I know that everybody who comes out every year understands why it is that Bill Perkins loves St. Kitts as much as he does. Even more to love when you got 402,000 in front of you and your name's Olivier Bousquet. That is your chip leader right now. Short stack belongs to the amateur Kathy Laney, although Kathy's been playing pretty well, Tony.
Yeah, she has. We saw her lose that pot against Olivier, but she's not wasting her chips.
No, and making good, sound pre-flop decisions as well. We pick up the action with Jason Mercier, having raised to 8,000 with Jack-9 suited. Folded around to Bill Perkins. He's got King-Queen offsuit on the button.
Yeah, Bill could call or raise here. On these stack sizes, I think it's more natural to call. Plus, his style thus far has preferred calling over 3-betting.
Yeah, certainly more of a pot control type of approach. Outside the re-entry period, somewhat understandable for the amateurs. His smooth call allows Olivier to creep in with Queen-Jack suited from the small blind, and Kathy is going to participate as well for an extra 4,000 with pocket deuces.
Everyone with legitimate hands.
Laney is duck hunting. No ducks there, though. Ace-10-5, and no pair anywhere.
And nobody is really connected on this board. The 2s are technically ahead, but Olivier's hand might be best here. He's got a gut shot and a couple of backdoor draws.
A bet of 15,500 by the pre-flop raiser, Jason Mercier. A little too liberal, perhaps, against 3 opponents?
Well, it's a texture that shouldn't connect with them that well, especially the 2 players in the blinds, so I don't mind Jason's flop bet here.
Check.
It narrowed the field down to heads up between himself and Olivier. Bousquet checks it over to Jason, who has hit a pair of 9s on the turn and knuckles behind. Olivier picked up the open-ended straight draw, and on the end, the board pairs with an ace.
And when Olivier calls on the flop, he's both drawing to his straight draw and backdoor flush draw, as well as setting Jason up for an opportunity to bluff him on later streets by representing an ace or a 10.
And that's exactly what Bousquet is doing to the tune of 40,000 here. Mercier really with no choice but to lay down, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good fold by Jason. There just aren't many hands that Olivier should have that are bluffing him there. Typically, he's going to show up with the ace or the 10, and he's going to bet the river with both of those hands.
You mentioned a concept that I think a lot of people out there find peculiar, that you could have the best hand, throw it in the muck, and that can still be considered a good fold.
Yeah, correct. When you think about what Olivier shows up with in the long-term sense, it's mostly going to be an ace or a 10, or maybe even a slow-played set, whereas only rarely will he show up with a queen-jack suited, king-queen suited type hand that is missed on the river.
Right. Alec Torelli with ace-7 suited makes it 10,500 to play, and Tony Guglietti, who's been largely passive to this point with ace-10 offsuit, just flat calls on the button.
I don't want to play your button.
Now, we've seen our casual players flat call in this position with ace-10 offsuit, and we saw Olivier 3-bet it pre-flop.
Well, Olivier is going to participate with his 8-6 suited. 3 players will take the flop. And that flop is Jack 5-6, all clubs, pair of sixes for Olivier, who checks it over to Alec. Only club in the hand belongs to Guglietti. Alec is going to bet 12,500.
Alec doesn't have much here, but this is also a difficult board to play if you don't have a club, so he anticipates that his opponents will give up easily here when they haven't connected.
Well, Olivier certainly gave up, but not so much for Tony, who has position and has called the 12-5 with his 10-high flush draw. Turn card is a 4.
It's an interesting card. It gives Alec an open-ended straight draw, but he likely puts Tony on a jack, and he's uncertain whether he can make him fold that with another bet.
62,000 in the pot. Will Torelli fire a second barrel? No, he will not. Checking. And Guglietti says, I'll take the free card. Here comes the river. It's a 7 of clubs, giving Guglietti the best hand.
Well, if Alec does put Tony on a jack, this is a good card for him to bluff, despite the fact that he's picked up a pair. There's 4 to a straight and 4 to a flush out, so if Tony's got something like Jack 10 or Queen Jack without a club, it should be easy to get him to fold on this river.
And you see Torelli taking a look over at Tony, trying to determine whether or not Tony has a club. And, well, there's your answer as Tony moves all in, but that is a horribly aggressive play by Tony with a 10-high flush.
Yeah, and I don't want to be mean, but it's just straight up horrible. If he has the best hand, he should just call, but when he shoves, he's only getting called by better hands, so that's just a disaster there. He wins the pot this time, but in a lot of other situations, we would have seen Tony go bust.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
Welcome back to beautiful Christoph Harbor on the lovely island of St. Kitts here in the Caribbean for the continuation of our $100,000 buy-in WPT Alpha 8 event. But some players, Tony, have made it even higher stakes.
Yeah, Antonio's in for 3 $100,000 bullets, so even if he gets 3rd place here and cashes out, he's gonna lose $9,000.
Yeah, $291,000 for 3rd place would leave him at minus 9K on the effort, but sitting on just 79,000 and change, that is a very uphill climb for Antonio with the blinds at 2,500 and 5,000. He just doesn't have a lot of breathing room.
That's right. He's approaching a push-fold type stack where he's either all in or just folds pre-flop. That's not quite the case, but Alec Torelli also approaching that zone.
Yeah, just a few thousand separate him and Antonio, and Alec has 9-7 offsuit. Doesn't appear ready to let it go. Makes it 10,000 to go.
Yeah, he's got 2 of the recreational players in the blinds to his left, so he's still attacking them with his short stack.
Well, Tony, on the more stubborn side of the spectrum, is calling with ace-5 offsuit from the small blind. Perkins accepts the invitation with jack-10 off. 3 players to a flop of all deuces.
Wow, that is as uncoordinated a board as you'll find.
None of these 3 players have a pair. Tony checks the best hand with ace-high. Bill does the same, and now it's back over to Alec with 33,500 in the middle and just over 70,000 left in front of him. He's going to put 12,000 out there in the hopes that he can take it down right away. But as we see, Guglietti says no dice. Perkins lays down, and an extra 24,000 slide into the middle. An 8 on the turn. Action on Tony, who checks once more. And what are you thinking if you're Alec?
It's very hard for Alec to bluff here because his opponent either has ace high or a pair, and he can't be sure that he'll fold either of them. So I like that he gave up.
Yeah, he checked the turn, and now the river is a queen of clubs, and Tony's gonna do the betting, a real small bet of 10,000.
He's making a kind of blocking bet here where he doesn't want to check and make a difficult decision, so he just puts 10,000 out there and hopes that will end the hand.
Yeah, defensive posture relieving Torelli of the decision-making as Tony takes down the pot and inherits the button. Alec kind of sweating it out here, grabs himself a cool towel. He is officially the short stack. Alec down to just 58,500.
The entire table turning into a sauna here.
Kathy Laney, one of the amateurs in the event, makes sure Olivier Bousquet gets his cards and takes a look at her own holding in 9-4 suited. Not enough for her to participate.
Feels like I'm in a pool right now.
And Torelli moves all in with ace-10 offsuit for 58,000. Gets through Tony's 8-5 off on the button. Bill Perkins folds the small blind, but there's the call. Olivier Bousquet wakes up with pocket sevens, and he'll be the favorite heading to the flop against Alec Torelli's ace-10. Alec hoping to hit an ace or a 10. Here comes the flop. Ace-9 for Torelli out in front, looking good against Olivier's 2 sevens.
Yeah, at this point, Alec becomes a 9-1 favorite on the flop, though you can tell he's a professional. He doesn't show that he's relieved yet.
Yeah, 2 more cards to come. And the turn. Oh, a 7 of clubs, and that is a disaster for Alec Torelli. He's drawn dead. Olivier Bousquet spikes the 2 outer and sends Torelli packing.
Well, he's handling it very well, showing some class, shaking hands.
Yeah, certainly not his first time in a high-stakes event, and if it's any consolation, we give him an opportunity to talk to the lovely Lynn Gilmartin.
I'm sorry to see you go. That was a rough turn, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it happens on the flop to give you a little excitement, but it was a dramatic finish, so it's cool, fun.
It sure was.
Didn't turn out my way, but, you know, it easily could have, so.
And apart from Olivier's hot streak, who else do you think is doing really well today?
Olivier just is crushing it so well that he's just like, seems, actually, you know, Tony has a really particular playing style, and I think that he does things that are really unconventional, and I think that throws a lot of the pros for a loop, and so it's really hard to put him on a hand, and I think that's been working really well for him, so I look for him to do well as well.
All right, well, thank you so much, Alec. And with Alec's exit, we are now down to 6. Poker here in St. Kitts is the best, and now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and it's free. So what are you waiting for? Get in the game and play.
Free poker with your friends on your iPhone. What could be better than the Club WPT Express Poker app? Download it now. Not you, Tony.
What? Why not? I'm trying to play.
We are working, my friend, and so are the 6 players remaining at our final table, battling it out for that $720,000 plus first place prize. 3 pros, 3 amateurs.
So our chief of buy-ins, Antonio Esfendiari, has got to get second or better to make a profit.
That's the kind of title you don't want to end up with. Chief of buy-ins.
Chief of
3
buy-ins.
bullets for the first time ever. $300,000 invested so far. Antonio with pocket 10s on the button has made it 12,000 to go. Mercier with pocket 6s now in the small blind.
And Antonio's pretty short here, so I think Jason might re-raise and just try and put his whole stack at risk.
Antonio started this hand with 129,000.
Jason has re-raised here. He's going up to 34,000.
You like that play with 2 6s against a guy like Antonio on the button?
Yeah, Antonio's a very aggressive player. He's down to about 20-something blinds.
All in.
And I think Jason is going to call pretty quick here.
Esfendiari says all in. Jason makes the call, and oops.
2 10s. Jason has 2 6s.
Mercier, a 4-1 dog heading to the flop, and the flop is 8-8-4. No help to Mercier. A 9 on the turn. 6 is not looking very good, but Perhaps he can pull one of those Bousquet moves. Oh, on the river, it's the 7 again.
He did get the Bousquet 7 of clubs, but this time he needed a 6.
Close, but not quite, and Esfendiari breathes a sigh of relief.
Jason looks as apathetic as always. Did I win? Did I lose? Who cares?
Time to play some poker.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from Antonio lately. He's been really short-stacked, so he's been quite tight and passing up on some of his marginal strength hands pre-flop.
He's such an active player, Tony. He hates being on the short stack.
Yeah, Antonio really prefers to be the table captain as opposed to the re-entry captain.
Ooh, yeah, re-entry captain's not a title anybody wants to have.
Not a good hat to wear.
We see Olivier Bousquet creeping up on that $500,000 chip mark. No one in the field has yet to tip that scale. Bousquet will be on the button here, and it's Jason Mercier who wakes up with the pocket 7s. Making it 10,000 to go. Canadian Tony Guglietti makes the call with ace-9 offsuit. That has been his MO all event long, and it's Bill Perkins with ace-jack offsuit now.
All in.
He moves all in. Perkins has 104,000. How about this for timing? Hi, I've got Cowboys, and my name's Olivier.
Why don't you start with that?
260 total.
Now, Olivier has asked for a count from Jason Mercier. Why?
Well, he's posturing a little bit, but this is a reasonable place to do it. He doesn't want to seem too strong and too eager to get all the chips in the middle, so he's showing some concern for what he could, quote-unquote, potentially lose. It just doesn't get any better than this. A raise, a call, and a shove in front of you, you look down at kings. And I do like Bill's move in here. There's a bunch of dead money in the pot with that raise and call. Ace-jack's a pretty strong hand, but unfortunately, Olivier wakes up behind him.
All in.
Bousquet moves all in for 485.
You just can't shake it, Kenneth.
7s hit the muck, as does ace-9, which means it's back around to Bill Perkins.
We know one of his aces is dead.
Can't shake him. I got 2 flush draws at least. Did you fold an ace?
7s.
Olivier's only risking 104,000 of his 485 all in.
Bill learns that he's 2-outing. I like that Tony apologized to him for having been dealt the ace. Oh, I'm sorry, man. You got 2 outs.
Jack 9-8 on the flop improves Perkins' chances.
Club or ace or a jack, I'll take.
You can now hit a jack or an ace to make the best hand. Turn card, no help to him. And will Bill Perkins' $200,000 investment keep on working for him, or is it bankrupt?
Not this time. 5 of diamonds on the river. No help to Bill Perkins. He's eliminated in 6th place.
And Olivier Bousquet has busted Bill Perkins for the 2nd time in this event.
Yeah, Olivier's had his number all day. Now he has his chips.
Bill Perkins, though, not one to let his spirits be diminished. All smiles as he says goodbye and leaves behind 5 players to do battle for the top 3 slots, all of which will be paid. And Perkins will make his way out to the beach to soak up some sun, but not before soaking up some FaceTime with our Lynn Gilmartin.
Bill, so sorry to see you go.
I know. 2nd time by Olivier. I can't escape him.
Olivier is just getting hit with the deck with cards.
He's smacking us.
He's unstoppable.
Yeah, he's a beast.
He really is.
You gotta accept it and just move on.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you so much. That is it for us today. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you join us next time as we continue this journey to the A8 St. Kitts champion. For Ali Najad and Tony Dunst and Bill Perkins, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. The cool calm of the Caribbean is anything but comforting when tonight's players could win or lose a fortune. This is WPT Alpha 8. Unparalleled for its warmth and hospitality, St. Kitts is one of the Caribbean's most authentic and enchanting islands. All the more reason why our players journeyed here, each risking $100,000 to play. Now, action is about to start back up, so let's head over to our own high-rolling experts, Ali Najad and Tony Dunst, seated comfortably in the club at WPT.com Skybox. Hi, guys.
Hi, Lynn. Is there any other way other than comfortably to be seated on a beautiful island like this? Certainly a very enviable place to be playing poker, the Christoph Harbor here in St. Kitts. Tony, we are down to 5 players right now. Decent split between pros and amateurs, with Olivier Bousquet being the story.
Yeah, Olivier has led wire to wire ever since he won a big pot against Bill Perkins, who he knocked out twice in this tournament. I just can't imagine that Olivier doesn't finish in the top 3, but I really like him to win.
There's a couple of other pros at the table, though. Antonio Esfendiari, who's in for $300,000. 3 entries total, and you made the point that he needs to finish second just to be profitable, because third place money, $291,000, isn't going to cut it. But let's talk about Jason Mercier, the other guy.
Yeah, Jason Mercier, one of the best young professionals in the world. He's done pretty well in the Alpha 8 before, but as we discussed last time, he's had some really bad luck with to take down his first WPT Alpha.
Well, here's the good news, Tony. He hasn't had aces, so things have been going well thus far. Couple of amateurs remaining in the field. Tony Guglietti, the Canadian, builds and develops residential communities when he's not playing poker. $277,000 in front of him. But it's Kathy Laney who is in that danger zone with a little over $100,000. She's in for $200,000. First ever female to buy in to the Alpha 8. Blinds are at 2,500 and 5,000, though. That 20 blind range tends to be the one where you start to see the all-in or folds.
Yeah, and that's tough to play when you're a professional. As a non-professional player, I'm curious whether Kathy will verge too tight or too loose.
Well, we'll find out as the action gets underway. Antonio folds to Jason, who raises to 10,000 with 10-9 offsuit. He is sticking with that min-raise number he has throughout the event. Olivier will call an extra 5,000 with pocket deuces, and we'll take the flop heads up. And that flop is 9-9-8. Not a bad one if you're Jason.
It's the type of board where Olivier might call one bet here. I expect him to, but Jason actually checks behind. Very sharp.
Now, you think that Olivier is going to have his radar up here? Check. Why would Jason check a paired board like that?
Well, it's possible he believes Jason has something like ace high or king high and is just trying to get the showdown cheap and doesn't see much value in betting, but we know, of course, that Jason is much stronger than that.
Queen on the turn, and Jason has picked up a gut shot straight draw, betting 9,000.
Yeah, and it's going to work for him here. I think if he had gone much larger, Olivier probably would have given up. The queen is not a good card for his pair of twos.
River is the 4 of spades. Olivier checks.
The backdoor flush draw has gotten there, so now there's an awful lot of hands, including straights, flushes, and of course trips and overpairs, that beat Olivier's deuces.
28,000 is the bet from Mercier on the end. Bousquet making the right decision, laying down his deuces and giving Mercier the first pot of tonight's action.
Olivier is, one of the best players in the world. I never really want to have him at the table.
He's also a very good commentator. I laid down the best hand for sure.
I think if you're going to err on one side in poker tournaments, you should definitely err on the side of aggression.
If you commentate, you do give away a lot of information by how you think and how you play.
He's had a lot of experience just seeing a lot more hands that we've played, so I think that will give him a little bit of an edge.
A lot of commentators won't give 100% of what they think or how they analyze hands. He's a smart enough guy to flip it and reverse it, and so, it goes both ways.
You wonder whether or not Bousquet is conscious of some of the commentary that he has had about some of these other players in our time working together. Are you concerned, Tony, that if you end up playing in some of these Alpha 8s that you've given away some secrets?
Oh, I think that's awful optimistic, Ali.
Queen 10 suited for Olivier, who has called 5,000 on the button, just limping in after action was folded around to him.
I'm not sure why he's doing this. Queen 10 suited is a really good hand. I guess he's trying to encourage Kathy entering the pot, but it's not as though she makes big mistakes, or maybe he just knew he was going to flop a straight.
Yeah, there it is, 8-9 jack.
And look at this board for everyone involved.
2 diamonds out there, 2 pair for Kathy Laney, Jackson 8s, the open-ended straight flush draw for Antonio Esfendiari, and the nuts for Olivier Bousquet. This is going to be trouble.
This is going to be a huge pot for one that was limped 3 ways pre-flop.
Olivier has bet 8,000.
I'm all in.
And Kathy is just going to ship it right in there, 112.5. What do you do if you're Antonio?
This is actually a very difficult spot.
Could be the most confused I've ever been.
And I don't blame him for being confused. He's got a ton of equity in this hand, but he has to be worried that someone has a larger flush draw than he does. If Kathy has 2 diamonds, then he's actually in pretty bad shape here.
And the 10 is not a great card to get there with because obviously any queen would make a higher straight.
Call.
Wow, excellent fold there by Antonio.
I had 6, 7 of diamonds. Holy.
Nice hand.
He lays down. Kathy rolls over Jackson 8s. Olivier shows her the nuts.
I was check raising you. I had 6, 7 of diamonds. I think you might have saved me. That's pretty sweet.
Kathy Laney's $200,000 investment is at risk here. And she heads to the turn looking for a jack or an 8 to fill up.
Or running diamonds, actually.
That's right. She does have the only diamond out of these 2 holdings. And the turn is an 8 right away. Olivier Bousquet drawing dead. Kathy Laney is going to double through the chip leader and stay alive. And you see Antonio would not have gotten there.
You know what's sick about that hand, Ali, is if Olivier raises pre-flop, Kathy folds, Antonio calls, and then Antonio will check, probably go all in on the flop, and Olivier stacks him, and that's it.
I think I get lucky sometimes.
You gotta get lucky to win.
So Olivier limping in effectively cost him this pot and ended up saving Antonio's tournament life.
If we want to talk about it from a results-oriented perspective, absolutely.
Yeah, these are clearly hypotheticals and speculation, but that's what we're here for. As you see Olivier taking what might be the biggest hit that he's taken so far in this event right now. But the good news is he has given his chips not to one of his fellow pros, but to one of the amateurs.
I just like that we're professional speculators.
That's all right. That's what we're here for, Tony. And the action continues 5-handed. Jason Mercier in the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. Raises it up to 10,000. Bousquet on the button. Makes the call. As does Antonio in the big blind.
Olivier here, open-ended straight draw to the 9 or the king. Also has overcards here against Jason. A queen would give him the best hand. What he doesn't want to catch is an ace, but he doesn't know that.
All right, Jack 10-8 on the flop. Turn card is a 3 of diamonds. Jason continues his control of the pot by betting 28,000.
It's an interesting bet from Jason. He's definitely betting for value here, but he's saying, I'm confident I have the best hand. I think you're likely drawing or have a worse 10, and I'm going to keep trying to get value from you.
And Olivier has made the call of 28,000. You still think 10s are best if you're Jason?
It's hard to tell, but he likely believes that Olivier would raise the flop or turn if he had something like 2 pair or a set.
8 pairs on the river, and Mercier now checks.
Check.
Olivier wastes no time checking behind him, not going to try to buy the pot.
Yeah, his ace-queen can actually be good some of the time there. That 8 is not a card that Jason is going to bluff very frequently, and Olivier knows that it's a hard card for him to bluff and that there's numerous missed draws out there, so he was likely to get called.
Well, back-to-back losses in pots for the chip leader.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Martin, this place is a perfect getaway for our high rollers, right by the beach, right next to the pavilion where we're playing Alpha 8. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, these are great. So we're standing in our Ocean Grove Villas. This is a 2-bedroom home, about 1,640 square feet.
Now, what's the price tag?
$1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah,
Wow.
but for our super high rollers, we actually have some even larger, more luxurious homes. I mean, we have homes that are right on the beach, homes that are nestled into the hillside or on the harbor, and they can go for $10 million and up.
A girl can dream.
You win enough Alpha 8s, Lynn, and it won't be a dream, right? Resuming our action now. 5-handed, and Olivier Bousquet, our chip leader, has just lost a couple of pots back-to-back, and that's something we haven't seen out of his seat.
Yeah, he's suffered a couple of setbacks recently, and it's essentially been a pure ascent during this tournament up until that point. I think Olivier is still going to execute the game plan he came in with, and I don't think he's going to be unnerved either. It's just a little frustrating whenever you're sailing along so smoothly and things start going wrong.
He still certainly has plenty of room to maneuver. The blinds are at 2,500 and 5,000. Not short stack by any stretch of the imagination. Couple of folds in front of Jason Mercier. And he is going to raise it to 12,500 with his 10-8 offsuit, just simply attacking the amateur stack of Tony Guglietti, who looks down at ace-7 suited and will call.
Get him, Tony.
12-5.
Yeah, Tony never folding pre-flop with ace-7 suited. He doesn't fold many hands, certainly not that one.
Heads up to the flop, which is ace-6-8 and 2 diamonds.
Oh, sorry, I saw the button.
Yeah, he doesn't mind.
And Tony's so excited that he's checking out of position.
Mercier, unaffected by that out-of-position check, leads for 12,000 with a pair of eights.
30,000.
And Tony's going to raise to 30,000.
Yeah, splashes a raise into the pot. We haven't seen much aggression from him, really pre-flop or post-flop. I expected Jason to be aware of that and just fold the flop, but I guess with the backdoor draws, he's a little married to his hand.
Here comes the turn card. It is a diamond. Guglietti makes the nut flush. No card that Jason can hit on the end will give him the best hand. He's drawn dead. And both players check.
Yeah, Tony's slow playing a little bit here, I guess hoping to extract another bet from Jason on the river, or maybe raise him if Jason bets himself.
Mercier not betting, and
what what just happened?
That just happened. Tony Guglietti just checked the nuts in position heads up.
You can't call Ponzi for that.
Are you aware of what happened?
Yes, what?
You checked and you were last to act and you had the nuts.
Yes.
Is there a 100% agreement here?
Yeah, I don't think he should be penalized.
Okay. Normally there's a penalty involved here because you can't soft play the nuts when you're last to act. Okay?
Did you realize that you had the nut flush, that you had a flush?
Actually, I didn't.
Okay, that's what we thought. That's what we thought. Yeah, which is
that's
totally fine.
So you shouldn't be penalized.
If you had realized it and you wouldn't bet, it would be a little bit strange. But you didn't
realize. I'm sorry, I forgot that I had 2 diamonds.
You don't have to be sorry.
I know I had this.
Of course, of course.
Tony, I'm just letting you know that you're aware of it, okay? And we just want to make it clear this is a one-time warning.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not a professional.
I understand. That's why you got a warning and. Yeah.
Well, if you had us fooled, that last hand gave it away.
So let's clarify what just happened there, Tony Dunst. There are rules in place to prevent what's known as collusion, and one of them is the one about checking on the river heads up in position with the nuts, correct?
That's right. When you have the nuts, that is the best possible hand on the board. It's a mandatory bet on the river when it's checked to you to prevent you from soft playing someone that you may have made some kind of agreement with. Now, none of us believe Tony Guglietti has done such a thing, and that was just an honest mistake from him, which is why the entire table and the tournament director agreed there should be no penalty.
Yeah, and I think that that's a good example of flexibility and not adhering to a rule which clearly would have been enforced in a manner that wasn't in the spirit of the rule right there.
Agreed.
So good job by the tournament director there, and of course our players for making sure to acknowledge that Guglietti was inadvertent in that check there. All right, there you have it. Antonio Esfendiari with pocket nines here. We'll send 14,000 into the middle. Fold from Jason Mercier, and Tony Guglietti with his king-6 offsuit is going to call from the small blind. Olivier does the same from the big, and Antonio will have position on these two, heading to a three-way flop, which is 2 6s and a jack. Tony likes it.
Yeah, Tony playing pretty loose here pre-flop, calling that raise with king-6 offsuit, but he flops 2 6s, and I'm hoping he realizes that this time and tries to get more money in the pot.
After a couple of checks, Antonio bets 15,000, and Guglietti raises to 40.
I expect Antonio to fold. He pays a lot of attention at the table, particularly to how people play, but no, Antonio does make the call.
That's interesting.
Surprising.
We just saw Tony take a line like this, check raising with top pair, so you have to think he's got at least that here, in which case your nines are cooked.
Yeah, and you don't beat a jack either, and I don't know what you expect Tony to just totally bluff with here.
Right, that board's so dry. Both players check the turn. The river is a 3. Guglietti's trip 6 is still best.
Tony back to his slow playing ways, but he knows to bet this river.
35,000. You think he checked the turn in the hopes that Antonio would hang himself?
Yeah, he either wanted Antonio to bet for him, or he wanted to make sure he gets another bet on the river.
What do you got, Tony?
What do you like to know?
Now, the problem with responding to Antonio's question is he's not really interested in the words, he's interested in the demeanor. And you saw that Tony there looked very relaxed. Sure, what do you want to know? It's confident demeanor, and I think Antonio will probably pick up on it.
35,000 chip decision for Esfendiari. Really struggling, but ends up making the correct decision, laying down the nines, a hand that I think you and I both agree he could have gotten away from on the flop.
Yeah, I think he should have just folded the flop. Tony has shown throughout the course of this tournament that he's not going to get that creative post-flop. He hasn't been very aggressive pre-flop, so if he starts firing at you, you can just believe him and let go, unless you've got a really strong hand.
Yeah, don't expect a tremendous amount of creativity out of the recreational seats, for sure. And 2 kings for Jason Mercier. They don't require much creativity.
We know the aces have really mistreated him on the Alpha 8, but the kings perhaps will be a little better.
He's made it 12,000 to go. Tony picks up pocket sevens, makes the call. Queen 7 suited for Olivier. He wants to party.
Yeah, when Tony's at the party, Olivier wants an invitation.
Kathy has 6 tray offsuit, and she wants to play as well.
That's strange. We saw her fold King Jack last time when there was no raise to her, but here she just calls with a 6-3 offsuit.
Ace Jack 8 on the board. 2 kings still best, but of course, there's a reason you call them ace magnets. Always seems like you can't get kings to stay the overpair on a board. Oh my goodness, did we just see Kathy Laney fire 15,000 at this?
This is a very strange play to make. It's not that I don't think she should ever bluff here, but she has no equity in the hand. She's facing 3 other players, and this is a really coordinated board. You're just not going to get away with this very often, but she's against a hand that she could potentially bluff out if she keeps going.
9 on the turn, and Kathy checks. Jason checks behind her. Now, Mercier had 2 players behind him when he made the call on the flop. Wasn't scared of Kathy's lead, despite the fact that the ace was out there. And now we see a queen of clubs on the river.
So look, if she is going to bluff, this is the card to bluff. It completes the straight, it completes the flush.
Yeah, 20,000 is the number. It's almost like she's really wanting to get called with that bet sizing.
But it does work.
Wow. Kathy Laney with 6 tray offsuit. Complete air has just bluffed the pro.
We've seen her bluff twice in this tournament so far and gotten away with it both times. She gets a lot of credibility.
Well, I don't know how much longer we can continue to refer to the Texas Oil CEO as an amateur, because with plays like that, she's quickly earning our respect.
Now, Martin, this island must attract some pretty big boats.
Yeah, it does. We are right in the center of the primary cruising ground of the Caribbean. So we have a lot of really cool islands in close proximity. We have St. Bart's, St. Martin, all in a short distance of St. Kitts.
Now, what kind of boats are we talking?
Yeah, we're talking about the big ones, the mega yachts.
And what are they worth?
Typically, a brand new yacht costs about $1 million a meter, and a 150-foot vessel is 45 meters.
Wow, $45 million for a boat. That blows my mind. All right, now, there is some big machinery down there to sort of get all this going. What are you playing with?
That's a dredge. It's basically like a vacuum cleaner. It's pumping the sand from the basin of the harbor, and it's moving it to different places.
What's it all going to look like when it's finished?
Yeah, well, once the docks are complete, we'll start adding in amenities like the shops and the restaurants. So it's going to be a large marina community when it's all done.
Do you get to go down there and play?
They don't let me down there.
As if this place couldn't get any better, now they're going to open it up And my guess is, Tony Dunst, that once that marina is done, we're gonna have even bigger fields for our Alpha 8 events here, right?
Yeah, I hope they have room for my 50-meter yacht.
I hope they have room for my rowboat. Tony Guglietti, one of the 2 remaining recreational players in the field, is your new chip leader. He's got 425,000, the only other player other than Olivier Bousquet to lay claim to that honor in this event thus far. Couple of folds in front of Jason Mercier, who's got Queen 10 suited. Makes it 12,000 to go from the button.
No limping from him on the button.
Nope, Guglietti out of the way. Ace 4 offsuit for Bousquet in the big blind, and he'll call for an extra 6,000. Take the flop heads up.
Check.
Checking in the dark. Flop is Ace Queen 7. Top pair for Olivier, middle pair for Jason.
Yeah, Olivier would have liked to have called a bet there, but Jason checks behind with his second pair and now turns trips.
Yeah, he's got the best hand. Second check from Olivier, and with trip queens, Jason Mercier reaches for chips and comes up with 14,000 of them.
When someone like Jason checks that flop, it's usually with showdown value, so Olivier doesn't feel good here with his ace on the turn, but he's not gonna fold yet.
Calls the 14,000. Pot up to 60K. River card is a 3. Bousquet's playing the 7 kicker on the board. Checks a third time. Mercier's got to come up with a figure he thinks he can get paid off on. 43,000. And you see the look on Olivier's face. It's almost as though he's surprised at the size of the bet. A little bigger than he expected.
I'm guessing he'll fold since he's essentially calling for a chop. He just looks kind of defeated here. Things are going so wrong, and they were going so well up until the last few hands that he played. And he does get away, so another well-played hand by Olivier. He actually minimized his losses there, but it still feels dirt.
Yeah, and the look on his face is certainly one that reflects his frustration.
I wasn't pretend tanking with a misflush.
Well, you could have King 4 of hearts.
Yeah, my hand was better than King 4 of
He
hearts.
had an Ace 4, obviously.
Jason calls his exact hand.
How is that happening?
Just wondering when you're gonna finally call.
Well, my hand is better, I guess. I just really didn't like that turn.
It is remarkable how well these players can read people's hands. It is a skill that they've honed over the course of many hours on the felt. Folded around to Olivier, who's right back in the saddle after that dust off. Limps in the small blind. Kathy says run it. Flop is Ace 8-3. 2 diamonds.
Check.
Air for Olivier, who checks it over to Kathy, and Kathy checks back with a pair of 8s. Board pairs on the turn.
Check.
Olivier checks one more time, and Kathy checks again as well. River card is the 4 of hearts. And with 17,000 out there, Bousquet is just gonna take a nonchalant stab at it for 10K, and Kathy makes the call.
Well, it doesn't work for Olivier here, but I like his bet. If he just checks, he's gonna lose to Jack High, Queen High, and King High, all of which are hands I expect Kathy to fold to his bet. This time, she happened to have a pair.
You know, we call her a recreational player, but as the pros will tell you, Kathy Laney has garnered their respect.
This is actually my first time playing with Kathy. I've heard that she's kind of a regular in cash games down in Texas. When she does play hands, she tends to have good ones.
She's playing kind of tight, but you know, she's not making any big mistakes or anything.
She's a non-professional, so obviously as a professional, I'd rather play with a non-professional, but she's definitely, you know, not someone that you can just run over. She definitely holds on.
And you heard Olivier say that when she plays hands, she typically has good ones, but we know Kathy has run 2 bluffs with absolutely nothing in this tournament, so she's doing a great job of taking advantage of her image. And she looks the part out there. Even when she's playing and winning dramatic hands, none of it shows in her face.
15.
A lot of times emotions get the better of amateur players, and Ace-King offsuit. She's not giving anything away after the raise to 15,000 from Olivier on the button with Ace-8. Kathy moves all in for 263,000, and Antonio goes all in as well, having woken up with 2 queens. Easy fold for Bousquet, and we've got a race.
Pretty good hands.
Antonio will be relieved to know that one of the aces is dead, but still at risk here as Kathy does cover him.
Good luck, Kathy.
Good luck.
Here comes the flop. Can she connect with an ace or a king? No, it's Jack High, and it's Rainbow. Esfendiari is loving it with his 2 queens, now a 3-to-1 favorite. to hold on. All he's got to do is escape an ace or a king on the turn or river. The turn is a 5. Kathy can now hit an ace, king, or a deuce, giving her a wheel.
Oh, gosh.
To make the best
there
hand, and
is
right
the
away,
deuce.
there it is.
Nice hand.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Nice hand.
Running 5 deuce.
That's the first reaction we've seen from her all tournament.
That is an incredible turn of events there. And the woman who's in for $200,000
Nice. Good luck, guys.
is going to eliminate the man who's in for
Just less than me.
$300,000, and that is bitter defeat for Antonio Esfendiari. He's probably going to feel a bit of a damper on his vacation spirits as he takes a dose of the red wash and leaves 4 players behind on the money bubble.
Oh, gosh.
Nice hand.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Nice hand.
How you feeling? You all right? Doesn't hit you too
That
hard?
hurt a little bit. I mean, that was a triple lead pot with 4 people left.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if I win that pot, I guarantee I'm going to cash. So, but whatever, it's a coin flip. You win some, you lose some.
You do.
Yeah.
Well, you played some awesome poker. Who's your pick on who's going to take this one down?
I hope it's Kathy.
You do?
Just to punish the pros.
So she can
Tony
use your chips
or
well.
Kathy, punish the pros.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, Antonio. And now we are on the money bubble.
Well, one thing we know for sure is Antonio is always a fan of punishment. His good buddy Phil Locke, often the recipient. This time, he's on the receiving end of it, courtesy of Kathy Laney, our new chip leader. Shortest stack at the table, ironically enough, belongs to Olivier Bousquet, but at one point was the wire-to-wire chip leader.
Yeah, fortunately for Olivier, he's still playing really well despite the frustration mounting, and he's not that far off the chip leader.
Yeah, if there's anybody who can deal with the sort of downward trend that he has been faced with over the last few pots he's played, it is Olivier Bousquet, a real veteran, a middle-aged wizard, as Antonio likes to say. Folded around to the small blind of Kathy Laney with 10-9 offsuit. She raises to 15,000.
Yeah, we haven't seen her be very aggressive pre-flop, but it seems like she's changed gears since becoming our chip leader and is now becoming a little more wide in the type of hand she'll play pre-flop.
Pocket 5s for Jason Mercier, who defends his big blind, and Kathy's outflopped those 5s. 9 high is the board. She's got 9s and fires another 15,000.
This is a good flop for both players. Obviously better for Kathy, but Jason likes where he's sitting on
Why
this
a good
9-6
flop
deuce flop.
Why a good flop for 2 5s?
Because he anticipates that she's raising Broadway cards or aces before the flop, and so a 9-high board looks pretty safe to his 5s, and when another 9 comes out, that's actually a very safe card for his hand. He just doesn't know she has trips.
Right, 3 9s on the turn for Kathy. She fired another 15,000, got called once more. Now a jack on the river. And with 94K in the middle, she fires 25,000.
Feels like this chip is going away if I throw it in.
He knows that Kathy leans on the tighter side, but also there's a lot of hands that she can have that have gotten to this river without any showdown value. That includes missed flush draws, missed straight draws, or even just overcards where she decided to run a 3-barrel bluff.
Is she capable of the 3-barrel bluff? That's what Mercier is asking himself right now.
Well, we know she's capable of some creative bluffs. The problem is she hasn't been caught yet at this tournament, so Jason doesn't know.
And she still hasn't been caught. She's got the goods yet again, taking another pot from one of these pros and adding to her chip lead. She's demonstrated some real comfort here at these stakes, and you gotta believe that that has everything to do with her high stakes experience playing alongside Bill Perkins and his buddies in the big Houston cash games that Bill hosts. You see Kathy right back at it, raising with Queen Jack offsuit to 15,000. Mercier's gonna give her another try, this time with 6-7 suited, but he'll have company. Guglietti calls with ace-deuce offsuit, the kind of hand that perhaps we want to see him get away from pre-flop.
Yeah, we've been talking about Tony playing too many hands pre-flop for a while now, and it looks like Olivier is going to try and take advantage of that fact by putting the squeeze play on and 3-betting king-4 offsuit to 60,000.
So this has nothing to do with his hand here. He is just reading the situation and trying to take this pot down right here and now.
Exactly. He also thinks that if Jason had a strong hand, he'd likely just 3-bet Kathy to begin with, so he's confident that both players who just called probably don't have much.
And just taking his chances against Kathy's holding, and Kathy has defended calling. he'll be up against her, out of position, heads up to the flop, which is 8-8-9. Olivier's king high currently the better hand, but Kathy's got 2 overs and a gut shot straight draw.
It's actually a pretty good flop for Kathy. Now, many professionals would call this flop with the intention to bluff numerous turns and rivers, especially a diamond. I'm curious to see how she'll play it.
154,000 in the middle. Olivier bets 55,000. What will Kathy Laney do? She's gonna make the call. Pot up to 264K. Big one developing here between the pro and amateur. Turn card, a queen of diamonds. Kathy's now got the best hand.
Yeah, that is the worst card in the deck for Olivier's hand. If she had Jack-10, diamonds, or just something like Queen-Jack, now she's ahead.
Yeah, given her pre-flop raising range after defending against the 3-bet and having called on the flop, that is an awful card for Olivier. He shuts it down. Kathy checks behind him, and now the board pairs a second time on the river, 8s and 9s. Olivier checking, and Laney content to let the pot stand where it is, checks, and will take down a big one.
I like that she checked behind there. I don't think she can get more value from a worse hand by betting, and on a 2-pair board with 3 to a flush out, if she does bet, she's really over-representing her hand.
The tough going continues for Olivier's stack, trending in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, Kathy Laney is pushing ahead further into the chip lead.
Poker here in St. Kitts is the best, and now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and it's free. So what are you waiting for? Get in the game and play. There are so many gorgeous sights in St. Kitts, and one of the best ways to see them is on the St. Kitts Scenic Railway. Built a century ago to transport sugarcane, these days the sugar train carries visitors eager to discover the island's scenic vistas and lush ravines. I'm not good with heights.
Even for those who aren't playing poker, there is certainly plenty to do here in St. Kitts, and Lynn Gilmartin has done just about all of it.
She is out there living the life.
Yeah, living the life is exactly what Kathy Laney is doing. She has pushed her chip lead to 687,000 in front of her, over 300,000 better than the only other amateur left in the field, Tony Guglietti, who's got 380 in front of him, Jason Mercier with 252,000, and the one-time chip leader, Olivier Bousquet, down to just 181,000 in front of him with the blinds at 3 and 6,000 and the antes at 1K. Guglietti looks down at pocket 10s, and he is going to raise it. We haven't seen pre-flop raising from him much at all in this event. He makes it 16,000 to go. Bousquet's got 6s.
Yeah, I like that Olivier is just calling here. He knows that Tony prefers to limp pre-flop and that he's only raising his strongest hands.
Kathy Laney with queen deuce suited is going to put some of her chips to work, calling 13,000 unexpectedly. Ace-9 off for Jason Mercier. He defends his big blind, family pot, and the flop is Jack 4 deuce. Couple of spades. Laney with deuces. Tony's 10 still best. 2 checks in front of him, and he checks as well.
Yeah, he's a little scared of that jack there, plus he's typically passive.
Can't blame Olivier for doing the betting for him. He fires 25,000 with effectively second pair. Laney not ready to give up with the deuces, and it's back over to Tony.
And it looks like Tony is putting a raise out there. He check min raised that 25,000 chip bet. This is a very odd play. I'm not sure it's going to accomplish what he wants, but it is going to throw off his opponents, and hey, he still has the best hand here.
Another 25,000 milked out of both Olivier and Kathy's stacks after that check raise. And a turn, a third spade in the form of an ace.
Yeah, that's not the card that anyone wanted to see, and it should slow down the action. Maybe Olivier will bet, but I don't think so.
2 checks in front of him. Check. He's got the only spade, but checks. And the river card, a 10 of spades. Guglietti makes a set of 10s. Olivier's got the best hand with the flush. But it's Kathy Laney with naked deuces that fires 50 grand.
Wow, she's betting small here, too. That's a pot of 200,000, so it's just a quarter pot bet, but Tony in an awkward spot with his set on a 4-flush board, and Olivier with a small flush might not believe he's good here against such a small bet that looks like it's begging to be called.
Well, the action's on Tony.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
It's so rare that you make a set in poker, and Tony's done just that, but unfortunately with 4 spades on board and 1 player left to act behind him. He's gonna lay it down, over to Olivier. Olivier lays it down, and look at this. The worst hand has just taken the pot. The chip leader continues to run this clinic.
Kathy is 3 for 3 in getting away with her bluffs during this tournament. She's doing such a great job of using her image to manipulate the players around her.
Yeah, and she has never been caught in the process of executing any of those bluffs, so that image is thoroughly intact. The Kathy show continues from St. Kitts.
Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to club.wpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
There's another thing that's guaranteed. 3 out of our 4 remaining players are going to be taking home some cash at this super high roller $100,000 buy-in event, as we're officially on the money bubble.
And our remaining field is evenly split between 2 experienced high-stakes pros and 2 wealthy amateurs, all of who had the means to pony up the $100,000 entry.
Now, obviously, not all of you at home have $100,000 to pony up into an event like this. Tony and I don't either, but that's why you hear us talking about clubwpt.com. It's basically a site where you can log on and play poker for free. And if you love the game, that's exactly what you should be doing.
A lot of pros say the best way to improve your game is to just play. And by playing on clubwpt.com, you can play with friends, have fun, and get all that important experience to improve your game, all from the comfort of your own home.
And if you really want to amp up your game and become a clubwpt.com VIP member, you'll receive all kinds of exclusive benefits, including having access to some great poker resources like old episodes of the World Poker Tour and WPT Alpha 8.
At clubwpt.com, you can play for a part of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
So what are you waiting for? Log on to clubwpt.com and check it out. Meanwhile, we're going to check out the leaderboard. One of these 4 players is going home empty-handed. 3rd place good for $291,000, and currently the short stack belongs to Olivier Bousquet with $122,000, and the blinds at 3 and 6K. He is certainly concerned.
Yeah, it's not often you see a $300,000 bubble, but that's what we have for 4-handed play today.
Button is on Tony Guglietti. Olivier and Kathy are in the blinds. Jason Mercier will be first to act. Jason has also had a bit of a downward trend in his stack. At one point, was nipping on the chip leader's heels, and no longer the case as he is sitting on $230,000. Tony limping in with ace-deuce suited. Olivier limps as well from the small blind, and we'd act surprised, but this is what we've seen from Tony this entire event, passive play.
Yeah, he's been very passive pre-flop, especially prefers to limp as opposed to raise. Check. We've seen him get a little out of line post-flop or even to raise in some situations where we would expect him to call, but pre-flop he's a limper.
3 players took the flop. Olivier's 7s are best. Turn is a 3rd heart in the form of an ace. Guglietti now has the best hand.
I don't like his check. There's 3 to a flush out and 2 opponents in the pot. I think he should try and get some value by betting.
10.
5 on the end, and Olivier fires 10,000.
Olivier at this point thinks he has the best hand and is betting for value, and he's going to find out that's not the case.
7.
Yeah, sure enough. Bousquet continues to experience frustration after frustration. And as you've mentioned, Tony, it's not that he's making massive mistakes of any sort. Things just aren't working out.
Yeah, he's still playing very well, but he ends up on the wrong side of so many hands. Of course, he lost that very dramatic hand where he flopped a straight against Kathy's 2 pair that she turned into a full house on the turn, but otherwise, he's just losing small and medium pots, 1 bet at a time or 2 bets at a time, and not making any major mistakes.
Ace-Jack suited on the button. He raises to 12,000, and Kathy Laney, his nemesis, calls from the small blind with 6-3 offsuit, and we've seen her use that hand before.
All in.
King-Queen suited for Mercier, and he's gonna move all in. Bousquet not going anywhere.
Ace-Jack.
Kathy mucks the 6 tray and will leave the 2 pros to cannibalize one another.
Could have just peeled, I guess.
It's a pretty big button hand.
He's got a strong hand on the button with ace-jack suited. but it's not that much of a favorite over the king-queen suited of Jason
less
Mercier.
than a 3-2 favorite is Olivier with ace-jack suited against king-queen suited. Tournament life is at stake in just such an unpredictable turn of events for the one-time overwhelming chip leader.
Oh, man, and there is the board that's all Jason.
Queen 5-9. Mercier now with the best hand, and Olivier needs some help. Deuce of hearts is not going to cut it. He has one pull at an ace. Otherwise, and sure enough, the 7 on the end seals Olivier's fate as the dreaded bubble boy. And Jason Mercier has dispensed of the only other pro in the event.
What a disappointing end for Olivier. He played so well during this tournament, both when he was running hot and when he was running cold, but unfortunately busted out in 4th place, going home empty-handed. Not what I expected.
And those 3 players right there are all in the money, and joining them to celebrate and congratulate Bill Perkins.
You busted my nemesis. From Houston, the chairwoman. That's
And
awesome.
Antonio's too.
Antonio, crush us. Crush it. I'm sorry, you know.
Not exactly the look of celebration there for Olivier Bousquet, however.
Oh, that is the saddest thing I've ever seen at a poker tournament.
At the start of today, Olivier really was the odds-on favorite after having gone wire to wire as the chip leader. Both you and I certainly would have put our money on him finishing in the top 3 at the very least, and instead, he is sent home on the bubble, not the outcome any of us would have predicted.
Oh, Olivier, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I'm shocked. You must be shocked.
I mean, it's not as much of a shock. You know, this happens actually, you know, not too rarely in tournaments where somebody gets a lot of luck early and builds up a stack, and then it's hard to maintain that level of luck. And if you get a little bit unlucky when the blinds go up, you know, it's not that uncommon that people can bust out like that. So, you know, obviously it's not fun to be the bubble, but that's just how it happens. I've had a good year, and I've been really fortunate, so I really can't complain.
You certainly have. Now, Kathy is our chip leader. What do you think about her play?
You know, Kathy was kind of quiet for a while. She didn't have a lot of chips, and then she won some big hands, and then when she had a lot of chips, she started becoming a lot more active. You really got to give her credit. I mean, she's starting to put pressure, play a lot of hands, get involved. And I mean, with you know, the amount of chips that she has, I think she's for sure the favorite to win.
Awesome. Well, it's been so much fun cheering for you. Thank you so much, Olivier. And that is it for us tonight. Now, with Olivier's elimination, all players are in the money. So join us next time as we continue this journey to crown the WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts champion. For Ali Najad, Olivier Bousquet, Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Tonight, the elite world of high-stakes poker will crown its newest champion. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to the Pavilion Beach Club at Christoph Harbour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. It is here where we have seen the extraordinary highs and lows of poker play out.
Oh, God.
To make the best hand, and right away, there it is.
Nice.
Sorry.
No, sorry. Nice.
And tonight, one player is guaranteed to take home all the treasure that goes with winning WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts. As we head into the final stretch, I'm delighted to pass it over to Ali Najad and Tony Dunst in the club at WPT.com Skybox. Hi, guys.
Hi, Lynn. We are definitely excited to be down to our final 3 players. But, Tony, the first thing I want to zero in on is that in this $100,000 buy-in event, we had 11 entrants, 15 total buy-ins, and it's Olivier Bousquet who finished on the bubble.
Yeah, we've been talking about the pro versus amateur dynamic through the tournament, and as it turns out, it's going to be 2 amateurs versus 1 top professional.
Yeah, definitely not what we expected. First among them, Tony Guglietti, hails from Canada, a real estate guy, certainly has had some moments that have caused us to question how much of what's going on the felt he knows, but here he is in the final table, in the money.
Yeah, Tony has been the most passive player at this table, and he has made some costly mistakes, but he's been able to bounce back from those, and I feel like he's learning as he goes, so we'll see if he can acclimate 3-handed.
Yeah, and then, of course, we've got Jason Mercier, the pro, a guy who's got tons as comfortable as you might expect against these two.
No, the problem with playing against these amateurs is it's really hard to predict where they're at in any given hand. So Jason so far has adapted a very small ball strategy and trying to prevent any really big risks in situations where he's uncertain.
And the third of our three players in the money, Kathy Laney, who hails from Houston, Texas. Her company, Suncoast Resources, the largest female-owned business in Texas, and that's saying something. First ever female to buy in to the Alpha 8. In the outset, we said amateur, we said recreational player, but as you and I have both noticed, that doesn't seem to be a moniker that's befitting her talent level.
Yeah, we might have to revise that description with Kathy because she's been very creative during the course of this tournament. Everyone perceives her as a tight player, and yet she's gotten away with 3 bluffs that have outmaneuvered the pros at the table.
She's on 2 buy-ins, $200,000 invested, and let's get a look at the chip counts. 878,000 in chips for Kathy Laney. Jason Mercier and Tony Guglietti a distant second and third. What's it going to take for them to be able to dethrone Laney here?
Well, they're going to have to get lucky a little bit, or at least not get unlucky in order to get knocked out in a crucial pot against Kathy, since she covers them by such a vast amount. I think that Jason will probably be a little bit risk-averse and try and pick up small pots off his less experienced opponents. I'm not sure how Tony will approach this. He seems to be mostly enjoying himself and trying to learn as he goes, like we said before. She's going to start off by raising ace-9 here in the small blind against Jason. I know she wants to avoid these type of conflicts, but she should still be raising a hand this strong.
And indeed, she's done that, making it 20,000 to go. Mercier defends with pocket deuces, and we'll see our first flop of the day. Queen, tray 4, all clubs. Neither player connecting with the board in any meaningful manner.
It's a pretty bad board for Kathy's hand. I expect her to check and then fold to a bet from Jason, and I like that that's her strategy. I think she'd be wasting chips by betting, and that Jason would find a way to take this pot away from her in many instances.
Mercier firing 23,000, and he'll be glad to see Laney's hand hit the muck as he picks up a small pot to kick things off. Button slides over to Kathy Laney. Now, Kathy is an unfamiliar face to us. She is the first ever female participant in the Alpha 8, a friend of Bill Perkins and a regular in Perkins' high-stakes cash game out in Houston, Texas. Demonstrated incredible poise in this event despite the amount of money that we're playing for. And again, we see her raising. This time she's improved from ace-9 to ace-jack offsuit. 7-8 suited for Jason Mercier, who calls an extra 16,000. And with pocket 4s, Guglietti going nowhere. 3-way family pot heading to the flop. And that flop is queen, 5 deuce, 2 spades. He checks it. Tony checks it, as does Kathy. Trey of clubs hits the turn.
Another good card for Tony's hand. I'd like to see him bet here. He's likely in front against 2 holdings after everyone checks the flop, plus he's got equity to draw out on them, but unfortunately he does check this turn.
Yeah, and Laney showing discipline, checks with the ace-jack high. She had a wheel draw. There's the 6 on the end, giving Guglietti a straight, but it's Jason Mercier who's gonna try to take this pot, firing 32,000, and a quick all-in from Tony for 255.
Yeah, you see there that Tony's only really comfortable raising when he's certain his hand is best, and that's going to get him in some trouble against a professional like Jason.
Yeah, easily perceived pattern there. Both Kathy and Jason lay down, and Tony takes a decent-sized pot.
Yeah, I like the instant fold from Jason, no posturing there. I like what I see from his approach against these 2 opponents.
His $12.8 million in live tournament earnings are not an accident. He's very comfortable in this situation, but he'd be even more comfortable if he could take some of Kathy's chips.
Well, he's in the right seat to relieve some of them from her.
Kathy's got ace-jack offsuit, makes it 20,000 to go.
Jason making the call with 10-8 of diamonds. Nobody really connects on 3-3-6. And Kathy just gonna bet here, likely confident she has the best hand. And I'm not expecting Jason to get that creative with either Kathy or Tony post-flop, although for a moment there, he might be thinking he was gonna call, but it would have been real surprising.
Thought he might float there, but instead lays it down. And the bad start sort of continuing here for Jason Mercier as we see he has flip-flopped with Tony Guglietti down into third in chips with just 274,000.
He is doing a good job of minimizing the damage, though. He hasn't had the best hand often, but he's not putting in chips unnecessarily.
Button on Kathy. She peaks down at 3-5 suited. Now, would you rather she play aggressively in that spot with Tony in the big blind and her having the button?
Well, I would be raising in her position with 5-3 suited there. I'm not sure Kathy feels as comfortable raising small cards even when they're suited. But you look at that flop and she's probably wishing that she had.
Yeah, she would have had an open-ended straight draw. Meanwhile, it's a pair of sixes for Jason Mercier, who limped in with 6-7. Tony said run it with ace-7, and now it's a bet and a call of 8,000 on the flop. Turn card is a 9.
Jason might bet small here again. He knows he can get value from Tony pretty wide. I think if he had a better kicker with his 6, he would definitely bet. And if it goes check-check on this turn, I do expect a small bet on the river from Jason.
And Guglietti check behind, and that's a good-looking card for Jason Mercier. Pairs the board, running 9s.
Very good-looking card for Jason. I'm expecting about 15 or 20,000 here. There's 15.
Guglietti with ace high.
No payment.
Nice value bet by Jason there.
Tony pays off, keeping Jason honest. A larger number in Guglietti's hand hits the muck.
I would think so. Although Tony does like to see cards at showdown, I don't think Jason had to add much to his bet to get a fold. He sized it very well.
Ten-9 suited. And he raises to 16,000. Tony out of the way. Kathy with king-10 offsuit will surely participate. Oh, and she 3-bets it to 45,000, Tony.
I like that she's getting aggressive and trying to put Jason to difficult decisions, but king-10 offsuit in the big blind is likely not the hand I would opt for. It plays pretty well post-flop, and I think you want to just defend here.
Coincidentally, Kathy has Jason dominated heading to the flop, and it's a flop that doesn't connect with either hand. 6-4 tray, couple of hearts. Kathy with control of the action, and 97,000 in the middle. She fires another 45.
I like that she's following through here. She doesn't have much equity in the hand, but Jason is still not going to be able to continue with many of the hands he called with pre-flop. And you see that Kathy does take down that pot with her flop bet.
Discouraging series of hands for Jason Mercier, and Kathy Laney gives us a lesson in calling people amateurs.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on ClubWPT.com. Get in the game today. So, Bill, Kathy is the first woman to play WPT Alpha 8, and you have a bit of history at the poker table, don't you?
Yeah. We play back in Houston. There's a weekly game. It's twice a week. We're there frequently mixing it up. She flew down with the Houston crew, and I'm glad to see her just punishing the pros.
She sure is.
Punish the pros.
Oh. Nice hand.
Sorry.
No, sorry.
Now, Kathy has been given the nickname Chairwoman at this home game.
Well, only because I'm the only female that plays at the table, so.
That's what they say. They say she is the boss. Anything that she does goes. She's the boss. That she holds her own at the table.
She's pretty aggressive. You know, she's not timid. You know, Kathy built up her own business. It's a very successful business. She dwarfs me. She's the chairwoman. I'm just the businessman. She's the chairwoman, so we all report to her.
I'll tell you what, the rest of the players in this event had reported to her at one time or another. Most of those chips that she's gotten haven't been sourced from a single spot, and everybody has been surprised at how well Kathy Laney has played. She's sitting on 929,000 in chips at this point. Really unstoppable.
Yeah, a commanding chip lead at this point. She has more chips than her two opponents combined, and she's taken many of them from the professionals in this tournament.
On the button with 8-deuce offsuit, she'll sit this one out over to Jason Mercier with Jack-deuce suited. I don't think there's really any two cards that Jason's unwilling to at least limp in with against Tony.
I agree. I think he's going to play 100% from his small blind, and he'll raise the best ones. Everything else is going to get a limp. And he drills it here on this Jack-Jack 3 flop. The tricky part will be getting Tony to put in chips. I like that Jason begins by checking.
Guglietti with the 4-5. Tempting spot to try to bluff and take the pot down.
Yeah, very uncoordinated board, but we've seen Tony lean passive before, and he does check behind here.
Turn card is a 5. Tony now with jacks and 5s, and Mercier's gonna bet 18,000.
That's almost full pot here. And Tony will raise. This is not what I expected. I think a call is a better play here. I'm not sure why Tony's raising.
Well, perhaps he thinks Jason is just taking a shot at the pot and is worried that his 5 may not be good on the river if he smooth calls, doesn't want to end up in no man's land. But clearly, Dunst, you and I agree, this is not the way you want to play against Jason Mercier. Jason just calls the extra 32,000, giving Tony some extra rope, and a deuce on the river gives Mercier a full house.
And Tony just checks behind. Good check on the river.
Good hand.
Need you to have the flush.
Yeah, I should have known better.
Jason hoping that Tony would have a flush there, or at least a holding strong enough that he could bet again, which would allow Jason to check raise.
And Tony saying he should have known better, acknowledging maybe a bit of a misstep there on the turn. On the button with ace-3 offsuit. Guglietti raises to 16,000 with king-jack offsuit. Kathy simply calls in the small blind. Rather see her 3-bet?
I'm okay with this call from Kathy because Tony has been so apt to limp pre-flop. She can't be sure that king-jack is the best hand.
Good point. 8-6-5 rainbow on the flop. Jason Mercier with a pair of 6s has the best hand. Kathy checks to him.
I was going to guess that Jason might lead here because he knows Tony is so likely to check behind on this board, and many turns can really hurt his hand.
Guglietti folds, and so does Kathy. Good lead from Jason Mercier, who picks up a decent-sized pot.
Yeah, the small ball continues from Jason, and I think it's going to be a very effective strategy against his 2 recreational opponents.
Kathy Laney there. She's in the big blind, and Jason Mercier is on the button.
Jason folding the worst hands, not going to try and force the action here by playing bad cards.
9-deuce not good enough. Guglietti with ace-8 off in the small blind, limps, and Kathy with ace-jack suited is going to make it 20,000.
I do like this limp from Tony. Offsuit aces are hard to play out of position, so keeping the pot small is a reasonable strategy. Of course, Kathy with ace-jack suited always going to raise him here.
Tony calls the extra 12,000 to a flop of king, queen, 4, all diamonds. Guglietti with the only flush draw. Ace-jack currently the best hand, but you'll note that the percentages are in favor of Tony's hand. It's because he's got that 8 of diamonds.
And whoa, what is he doing here? He's putting it all in. That's like 5 times the size of the pot.
And he gets away with what could have been disaster there. Well, Laney comfortably laid down the ace-jack suited, sending a small piece of her stack over to Tony. She's on the button here with a suited connector, 5-6 of spades. And again, makes it 20,000.
Jason here with a pair of 6s. I'm not sure whether he'll 3-bet or just call. I expect him to call, but it looks like he's making the 3-bet up to 54,000. I thought he was playing a strategy where he wouldn't re-raise much pre-flop and he would try and allow Tony to enter as many pots as possible. But I guess he just wants to play the pair fast here.
To be fair, 6s play better heads up than they do 3-way.
They do, Ali. And in this situation, it's going to go well for Jason unless Kathy somehow connects with a couple of 5s or makes a straight or flush draw.
Yeah, the only downside to narrowing the field is you have to bloat the pot to get there, and the board is Jack 10-3 with a couple of clubs after Laney called the re-raise, and 2 overcards to Jason's 6s with 119,000 in there. He fires 39K.
This isn't an ideal flop for Jason's hand, but it still plays easier for him to just bet it against Kathy, and a small bet does work there. She just gives up her 6 high.
You gotta admit though, if you're Jason, you got 2 6s and you've bloated that pot, you know you have to make that C-bet. You're so relieved to see Kathy fold, especially with a 10 and a jack out there. More from the WPT Alpha 8 in St. Kitts in a moment.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on clubwpt.com. Get in the game today.
It's all about getting in the game, and the best and easiest way to do that is to become a member of clubwpt.com.
On clubwpt.com, you can play fun, exciting poker with your friends for free.
And there are a host of special benefits available to you if you step it up and become a VIP member like me.
And nobody enjoys being a VIP more than Ali. On clubwpt.com, you can enjoy unlimited poker and play for a part of $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month.
Yeah, you can even win your way into some of the big WPT events, so what are you waiting for? Head over to your computer and log on today. In the meantime, why don't we take a look at our chip counts here at the final table in St. Kitts. Kathy Laney, the quote-unquote amateur, has a commanding chip lead over second place Jason Mercier, who has leapfrogged over Tony Guglietti to regain the second slot. We find Jason on the button. He has Jack 10 offsuit. And we'll raise it to 16,000. Tony Guglietti now with Ace 7 offsuit.
Usually calls in situations like this. We haven't seen him adjust by 3-betting. And he's not gonna do it this time.
Yeah, content to play small plots. Tony makes the call, and Kathy's got 2 hooks.
I'm all in.
And says all in.
Wow, that's a little too much to raise here. I don't mind the play considering there's so much dead money out there, but you know, Jason's 400,000 deep here with Kathy. If he has a big pair, she's gonna lose it all at once.
Yeah, it's unlikely that she would get called by a hand that she had beat in this spot with such a massive raise. Mercier out of the way, back over to Tony. Why is he thinking about it?
I think he wants to just contemplate things for a moment, make sure he doesn't commit some kind of error, but yeah, he finds the right decision there.
Yep, found the fold button. Blinds are at 4 and 8,000. Ante is 1K. Each orbit costs every player 14,000 in chips, so you can't exactly sit back and wait for premium holdings. Jason Mercier with Queen 7 suited. Raise it to 16,000.
I think we'll see Tony make another call here with his ace-deuce suited.
Call.
And that is the case.
12K more into the middle. Ace 5 offsuit for Kathy, who surveys the scene. And she'll make the call for an extra 8K. 3 players to the flop. And that flop is Queen 8-6, 2 clubs. Queens for Jason Mercier, the best hand. Tony checks his ace high to Kathy's.
Yeah, good board for Jason here. I was concerned there wouldn't be any way to get money out of his opponents, but Kathy actually gonna lead out. I'm not a big fan of this lead. It's a fairly coordinated board, and she doesn't have much equity here. Really, the 5 of clubs, the only part that connected, and it didn't connect that much.
20,000 is the number. Jason Mercier says, no thanks, let's play for 48,000, raising it up.
I like this raise from Jason. It forces Tony out of the pot if he was going to peel something strange with some kind of draw equity. And it gets a little more money out of Kathy in the event that she's drawing, but this time she was just bluffing.
And she gave it up quickly there, Tony, which makes me wonder whether or not Mercier is reevaluating the range of hands that Kathy's playing pre-flop. Now, we know for a fact that Kathy has amassed a lot of her chips courtesy of bluffs that she hasn't shown, but that seems to be one of the first times that the other players at the table realize that maybe she's betting a little lighter than they suspected, because we saw her quickly fold after Jason raised. He's gonna log that information?
Yeah, Jason looks disinterested at all times at the table, but he actually pays very close attention. He's good at adjusting to his opponents, and I think he's realized that Kathy is a little more aggressive than most players give her credit for.
Yeah, and instantaneously, Kathy raising with pocket 3s, And Jason 3-betting with king deuce offsuit, perhaps because he realizes her range is wider than he's been giving her credit for.
Yeah, and this is a hand that doesn't flop that well post-flop, so he's just trying to take it down pre-flop. But in this instance, Kathy's gonna call with her small pair, though small pairs do not play well in 3-bet pots out of position.
Yeah, not a lot of flops that don't contain a 3 that Kathy will fall in love with. Here's 8-5 deuce, 2 clubs. Action on Kathy, she checks it and has the best hand against Mercier's deuces.
The strange part about this board is it might allow Kathy to get to showdown cheaply. I expect her to call one flop bet here, and Jason, with a small pair, might just take the showdown, but wow, Kathy folds there. I mean, if you're gonna call a re-raise with 3s, 8-5 deuce is about as good as it gets without flopping a set.
Yeah, perhaps the first misstep we've seen from Kathy Laney in recent memory. And Jason Mercier continues to nip on the heels of the chip leader.
Now, in true Bill Perkins fashion, as soon as he busted out of the $100,000 buy-in WPT Alpha 8, he started up a $20,000 buy-in side table. Now, I do believe this one is for charity. Tell us about it.
Since we're here in St. Kitts and we're doing it for the St. Kitts Children's Home, we looked it over and it looked like a great organization that helps disadvantaged kids here locally on the island.
Now, there are some quirky rules to this tournament, isn't there?
There's very quirky rules. Actually, we can create any rule by no objections. So you can look at other people's cards, you can show one, and the tag team is kind of fun. You know, Antonio played for me for a little bit, Talal played for me a little bit, and I sat down.
Oh, that's fun. Well, thank you so much, Bill.
Thanks for coming.
And that event has become a bit of a tradition here in St. Kitts, Tony. It happened last year. This year, Dan Coleman won, good for $120,000. But of course, the real winners are the kids at the St. Christopher's Children's Home.
Yeah, it's good to see poker players with their hearts in the right place, even when they're thinking about their wallets.
Yeah, it's a very philanthropic community, to be fair. Let's look at the prize pool, $1.45 million total. First, good for $727,000. Second, good for $436,500. And third, $291,000. Kathy Laney still the chip leader, though the gap has narrowed between her and Jason Mercier, the only remaining pro, and Tony Guglietti hanging in there. Kathy on the button. Folds. King 10 offsuit for Jason in the small blind. He'll limp in.
I'm a little surprised he's limping here. King 10 is a strong hand in the small blind, but I guess he wants to take every opportunity to get post-flop with Tony.
Tony says run it from the big, and he is dominated heading to the flop heads up. And it's a king high flop. This could be trouble.
Very good flop for Jason's hand here. On top of top pair, he's got backdoor draws to the straight and flush. I'm curious whether Tony will call or raise here, but I would prefer to see him call.
Mercier bets $9,000, and Tony raises to $45,000.
That is a big raise from Tony, and it's gonna make Jason wonder about whether he has to play a pot for all of his chips here.
How many blues do you have? The purple chip? Is that 7 or? Can't tell.
You want to count them?
I just want to know how many of these you have. 7 or 6?
3, 6.
6 of them?
Jason asking for a count. And he will make the call for an extra $36,000.
Jason's asking for a count there to figure out what he might have to risk in this hand, and in the event he checks on the turn, he's not sure whether Tony will bet big, bet small, check, or even go all in.
You checking?
Uh-oh. Tony's gonna ship it.
We've seen Tony
count it.
Be willing to ship in way more than the size of the pot before. He did it earlier with a medium flush draw against Kathy. I wonder if Jason will pick up on the fact that he's been putting his chips at risk much more frequently now than he was earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, his $225K all in represents more than double the pot before the bet.
But this is not an easy decision for Jason. He knows that Tony has been leaning towards tight conservative play during the tournament, and although he has top pair, there's also a lot of hands out there that could be better than his. So I'm not sure what Jason's gonna do here.
Yeah, we know Tony doesn't usually press his draws, even though that's such a textured flop. It's hard to imagine that's the kind of holding Guglietti has, which is what makes this call even more difficult for Jason.
Now, Jason's wondering, can Tony be semi-bluffing, or can he have a worse pair? And he does make the call.
Guglietti stands up and gets a look at what it feels like to be out-kicked. Tony in horrific shape here, heading to the river. Just 7% to win this pot and stay alive. He is looking for a 7 or an 8 to chop or a 3 to win. Anything else, and it's curtains for the Canadian. It's a deuce, close but no cigar, and Tony Guglietti, the Canadian, who hung in there and was tenacious throughout the event, will shake hands and take home $291,000 for his efforts.
Yeah, I think Tony should be really proud of how he did in this tournament. Some of the best players in the world showed up, and he held his own and got third place.
Yeah, the real story, however, is that Tony has gifted a massive stack over to Jason Mercier, who is none too displeased to finally have something he can take up against Kathy Laney's massive stack.
Yeah, that was not what Kathy wanted to see happen.
Let's send it down to Lynn, who's with Tony.
Tony, congratulations. What a run. Third place, almost triple your buy-in. That's a pretty good run.
Very good.
Are you happy
Thank
with
you.
that?
Very happy, very happy. I'm happy that I was able to play this tournament and get this far. And it's something that I do play professional, of course.
Do you feel like you learned a thing or two?
Oh, I think so. I think so. Confidence.
Most important thing at the table, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank you
Tony.
so
We
much.
are now heads up between Jason and Kathy. We are heads up in St. Kitts. Tonight's champion will take home an array of treasures, including a set of Monster 24K headphones, the Hublot King Power Unico titanium watch, the coveted A8 trophy, and of course, all this cash. So Ali and Tony, who are you rooting for?
Well, how do you root against the chairwoman, right, Tony? The first ever female competitor in the Alpha 8 has been so incredibly impressive as a quote-unquote amateur in this event.
Yeah, I'm going for Kathy as well here. Unfortunately, she's come up against one of the best players in the world in Jason Mercier, who I do think is a big favorite.
Yeah, he's been in this spot plenty of times. No stranger to heads-up final table action, especially when it comes to super high rollers. He's going to take the chip lead into this heads-up battle, 814,000 to 686. Not a wide margin by any stretch, with the blinds at 4 and 8,000 and the antes at 1K. Certainly deep stack poker, which is something that the pros appreciate, right?
Yeah, that's right. The deeper the stacks are, the more Jason has an advantage. When Kathy is behind in skill here, I think the best thing she can do is try and create really big pots so it minimizes how much Jason can exploit that advantage.
She'll start on the button with King 8 suited and raises to 20,000. Jack 4 suited for Mercier, who makes the call. Our first flop. 8-7-4, pair of 4s for Jason, pair of 8s for Kathy. Mercier checks over to Laney, and she fires 20,000.
I don't expect Jason to fold with a pair here. And it looks like he's making the call, so we'll go to a turn.
Turn is a queen. Jason again checking.
I like that Kathy's getting bet a second time here. There are many hands Jason can have that she's ahead of, and she needs to get value now.
She bets 40,000. And it's not just about getting value after we see Jason fold there, it's also not allowing Jason to take a free card with such a draw-heavy board.
Yeah, there's an element of protection there as well, so she has multiple reasons for making that bet. She follows through, wins the pot.
King 3 off for Mercier. Min raises to 16K, Queen 8 for Kathy. And she 3-bets it.
This is a strange play, Ali. Here, Kathy has made this really small re-raise, and while I like that she's playing bigger pots with Jason, I don't think this is the way to do it. She has a fairly subpar hand, and she's made such a small re-raise pre that Jason is going to call in position with any hand that he raised.
Yeah, she is never allowing herself to win this pot pre-flop when 3-betting in that amount. And with control of the action, she takes a look at a King 10-4 flop. Pair of kings for Jason, the best hand. Action on Laney.
I expect Kathy to follow through here with a bet. This board connects pretty well with what she's representing pre-flop, but as we know, Jason with top pair will not be going anywhere.
68,000 in the middle. Kathy fires 35,000. A little over half the pot. Bet size appropriate, or could she maybe scale back a little bit?
I think it's an appropriate bet size. It's a similar bet size that you would make with ace-king.
Mercier, content to simply call with top pair.
Good call by Jason. Can't get any value by raising here.
Turn card connects with Kathy's hand. She now has a pair of 8s.
And I wonder if this will get her stuck in for one more bet.
Well, she's checked it here, Tony, instead of continuing on and betting again. And Mercier is gonna fire, 88,000.
Nice hand.
That's a good fold by Kathy. She's too likely to be behind one of Jason's kings or 10s to make that turn call.
Mercier hasn't really demonstrated that he's floating any flops and trying to take pots away on the turn. Kathy giving him plenty of credit. 6-deuce off for Laney here. And she'll return to sender.
That's a good fold. I don't think she needs to play 100% of hands from her button. Some people are tempted to do that because they already have the small blind in, but I think she needs to avoid confrontations when she has weak pre-flop holdings.
Mercier takes a peek at 8-9 offsuit. And he makes it 20,000 this time.
Yeah, Jason mixing up his raise sizing. Kathy reaching for chips with queen 6 suited, making another small 3-bet here. Again, I like that she's willing to play big pots with Jason, but she's re-raising so small pre-flop that she allows him to get to the flop with every single hand he raises.
And maybe when you just got caught with the queen 8 in a similar situation, do you lay off of this line for a while?
Yeah, because her 3-bets pre-flop are less credible now that she's doing it more frequently, so it's not as though Jason is going to become concerned and give her a bunch of easy folds post-flop.
Yeah, flop king 9 tray after Jason made the call pre. He has got a pair of 9s. Laney has fired 45,000. And with second pair, Mercier, of course, makes the call. And that's that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach if you're Kathy Laney. You just want your opponent to go away. Why does he have to connect with every single flop is what she's thinking. Meanwhile, on the turn, again she connects like last pot, this time making 6s.
Yeah, not a big fan of this bet from Kathy. It's true she can be ahead if Jason is drawing with something like Jack 10, Queen Jack, or a diamond flush draw. But even if that's the case, on many rivers, she's going to have to check, and he'll be able to take it away from her.
Mercier has called the 75,000. River is a 5, 332K in the middle. It's gonna take a pretty big bet to move Jason off his hand, and Kathy checks it.
6, no good.
Mercier content to knuckle behind and roll over the winner, which will take down yet another pot from Kathy.
Yeah, that's a well-played hand by Jason, who's picking up on the fact that Kathy is not as tight as she initially appeared to be.
Adjustments may be needed here in St. Kitts.
Poker here in St. Kitts is the best. Now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. So what are you waiting for? Get in the game and play. It is crunch time here at WPT Alpha 8 St. Kitts. Kathy Laney was not only our first woman to enter an Alpha 8 event, she could be the first woman to win one. Right now, she's heads up against poker pro Jason Mercier, who has played plenty of heads-up battles in his day, but not here at an Alpha 8 event.
No, not yet. Jason has participated in 3 Alpha 8 events. His only cash came in Johannesburg, where he finished 3rd. And to be fair, his pocket aces were cracked by local amateur Kanesh Pather. Otherwise, Jason may have been in that 2nd or 1st place position. As they stand right now, Mercier with over 1 million, Laney with less than $500,000, 2-to-1 chip lead for the pro, and it's tough to imagine Kathy's gonna be able to come back without Mercier giving her a big pot. Laney has done tremendously to get herself this far, but it is in a heads-up situation in particular where the disparity between amateur play and professional play will be most apparent.
And it's not only that, but very few recreational players have experience in heads-up play. It's not a format that they practice very much, so you can see some of that inexperience coming through in Kathy's approach to this match.
9-7 offsuit for Mercier, who kicks things off, making it 20,000 to go. And Laney, undeterred by the 2 missteps earlier, is 3-betting yet again, this time with 3-5 suited. but operation successful on this occasion.
Yeah, she sized that 3-bet much better than the previous ones. She went over 3 times the size of Jason's raise, and that gave her enough fold equity to just make him go away pre-flop.
And I guess that shows that Kathy is somebody who's paying attention. The first 2 iterations didn't work. She made the adjustment, adapted, and this time was able to pull it off.
Yeah, she seems very sharp on the table. Even though she's not as experienced as Jason, she's clearly trying to adjust to what he's doing against her.
Laney raising to 30,000 on the button. The blinds are at 5 and 10,000 now. Mercier folds, sliding his 10,000 over to Kathy.
Kathy there with the 3x raise, made it large enough to push Jason out of that pot. You see that Kathy is raising larger now. I like that. I think she should try and avoid post-flop situations with Jason as much as possible.
Mercier took a look at Queen 10 offsuit, made it 20,000 to go. And Kathy calls with King 3 offsuit. Flop is a couple of trays and a 6. Trip 3s for Kathy.
Well, that's as good as it gets for Kathy, and on such an uncoordinated board, Jason will probably follow through here, try and take it down.
42,000 in the middle, he fires 18.
Nice small bet from Jason. He doesn't need to put much out there to win this pot most of the time, but in this instance, Kathy will not be folding.
And Laney just makes the call. If you're Mercier, what are you thinking she's holding at this point?
Well, she could have a 6, she could have a straight draw, she could have a 3, maybe even an ace high.
And with the ace on the turn, and the pot up to 78,000.
I do not like what Kathy is doing here. This is a bad lead. It prevents Jason from betting if he has an ace, and probably makes him aware that there's something wrong in the hand. But in the event he doesn't have an ace, that card is the most likely one he bluffs. So she may have just prevented the opportunity to get one more street from his queen high.
Yeah, didn't give Jason the rope that perhaps would have led to some extra chips in that particular situation. Updated chip counts. Mercier sliding down below the 1 million mark, all the way to 916K. Kathy with 584. About a 3-2 lead for Mercier.
Kathy very composed.
Her table demeanor is magnificent.
Very professional.
She makes it 30K to go with 10-8 offsuit, and look at this, pocket aces for Jason Mercier. And you have to imagine, given his track record with pocket aces in the Alpha 8 events, he's got to be wondering whether or not this is going to be yet another instance of the curse of pocket aces for Jason Mercier. Nevertheless, he's going to 3-bet to 80,000.
And I don't think this is a good call from Kathy. The stacks aren't that deep, 10-8 offsuit isn't that strong of a hand, and Jason hasn't been re-raising her pre-flop because he's so happy to get to a flop.
Yeah, Kathy put an extra 50K in there to take the flop, which was Queen, Queen 5. Mercier checking, giving her some rope.
I like this check from Jason. It's a hard board for her to have connected on, so it gives her a chance to bluff. And in the event that she does have a queen, it minimizes his losses.
Well, Kathy is going to try to take it down, betting 75,000. We know that's not going to work, as Jason calls the 75K. Over 300,000 in the middle at this point. Massive pot developing. Turn card is a 7. Mercier again checks, and Kathy does the same behind in short order.
Yeah, I like that she checked behind there.
Look at this, Laney has spiked an 8 on the river, making queens and 8s. Jason, meanwhile, has bet 165,000, confident he's not up against a queen.
Yeah, she might call this one.
I'm all in.
Whoa, she just went all in.
Option C.
Very strange.
Yeah, door number 3 was not what I expected here, and it's not what Jason expected either, who all of a sudden is wondering, did I just run into another disaster with aces?
Laney putting her tournament life at risk. As Mercier asks for a count, it's 428,000 total.
Well, if Kathy wanted to represent a queen here, she's done a great job by just calling on the flop, checking behind on the turn and raising over Jason's bet on the river, but I'm not sure it's enough to make him fold.
Could history be playing a part in Mercier's mind as he contemplates this call?
Call.
Apparently not, as Jason makes the call, and with that, he is your Alpha 8 St. Kitts champion. In second place, Kathy Laney, a valiant effort and incredible outing here for the quote-unquote amateur who impressed us with her play from the beginning to the very end. $436,000 in prize money heading her way, and for Jason, it's a $727K payday.
Yeah, Kathy should feel really proud about the way she played through the course of this tournament. Unfortunately for her, she came up against one of the best in the world in the heads-up match and wasn't able to take him down.
And don't adjust your screen, that is indeed Jason Mercier's excited look right there, and that's why you gave him what nickname, Tony?
The permanently annoyed thinker.
I was thinking like, oh my gosh, I might lose with aces again.
Oh,
Crazy.
but then you did it.
Yeah.
You finally won this Alpha 8 trophy. How much does that mean to you?
It means a lot, you know, especially to play against, you know, some of the best players in the world. Anytime you can win a tournament like that, definitely means a lot.
All right, well, you did so well. Congratulations. Over $700,000 in your pocket.
Ooh,
Monster
nice.
24K headphones, a Hublot watch, all the cash. What do you need? And you're in paradise.
Whew, yeah, just got to catch a flight in the morning.
Congratulations, Jason. Well, that is it from us, from Alpha 8 St. Kitts. For Ali Najad, Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you at the next Alpha 8. $100,000 gets you a seat at our poker table. It's VIP access, Vegas style. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to Bellagio, the jewel of the Vegas Strip and home to some of the richest games in poker. Tonight, this ultra swank resort is the exclusive host to WPT Alpha 8. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, set to bring you VIP access to all the exciting action that is high-stakes poker. Our tournament began yesterday when A8 saw 42 world-class players descend upon the Bellagio poker room, all with $100,000 in hand, set to secure their seat. As the day began, we saw some familiar faces ready to take on another WPT Alpha 8.
It's a good tournament. Before I knew about live poker, I knew about the Bellagio poker room.
I also spotted some fresh blood eager to make their mark.
My first time playing Alpha 8, it's really exciting, you know. I mean, this is the room of all rooms, so I wanted to give it a shot, see if I can get lucky.
I hear that you had this made specifically for this event.
Because I'm such a baller.
I played some 100Ks.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I've cashed a few this year. In fact, I won one here this year.
Oh, okay.
It's definitely weird to like play with people that you first started watching on TV. I think I'm ready to take them on though, so I feel pretty good.
It's no surprise that heavy hitters were everywhere, pairing their formidable poker skills with the breezy attitude.
Over here.
But things were even hotter across the room, where less than 2 hours into the tournament, Kurt Kohlberg, without his lucky jacket, saw all his chips go to WPT Season 9 World Champion Scott Seaver, and became the first to lose his $100,000 buy-in. Kurt's chair was immediately filled with the latest arrival, Poker Hall of Famer Eric Seidel, making a very tough table even tougher. We also saw some Alpha 8 rematches, including the players who just battled heads up in St. Kitts. Are you having a little deja vu?
Yeah, a little bit. Poker, you get deja vu a lot.
Local legend Brian Rast took down a 100K event here just a year ago and is on the hunt for another.
We'll see if I can do it again.
Meanwhile, pumped up pro Jason Kuhn revealed a secret talent of Colorado native Pratush Budiga.
Can I drop your sickest brag of all time? They won the national spelling bee.
Are you serious? You think you want to see on TV? Yeah.
Who didn't need to spell it out when he bested his new fan and one-drop winner Antonio Esfendiari. Throughout the day, Lady Luck sent several players packing, while others were just arriving, many with cash in hand to fill any empty seats.
I got lucky on the way over. It turns out the cab driver I had, he said he was the best poker player that ever walked the earth, you know? And so he told me, be aggressive and don't stop.
Not a bad strategy, considering we were already up to a record-setting 41 entries, filling 5 ruthless tables. And to be a contender, you gotta be ready to risk it all, again and again. Back-to-back WPT winner Darren Elias risked his tournament life against power player Dan Coleman, already on his second bullet. Also in for a second bullet was Antonio Esfendiari, and he was determined to make this one count.
I gotta get hungry again.
He was quickly joined by WPT Season 12 5-diamond champion Dan Smith, who had just re-entered. A short time later, Antonio was tackling high roller specialist Igor Kurganov.
I don't think you love your hand, Igor. I don't love my hand.
And taking all his chips. With Igor back at the registration counter to buy himself another entry, a total of 6 players had doubled their investment, each risking $200,000 for a chance to win it all. By the time they started bagging and tagging, there were 30 gutsy players left, with Jason Les, Jake Schindler, Jason Kuhn, and Phil Locke rounding out the top 5, with Noah Schwartz at the top of the leaderboard. What'd you finish with?
1.1.
1.1 million. That's a good day.
Yeah, pretty good day. I can't complain, right? It's like a little bit of luck, good cards, you know, it works out, you know. You need it, though, in this tournament. These guys are the best, you know what I mean?
Day 2 is about to get started, and we've already seen a couple of re-entries. Recreational players Kathy Leaney and Ray Foltinsky are now each in for $200,000. So let's get up to our own in-house high-stakes poker pundits Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet over at the club WPT.com Skybox. Gentlemen, how's it looking from over there?
It's looking fantastic, especially now that I have my colleague Olivier Bousquet back from his disappointing effort out in St. Kitts. Overall, though, how was it?
I had a great time at St. Kitts. I mean, finishing on the money bubble is obviously never the desired result when you play a tournament, but St. Kitts was almost like a fantasy tournament. You know, it was on an island, there was a bunch of amateurs, the ratio between pros and amateurs was great. Bellagio was like kind of coming back to the real world. I mean, Bellagio has always been the kind of mecca of poker and tournament poker, and everyone is here playing this tournament, and it's shaping up to be an extremely tough event.
Yeah, this is the second day of competition. 18 players have busted out already so far, 8 of whom have re-entered for a total of $200,000. We have 4 tables in action right now, but let's focus in on the feature table where we have just one amateur, Scott Henry, the doctor, and 7 faces who are familiar to you, Olivier.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tough table. 2 guys I just want to focus on real briefly. Dan Coleman probably had the best year anyone's ever had in live tournaments in 2014. And Ben Tollerine, someone that the viewers might not be as familiar with, but an incredibly skilled and talented player, plays mostly on the internet.
Let's take a look at the chip leaders at the table. Up top, Noah Schwartz with over 1.1 million.
Yeah, Noah's been around for many years. He has a lot of experience, and he knows how to build stacks.
And Jake Schindler, second in chips with about 736,000.
Jake is a little bit newer to this scene of live tournament poker. He's been playing poker for a long time. I've played with him a bunch, and I think he's a really talented, really tough player.
Well, let's send it right down to the action. Blinds are 4 and 8,000. Ante is 500, and Noah with ace-jack will raise it up, making it 21,000 to go. Fold it over to Dan Coleman, and Dan's got ace-king.
Yeah, big hand here for Dan. Likely a 3-betting.
And he makes it 50,000 total.
And Dan's in one of those rare but really great spots in terms of an overall live tournament dynamic. He's been running so well and playing so well that it also intimidates his opponents. They don't play as well against him, and you kind of create this virtuous circle where you really get the best of both worlds.
Action folded back around to Noah. And Noah's going to make the call for 29 more.
Yeah, I don't love Noah's call here with ace-jack after raising pre-flop.
Oh, well, why not? He hit a jack-high board. Easy breezy.
This is a pretty good flop for ace-jack.
Schwartz checks it over to Dan.
Yeah, very lucky flop for Noah, obviously.
Dan going to follow up with a bet of 60,000 into the pot of 116.
And when Dan decides to continuation bet with ace-king here, my sense is that Dan is not going to just give up if he gets called once. Noah's likely to have a lot of pocket pairs, 8s, 9s, 10s, and those hands are never going to fold to just one bet.
Yeah, Noah makes the call, and the turn card, the deuce of diamonds. Schwartz checks again.
I think if Noah had a hand like 2 8s or 2 9s, he would definitely consider folding if Dan bet again. But I think with ace-jack, I can't imagine Noah folding to a second barrel.
Well, it's 160,000 to call, Olivier.
That's a big bet. Dan basically playing his hand as if he had 2 aces or 2 kings instead of ace-king. Very reasonable way to play this hand, but also obviously very aggressive.
Noah not buying it. He makes the call, and we go to the river, which is the 9 of diamonds. 3 to a flush out there. Action on Noah.
All in.
And he moves all in.
Wow, that was definitely not what I expected. That's kind of a strange play.
Yeah, Dan laying it down, and Schwartz taking the pot in somewhat unorthodox and unconventional manner.
Yeah, that's a strange play from Noah. I mean, it's definitely not a value bet all in there with just ace-jack. I think he was using his ace of diamonds as a blocker to the nut flush, and when that third diamond came, he wanted to put pressure on Dan there. But I think, honestly, ace-jack is just too strong of a hand to turn into a bluff there. He's a little bit lucky that Dan didn't have a hand he could call with.
No, you can go for a million. I mean, SpaceX has some things, and Virgin Galactica.
Never done this.
But I'm not going to be the first one to go, though. I'm gonna wait to see if anything explodes or anything.
Noah's got his sights set on the stratosphere, and his stack is trending in that direction after taking that pot from Dan Coleman. And there's Ben Tollerine. He wears his sunglasses at night, raising it to 20,000 with Queen 10 offsuit. Action over to Alec Torelli in the small blind with King Queen off.
Yeah, Ben Tollerine is known for playing extremely high stakes, mostly heads-up poker on the internet, both No Limit Hold'em and Pot Limit Omaha.
What'd you start with?
About 330, 340.
340.
Alec has been playing a lot of high-stakes live cash games in Macau. I would say out of the 2 players here, Alec has much more live experience, but Ben, being one of the best players on the internet, I think, is going to have a stronger fundamental and theoretical grasp of the game.
Well, Torelli has called 16,000, and he'll be heads up, heading to the flop, which is ace and a couple of jacks.
Check.
A little something for both players. They both have a good shot straight draw, but I would give the advantage to Ben. Just being in position, he's the type of player that's going to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Torelli has checked it over to Tollerine. 52,000 in the middle, and Ben fires a little under half of that.
Yeah, not a huge bet. I think this board is relatively dry.
Torelli makes the call with King High. Both players with a straight draw.
I like Alec's call. King High is going to be good against a lot of Ben's range, and obviously he does have some equity. If a 10 comes, he can make a strong hand.
Third jack on the turn.
Check.
Torelli checks again.
Both of their straight draws now become relatively irrelevant, as obviously any pair would make a full house and it would beat the straight.
It's good, but I don't like it with
Tollerine, not bashful. He fires a second bullet, 60,000.
So I think, you know, from Ben's point of view, he thinks that Alec could have a lot of small pairs, like 5s, 6s, and 7s, and he might be able to bully him off the hand.
And indeed, Torelli goes away with King High, and Tollerine takes it down.
Conservative fold there by Alec. I think Ben doesn't have that many value hands in his range. He probably has some aces, but probably no other pairs. So I might even consider calling there with King Queen, but you definitely can't fault that fold. He didn't have a pair, and it was definitely the more conservative play.
Little fishy there.
And you hear Alec Torelli say, something was a little fishy there. Well, Alec, if only you knew. More action from Vegas straight ahead.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Don't have dough for a high roller buy-in but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Strip for the continuation of the WPT Alpha 8. Let's get right back down to our feature table. 8 players and $1.3 million in front of Noah Schwartz, your chip leader. But it's Jake Schindler, the new player who's also broken the 1 million chip barrier with $1,025,000. Recreational player Scott Henry with $148,000 on the short stack. Max Alterga with $166 on the other end of the spectrum. Blinds are still 4 and 8,000. Ante is 500. Schwartz on the button. Sorel and Dan in the blinds, and there's Ben Tollerine, relative newcomer to our Alpha 8 events. Under the gun, first to act with pocket fours, and he's gonna make it 20,000 to go.
So Ben is known for playing high stakes, no limit hold'em and pot limit Omaha on the internet, and he's a heads-up specialist, and a lot of heads-up players tend to be a little bit more aggressive than other players in these live tournament settings. They're used to playing more hands and getting involved in more situations.
Not aggressive, Jake Schindler here with pocket eights. He just calls 20,000 versus the under the gun pre-flop raise. Heads up to the flop, which is ace, king, 10, a couple of clubs, and all overcards to each player's pocket pair.
Yeah, I would like a bet here from Ben. I mean, his hand's just a little bit too weak to just check it and give up, and
No, that's exactly what it looks like he's going to do, though, Olivier. Checking over to Jake, who checks behind him.
yeah, I mean, Jake doesn't love that flop, obviously, so he's going to try to get to showdown cheaply.
Does he love the turn?
Yeah, pretty good turn for Jake.
Set of eights for Schindler, but it's Tollerine who's betting 35,000.
And you know, Ben, I think now, after Jake checks the flop, he thinks that Jake has a hand kind of like he does. It's hard for him to think that Jake has exactly 2 8s and is improved, but this bet would probably get through if Jake only had 6s or 7s.
Instead, Schindler just calling. You think he's worried that perhaps Tollerine flopped a huge pot, and that's why he checked on the flop?
No, I think Jake is just playing his hand relatively passively, but kind of standard the way most players would play his hand.
River card is a jack, changing things a bit. Anyone with a queen will now have the nuts. An ace-high straight. Tollerine checks.
His check is basically a give up, and I think Jake at this point, after Ben checks, knows that Ben doesn't have a queen and can try to bet for value here.
With 126,000 in the middle, Jake fires 44,000.
Kind of a small bet, hoping to get called by like 2 pair, but obviously Ben with just 2 4s.
Tollerine with the easy fold, and Jake Schindler will take the pot. Meanwhile, over at the outer table, we have a situation developing between 2 players who have a lot of history. Scott Seaver is all in with pocket jacks. He's got top set, 3 diamonds out there, several cards to a straight, and Daniel Cates is faced with a big decision for his entire stack. He's got top pair, top kicker.
I'm trying to think what I could have had that I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky to choose the spots. I just had no idea. I was just randomly clicking and found it because my hand is just like insane out here. But yeah,
it was ace 2 set.
I'm probably not going to fold. And I had the ace of diamonds too.
Yeah, there's been quite a rivalry that's developed over the past few years between Dan and Scott. And Scott, the type of player who likes to add fuel to the fire by talking to his opponents during some of these critical tension-filled moments.
Yeah, not a lot of pros on the circuit do this, but Seaver is one of them.
I call.
Kate says he'll call.
Wow, you're so good.
Seaver snap rolls over the pocket jacks, and Kate's disgusted.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's a tough call for his tournament life there, and Scott obviously with top set, very happy to get called.
Way to go, Scott.
Thank you, man.
You live here so often, right?
Yes.
Kate's inquiring about re-entries. He was the Alpha 8 champion in Johannesburg, and he'll take some red wash, but I suspect he's gonna reach for another 100,000. We'll find out as he talks to our Lynn Gil Martin.
Well, Jungle Man, you busted just in time with the re-entry period. Are you gonna buy back in?
Yep, that's the plan.
That's the plan? Was that always gonna be the plan, or is it?
Pretty much always the plan.
Did it affect your play, knowing that you could have another go? Could you go a little bit more wild?
Actually, no, it didn't.
No?
No, I just made what I thought was the best play, and he had the nuts, and I had a big hand, but I didn't win. And he thinks he got me or something.
Oh, so you kind of want to get it back
It's
off
so
him?
stupid because I just know that his plan is not to bluff me. He just had it.
Oh, and he did? He bluffed you?
He didn't bluff me.
Oh, he didn't bluff you,
No,
sorry.
he just had the nuts and I had a big hand.
Oh, okay.
And
So now you're ready to go get the chips back off him?
I mean, hopefully. It's hard when people just do that to you.
Yeah. Do you get frustrated by that? Or it's okay, you can just let it go?
A little bit frustrating briefly.
All right, fair enough. Now, what would be your dream table with your new seat? If you could pick any of the tables?
Honestly, that same spot.
Really?
Yeah.
You liked it?
Yeah.
No wonder he's coming back. All right, well, good luck.
Yeah.
Thanks, gentlemen.
If that's the mildly frustrated version of Daniel Cates, I'd hate to see the very frustrated one as we send it back over to the feature table.
18.
folded around to Sorel Mitzi, who makes it 18,000 to go with king-queen suited. Dan Coleman with ace-10 offsuit in the small is going to defend. And another 10K for Ben Tollerine if he wants to join the party with 9-5 suited.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy call for Ben, getting a great price. He caps the action from the big blind, and his hand has plenty of equity.
Yeah, he ticked will attend on that Evite. And now 3 players head to the flop. 2 4s and a 3 with a couple of clubs out there. Dan Coleman with the best hand checks.
And out of the 3 players, you know, Dan is the most likely player to have the strongest hand on a dry board like this. The small blind is the toughest position to play, and people play the narrowest range of hands from that position.
Yeah, Ben check behind Dan, and now Sorel is going to fire a continuation bet, 19,000.
Yeah, Sorel, you know, showed aggression pre-flop, and he's just trying to take the pot down.
But this is a different situation than being heads up.
Yep, he's against 2 of the 2 opponents, but this board is, you know, 2 4s and a 3 is just not particularly likely to help either of his opponents. I mean, Dan could have a pocket pair, but...
But conversely, it's also not likely to help him, as we see Coleman make the call.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dan knows how wide Sorel raises from the button from, and ace-10 is, he probably feels is just too strong to fold, and he might try something later on in the hand to win the pot if he doesn't improve.
After a 6 hits the turn, both players check, and now a king on the river gives Mitzi the best hand. Coleman checking.
Dan hoping that Sorel gives up and that his ace-10 is good enough to just win in showdown. Obviously, Sorel not going to check back after hitting a king on the river.
Yeah, he fires 62-5, and what do you do if you're Dan Coleman?
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Wow, Dan Coleman check raising all in.
That's a strange play from Dan.
Now, what sort of line is this representing?
He's representing very few hands, maybe pocket 6s, maybe pocket 3s. It's very hard for Dan to have a 4 here since he called from the small blind, so I really actually don't like this play.
Mr. Coleman, you're not repping much, bro. Not calling many 4s out of the small blind.
Yeah, Sorel knows that he's not repping much.
3s. You don't have a king. That is a very, very strange move.
This is the process that professionals go through when they're making decisions like this. They have to try to put their opponent on a hand, or at least a range of hands, and try to assess a frequency to those hands. And there aren't many good hands, very strong hands that Dan will play in this way. And Dan has a reputation definitely more than capable of making a bluff in a situation like this.
This call is for all of Sorel's chips, and he's going to make it.
You have it. It's 10. Ace-10.
Even though Dan doesn't represent a lot of hands, you have to remember, this is a $100,000 buy-in tournament. Sorel's making a decision for his tournament life. When you just have a pair of kings and your opponent check raises all in on the river, no matter what the situation is, it's not easy to make that call.
Yeah.
So you really got to give Sorel credit.
In terms of a cash game, it's like making a $100,000 call on the river.
I gotta do that every now and then, you know?
You're a sicko, yeah, I mean, you have to. It doesn't make any sense, but you know that I know it doesn't make sense. I mean, if I don't have a king, I have to hold.
Up next, plenty more high-stakes action from Bellagio. Welcome back to the Las Vegas Strip for the continuation of the World Poker Tour Alpha 8. During the break, we lost our only recreational player at the feature table, the doctor, Scott Henry, who went flatline after taking ace-jack up against Ben Tollerine's ace-queen. Both players fought the ace, but Henry was unable to improve, and he said goodbye with no signs of re-entry. Meanwhile, Daniel Cates, Jungle Man, had asked to be reseated with Scott Seaver for a shot at revenge, but instead, we welcomed him to a table replete with the likes of Antonio Esfendiari, JC Tran, Eric Seidel, and Talal Shakurchi, a real minefield. And courtesy of some rebalancing, Jason Les is going to be joining the feature table. And believe it or not, Jason Les is already on his second bullet after having hopped in a car from California not long ago.
I saw on the updates that at the first level there was like 30 people who entered, whatever, and I have friends here and I heard about how great it was. So I was at a coffee store in Costa Mesa when I saw this, got my coffee, went home, packed a bag in 5 minutes, and was on the road. So I went straight from Costa Mesa to the Valley to right here.
Les started playing poker at UC Irvine. He actually graduated with a computer science degree, was going to be a software engineer, but he knew he loved poker too much to do that.
Jason is on his second bullet, so that drive from Costa Mesa looks like it's been pretty expensive one so far.
Les certainly not out of it here. He brings 690,000 in chips to the table. Max Altergott is inheriting short stack duties, courtesy of Henry's bust out, while Noah Schwartz is still your chip leader. Let's get back to the feature table. Alec Torelli folded King-Jack offsuit under the gun somewhat conservatively, and after a few more folds,
I'm out of here.
Action comes down to the button
Some are
of
pretty
Dan
sharp,
Coleman, and you wonder whether or not he'll even bother to look at his cards, right?
Yeah, Dan is known for playing very aggressively from the button. He's going to play a wide range. 10-8 offsuit, definitely going to be worth a raise.
Coleman makes it 20,000. Are there any two that wouldn't be worth a raise?
My guess is that Dan will play from this position maybe 70 or 80% of his opening range. So 10-8 offsuit fits comfortably there.
Ben folds a small blind, and Les will get his feet wet right away, defending from the big with a7 offsuit.
Yeah, so we have two very, very competent, very skilled heads-up players going against each other here.
And two queens and a king on the all-paint flop. Les checks the best hand. Over to Coleman, who fires 20K on the continuation. Jason, gonna make the call.
Pretty easy call here from Jason with ace high. Dan's gonna have a lot of hands that don't have pairs and that, you know, don't have too much equity, hands like this. So Jason with ace high is usually gonna check and call and see what develops.
3 on the turn draws a check out of both players, and now the river card gives Dan Coleman the best hand. Jason checks again, however, and Dan comfortable to check behind him and roll over the winner. Unfortunate river card there.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Dan decided to check that river 8. I mean, when Jason checks all 3 streets, he's likely to have ace high or maybe a small pocket pair, and I think Dan should at least consider going for value there with an 8.
Let's head over to the outer table where we find Doug Polk faced with a decision after Kerry Katz moves all in with king-queen top pair on the turn.
Doesn't seem like much of a decision to me.
No, bottom set for Doug, and he makes the call, leaving Kerry Katz drawing dead.
Yeah, Kerry, a regular in these high-stakes tournaments, actually himself puts on these one-day events that become very popular in the high-stakes community at the Aria. And Doug Polk, like I said, probably the best heads-up player in the world.
Well, the re-entry period is not over, so while Kerry Katz may have lost all his chips, he can always buy more. And I'm sure Lynn Gilmartin is going to ask him about that.
So how do you feel you've been playing?
Lousy.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm out. Yeah, I can't believe playing good.
It wasn't just luck that got in the way?
I don't know. If I'd let out on that hand, I might have. I think it ends up the same way. I hit top pair, he hits bottom set. I think I'm going broke. So.
Okay. Now, if you could pick any table out there, which one would you prefer to be on?
Same table, because
Yeah?
they know I'm aggressive now, and maybe they'll call me when I have a hand.
Ah, okay. He set up his image. It's a big part of poker. And then you can try and get those same chips back, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, good luck, Gary. Thank you.
So Kerry makes his way over to the registration table for a re-entry, and we get back over to our feature table, where the button is on Sorel Mizzi, Dan Coleman and Ben Tollerine in the blinds. Jason Les, who lost just moments ago with ace high against Dan Coleman, under the gun, lays it down. Alec Torelli with pocket sixes makes it 20 to go.
I don't know.
Ace jack offsuit now for Noah.
I think Noah has 2 legit options. I mean, he can definitely call here with ace jack. A lot of players like to 3-bet this hand to an early position raise.
You feel pressure to be more aggressive when you've got the big stack?
Yeah, I mean, some pressure, but really just strategically it also makes sense. I mean, each additional chip is worth less, so you can afford to take more risks.
And that's exactly what Noah's doing, making it 55,000 total. Folded back around to Alec.
And Alec is counting out his chips. I've seen him do that and then move in.
Yeah, it looks like a call almost when you're seeing him count it out, or maybe a motion toward the pot, but...
Yeah, I mean, you see the players get up, and that's because this level is ending and the players are about to go on a break. And sometimes in this type of situation, when it's the last hand before a break, players tend to play a little bit different from how they would otherwise play. Alex starting the hand with, I think, close to 50 big blinds. So a move all in here would be pretty aggressive.
Go all in.
And that's exactly what Alec does.
And I think part of this play is motivated by the end of the registration and rebuy period.
Looked like you were gonna fold, and then you just decided that you can rebuy, right?
And Noah's asking whether or not Alec was aware that he can still rebuy at this point, trying to figure out if that played a part in this
Yeah,
move.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear that everybody knows that. And Noah here thinking about calling, I think, is mostly posturing. I don't think he's going to call 50 big blinds with ace-jack. I mean, if he ever were, this would be the spot because he expects, you know, Alec to be a little bit weaker than average. But in general here, I just can't imagine Noah calling such a big bet with just ace-jack offsuit, especially against an early position raise and then 3-bet all in.
You look back at your cards, you're like, I'm just going to go all in.
Alec is known for being aggressive pre-flop, but this would not be a good play, even though we know it would be a flip.
And he said he got 2 outs, it must mean he got a pair.
And sure enough, Noah throws it in, and Torelli takes the last pot of the round.
All right.
Guys, break time starts now.
Oh, thank you so much for not starting it. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, if you told me you weren't going to start it, I would have taken a little more time. Damn it. I know, I'm supposed to call. Damn it.
Your secret is safe with us, Alec. So the registration period will come to an end as we send it to the break. Will we see any new faces? Well, we know one thing for sure. We're going to find out what our champion will be taking home as we do a little math and calculate the prize pool. Stay with us. Welcome back to Las Vegas for the continuation of the World Poker Tour Alpha 8 event. 55 total entries have been tabulated, $100,000 the value of each. 44 total players started this event. Andrew Lichtenberger marks the last player to buy in. He actually busted yesterday. After a good night's sleep, decided he would come back and pony up another $100,000. He takes a seat at one of our outer tables next to Noah Schwartz, who has been relocated to that same table after being at the feature table. And we head now to one of our other outer tables where we find the Brit, Talal Shakirchi, who cashed third in the Alpha 8 London non-televised event, in for his last $10,000 up against Dan Smith. Both players make a pair of nines, but Smith has Talal outkicked and Shakirchi busts.
Talal is an incredibly smart and successful guy and has developed a real passion for poker. We've seen him on a lot of the events over the last few years. Over at St. Kitts, I was able to spend a little bit of time with him, played at his table for a little while, and he's actually donates some of his time and money to outside causes.
Sitting at an Alpha 8 table, hedge fund manager Talal Shakirchi has one goal: taking all the chips. But once he's collected his winnings, it's a good bet that he'll be giving some of it away.
It does seem to be more of an interest in philanthropy amongst poker players. Poker's about risk and reward, and top poker players understand the trade-offs, where it's difficult perhaps for a lot of people involved in charities themselves to make that trade-off. That kind of perspective is a good thing to bring to philanthropy, as well as obviously the money poker players could bring.
Two-time champ Philip Gruesome realised that there's great value in sharing his substantial poker earnings with charities around the world.
I think for me, my mind changed when I had everything I wanted, you know. When I discovered, okay, I want to give something back, I felt like, hey, this is the next step to be even more happy.
Recently, Phil and poker pals Igor Kurganov and Liv Bory created Raising for Effective Giving, or REG. The charity, based on effective altruism, encourages poker players to make a positive impact. What does effective altruism mean?
The idea that when you have a limited amount of funds to donate to charity, then you want to donate it in a way that has the maximum impact, that achieves the desired goal, which is to reduce as much suffering in the world as possible. So getting the maximum bang for your buck.
Turns out, for some pros, the return on charitable investments can help their poker game as well.
After playing 5-6 years, felt a bit like my motivation went down. And this definitely helped me to pick it up again, since I wasn't just playing for myself, but I was playing as well for many people that I could then help out with the money with.
Well, let's face it, Olivier, having a bankroll and keeping your money is essential to being a successful poker player, but in spite of that, it's nice to see people placing an emphasis on giving back.
Yeah, it's one of those trends that have swept the poker world in the last few years, especially among the young players. It's great to see that, you know, when they hit a big score and win a tournament, that they set some of that money aside and, you know, give it away, donate it to charity.
Yeah, worthy of note, the World Poker Tour Foundation has been around for several years and is just one of the ways in which the WPT helps give back to several different charities. You talked about big scores, Olivier. Let's take a look at this one. 2.1 million plus going to the champion here in Las Vegas. Top 6 places are going to be paid a piece of that over $5,395,000 collected here at Bellagio, but it's tough to imagine Antonio Esfendiari laying claim to any of that prize money. He is all in with Queen Jack up against Bryn Kenny's Ace Jack. Antonio cannot hit a queen on the end to make the best hand, and he is going to leave $200,000 behind here in Vegas to bring his career investment total in Alpha 8 to over $1.1 million.
Yeah, but how many cashes does he have, Ali?
Oh, none.
Oh, that's tough.
Arlen Gilmartin joins Antonio now.
Oh, right after the registration period closes, you're leaving us.
It wasn't
What
my
happened?
tournament.
It wasn't your tournament? You weren't feeling it?
No, I was feeling it. I
You
just
were?
didn't. I lost a massive flip against Bryn, and you know I had to win that to have a shot. You have to win the flips.
You do have to
Sometimes
win.
you flip good, sometimes you flip bad.
That's poker.
That's poker.
Do you feel like you were playing good?
Yeah, I played all right. I played great.
Mhm.
You know, but what can I do?
What can you do?
You
Well,
can't control the outcome of the flip.
You
Heads or tails,
cannot.
well, you can't pick, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the good news is, well, it's not good news that he's walking out, but he is walking out in some really fine shoes, may I say. I am loving those shoes.
They're awesome. They're super comfortable.
They
You like
are.
the shoes?
I really dig the shoes.
They match your dress. I did that on purpose.
They do. Can we swap? Let's swap.
You can have them.
Yeah, thanks. Right. Great to see you as always, Antonio.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to be a long, but no doubt fashionable walk back to Antonio's car.
Getting a big hand in Vegas is every poker player's dream. Now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and play.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8, where during the break we saw a couple of casualties. Dan Smith took his ace-jack up against jungle man Dan Cates' ace-king and was shown the door. And Pratush Budiga had 2 9s up against Brian Rass' pocket kings, and he said goodbye as well. We are now down to just 30 players, a total of 4 tables, and Sean Winter is joining us at the feature table. Hailing from Jacksonville, Florida, what else do we know about this kid?
Honestly, I don't know too much about Sean. I know that he is an aggressive player, pretty loose, likes to make some 3 and 4 bets pre-flop, but besides that, I don't have that much information on Sean. I guess we'll have to wait and see how he plays.
Yeah, we do know that this is his very first super high roller event as he takes his seat. Max Altergott still the short stack in these 8. Jake Schindler with the chip lead at 839,000. Blinds are at 5 and 10. The ante is at 1K. Alec Torelli, who has 444,000 in chips, takes a pass with 7-8 suited. He plays pretty conservatively up front.
I think it depends on the situation. I think this is a particularly tough table, so from early position, Alec's going to play pretty conservative, but I've seen Alec make some very, very aggressive plays.
Queen 8 suited in the hijack for Sean Winter, and he's going to make it 22,000 to go.
And this is, I think this is a fine open. I mean, I would definitely consider folding, but obviously this is not going to work as we see Sorrell with ace-king suited is not going to let this go.
No, 3-betting it to 55,000. Coleman out of the way on the button, and look at this, pocket aces for Ben Tollerine. He loves the action in front of him here. But do you slow play or do you come over the top?
I think from the small blind, you know, with an opener already, I think 4-betting is really the only realistic play. I think if he just called, it would be a little bit suspicious. He would allow Sean to enter the pot. He would be out of position throughout the rest of the hand. So I think whether he wants to bluff or if he has a hand like he does, a monster, I think 4-betting is definitely the play.
Yeah, he makes it 130,000 to go. He started the pot with 586,000, just a few thousand more than Sorrell Mizzi, who started the pot with 582. We see Sean Winter lay down.
How much are you playing, Ben?
About 550.
And does Sorrell really have anything to decide here?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's bad for Sorrell, but, you know, he's got ace-king suited. It's an extremely strong hand. Ben's an aggressive player, and we see he moves all in here. There's not too much he can do. It's really just a cooler.
And if you're Ben, you love hearing that all in. He has Sorrell crushed heading to the flop. 84% to win the pot to Sorrell's 15%.
I kind of have a good feeling about this one, but it's hard to beat aces with ace-king.
Yeah, this is one of the best spots to be in when you're all in with aces. A lot of times you're all in against another pair, and that pair has, you know, 2 solid outs to beat you, but it's very tough for ace-king to beat aces. With this particular case, Sorrell is suited, so a flush is really his best chance.
I think you got this.
I think clubs look pretty hot right now.
Yeah.
And here comes the flop. It's all clubs, and Sorel has flopped the nut flush. Ben Tollerine is going to need runner-runner to make a full house, or he is going to be down to practically nothing.
If it were spades, it would be like, I'm dead. Don't pair the board.
The turn card doesn't pair the board, which means Ben cannot make a full house to beat Sorel's flush.
It's weird, because normally I'd be like, there would be some anxiety before.
The river card is inconsequential, and that is a disastrous turn of events for Ben.
How does he do it?
It's a little bit of an overkill, but I'll take it, I guess. It's pretty sick.
I got 585, Sorel.
Yeah, very unlucky for Ben Tollerine, obviously, but at the same time, you know, Sorel and Ben both have very strong hands. It's really just a cooler. The fact that Sorel got very lucky with ace-king doesn't mean that much. It's really that they both had strong enough hands to get all in, and Sorel was the one who ended up on top.
Going clubbing tonight.
And it's important to note, Ben and Sorel had very similar chip stacks going into this hand. So, you know, Ben is still going to be alive, but he's going to be almost decimated. You know, he's going to have just a few thousand left.
Devastating turn of events for Tollerine. More action from Vegas up next.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
It's all about getting in the game, as you know, Olivier, and the best way to do that is simply log on to clubwpt.com.
You hear us mention Club WPT all the time. If you're not familiar with Club, in a word, it's a website where you can practice your poker and play with your friends for free.
And if you really want to amp up your game, you can become a clubwpt.com VIP member and enjoy a host of benefits, including watching past Alpha 8 episodes.
One of the best parts of playing poker is winning. And at clubwpt.com, you can play for a part of the $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month.
You can even win seats to big WPT events, so get to your computer and log on to clubwpt.com. In the meantime, let's take a look at the prize pool for our record-breaking Vegas Alpha 8. First place is going to take home over $2.1 million, and the man currently laying claim to that at the feature table is the chip leader, Sorel Mizzi, with $1.164 million. The blinds are at 5 and 10,000. The ante is 1K. Jake Schindler under the gun. He looks at Jack 10 suited and pops it to 20,000.
Yeah, this is probably one of the worst hands that Jake raises with under the gun, but I think it's strong enough and plays well post-flop.
Well, you certainly know it's a far better option than limping in with it.
Yeah, you're not going to see too many of these players limp in at this stage.
Ben Tollerine, with just 2,000, decides why not with 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, he basically has to do that with every single hand he's dealt. The ante is just too big. He can't wait another hand.
Folded around to Max Altergott. He's in the big blind with king, queen offsuit.
This is a nice looking hand for Max. It's probably one of the best hands he's been dealt all day, but I still don't think this is an all-in. I think he could just call from the big blind and see a flop.
It looks like Altergott disagrees with you, Olivier. He's going to ship in his remaining 105,000. Could have just called for 10K.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a good play because Jake only has Jack 10 suited, but against Jake's under-the-gun opening range, I think this is just a call. I don't like this play.
Just couldn't get away from Jack 10 suited there, you know?
Two players, tournament lives at risk right now. Here comes the flop. It's ace 10 deuce. Jake Schindler's pair of tens with the jack kicker, the best hand. But Altergott has a Broadway draw. He's hoping Jake hits his jack. That, of course, would give Max the ace-high straight. Ben showing disinterest here. The turn card is a deuce. That pairs the board and updates the percentages. You see that there is now a 63% chance that Jake and Ben will actually split the main pot. And Max needs a king, queen, or a jack on the river. Instead, it's the 9 of clubs. And Max Altergott has been eliminated, leaving Jake Schindler to take the full side pot and split the main with Ben Tollerine.
Don't call it a comeback.
So the German Max Altergott, who was card dead all day, says auf Wiedersehen, leaving 29 players to do battle for the over $5 million in prize money. Who will wear the crown and become champion here at our record-setting Alpha 8 event? Find out as you join our journey. Plenty more high-stakes action remains. On behalf of Lynn Gilmartin and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Ali Najad, saying so long from Bellagio.
Outside, the fountains of Bellagio welcome everyone to Las Vegas, but entry inside our poker room takes nerves of steel and $100,000. This is WPT Alpha 8. The glamorous Las Vegas Strip, home to the opulent, award-winning resort, Bellagio. This world-famous destination has made a name for itself as the epicenter for high-stakes poker in Las Vegas. And tonight, we are going to see those who have taken a huge financial risk in hopes of winning the lion's share of the over $5 million prize pool. Players in tonight's event were required to pay $100,000 if they wanted to compete. At this point in the game, registration is closed. There are no more lifelines. Everyone you see bust out tonight will go home broke. On deck to share their keen insight and expert analysis, poker commentator extraordinaire Ali Najad and high-stakes pro Olivier Bousquet. They are up in the club WPT.com skybox. Hi, guys.
Hey, Lynn, a pleasure to be with you as always, especially here on the Las Vegas Strip. As you mentioned, the epicenter of poker, and there's been a lot of high-stakes seismic activity to this point. In this record-setting Alpha 8 of ours, we had 44 players total, 55 entries, a prize pool of over $5 million and over $2.1 million going to first place. It's kind of a minefield of 20-somethings out there right now, though, Olivier. Youth is the story.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly tough field. Especially in the context of these super high rollers where you tend to see, a number of wealthy amateurs also join the field. Here it's like every tough pro is in the field and still alive. You have guys like Sorel Mitzi, who's built up a huge stack, and he's already one of the toughest players in the field. So when he has a lot of chips, he's very dangerous. Noah Schwartz, we saw build up a big stack. Dan Coleman, who's on the heater of a lifetime, still alive and always a dangerous threat.
Still have 4 tables in action at this point in time. And I want to turn our attention to Ben Tollerene, one of a handful of players who we've never seen at an Alpha 8 event, who's ponied up not $100,000 but $200,000 total, and yet sits on just $13,000 in chips. That's not a reflection of the quality of his play, though, is it?
No, I mean, Ben Tollerene's not as familiar to some of the, some of our viewers because he hasn't played that much live poker. But when it comes to like poker mind or poker IQ, Ben is really at the highest level you can get. He's extremely short stacked. He got very unlucky losing with pocket aces to Sorel's ace-king suited, but he still does have some chips, which, as we all know, gives him some life. So we'll have to see if he can double up a couple of times and give himself a chance.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for a miracle. In for $200,000 total and sitting on just about $13,000. Here's a look at the current chip counts, 1.1 million and change for Sorel Mitzi. The ante is 1,000. The blinds are 5 and 10,000. Button's gonna be on Jake Schindler. Sean Winter, who was a late addition to the lineup, is in the small blind, and Sorel is in the big blind. Get the action underway with Dan Coleman under the gun, and he'll lay down his king deuce. And really not much of a decision here for Ben, is there? He's got to move all in with the antes where they are.
He just has just over 1 big blind, so he's actually probably happy to get 8-6 suited. It's a hand that has decent equity and definitely will have a chance no matter what it's up against.
Yeah, well, better than decent equity is how you can describe ace-jack suited for Alec Torelli, who makes it 30,000 total to go.
And if I were Alec, I would probably kind of ignore Ben's all-in, knowing he's got to do it with almost every hand he's dealt, and just treat my ace-jack like a normal raise.
Folded around to Sean Winter, his first ever Alpha 8 appearance, just 24 years old. He calls Jacksonville, Florida home.
You like 4? I think I have 450.
His first ever super high roller event. He's got ace-8 offsuit and doesn't appear to be ready to lay it down.
No, I think most of the time ace-8 in the small blind is just a fold, but looks like Sean's deciding to play this aggressively, trying to isolate the all-in player. In this case, the all-in player is all in for so little money that I don't think there's that much value in doing this. When you look at Sorrell just with King 2 offsuit is kind of suspicious of Sean's play. His hand was so bad, but he was just considering making another play just to try to isolate what he thought was a lot of dead money in the pot. And to be honest, he was right.
Instead, he's out of the way, and that allows Alec Torelli to make a call for another $45,000. 2 players in for the side pot, Ben in for the main and the flop. 10-3-4 with a couple of clubs.
You see Ben eye the flop, see his flush draw, and then just go right back to his phone.
Yeah, not looking to give anything away, although he's unlikely to influence any of the remaining action here. Sean Winter with a continuation bet on the 10-high board that includes a couple of clubs.
Yeah, Sean does flop the backdoor nut flush draw with his ace of clubs, and Alec, you know, really just ace high, no diamonds on the board. It's hard for him to continue. He's not going to like it when he sees that Sean has a worse hand, but not much he can do there.
Yeah, Sean rolls over his ace-8. Alec a little bit disgusted, and you see Ben not too big a dog against this ace-8, 47% to 52%.
Ironically, Ben would have had a better chance against Alec's hand than he does against Sean since his 8 is dominated, but still in decent shape to more than triple up, more than quadruple up here.
Well, the queen of diamonds isn't going to cut it, Olivier. Here comes the river, though. Ben's looking for a club or a 6 on the end, and he gets it. The 7 of clubs, breathing new life into Tallarine.
Ben's going to more than 4x his stack here, as he only had just over 1 big blind to start the hand. So, yeah, when you go on this like little mini run starting from no chips, you always develop that hope that it can turn into something huge, that you could make a story and win the tournament.
Well, it's still an uphill climb for Ben. Under the gun this time around, but with considerably more chips.
Yeah, Ben just over 5 big blinds to start this hand. I think a lot of people would just instantly go all in when they see an ace and they have 5 big blinds. Ben, though, the consummate professional, incredibly disciplined fold there. Just knowing the math and knowing that even though he's got a very short stack, ace-3 offsuit with all these players behind him is just not good enough, and he's patient enough to wait it out and see if he can get a better situation.
Jake Schindler, meanwhile, will open the action with a raise to $22,000. The 25-year-old pro calls Hollywood, Florida home. You may recognize that town. Also home to Jason Mercier, a familiar name here on the tour. This is Jake's first Alpha 8 appearance, and he is going to be heads up in position against Dan Coleman, the intimidating professional who has Queen-Jack suited and has flopped a flush draw. 2 kings and a 5 with a couple of clubs. Dan checks it. Jake seizing the opportunity to fire a continuation bet of $21,000.
I might have actually checked back here if I were Jake with Queen 10. It's got some showdown value and not too much equity, but he decides to continuation bet. Dan not going anywhere, of course, with his flush draw.
4 of hearts, a blank to both players, and Coleman, who has over $22.8 million in live tournament earnings, casually checks it over to Jake, who has $3.7 million in live tournament earnings of his own, and checks back.
Jake doesn't improve and decides not to go for it again.
Now the 6 of hearts on the river.
I think Dan has 2 options here. He can check and hope Queen High is good, or he can just try to bluff with it.
Check.
He decides to check. And Jake looks like he sees this as an opportunity to try to bet. Knows that he can't win in showdown, or assumes he can't win in showdown, that Dan either has a hand like ace high or maybe a 5, maybe pocket 3s.
But what is Jake representing here? I mean, the line is so suspect.
I mean, he could have 2 7s maybe. I mean, I think he would probably bet the turn with 2 7s. He could have rivered a 6. It's a little bit suspicious of a bet, but it's tough for Dan just to call with Queen High.
Try telling that to Dan Coleman. He casually deposits $42,000 in the middle and shows Queen Jack over Queen 10. That's playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to look very odd to some people that he just called with Queen High. But at the end of the day, what Dan's hand is it's a bluff catcher. It's not too different from Ace Queen or from, 5-4. He knows that he beats almost all of Jake's bluffs. If Jake had Ace High or a pair, he probably wouldn't feel the need to bluff. So his hand, if he's right that Jake's bluffing, he'll be able to call and win. It looks a little strange, and sometimes he'll look silly because Jake is actually value betting or potentially bluffing with a worse hand. But that's one of the things that makes Dan so dangerous. He's willing to trust his instincts and make a play that maybe most people wouldn't.
Yeah, this is Coleman's 3rd Alpha 8 appearance. He actually won the Season 2 London Alpha 8 title in his first ever appearance, good for $957,000 and change, and he was 9th in Season 2 at St. Kitts. Action folded around to Sorrel Mitzi on the button with ace-10 offsuit. Pretty sure we know what he's going to do. And indeed, he raises it to $20,000. Easy fold for Dan Coleman. And Action on Ben Tollerine, who started this pot with 64,000. Looks down at 8-6 offsuit, and he's going to make the call.
I started with 53 back, I think.
It was an interesting play here. He's obviously very, very short stacked, but getting a great price from the big blind.
Here comes the flop. It's Queen 9-7 rainbow, open-ended straight draw for Ben.
Yeah, so this is kind of what he's looking for. All in. Some decent equity to just push the rest of his stack in.
And that's exactly what he does, Olivier, moving all in for 43,000.
Sorel, I think, rightly figures that the pot is so big and ace-10 has enough equity against Ben's range that he just has to call and either hope to get lucky or hope that he has the best hand. He actually does have the best hand, but obviously Ben, with a lot of equity, can hit an 8, a 6, a 5, or a 10.
I'm calling for you. This is going to be sick.
Yeah. You almost got a room for him. Come on. I'm almost ready for him. Yeah. I mean, I kind of am.
Yeah, roughly a 3-2 favorite is Sorel.
He's going to come back and knock me out, I'm sure. Yeah. He's going to come back and win.
And here comes the turn. It's a 5 of clubs, no waiting for Ben Tollerine. He has iced this pot by making the straight. And he'll count his stack down, and better than double up, Olivier.
You already booked a flight.
Probably not enough from Ben's point of view, having lost with pocket aces to Sorel's ace-king suited earlier for a much bigger pot, but a much-needed double up to give himself some life.
Well, Dan saying Ben had already booked a flight out of Vegas on his phone. Well, he's going to have to cancel that. Not time to pack his bags just yet. You know, I'm always amazed, Olivier, at the amount of poise that we see in these young players.
Yeah, I mean, I think people associate youth with inexperience, and you know, some of these players are playing at their local casinos or traveling around in Europe where the age is lower to play. So even though a lot of these guys are young, a lot of them have played a lot of hands of poker, and I think over time you just kind of develop this tolerance. You build up this sense of knowing the way luck plays a role in poker and getting used to the swings, and you just develop that sense.
Button on Torelli, Jake and Sean in the blinds, and Sorel takes a peek at those tempting suited connectors, 7-8 suited under the gun.
A little bit of a loose open from Sorel, but he does have a lot of chips and very dangerous player when he's got a big stack.
He likes being aggressive. 26,000 is the figure. Folded to Ben Tollerine, and Ben, who now has over 100K in front of him, picks up ace-king offsuit and sends it to the center, all in.
Finally, Ben Tollerine gets dealt a good hand, is in a great position to double up here with ace-king.
Get through. Nothing wrong with that.
Folded around to Sean Winter, who showed a little bit of pause before turning his hand in. And
it's a good sign when asks how much.
Now Mizzy with 7-8 suited.
Yeah, he's got to call about 6 big blinds. He's already put in 2. He's getting about 2 to 1, so.
Any chance he can muck this?
Yeah, I mean, he definitely could. I think with his chip stack and getting the price that he is, I think it's pretty reasonable to call, but you could definitely fold 8 high.
That's not going to happen. Mitzi makes the call, and we're going to head to the flop. Ben in great shape here to hit effectively a third double up. Here comes the flop. 2 10s and an 8. Sorel sucking out, making 2 pair, and Ben Tollerine is looking for an ace or a king to keep his tournament hopes alive on the heels of a quadruple up and a double up.
Couple backdoor draws for Ben as well, but it's not looking good.
No, and the 3 of spades means it's looking worse. And Ben Tollerine is looking for an ace or a king to keep his tournament hopes alive. Can he connect? No, he cannot. Instead, it's a 9 of clubs on the end. And the stack that was trending in the right direction is now vanished. Heading over in Sorel's direction. Disappointing for Ben.
Yeah, I bet if you asked him, he would have preferred to just lose that first time instead of building that hope and then devastating it, especially when he had the best hand and gets unlucky there.
And Ben is going to leave behind $200,000 in Las Vegas, courtesy of his 2 entries. And the big stack continues to grow as Sorel Mitzi, in his 4th Alpha 8 appearance, has designs on finally making the money.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on ClubWPT.com. So get in the game today. The action's been intense here in Las Vegas. We had a sudden surge of bust-outs over the break. Alpha 8 St. Kitts second place finisher Kathy Leaney was taken down by fearless pro Paul Volpe, who emptied another chair a few hands later when his pocket nines held up against experienced amateur Larry Greenberg's pocket sixes.
It's a very unique thing that an amateur can come in and play with the best players in the world in anything. So it's an incredible opportunity to be able to do it, and I really enjoyed it. Hope to do it again.
And in another battle, high-stakes expert Tom Marchese's King Jack suited bested WPT champ JC Tran's pocket queens. Jason Kuhn had pocket kings, which were more than enough to take out his good pal Igor Koganov. And finally, when entrepreneur Ray Faltinsky sent his King 8 up against Florida pro Noah Schwartz's Ace 8, the pro prevailed.
It's nice to come out and see how you stack up against some of the best players in the world. And even in the heat of battle, they're giving me tips and so forth. And that's great. It's a great way to learn.
With all the busts, the tables have now been rebalanced and we're ready for more action. So Arlene Olivier, where does that leave us?
Well, Lynn, it leaves us with 22 players remaining in the field, spread out across 3 tables. At our feature table, we have 2 new faces, Tom Marchese and Eric Seidel, Olivier.
Yeah, Tom, WPT champion and one of the most well-liked and respected players on the tour. And of course, Eric Seidel, Poker Hall of Famer, one of my favorite players to see at a tournament. I mean, he's one of the few players from the old school of the poker boom who, you know, continued to be successful and play at these high stakes, and he just oozes respect, humility. He's just, whether he wins or loses, he always gives credit to his opponents. I really admire and respect Eric a lot.
Eric brings 420,000 in chips to the table, while Tom brings 328,000. The blinds are at 8 and 16, the ante at 1,000.
That's like impossible.
A couple of folds in front of Sorel Mitzi, who has Ace 8 offsuit, and the current chip lead, which he's putting to use in the form of a raise to 33,000. Now to Dan Coleman, who has Ace Queen. Oh, and Coleman going all in here.
Yeah, an aggressive play from Dan, but I think it's pretty standard one. Probably the same play that I would make. Ace Queen offsuit. He could 3-bet with it, but I think jamming is fine with his stack, and Sorel just opening a lot of hands. I think it's pretty easy to jam this hand against this opponent.
Yeah, and part of that is because he starts the hand with about 20 big blinds,
Yeah,
correct?
exactly, right.
Now, what do you do if you're Sorel? This is a big re-raise to be faced with.
I think it's a pretty easy fold.
You gonna put the dagger in me?
I might. Don't be so comfortable. I could be slow rolling you right now.
Even if Dan is bluffing with a hand like Jack-10 suited, you're still not really much of a favorite against that hand, and most of the time it'll just be dominated, so pretty easy fold from Sorel.
Sorel lays it down, and Coleman says, get out of here.
On my first bluff, and my first bluff through ever on me.
Yeah?
7-8 suited.
Nice. Nice. What suit?
And diamonds.
Nice. I had an 8 of diamonds, man.
Earlier this week, our Lynn Gilmartin had a chance to talk to Sorel about friendship in poker.
You all seem to be such good friends. How do you balance the notion that there are no friends at the poker table, yet they seem to be your best friends off the felt?
Yeah, you really just have to distinguish between the two.
The Mizzonator, ladies and gentlemen.
Like Antonio and I's relationship, I mean, I love the guy, but I just love, like, busting him. I love, like, more so than I do someone that is not my friend. We just love taking each other's money.
Okay.
And it is what it is. But then there's other guys who I'm closer with who, you know, there's a little bit of compassion that comes with it. We all understand that this is a game, and at the end of the day, like, we're all gonna die with money left over, hopefully. Maybe not me, who knows? But, you know, it's just a game, and we're all just doing what we love to do.
My head's like spinning.
Olivia, you got a few friends out there in the poker community yourself. How key is that to being able to get through this stressful career?
Yeah, I mean, I think Sorel's right. I mean, at a certain point, you just kind of get over that. You just get used to it, and you develop this sense of being able to just distinguish your friendship from your actual play at the table. And it's not like you're trying to hurt your friends, you're just trying to make the best decisions. I mean, friends compete all the time, and they, you know, sometimes that friendship can fuel extra motivation to win. So in poker, I think it's no different.
Let's get back to the feature table. Action's on Tom. Marchese competing here with pocket threes, making it 35,000 to go.
Because it's so like energetic.
And the other new face at the table, Eric Seidel, takes a peek at hard 8, pocket fours. He's in the small blind here, already has 8,000 invested.
How was your play?
Asking Tom for a count.
I think I started with 327.
Seidel, 55 years young, let's call it.
It's not so obvious what to do if you're Eric here. I mean, from the small blind, when Tom raises with just over 20 big blinds, it's really unclear. I think you could make an argument for folding with fours. You could try to make an aggressive play with fours, or I think calling is probably the more standard and conservative play, but it's not necessarily so obvious. It's always important to keep in mind the chip stacks of the opponents that you're playing hands against.
Seidel opting for the call. Jake Schindler laid down from the big blind, leaving the two new faces at the table to do battle, and the flop. Ace-6-4. Set of fours for Seidel, who checks it over to Marchese.
Yeah, obviously a huge hand for Eric here. Is praying that Tom has some sort of equity, either an ace or flush draw or something.
Marchese firing a continuation bet of 40,000 into the pot of 94, and Seidel min-raising.
Yeah, a little bit of an unorthodox raise. I would think with this board that Eric, if he wanted to raise, would tend to make a bigger raise, but decides to go with the min raise, maybe see if Tom is willing to make a play. But Tom, with an underpair to the board, doesn't have too many options and decides to just let it go.
Well, Seidel didn't pick up 8 World Series of Poker bracelets over the course of his career, making mistakes. 5th on the all-time money list with over $20.8 million in live tournament earnings. Straight ahead, more high-stakes action from Bellagio.
Mike, why is the Bellagio the epicenter of poker?
Well, Lynn, many players consider Bellagio the Rolls-Royce of poker rooms. Since its opening, they've had the highest stakes cash games. The inaugural event on the WPT was held right here at Bellagio. Welcome to the debut of the World Poker Tour. All players want to win events here at Bellagio because the tournaments are huge.
Did you ever imagine that one day we would have tournaments with a $100,000 buy-in price tag?
Well, it's really incredible, Lynn, no doubt about it. That's why players love it here at Bellagio, because when they have poker tournaments, it is big time, folks.
Big time indeed, Mike Sexton, as we get a look at the prize pool. Over $5.3 million collected, courtesy of 55 entries. And we're gonna make not one, but 2 millionaires, both first and second prize, better than $1 million. And that is a rarity in poker. Back to the feature table, Eric Seidel with an ace. Calm, cool, and collected, sends it back into the muck. No temptation there. Sean Winter with Queen 7. Sean from Jacksonville, Florida. It just looks like he's in pain whenever he mucks, doesn't it?
I mean, it looked like a struggle to muck the Queen 7 off. I'm not sure what's so tough about that play, but...
Well, Sean wants to play, we know that much. Just hasn't had a lot of opportunities to, especially given his seat at the table. Tough players on his left, including Sorel Mitzi, who's got ace-3 offsuit and raises it up.
Interesting call here from Dan Coleman with just 2 8s on the button.
Yeah, why no 3-bet?
Maybe he just, he's comfortable playing in position post-flop.
Marchese folds a small blind, and Jason Less now with ace-king suited in the big blind.
I expect Jason to make a sizable 3-bet here.
How do you feel about 161,000?
I think he's made it bigger on purpose because he wants Dan to know that he's committed to Dan's stack and try to make sure that Sorel folds and he can be heads up with Dan. Easy fold for Sorel, of course, with the ace-3 off.
You have a really good hand, or 4-5 suited.
And you heard Coleman speculating as to Jason's holding.
Yeah, I mean, Dan knows that Sorel was in the pot too, so when Jason makes this play, he's making it against both players.
Yeah, Dan started this pot with 352,000.
And this is a really difficult decision for Dan.
I'm all in.
Oh, Dan's gone all in, Olivier.
Call.
And a snap call from Jason Less.
There's a lot of money in the pot here, and a lot of people would say, oh, I don't want to flip here at this point in the time in the tournament and wait for a better spot. But you have to remember, even if you're flipping here when you're with Dan's hand, there's a lot of chips already in the pot.
It's really rare that someone asks that before and then goes all in.
Dan's really good at these, by the way. He's really
Stop, man. Stop. Don't say that. Don't
Oh,
say
and look at this flop, king high, disastrous for Dan Coleman. The turn, no help. He's looking for an 8, and instead it's a 4 on the river. And just like that, in a shocking twist, Dan Coleman says goodbye.
Yeah, it's a rare thing to see Dan Coleman bust a tournament these days, but it does happen.
And Coleman leaves behind 200,000. Courtesy of that inheritance, you are looking at your new chip leader, Jason Less. More action from Vegas straight ahead.
Las Vegas attracts the best poker players from around the world. And now you can play WPT caliber poker on your iPhone anywhere you go for free. Log on to the App Store to download Club WPT Express Poker. Remember, it's free and it's fun. Hope to see you in the game. Don't have dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to clubwpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Lynn's right, you don't have to have access to big money to enjoy playing poker. All you need is a computer and an internet connection to log on to clubwpt.com and play poker for free.
When you get right down to it, poker's a great game no matter what the stakes. And clubwpt.com is a website that gives the opportunity to have fun, play poker with your friends, and hopefully improve your game, all from the comfort of your home.
Now, if you really want to have the full club experience, become a clubwpt.com VIP member and receive all kinds of exclusive benefits, including having access to great poker resources like old episodes of World Poker Tour and Alpha 8.
At clubwpt.com, you can play for a part of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
So what are you waiting for? Turn on that computer and log on to clubwpt.com and check it out. In the meantime, let's check out our prize pool. Over $5.3 million up for grabs. 6 places getting paid, with first taking home a cool $2.1 million. The new big stack at the feature table belongs to Jason Less. Sorrel Mitzi still with over $1 million in front of him, and action has been folded around to Tom Marchese. He's in the cutoff. Marchese moving all in with King 10 offsuit.
How much is it?
I think it's 220.
Les folds on the button, and now Torelli wants a count. Tom from Parsippany, New Jersey. He's a World Poker Tour champion, currently living in Las Vegas, just 27 years of age.
Always one of the top players when he plays any tournament. It's a little bit of a suspect call here, I think, from Alec.
With ace-8 offsuit, yeah.
From the small blind. He's still got Eric in the big blind, and Tom's likely to have a pretty good hand.
It's hard to make the overcall with this, but I think I was calling.
Seidel folding with ace-9 offsuit after Torelli makes the call.
Thanks. You want to swap?
Nah, it's okay.
I mean, we have the same stack.
My phone's dead.
Nah, it's all right.
Okay. I was going to swap 2.5 with you.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair to you.
You notice that Marchese actually the favorite to win the hand based on cards that we've already seen. And here comes the flop. It's ace-high. Torelli way out in front now. Marchese needs a lot of help in order to take this pot and stay alive. Oh, 10 on the turn.
That'll start.
There it is. It's a king.
Nice hand.
Runner, and Tom Marchese dealing a wicked blow to Alec Torelli's stack, who is now sitting on just 20,000 in chips, while Tom is up to 464.
Yeah, very unfortunate turn and river there for Alec, as his stack gets decimated to about just over 1 big blind.
Just painful. Jack 8 suited for Sean Winter, who's had all he can stand. He can't stand no more, and he opens this pot up with the raise.
It's a very odd raise under the gun 7-handed from Sean here. I mean,
38,000?
First of all, Alec is so short stacked that he's going to play most of his hands. The other players are going to see that Sean raised with this hand, and he's going to have to beat Alec's hand as well. So it's a little bit of a strange play, but maybe just some frustration from not getting a lot of good hands.
Yeah, Alec calling with his last 10K, sitting on Queen Deuce suited. Seidel mucked an ace pre-flop.
Yeah, I mean, from the small blind to Sean's, under the gun open, it's a pretty reasonable fold from Eric.
Action on Jake Schindler with 10-7 offsuit in the big blind.
So obviously 10-7, not a premium hand, but he's getting a great price, especially when you add in Alex's chip. So he's going to call and see a flop here.
Yeah, puts in the extra 22,000.
I need like 20. I think this is the right decision.
Here comes the flop. 2 9s and a 5. No pair anywhere. And believe it or not, Alec's queen high is currently out in front as 2 players still involved in the side pot, Sean Winter and Jake Schindler. Jake checks it to Sean, and Sean is going to fire. 30,000. Jake with the quick fold.
Jack 10.
That's good.
You have Jack 10? One time.
Winter takes the side pot, and Alec thrilled to see that his queen high is good.
I think I can win though.
I don't think so.
It's kind of ironic. Alex was hoping for Jack 10 because he thought that would be the worst hand that Sean would have in this spot, but Sean actually has a worse hand here with Jack 8.
I think 7's better.
Queen.
Here comes the turn. It's a tray.
Nice hand.
And Winter giving the premature nice hand to Alec.
Dead.
He could still hit a Jack or an 8 to win this pot, but no, it's a 3.
Don't call it a comeback.
And Torelli's not done just yet.
Nope, Torelli more than tripling up his stack.
No, I had 18,000.
What's the biggest comeback you've ever seen in a poker tournament, Olivier?
Huh. I was in a tournament where I think Jason Mercier came back from extremely, extremely short stack, ended up winning it, but I didn't
like
actually
less than 5
see
big
it.
blinds?
Yeah, something like that.
1 double up. That one's the big one.
That was nice.
Was that a bit of an oversight there by Sean pre-flop, not really realizing that he was going to have his hand turned up regardless, given Alec's situation?
I think so, yeah. I mean, there are definitely some hands that Alec could fold, but suited queen, probably not going to be one of them.
Wow, Jack 8 for the hold. Nice c-bet.
How good do you run? I have that hand.
Under the gun plus a c-bet and Jack 8. Thank you.
Alec still marveling at his good fortune there, considering the circumstances he was in. Action folded around to Alec, who's got a little breathing room right now. He started the pot with 76,000, but certainly a lot of work cut out for him, and he's going all in again.
This is a fine play from Alec, starting the hand with just under 5 big blinds, but he could have waited and tried to get a better hand, but he's just, at this point, going to put his stack at risk and hope the next 3 players don't wake up with anything.
Well, Seidel's out of the way, but we're held up on Jake Schindler in the small blind with ace-4 suited.
Yeah, I don't love this call from Jake. I mean, I think he's unlikely to be a big favorite against Alec.
Yeah.
There's always Sean Winter in the big blind, who's shown a lot of aggression in these types
Queen,
of
Jack of
spots. So I
hearts?
think you have to be a little bit extra careful if you're Jake from the small blind here.
Yeah.
King 8.
Glad you called.
Yeah, let's call Sean the Blizzard. He is creative and active, but he's going to sit this one out, leaving Schindler and Torelli to do battle. Jake, the favorite, heading to the flop with the ace.
Yeah, I think cut off there. I pretty much got a shove. I don't really love my hand, but just because if I let the blinds go around, it's pretty rough.
And that flop is Jack 7 tray, the ace still ahead, and Torelli's got his work cut out for him.
If I could hit an 8 then.
Looking for a king or an 8 on the turn. Instead, it's a 9.
10.
He can now hit a 10 to make a straight. Here comes the river card. It's a 3, and that's it for Alec Torelli.
See you guys. Take it easy. Good luck, everybody.
Who says goodbye and gets a dose of the red wash.
I'm sure he felt pretty comfortable after that ace-high flop, but Tom hitting 2 pair, and then now this hand ultimately leading to Alec's bust out. We're going to have to say goodbye to Alec Torelli.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch, but not before he gets to check in with our Lynn Gilmartin.
You know, it takes a lot of luck to come back from 1 big blind.
It certainly does, but hey, it would have made a good story.
Yeah.
And do you feel like you played well?
Yeah, I did. I knew that going in, the table was going to be really tough. I looked at my draw today, and I knew I had one of the tougher tables in the event. And so I knew I wasn't going to just be able to sit back and wait for chips. I was going to have to look for opportunities. And so I tried to do that and try my best, but things didn't go my way.
Welcome to the Bellagio Buffet's executive chef table. Enjoy. So here we go. Chocolate fondue at its best.
2L for 8.
Okay, so let me get this straight, Olivier. You and I are in the skybox, which is not a bad place to be, but we don't get any chocolate fondue.
You didn't get chocolate fondue?
No, I didn't get chocolate fondue.
I did.
What? We're gonna have to see about that. You know who else didn't get any chocolate fondue? Darren Elias, who took pocket deuces up against Noah Schwartz's aces unsuccessfully, but Dan Cates' pocket aces fell prey to Andrew Lichtenberger's pocket sixes. And now we're down to just 18 players as the field grows thinner and thinner. Let's send it to the feature table right now, and your chip leader, Jason Less, with over $1.5 million. Button on Sean Winter, Sorrell and Tom in the blinds. Jason will be first to act. And now that we're down to 6-handed and you've got the big stack, is this something you're gonna look at and say time to lean on the boys or not?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to have to play a little bit of a wider range with fewer people at the table. And, the real advantage comes from when you start to approach the money. You can really start to put pressure on the medium stacks who don't feel the desperation of the short stacks, but at the same time want to try to build stacks to make deep runs.
Jason Les has King 8 offsuit, lays it down. As does Erik Seidel. Jake Schindler, who looks at pocket fours. And he's going to raise it up, making it 35,000 to go.
Pretty easy standard open from Jake with his pocket pair.
Sean Winter lays down the button, and it's 2 kings for Sorel.
Obviously a huge hand from Sorel with his stack and his image. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets action here from Jake.
Any chance he just calls?
He could, I just don't think it makes sense. Sorel already 3-bets a lot, especially from the small blind, so it makes sense to also play his strong hands like that.
Yeah, he's made it 90,000 total, and Tom Marchese with ace-jack offsuit in the big blind.
Not an easy spot for Tom with his stack against an aggressive 3-better like Sorel.
Yeah, Tom with 389,000 to start the hand.
All in.
I think it'd be very tough for Jake to call most of his hands. Obviously, in this case, Sorel with 2 kings going to instantly call.
You feel like Tom would have made this play if it wasn't Sorel in the small blind, if it was a different player?
I mean, it depends. If the player was as aggressive as Sorel, then, he still would make that play. But Sorel's definitely on the more aggressive side from the small blind, especially with his stack.
Oh, but look at this flop. 2 kings are ace magnets, and it holds true here as Marchese outflops Sorel. 5 of spades on the turn. King of spades is already in the muck. 1 out on the end, and Sorel does not connect, taking a huge dent to his stack here, courtesy of Tom Marchese, who not long ago had just 220,000 in chips.
Yeah, Tom winning a couple critical all-ins to vault his stack up to over 800,000. And this is part of the reason that when Tom makes a play, he does it with a hand that has an ace in it. It's because if he does run into pocket queens or pocket kings, he still has a legitimate chance of winning, like he did in this hand.
Somewhere Tom Marchese's father is smiling. At one point, Marchese had to actually use cash game graphs to explain to Dad why poker wasn't just simple luck. And Tom vaults into second in chips, tied with Jake Schindler, 821,000 a man. Up next, more high-stakes action from Vegas.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
Welcome back to Bellagio, where high-stakes action continues. Here at Alpha 8, 6 players remain at the feature table. It'll be Tom Marchese first to act with the blinds at 8 and 16,000 and the ante steady at 2K. He lays down 10-4 suited over to Jason Les, your chip leader, who has Jack-9 suited.
With his stack, I expect Jason to open Jack-9 suited.
And that looks to be exactly what he's going to do, making it 35,000 to go, but 2 kings for Erik Seidel.
I think Erik has 2 legit options. I mean, I think he can try to just call and trap with the kings, but in this day and age in poker, people are 3-betting so often that usually they like to include their very strong hands in their 3-betting to try to balance some of their bluffs.
And that's exactly what Seidel has done, making it 90,000 total. Back to Jason Les, 55 more to call.
I'm a little bit surprised by this call. I mean, he's out of position. Erik doesn't have a ton of chips. He just has Jack-9 suited. I actually don't really like this call at all. I think this is just a fold here.
Here comes the flop. Jack-9 tray, top 2 pair for Jason Les, and this is disaster for Erik Seidel.
Yeah, I mean, now I wouldn't fold if I'm Jason, but, you see even when he flops such a big flop like top 2 pair against an overpair that Erik has, he's still only under 70% to win. I mean, Erik still can win a number of different ways here.
Well, Jason has checked it over to Erik, who bets 90,000.
This is a relatively draw-heavy board, so I wouldn't be surprised if Jason, and he does raise here, just trying to commit against Erik's stack.
Yeah, pretty textured-looking threesome up there on the flop.
Not a lot of options for Erik here with his stack in his hand. He has to just move his chips in.
And that's exactly what he does. The writing pretty much on the wall. Snap call from Jason Les. And Eric is going to get a little surprise here. I don't think he expects to see Jack-9 suited in Jason's hand.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't so shocked to be behind, but I think that particular hand was just not one of the ones he was thinking of.
10 of clubs. Seidel can hit a 3, a 10, a queen, or a king. It's the 6 of hearts, and down go Cowboys and Hall of Famer Eric Seidel.
And everyone else.
An absolute beast on the super high roller circuits worldwide has been sent home, courtesy of Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, Jason took a gamble there. It paid off, and he's looking to make a deep run here.
Yep, and with Seidel's departure, we are down to just 17 players, Olivier. 5 at the featured table, 6 at our 2 outer tables. And let's send it back to the featured table. King-Jack suited for Jason. He puts his newly earned chips to work, making it 35,000 to go. Couple of nickels for Jake Schindler. And he's gonna 3-pop to 90.
That's an interesting 3-bet. I would expect most pros to just call here with 2 5s.
Oh, look at this, Marchese with a couple of aces, Olivier, in the big blind. What a great situation he's in.
Yeah, I expect Tom to put a 4-bet in here. He doesn't want to call, let Jason enter the pot, and have to play out of position against 2 opponents. So I think a 4-bet is in order here from Tom's pocket aces.
Right, whereas a smooth call, if he was maybe in position against his 2 opponents, might be the more favorable approach. And indeed, Olivier, you're right. He does put in the 4-bet, 185,000 total. King-Jack suited, just not looking so good anymore. Les lays it down, back over to pocket 5s for Schindler.
And the problem for Jake is just that Tom's raise here is like the exact size to put Jake at a decision for his tournament.
All in.
Wow.
Wow, Jake Schindler ships it all in, and a snap call from Tom, no question.
Big misstep there from Jake. At the end of the day, he's now put in almost 50 big blinds with 2 5s in a 5-bet pot. I think this is just way too loose of a play. I think sometimes you make an aggressive play with a weak hand, somebody makes another aggressive play, and you kind of let your mind play tricks on you, thinking that they know what you have and that they're putting you in a tough spot purposefully.
Yeah, you get the feeling that he suspected Marchese was out of line on that 4-bet, looking to take advantage of a situation, but instead, he had the goods, the flop, king 6 7. 5s are in bad shape. The queen of hearts is no help to Schindler. And now he has 2 outs once for his tournament. Can he hit a nickel? Looking for 15 cents on the river. No dice. And Jake Schindler, just like that.
Yeah, that's part of the danger of no limit hold'em is that at any point, if you make a mistake against someone with more chips than you, that can end your day. And a little bit of a blow up here from Jake as he 5-bets all in with pocket 5s and runs into Tom's pocket aces.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be getting a great night's sleep after that series of events. You get the feeling he'll be replaying that hand in his mind.
Unbelievable surge from Tom here.
With Schindler's departure, we are now down to just 16 players, which means we'll redraw and consolidate the field to just 2 tables, which means we'll see some new faces at our featured table next time. But before we say goodbye, let's send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's standing by with a disappointed Jake Schindler.
Jake, you seem to be playing really solid today, and then, but now you're here. You must be disappointed.
Yeah, I am. I just really like those pocket 5s, you know?
Now, Tom is on a roll today. How do you think he's playing?
I always think he plays really, really well. We had a very solid table, and he's been managing very well, playing very good.
All right, well, you played really well too. Thank you so much, Jake. And there is plenty more to come from WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas, so make sure you stay tuned next time. For Ali Najad and Olivier Busquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. In Las Vegas, spending $100,000 to flirt with Lady Luck only gets you so far. This is WPT Alpha 8. The world-famous city of Las Vegas, a land filled with dreams of striking it rich, and we are at its crown jewel, Bellagio. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, ready to bring you VIP access to our continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. This super high roller poker tournament is not for the weak at heart. All of our players paid at least $100,000 for the privilege to compete. But that privilege does not come with a money-back guarantee. We have already seen some of those competitors take that unpleasant walk of shame that left them broke, busted, and out of the game. For the survivors, the excitement is on as they get closer to winning this title and the over $2 million first place prize. At this point, who will win is not so obvious, but we do have two gentlemen who will help give us an inside look as to what these players need to do if they hope to find themselves with a big payday. I'm talking about A8's own Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. They're up in the clubwpt.com skybox. Good evening, boys.
Good evening to you, Lynn Gilmartin, and to our 16 remaining competitors. Olivier, what jumps out right away is that there is a complete lack of true amateurs left in this field.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon Stephen is the only so-called amateur that's left, and he's no slouch. He has a lot of experience and is a tough player. And the rest of the pros are some of the best pros in the world. This is probably the best final group of 16 players that I've ever seen at the end of a tournament.
Wow, that's a bold statement coming from you, my friend. 44 players in total, 55 entries, good for a prize pool of over $5.3 million, and we are going to make not one, but two millionaires out of our top 6, which is the money. 2.1 million and change for first and 1.2 and change for second. Let's zero in on the feature table, Olivier. Who do you like?
Well, there's two guys I just want to focus on right now. Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, and Doug Polk. We've seen Chewy before. What viewers might not know is that over the last few years, Chewy's become kind of zen. He's started meditating, doing a lot more yoga, and I think it's really helped his poker game. He's a lot more relaxed and confident at the table, and he's, just one of the best players out there. Now, Doug Polk, viewers might not be as familiar with. He's probably the best, the #1 heads-up player on the internet. He works as hard on his game as anyone that I know, and he's just as tough as it gets.
Yeah, Doug Polk from Boulder City, Nevada, currently living in Las Vegas, just 25 years of age, used to go to UNC Wilmington to study political science and planned on attending law school, but somewhere along the way, I think he caught the poker bug. Let's get down to the action. Blinds are at 10 and 20,000. The ante is 2,000. Button will be on the Zen Master, Lucky Chewy, Jason Kuhn and Doug Polk in the blinds, and Brian Rast first to act. Rast with King 4 offsuit lays it down. He looks like something out of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas right there. He's got the real Sin City vibe going.
Brian, one of the players with the most live experience out of all of these pros. He's very tough and intimidating presence at the table.
Don Kim and Sean Winter both lay down, and Noah Schwartz unlikely to be doing the same as he picks up 2 aces to start the session.
Good start for Noah, obviously going to come in for a raise here.
45,000, just over a min raise. Chewy lays down. And Jason Kuhn also with aces here.
Wow, this is something you almost never see at a poker table. Pocket aces against pocket aces. Not to mention that the open raiser, Noah Schwartz, is in late position here, so he's definitely not going to get as much credit from the rest of his opponents.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn, 29 years of age, splits his time between Vegas and Vancouver, though he is a West Virginia native. This is his 3rd Alpha 8 appearance, and he's going to repop it predictably here to 135,000 total.
I'm helping you out.
Now the action's back over to Noah. He's going to have position in this pot. Do you favor a call as opposed to a re-raise?
I prefer a call here. I think Jason's range is a little bit too wide to try to get it in with pocket aces here.
Yeah, Noah makes it 282,000 though. This is where you start to really narrow your range and polarize things.
It's 282.
Yes.
Now the question really for Jason Kuhn is whether he thinks Noah would be bluffing here often enough to justify a call. If you don't think your opponent is bluffing very often, you should just go all in and expect him to call because he's got mostly value hands.
Schwartz started this pot with 885,000, Kuhn with 1.5 million in change, so he does have Noah covered, and he's going to just call. And you see Noah shoot him a quick look. What's going through Schwartz's head?
Well, Schwartz is just happy to get the action. I mean, with pocket aces in his stack, there are very, very few flops he's ever going to get.
But he's still putting Jason on a range of hands. As we see the flop hit, 10-4 deuce with a couple of hearts. Jason checks to Noah, who bets 275,000. Kuhn with a quick all-in. Schwartz with an even quicker call, and surprise.
Got hearts.
And you see the percentages here. Noah Schwartz cannot win this pot outright given this flop. However, Jason Kuhn has a 2% chance to hit running hearts and make a flush, which would give him the whole pot.
Most of the time, though, he'll just chop this pot.
No kings? It's kings every time.
I'm alive, yo.
Yeah, both players pretty disappointed after seeing their opponent's hands. I mean, they were both excited to be in a great spot to win a ton of chips.
Important to note that Kuhn cannot lose the pot, whereas Schwartz can. But now that the board hits with a 10 of diamonds, the river is a mere formality, and they'll chop up the big blind and the antes.
You're supposed to have kings, buddy.
I know. One of us is supposed to have kings, aren't we?
We thought we had each other.
Yeah.
King, Good hand, Kuhn's team.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
You gotta give it up.
Yeah, Jason Kuhn, he's a guy who has lost a lot of those pots in the past, so he might even be happy to split it there. His talent certainly outweighs his performance last year as far as the numbers were concerned.
Yeah, Jason been a little bit snake bit in some of those high equity spots. You don't get into too many of them when you play high stakes tournaments for a living, so if you don't run that good, you know, it can be a little bit frustrating.
48,000.
Back to the feature table where we find Jason Kuhn right back in the saddle, raising with pocket deuces this time. Not quite aces, but good enough to get involved. 48,000 is the number, and Brian Rast has him pipped with a couple of threes.
Brian, one of the more aggressive players on the tour.
You know, somehow, taking a look at Brian Rast, you might guess that.
So it looks like Brian's decided to 3-bet his pocket threes. And again, I think part of the reason he does that is a function of Jason Kuhn's late position raise, plus the fact that Brian himself is in the small blind, a notoriously difficult position to play.
Phil Locke gets out of the way. Kuhn just calls. Uh-oh.
Wow.
7 tray deuce. Set over set.
Yeah, not only is this an unbelievable cooler, but you have to remember both these players are very deep to start this hand. And from Jason's point of view, it's just almost impossible for him to be beat at this point. I mean, how could Brian Rast 3-bet a hand like pocket threes? Even pocket sevens is not particularly likely. So Jason is sitting incredibly excited about this pot and the potential to win a huge pot.
Yeah, he feels like he's got Brian on the hook for at least 110,000 and just makes the call, giving him some rope, Olivier.
Yeah, I like this play from Jason. Brian's a very, very aggressive player, and they're very deep. So I would let Brian kind of continue his aggression. And since he's in position, he's able to make the last raise.
And look at this turn card, the ace of hearts.
Now, we know that Jason is in a world of trouble here, but both players are actually not that discouraged by this ace. They're both hoping that their opponent hit the ace and will continue to give action.
303,000 is the bet from Brian.
Now, of course, Brian could easily have a big ace himself, just continuation bet on the flop and then have hit the ace on the turn.
Kuhn just calls.
And we can see this pot has ballooned rather quickly. It's already over $1 million in chips.
And here comes the river. Oh, that's a tricky one, the 5 of diamonds.
The 5 of diamonds does change things a little bit. It's a very scary card. Either player, in theory, could have a 4 and, of course, could have made a flush.
I'm all in.
Wow.
Rast moves all in.
Huge bet here from Brian Rast. This pot has the potential to be absolutely massive.
Oh my God, it's so sick. Rast, I had you, buddy. I flopped a set. Oh, it's just like non-stop, man. Every single one of these spots. I get there and I'm just like, yeah, cool. You know, I'm finally gonna have 3 million in one of these 100Ks. Do what I can do, and then flop a set, and that happens.
Just an incredibly difficult position for Jason. Obviously, he flopped what he considered to be the nuts. Now, we know he was beat on the flop, but he has no way of knowing that.
9 8 of diamonds, 10 9 of diamonds. Not that many combos, straights. Sorry, guys, it's one of the biggest hands I've ever been in.
Over 2 million in the pot.
I think if I were in Jason's position, I would just feel forced to call here. I wouldn't like it. And remember, Brian Rast is one of the most aggressive players on the tour. If anyone is capable of making this triple barrel massive bluff, it's Brian.
Only 4 combos of 4 5. Well, 3 combos of 4 5. This is so disgusting, man.
Kuhn calls. Surprise.
Ugh. Nice hand.
And when you said you had a set, I was flopped a set. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Which one?
It's pretty thin shove.
You really got to give Brian credit. This is a really impressive value bet here.
888.
Nice hand, Brian.
Brian could have lost to pocket sevens. He could have lost to any 4 or any flush, but he still had enough confidence in his hand and in the situation to make this big value bet and ultimately win a huge pot. I think a number of players might have just checked the river, hoping their opponent check and win a much smaller pot. It's a nice bet there on the river and a huge pot.
That's why they're the best.
Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free. Don't have dough for a high roller buy-in but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This is where the big stakes happen here in Las Vegas, right here in Bobby's Room. For those that may not know, Bobby's Room was named after Bobby Baldwin, a high-stakes former world champion, poker player himself, former president of Bellagio. Just peek around, let me see who's there right now. I see a couple Hall of Famers at the table, the legendary Doyle Brunson, Lyle Berman, who created the World Poker Tour along with Steve Lipscomb. I see a Patrick Antonius, David Benjamin, and let me tell you something. These players absolutely love when the big-time poker tournaments come to Bellagio because they welcome the guys that just bust out of the tournaments where they're on tilt, they're steaming, and they say, come on, boys. And some of them jump into Bobby's Room here to try to fire it up to get their money back. These guys love it.
Olivier, used to be that tournament players were highly specialized entities and they didn't really partake in the high-stakes cash games and vice versa for the most part. But now that's changing.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, tournament variance is just so high that a lot of players also play cash games on the side as a kind of more regular stream of income. But at the same time, a lot of these tournament players are also cash game specialists who have just moved into tournaments because there's a lot of money to be made, especially in these really super high roller, high buy-in ones.
Well, here's someone who fancies himself good at both sides of the poker equation, Phil Locke. Looks like one of the X-Men with the goggles on right now.
What do you think his superpower is?
Oh gosh, talking?
Folding? Maybe folding.
Yeah, so far. Here's a look at Dong Kim. Dong currently calls South Korea home, just 25 years of age. A group of players that you describe as the Douglets, as we see him go all in here for $266,000 with ace-4 offsuit.
All in.
And Sean Winter over the top for $391.
Yeah, the Douglets are kind of an affectionate term that are used in the poker community to describe a group of players that Doug Polk has, developed and trained, found them when they were young and playing smaller stakes, and has helped them achieve very high levels of poker success.
This Douglet in a world of hurt heading to the flop, dominated by Sean Winter, and here comes that flop. Ace-9-4, aces and fours for Dong Kim. Huge suck out on this flop. Sean Winter needs a lot of help. The deuce of clubs on the turn isn't going to do it. Now he needs a 9 or a 10 on the river and cannot connect as Dong gets a stay of execution. Very fortunate turn of events for him.
Yeah, and I don't think the rest of the table was too thrilled to see that. If Dong gets a hold of some chips, he can be a real threat.
Now, worthy of note, Olivier, is that this is the very first Alpha 8 for both Dong Kim and for Sean Winter. Do nerves ever play a part in that type of spot?
You know, I think both these players probably have a lot of experience playing cash, playing on the internet, so at the end of the day, poker is poker, and if you're comfortable playing hands, you should be pretty comfortable at the table.
Let's take a look at the chip count. Brian Rast in the chip lead with almost $3 million in front of him. A distant second, Andrew Lichtenberger with 1.3 and change. Action folded around to Dong Kim. A couple of snowmen for him. He's got $634,000, and he's going to raise it up to 50 now that he's got some breathing room. Over to Sean Winter with ace-9 off.
50.
Sean on the super short stack here probably feels like he doesn't have too many options. Got to kind of go with it with this hand.
All in.
Yeah, and he's going to put it all in for $124,000.
I don't think he's going to mind too much seeing Dong's pocket eights. It's going to be pretty much a flip.
2 overs against the eights, assuming we get all the way back that direction. And we do.
124.
Dong will most certainly call the extra $74,000, and these two will put their cards on their backs, and we'll let 5 run off the stub. All right, here comes the flop. Ace-4-7, and this time Sean Winter, the one that gets lucky. The turn of 5, and the river is a 6. Running straight cards for Dong Kim, who hits Sean Winter with the left cross and then the right uppercut. 1-2 punch, and Winter has been KO'd.
Super unlucky for Sean. Didn't seem like he could get anything going throughout this tournament, and at the end, the blinds got big. He lost 2 all-ins, and that was that.
It's amazing how easily you can go from thinking that you're in contention to heading for the exit, down to just 15 players. 7 left at the feature table.
I get to shove this one. I'm gonna go all in.
And another short stack. Jason Kuhn, even shorter than Sean's before him with 52,000, is going to move all in with the hard 6, pocket 3s, the hand he lost a lot of his chips to when that man, Brian Rast, hit set over set. This time Rast is going to call with Queen 10 suited.
Brian trying to finish the job after that epic cooler he had over Jason.
Folded all the way to Lucky Chewy in the big blind. And he's going to take a peek at King Deuce suited.
Chewy getting a great price here.
Yeah, 32,000 to call. And he makes that call. A competitive bowler in high school once bowled a 289, believe it or not.
Let's see if we can do it.
3 players to the flop.
See if we can start the spin.
Active side pot, which is currently dry between Andrew and Brian. And the flop. Ace, 5, 7, 2, 3, still the best hand. Air for both other players, who both check. Turn card is a queen, and now Brian Rast has the best hand. Chewy checks it over to Brian.
Looks like Brian's going to try to bet here, protect his queen. I like this play.
Oh, Rasty, live and die by it.
Chewy folds. Jason Kuhn gets the bad news, and he knows he needs to hit one of 2 remaining 3s in the deck in order to double and stay alive. Instead, it's a 7, and adios for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah. Good luck, guys. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Good luck, man. Good luck, guys. Pleasure.
So Jason Kuhn's departure means we're down to just 14 players. 8 at the outer, 6 at the feature. So we're going to yank a player from the outer table to balance things up.
I'll tell you what, Doug, it's never easy.
And while we do, let's send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with a no doubt disappointed Jason Kuhn.
Wow, Jason, what a turn of events. I mean, I could really see the agony in that decision with that set over set pot.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I mean, there's just absolutely nothing you can do. It goes 3-bet, and I call in position, and I get a 7-3 deuce flush draw board. I'm literally singing in my head like, oh my God, I'm finally gonna win one of these. But I mean, Rast plays well. It's really unfortunate, but it's life, and it's these tournaments.
Yeah.
I never try to get my hopes up because it's, you know, you play well, and a lot of it, you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jason. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Las Vegas for the continuation of Alpha 8. High-stakes action here inside Bellagio. Just before the break, we lost Jason Kuhn, which meant we needed to draw a name from the outer table to rebalance things, and we came up with that man right there, Jason Mercier. Rest of the field's got to be thrilled to see him arrive.
Yeah, I mean, you're never happy to see Jason Mercier walk up to your table, but at the same time, this tournament has become so tough at the end that I don't think there's a single player from the other table that these players would have been happy to see.
Yeah, it really wouldn't have mattered who we sent over. It wasn't going to be a fish, we know that much. And Jason Mercier, fresh off his St. Kitts victory at the Alpha 8.
Don't rub it in, Ali.
Yeah, who finished 4th in that one, Olivier?
I don't know, some clown.
A disappointing money bubble finish for our very own Olivier Bousquet there. But we're happy to have you back in the booth, my friend. Blinds have gone up to 11 and 22,000 with a 3,000 ante. A bit of an unorthodox structure, no?
Yeah, it's, you know, they're trying to create as much play as possible, especially at the end of the tournament, and I think that's great. The players are probably very happy about that.
Action folded around to Mercier. Looks at Queen Jack offsuit.
Are Ali Najad and some other guy in the back room analyzing this in real time right now on a 30-minute?
Some other guy in the back room? Thanks a lot, Phil Locke.
Ouch, Olivier, no love.
Jason, welcome to the table. Rasty likes to play.
Mercier makes it 44,000 to go. And Locke looks at ace-king offsuit. And sends 245,000 of his remaining 274 into the pot.
Yeah, there's no real strategic reason for doing this. It's just
impish.
Yeah, maybe to try to create the impression that you have less chips than you actually do. Maybe just to throw your opponent off. But Jason's too smart. He's going to count the whole stack, and he knows that he can't call with Queen Jack offsuit for about 13 big blinds. So, yeah, I'm not sure what Jason's thinking about, to be honest here. He's never, ever calling. Sometimes people don't like to just instantly fold their hands because it suggests that they just are opening with weak hands, but at this point, when you're talking about Jason Mercier, I mean, I think you could just fold right away.
Let's take a look at the chip counts. Brian Rast, 2.8 million and change. The short stack belongs to Phil Locke now, 360,000. Back to the action, which has been folded around to Jason Mercier again, and again, he's got Queen Jack offsuit. He's on the button here. Doug Polk and Brian Rast on his left. And Mercier is going to send his entire stack out there with just Queen Jack.
I think it's 390.
Yeah, I think the reason Jason does that is because he doesn't want to put a raise in and then give one of his opponents the opportunity to then put pressure on him, force him to a decision for his tournament life with just Queen High. So instead, he puts the decision on his opponents, forcing them to come up with a good enough hand to call his entire stack.
Meaning if he would have min-raised, this would have been a different situation for Brian Rast with a hand like Ace-6 off.
Yeah, this is a perfect example. I mean, Brian could have easily just called him min-raise, but if he wanted to get aggressive, and Brian is the type of player to do that, he could have decided to put pressure on Jason with his Ace-6 off, and then Jason would have been in a tough spot. Instead, Brian's the one in a tough spot because he knows that with Jason's range, it's very unlikely for Brian to be a big favorite here. He could definitely be a small favorite, but that's basically the best he can hope for.
He does have the chips to make this sort of investment in potentially knocking out a difficult competitor. Sure enough, Brian Rast makes the big call, and they're on their backs. And you see Mercier actually the favorite heading to the flop.
Yeah, the reason for that is because some of the other players have folded relevant cards that have changed the percentages. If we didn't know those other cards, Jason would be a slight dog. Instead, he's a slight favorite.
Oh, and he's an even bigger favorite after that flop, Olivier. Jack 9-4 as he pairs his jack. Rast just 10% to win the pot now. Turn card is another 9, and Brian needs to hit an ace. That's the only card Mercier saying don't put up there, and it's a safe Queen of Diamonds as Jason Mercier will double through the chip leader.
I think, part of the reason Brian decides to call in that spot, it might look a little fishy with his hand, but it's basically just that because Jason put such a big bet in, he's pretty confident Jason doesn't have a monster. And so he decided to take a risk. He's got a big, big stack. Just didn't work out for him.
Lose every hand except for when I'm on. That's the way to do it.
You know, you actually will win every tournament that happens.
Straight ahead, can Mercier keep the momentum going?
Las Vegas attracts the best poker players from around the world. And now you can play WPT caliber poker on your iPhone anywhere you go for free. Log on to the App Store to download Club WPT Express Poker. Remember, it's free and it's fun. Hope to see you in the game.
Welcome back to Las Vegas for the continuation of WPT Alpha 8. During the break, Olivier, we lost Sorel Mitzi. The one-time chip leader found himself all in with Queen Jack up against Bryn Kenny's Pocket Kings, and this hand didn't play out the way you expected it.
Yeah, it looks like Sorel opened from late position and then 4-bet all in over Bryn's 3-bet. Making a move here, running into a big hand, just unfortunate for Sorel.
And now we are down to just 13 players. There is a look at the way our feature table shakes out. Brian Rast, a much narrower gap than he had at one point in time between himself and second place Andrew Lichtenberger. Action folded around to Doug Polk on the button. Haven't seen Doug play a hand thus far. Doug, the 25-year-old pro from Boulder City, Nevada, widely considered one of the best online heads-up, no-limit hold'em players in the game. He's got ace-3 suited here.
Definitely going to come in for a raise.
Doug made it 46,000 to go. 20 miles for Brian Rast. He's got pocket tens.
Yeah, big hand for Brian here.
In the blinds are Brian Rast and Phil Locke, who has swapped out those ski goggles for some more conventional eyewear and shed his trademark hoodie as well. Rast raises.
I'm surprised to see Phil Locke just instantly fold King Jack.
Locke with 357,000 to start the hand. Obviously needs to get something going sooner than later. Action back over to Doug Polk now.
If I was Doug, I'd probably be more likely to 4-bet with this hand than to just call, but in position, Doug very comfortable playing post-flop and decides to just call and see it.
Yeah, also don't want to necessarily risk bloating the pot, right? Doug makes the call for another 105,000 and will be heads up in position against Czar Rast. Doug outflops Brian, making a pair of aces here. Action on Rast, though.
Obviously a very lucky flop for Doug as he 3-out to Brian here.
Brian certainly not going to just give up. Bets 120,000 in continuation.
I think this bet has kind of two functions. It serves as a protection bet in case Doug had a jack or queen or king, and it also serves as a value bet. I mean, 2 10s is still likely to be the best hand, even though there's a single ace on the board.
Doug makes the call.
Yeah, I don't think raising here makes a lot of sense. Calling is the pretty obvious play. And even from Brian's point of view, it's not clear that he's beat just because Doug calls one bet on the flop.
585,000 in the pot. Turn is a 6 of diamonds. A lot of texture there, but both players are going to check, and the river is a 10 of spades. Brian Rast hits a set.
Very unlucky for Doug, and I think it's going to be very tough for Doug to find a fold here. After checking on the turn, Doug has slightly underrepresented his hand, and I think it's going to be very tough for him to get away after Brian bets this river.
What should I do, Rast? You tell me.
Okay. Well, Polk makes the call. And he's not too happy to see that.
It would appear that the 10 was good for your hand.
The always astute observations of Phil Locke.
You got him on the river, Rusty. You river ratted him. King Rast. Set on the river. They're gonna someone.
There it is.
So I
All right.
You blew up. You gonna show that.
River to set.
A little frustration there from Doug Polk.
Yeah, it's 10-23.
8-16 with a 1K.
Action on Andrew Lichtenberger, the one you call Chewy.
6-12 with a 1K, Annie. Wrong.
Well, he's got a very chewable pair of aces.
Yeah, great hand for Chewy.
That's why.
How could it have been worse than this?
Chewy lives a very clean life. Eats healthy, meditates, practices yoga.
Shaves daily.
Yeah.
I think we should update his name to Lucky Chewbacca. He makes it 60,000 to go.
Yeah.
I think Chewy's Zen nature he'd probably be okay with whatever we wanted to call him. He'd be like, yeah, cool, man, whatever you want, dude.
Over to Polk, who's got a couple of 7s, and he's still licking his wounds from that bad beat on the river against Brian Rast, and
Mullen.
He's gonna move all in for his remaining 532,000, Olivier.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky for Doug. I mean, he's got a pretty good hand here with a pocket pair. He has just over 20 big blinds, so can't really fault him for moving in. Just a little unlucky to run into the pocket rockets of Chewy.
Call.
Chewy, of course, makes the easy call.
Oh, ripped it right into aces. Oh.
Polk, a little disappointed to say the least.
Yeah, there are plenty of hands that Chewy will be opening with there that he just can't call with, or even if he does find a call, Doug will be flipping with.
All right, well, good luck.
Good luck. You got hearts. You got hearts.
Here comes the flop. Polk is 7 fishing. Instead, it's 2 8s and a king on the flop, and 2 outs twice are in Doug's future. A 3 is not one of them. Will the river connect? No, and that's it for Doug Polk.
Good luck. We're playing with you. Lock, keep it real. See you, Dong.
See you, buddy.
See ya. Good luck. Good luck, guys.
Well, maybe next time Doug will pick another Major League team t-shirt to wear, because we know the Cubs, that story doesn't end well. The real story, though, Andrew Lichtenberger, who is stacking chips, and that's something no one wants to see.
One table at 9.
Yo, I know you called him, but would you have called me if I joined?
No favoritism here.
Let's send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with Doug now.
How's this happening to me?
What happened?
How's this I thought we had a good thing going here.
Aces.
You and me. No, all right. They had the aces.
They had the aces.
They right there. I had a hand that wasn't aces, and then they had the aces.
And now you're here.
I'm here. It was a minefield out there.
It was a minefield.
It was a minefield.
But you did pretty well. You've gone deep into day 2. Do you feel like you played well?
I think I played good. Well, I always play good, so I know I can play good.
Oh, I love that confidence. I love it.
Well, Doug seems to have a pretty positive attitude, but the reality is nobody likes dropping 100K off at Bellagio.
Yeah, especially as you get deeper and deeper into the tournament, closer to that money bubble.
And the Zen Master, Andrew Lichtenberger, having a great day.
Yeah, he's affectionately referred to in the poker community as Chewy or Lucky Chewy. His mother actually used to pack Chewy granola bars in his lunchbox when he was a kid, and so he used Lucky Chewy as his online name.
It's been lucky so far. Let's go down now to the feature table where we resume the action. Dong Kim with ace-6 suited raised under the gun was called by Noah Schwartz, who had queen-10 suited. Brian Rast then made a peculiar call from the small blind with king-3 suited. It was three-way to the flop. Brian, with a pair of kings, checked it over to Dong, who fired 105,000. And with Noah out of the way, the action is on Brian, who has made this call in the pot up to 411,000. Dong with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, kind of like you said, kind of a strange call from the small blind, but if anybody's going to make it, it's Brian. He likes to get involved, play a lot of different hands, and feels confident he can make good decisions after the flop.
And his decision on the turn is to check. Again, over to Dong.
I'm all in.
And Dong's going to move all in here with just ace high. The flush draw, he's counting on it, 438,000.
Yeah, I like this play from Dong. He's got a lot of equity and he can put a lot of pressure on Brian. His stack size is such that his two choices were basically check or all in.
Well, you mentioned pressure. It didn't look much like Brian was feeling any of that as he quickly made the call with king-3.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Brian just felt committed to the pot, he did have top pair. But at the same time, I mean, it's not like Dong Kim ever has, you know, 2 9s there. He's either got a big draw or a hand that absolutely crushes Brian.
Well, let's go to the river. Can Dong connect with a spade? He cannot.
All right, good game, guys.
A little bit lucky for Brian to avoid an ace or a spade on the river, and he knocks Dong Kim out.
Down to just 11 players, inching ever closer to our final table here in Vegas. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour Alpha 8. We are inching closer to our final table. During the break, we lost not one but 2 players. Scott Seaver, the first among them, who moved all in with pocket 3s pre-flop from the button. Brandon Stephen woke up with 2 10s and sent him to the exits. And then it was Paul Volpe who took his 2 8s up against Bryn Kenny's pocket aces, and that was the end of his day here in Vegas. That means we are down to just 9 players. We've redrawn for seats, and they can feel themselves inching closer. Top 6 will be paid. Do you expect the action to change now that we're 9-handed and the money bubble approaches?
Yeah, definitely. As you get close to the bubble, it gives more of an advantage to the big stacks. The shortest stack still is in a little bit of desperation mode, knows that they need to chip up or win some chips to be able to cash. But some of those medium stacks are likely to play a little bit more passive, a little bit tighter.
Fold it around to Bryn Kenny, the new face. With king-8 offsuit in the cutoff, he raises it to 55,000.
Bryn Kenny, one of the more aggressive players on tour, staying true to form here, raising it up with king-8 off.
Bryn, with over $3.9 million in live tournament earnings at the ripe age of 28, hails from New York. This is his first Alpha 8 appearance. Action folded to Brian Rast in the big blind. He's got ace-9 offsuit, and he'll defend. Heads up to the flop. And that flop, ace-9-6, all Rast.
Yeah, huge flop here for Brian, obviously flopping top 2 pair, and it's a relatively draw-heavy board, so there could be action.
9 times out of 10, we're going to see a continuation bet out of him regardless, right?
Well, you know, on this particular board, you know, Bryn being the aggressor, he also actually has 2 backdoor draws. The king of spades gives him a backdoor flush draw, and the 8 gives him a backdoor straight draw. So I expect him to bet as he has, and then if he picks up equity, probably continue to show aggression. So if Brian plays his hand well, he could really win a big pot depending on how Bryn plays it.
Well, it's 67,000 out of Kenny.
I think most people would check and just call in this spot, but Brian plays a slightly different style. He mixes it up more. He tries to make more plays, to get involved in more check-raise situations. So a lot of times when players play a style like that, they also include their big hands to check-raise to try to balance their bluffs.
Yeah, Brian is well aware of the way in which other players at the table perceive him to be hyper-aggressive, and he sort of cultivates the value of that. There's a check raise from Brian to 207,000. Kenny gets away relatively cheap.
Come on to King Rast land and the knights will come out and have their way. King Rast, he drinks from the chalice of power. As you can see, it's right next to him.
The chalice of power. There's a look at it. All smiles for Rast.
Drinking this DHT or whatever the hell it is.
You would love to know what's in that. Secret. Will you share what's in there?
Hey, you want a little bit?
My wife made it. I actually don't know what's in it.
So the mystery brew is working out so far for Brian Rast. Straight ahead, more from Vegas.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, only on clubwpt.com. So get in the game today.
It's all about getting in the game, and you can get in the game right now, all from the comfort of your own home. All you got to do is head to your computer and log on to clubwpt.com.
For those of you who don't know, clubwpt.com is a website where you can play fun, exciting poker with your friends for free.
And if you really want to go all out and have access to the special benefits of Club WPT, you can become a VIP member, where you have access to some great materials to help improve your game, including past episodes of the WPT and Alpha 8.
At clubwpt.com, you can enjoy unlimited poker and play for a part of the $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month.
You can even win seats to big WPT events, so get to your computer and log on to clubwpt.com already. In the meantime, let's check out the chip count, where Brian Rast is sitting on top with almost $4 million in his stack. Second place, Andrew Lichtenberger. The short stacks currently belong to Jason Mercier and Phil Locke, respectively. Blinds at 12 and 24,000, ante at 4,000, and the action folded around to WPT champion Tom Marchese, with over $7.5 million in live tournament earnings, has raised it to 55,000 with King 10 suited.
Pretty standard raise pre-flop from Tom.
Lock folds. Actions on Mercier.
Jason Mercier folding Queen Jack suited, I guess 25 big blinds to an early position Marchese raise. He feels like it's a fold in that spot. I might have even considered 3-betting, but can't really blame Jason.
Well, Queen Jack certainly not as good as Jack Jack, and that is what 41-year-old Wichita, Kansas native Brandon Stephen has. He is considered the amateur in this particular field, which isn't entirely accurate. He's got over $1.9 million in live tournament earnings, but certainly doesn't play for a living, Olivier.
Yeah, Brandon's a very talented, very good player, but at the same time, he is up against the top players in the world. So compared to this field, he would definitely be considered an amateur.
Brandon defends his big blind, and we head to the flop heads up. That flop, ace 4-3. Brandon, can't love the ace out there on the flop. Checks it over to Tom.
Doesn't love it, but also can't fold either to just one bet.
And that bet, 55,000.
Tom with 2 backdoor draws, and King High decides to go for continuation bet. Pretty dry board, very reasonable play from Tom.
Stephen makes the call to turn the 9 of spades. Stephen checks.
And so this is where it starts to get interesting. Tom Marchese has picked up a flush draw, a lot of added equity here, and this is where players start to really throw in bluffs. Tom is going to continuation bet here. It'll be interesting to see if he gets called, what he does on the river.
And indeed, Stephen has made the call of 150,000.
So a stubborn call here from Brandon Stephen. He happens to be right. Of course, if Tom did have an ace, he'd be drawing very thin.
River card is a 7 of hearts, an air ball from Marchese, and now Stephen checking a third time, and with 568,000 in the middle, what do you do if you're Tom? Will Tom wave the white flag, or will the 2010 Card Player of the Year get after it? And he is going to get after it, betting 410,000.
And this is the play. This is the type of play that separates the highest level best pros from everyone else. Their willingness and ability to identify these situations where their opponents are a little bit weak, and they go for it with 3 strong barrels.
That's him.
And Stephen knows it's way too difficult to make the call with 2 jacks. Lays it down.
Really great play there from Tom.
Tom Marchese, the 2010 Card Player of the Year. He's got over $7.5 million in live tournament earnings, and Marchese shows us what kind of pro he is. Up to $1.8 million in chips in his stack. Action folded around to Jason Mercier, who has roughly $600,000 in front of him with ace-king offsuit. Blinds have gone up to $15,000 and $30,000 with the 5K ante. That's tricky territory, Olivier.
Yeah, 20 big blinds. I think most players would put in a small raise trying to induce action from their opponents.
Well, instead, he's going to move it all in here.
Wow, this is a big shove from Jason Mercier. I think he almost always has a very big hand when he does this. But we did see him make a somewhat similar-looking play earlier with just queen-jack offsuit. He was in a later position and had fewer chips, but it's going to look similar to some of his opponents.
Well, he's gotten through almost everyone, but a roadblock in the form of Brian Rass, who looks down at ace-jack offsuit and makes a big call.
Wow. This is a pretty tough spot for Brian. I think ultimately I would have folded it just because Jason with 20 big blinds, early position, at this point in the tournament only has good hands here. But still, Brian Rass with his stack can afford to lose this.
Yeah, and lose this is what he certainly is in a position to do. Dominated heading to the flop. Oh, but look at that, jack, 5, deuce, and that's not a 3-outer, Olivier, that's a 2-outer because Bryn folded a jack before the flop. Devastating turn of events for Jason. Yeah, Mercier needs to hit a king. It's a 6 of hearts on the turn, and the bell tolls for the man who's never missed an Alpha 8 final table in his 4 appearances. Can he hit the king and keep that streak alive? He cannot, and that's it. We are officially down to our Alpha 8 with the exit of Jason Mercier.
It's just my days. Yeah. Good luck, man.
Let's send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with Jason now.
Jason, you took down Alpha 8 St. Kitts. You got pretty close here in Vegas, but not quite, huh?
Yeah, almost.
And you got it in good, and he hit the jack. It's gotta hurt.
Yeah, you know, I got lucky a few times to still be in the tournament earlier, so, you know, that's part of the game. Sometimes you're gonna win when you're behind, ahead. Sometimes you're gonna lose, so, you know, would have been nice to win that pot and make the final table, maybe make the money and win, but not meant to be. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Can't win them all. Well, it's always great to see you play. Thank you so much, Jason. And that is it for us. Now our Alpha 8 is set. So be sure to join us next time for continuing coverage from WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Brains, bravado, and a big-time bankroll. In Las Vegas, the world of high-stakes poker is not for the faint of heart. This is WPT Alpha 8. Bright lights and big money make the Las Vegas Strip one of the world's most electrifying destinations. And it's here at Bellagio where the talented and brave risk it all to be part of the elite world of high-stakes poker. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, ready to bring you VIP access to WPT Alpha 8, our exclusive super high roller Texas Hold'em tournament. We're at the top of day 3, and tonight's players have all paid at least $100,000 for the privilege to battle among the smartest and most competitive poker minds in the world. Here to navigate us through tonight's plays and potential pitfalls, our A8's own well-versed commentator team of Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet over in the club at WPT.com Skybox. Guys, what does today hold in store?
Well, Lynn, we've got 8 players, but only 6 spots are going to get paid, which means heartbreak for 2 players is exactly what's in store as we inch closer to the official money bubble and then burst it. And that's when you're going to get a piece of that over $5.3 million that were collected, courtesy of 55 entries and 44 unique players. A record-setting event here in Vegas. Olivier, talk to me. We have an incredibly talented field of 8 at our final table right now. Phil Locke, first off, one of the old school types, and everybody else much newer school.
Yeah, Phil Locke, known almost as much for his table antics as he is for his poker prowess.
And then you've got Noah Schwartz and Bryn Kenny.
2 solid, experienced pros.
Brandon Steven.
Brandon Steven, technically the amateur recreational player at our table, but he's got a lot of poker experience, especially in these high rollers, almost $2 million in earnings. So the players definitely need to watch out for him. He's no soft spot.
Jason Les, he's in for a couple of bullets.
Television viewers might not be as familiar with Jason, but he is a well-known and well-respected heads-up player on the internet.
And the guy they call Czar Rast, Brian Rast, in seat number 6.
Brian is probably our most aggressive player, and he is also our chip leader. And as we approach getting into the money, that will be a huge advantage for Brian.
And last but by no means least, we've got Tom Marchese and Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger.
Yeah, ironically, these two guys, both very close friends and probably the two best and toughest players remaining in the field.
Button is going to be on Jason Les. Brian Rast and Tom Marchese are in the blinds, which are 15 and 30,000 with a 5K ante. Rast up to over $4.5 million in chips. The short stack belongs to Phil Locke. Look at the cash, the watch, the trophy. Plenty of prestige associated with taking down an Alpha 8 event, and certainly more than average here in Vegas with the largest field ever assembled.
Yeah, these fields are filled with such tough competition that being able to navigate your way to the end and coming out on top is definitely an added bonus to the big cash.
Yeah, really can't take anything away from anyone who holds an Alpha 8 trophy, even though the fields are not thousands of players like some of these World Series events, because it's really the cream of the crop. Brandon Steven with King Queen offsuit raises it to 80,000 in the cutoff. Button and small blind fold over to Tom Marchese with ace-5 suited in the big.
Pretty easy defend here from Tom. 80,000. Just getting a good price and has a more than strong enough hand.
He calls the 50,000 and he'll be heads up out of position heading to this first flop. And it's ace jack 4, all clubs. Marchese has out flopped Steven. His pair of aces out in front, and he checks it to Brandon, who has the Broadway draw, but no club in his hand.
Yeah, I like continuation betting here if I'm Brandon. If Tom doesn't have an ace or a club, it's very tough for him to continue.
Steven bets 105,000.
Of course, we know Tom does have an ace, so he's not going anywhere.
Nope, makes the call, and we'll head to the turn. Board pairs with a 4, which improves Marchese's hand.
Yeah, now his 5 is irrelevant. He's playing the jack as his kicker. Tom checks. Staying in flow in the hand, and Brandon decides to check and not continue. I don't mind this play from Brandon, but I think if he checks on the turn, he should probably just check and give up on the river.
8 of spades, Marchese checking one more time.
Not particularly credible to try to go for a bet here.
Try telling that to Brandon Steven, who bets 165,000.
165?
And this play could work if Tom just had a hand like maybe Jack 10 with the 10 of clubs, but I can't imagine Tom folding an ace here, especially since his weak kicker is not really relevant anymore.
Yeah, he's reaching out.
You win. Nice hand.
Sticking 165 in there for the call. Brandon says nice hand, slides his cards into the muck. And the one-time card player of the year and WPT champion Tom Marchese with over $7.5 million in live tournament earnings, showing us that that was no accident.
Tom Marchese, in my opinion, estimation, the kid's just a super genius. It's like I think he could see my whole cards when he plays. I mean, he just knows how much to bet, when to bet.
He'll change gears and go from playing tight to playing aggressive. He has no problem flatting pre-flop or 3-betting.
He really understands the game on a deep level. I'd rather be hanging out with him than seeing him at my table.
Lots of flattering words there for Tom Marchese. Have you played with him much, Olivier?
Yeah, I've played with him both online and in live events, and I just echo the sentiments of those players. Tom has for many years been one of the toughest competitors out there. He really understands how to play, and you rarely see him ever make a real mistake.
Over $7.5 million in live tournament earnings at the ripe age of 27. That's no accident. Ace-8 for Jason Les, and he just throws it in the hijack.
Yeah, I think part of the reason Jason does that is because Brian, as the chip leader, has position on Jason. And if I'm Brian, I'm going to be putting a lot of pressure on the medium stacks, on the guys exactly like Jason Les. Somebody like Phil Locke or Noah Schwartz, who are a little shorter, they know that they have to kind of take some chances and potentially get a double up before they can cash. But someone like Jason is pretty assured to cash if he plays tight, so Brian should go after those players.
Chewy defended with pocket 5s against the pre-flop raise of Brian Rast, and look at the board. 10-9-5, 2 spades, gut shot straight flush draw for Rast, who's had the action checked to him by Chewy, who flopped a set of 5s.
Now, knowing Chewy, even though this is a very draw-heavy board, he is much more likely to just check and call than he is to check and raise. The reason he does that is because he wants to disguise the strength of his hand, he wants to allow an aggressive player like Brian to keep bluffing, and because he wants to be able to play some weaker hands in the same way, so he needs some stronger hands to offset that.
Betting a call of 95,000, and now the turn, a 3 of hearts.
Great card for Chewy. I mean, it doesn't complete any of the obvious draws on the flop.
He checks again over to Brian.
Now, Brian still has a ton of equity with his straight draw, flush draw, and overcard. And I like this bet from Brian. He'll get a lot of hands from Chewy to fold, some weak pairs, maybe some ace highs or weak draws.
Rast keeping his foot on the gas to the tune of 265,000. Chewy makes the call. Pot up to 925K. Here's the river. It's a 6. Swing and a miss for Brian Rast. And Chewy checking a 3rd time. Decision time for Brian Rast. Do you wave the white flag of surrender and give up on almost $1 million in this pot? Or do you fire that 3rd barrel?
I think you have to fire if you're Brian. Obviously, that's the only way he can win the pot, but he's shown aggression throughout the hand, so he can represent a number of strong hands. We know that Chewy has a set of 5s and is not going anywhere, but there's no reason to assume that. Chewy could easily have a draw that's missed or even a weak pair of 9s or 10s, and that'll be a very tough call for him to make given Brian's level of aggression. So I think it's a good play for Brian to bluff. We know it's not going to work, but that you can't be results-oriented in this game.
Well, Brian's making what, Olivier, you call the right decision, but something we know is going to yield the wrong outcome, at least in his mind. Betting 620,000, Andrew comfortably making the call, and 3 nickels will take the pot.
And the real question for Chewy was just whether he was going to call or raise. At this stage in the tournament, so close to getting into the money, I think it makes sense for Chewy just to call. There's no reason to take a risk that Brian happens to have a better hand. I think both players played that hand exactly how I would have, you know, as well as they could have. Just a little bit unlucky for Brian to run into a big hand and to miss his draw.
Yeah, bluff's not working so far in the action here in Vegas. Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to ClubWPT.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at ClubWPT.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All the people in the tournament, they're having a good time. It's so much different than all other tournaments.
Most tournaments, you sit down, and it's funny, like the smaller buy-in you get, the more serious people seem to be.
In a $1,000 tournament, you'll see people get upset, even rich people.
But here, like, everyone's kind of like upbeat and friendly.
It's completely fun, and it's a great tournament to play.
Even for me, Olivier, when we sit up in the skybox and we look down on these youngsters who are playing for millions of dollars, literally, the amount of comfort and relaxation that at least ostensibly they're demonstrating is really impressive.
Yeah, their experience and their dispositions just lend themselves to just, you know, not getting nervous, feeling comfortable. And this is, you know, another thing is a lot of these players are just grateful that this is what they get to do for a living. I mean, they get to play a game. They don't have alarm clocks or bosses. This is their job. This is their livelihood. And it's just, it's a lot of fun, and it's a life that a lot of them have wanted to live, and they're at the highest level. So it's great to see them comfortable and enjoying themselves.
While it may be just another day at the office, it is a dangerous office. Some days you go to work and you might leave $100,000 or $200,000 behind. We head down to the felt where the action's been folded around to Jason Less, who has Jack 10 suited and will open this pot with a raise to $75,000. Less nearly missed this event. He was in Southern California. He was on his laptop at a coffee shop. Looked on WorldPokerTour.com. They were showing live updates of this event. Jumps in his car and makes it just in time to register on day one. Busts out, and now he's on his second bullet for $200,000. Folded around to Andrew Lichtenberger, who has 4-5 suited. And he is going to call another 60,000
Yeah,
from
so
the small.
Chewy decides to call with this relatively weak hand from the small blind. I think the reason he feels comfortable doing that is because Chewy plays a slightly different style from some of the other pros. He's willing to just call with some of his weaker hands and then also some of his stronger hands to try to balance it out. So, we'll see what the flop brings, but I think that's why he feels comfortable playing this weak hand even from this weak position.
And that sort of consistent approach is key to making it difficult for opponents to read your hands. Chewy flopping the wheel draw, ace through 5. He needs a 3 to complete it, checks it. Over to Jason Les.
Jason doesn't flop much, but he does have 2 backdoor draws, and he decides to continuation bet. Pretty standard play here.
Yeah, 105,000. Called by Chewy, and there it is right away. The 3 of clubs on the turn, giving Chewy the nut straight.
And also giving Jason a jack-high flush draw, so this card could spell a lot of fireworks for these two.
Les firing again, 150,000.
Now, keeping with this consistency theme for Chewy, I expect him to just call even though he's made the nuts here. That's how he would play some of his weaker hands, maybe a hand like 9-10 suited or ace-10. So I expect him to just call like he does with the nut straight.
And in this way, he can induce a possible river bluff out of Jason Les as we see the 5 hit the river, which isn't Chewy's favorite card.
Yeah, it's also not Jason's favorite card. I mean, Jason could definitely consider giving up here, but at the same time, this is going to be one of the worst hands that he has in the situation. And from a theoretical point of view, it makes sense to bluff with some of the worst hands that you have.
Les has fired 200,000 after having it checked to him a 3rd time. Can't resist the temptation of trying to take this pot down with the bluff right here.
And I like this bet sizing from Jason. He doesn't feel the need to go for too much. He understands that he can represent a hand like ace-king or ace-queen or some random 2 pair, and it'll be very difficult if Chewy has just a 9 or a weak ace. Now, we know that Chewy has a 4, and he's decided to check raise pretty big here.
715,000 total. No chance that Jason Les will be able to continue with his jack high.
Right. It would be a much more interesting spot if Jason did have, let's say, 2 pair or ace-king, because Chewy, with his chip position being the chip leader, is in a position to try to put pressure on some of these medium stacks.
Yeah, pressure indeed, as he is making medium stacks into small ones with plays just like that. And the rich keep on getting richer. Chewy up over $4.5 million now, courtesy of that pot. He is the chip leader. As we get a look at Brandon Steven, Brandon owns 3 ECHL hockey teams, also the president of Brandon Steven Motors out in Wichita, Kansas.
Brian Rass raising it up with 7-5 suited. I do not like this play very much. I think it's just too weak of a hand, especially since Brian's not the chip leader anymore, and this player, Lucky Chewy, picking up 2 kings, he's the one that has the chip lead.
Yeah, and he's elected to just call.
Like we said before, Chewy plays a little bit of a different style. He definitely is capable and does 3-bet from time to time, but he's much more willing to just call with some of his big hands. It allows him to call with some weak hands, even though now we know that he has a monster.
Yeah, and Bryn Kenny doesn't know that he has a monster, but he does know that this is the exact sort of situation that is so tempting for a couple of jacks to make a squeeze play.
Yeah. Squeeze play, we know means when there's an initial raiser and a caller, and you make an additional raise trying to squeeze both players out of the pot.
300,000 is the number from Bryn.
Now, Bryn with 2 jacks, he understands that Brian is raising a lot of hands, that Chewy could have a big hand when he flats, but is more likely to have a weak hand. So I like this play from Bryn. He's building the pot with his good hand, and we'll see how Chewy decides to play it.
Well, he got Rast out of the way, but now that Andrew has decided to call an extra 230,000, what sort of hands is Bryn putting him on?
So I think Chewy's likely to have some sort of pocket pair, or maybe some big suited cards, a hand like, ace, queen of diamonds or something like that.
A hand that hasn't necessarily connected with this flop. 10-8 deuce, a couple of spades.
It's a very dangerous flop for Bryn. Obviously, he has an overpair, but so does his opponent, who has a bigger pair. So it'll be interesting to see how the turn and river affect the texture of the board, but this could be a very expensive situation for Bryn Kenny.
Well, so far, 265,000 additional chips have been invested by Bryn, and Chewy just calls.
Yep. Staying consistent, Chewy elects to play relatively passively. It's important to note that Chewy is also in position, which makes it easier to play passively because you're given the opportunity to make the final bet in the hand.
Turn card is a 5 of clubs, and now Bryn takes his foot off the gas.
Yeah, so it's a very difficult spot for Bryn. He's playing against a chip leader, a player who's in a natural position to put a lot of pressure on him. He does have an overpair, but this pot is huge, almost 1.3 million chips in there. So I like this check from Bryn. I can't imagine him folding on this turn card, but once he calls, depending on what the river will be, that will be where this hand really gets interesting.
Chewy, after having it checked to him, bets 390,000. What do you think of the bet size?
You know, in 3-bet pots, bet sizes tend to be a little bit smaller. These guys are pretty deep, so you know, Chewy just trying to build a pot, trying to keep Bryn in there. I like this bet. It's not too small, but it's also not so large that it scares Bryn away.
Mission accomplished as Bryn slides 390K of his stack into the middle of this pot, up over 2 million, Olivier, and the river, a 4 of hearts.
Terrible card for Bryn. If Chewy did have some sort of straight or flush draw, it has now missed, and Chewy is the type of player to take a shot when he's missed a draw, so it's going to be very difficult for Bryn to get away from this hand. It's just going to be a tough spot. He knows he doesn't really beat anything, any value hands. He only beats bluffs.
Yeah, the bet is 930,000 on the end. You can't blame Bryn Kenny for being just the slightest bit uncomfortable here.
Call.
And he says call. That'll cost him almost $1 million more as he gets a look at 2 kings. And over to the chip leader goes a massive pot.
Very, very nicely played hand from Chewy, maximizing his profit, winning an absolutely massive pot with just 1 pair. Obviously a favorable situation since his opponent had an overpair and all the draws missed, but still, a very well played hand from Chewy.
And some of the finer details that separate the top pros from just the average pros. Your ability to not only get the good hands, but make the most out of them. Millions still at stake here in Vegas. Welcome back to World Poker Tour Alpha 8 at Bellagio. Olivier, the final table is heating up. The real story, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger with over 6 million in chips, really dominating the opposition.
Yeah, Chewy running well and playing even better. It seems almost impossible for another player at the table to even win a hand.
Should we just stick his name at first place right there for 2.1 million?
Well, as we know, in poker tournaments, things can change very quickly, and as the blinds go up, you got to continue to get lucky to end up on top.
The 4 players on the relatively short stacks right now, Noah Schwartz, Bryn Kenny, Brandon Steven, and Phil Locke, all really looking to hit a hot streak at this point and get some breathing room as the blinds escalate. Those blinds at 15 and 30,000 right now with an ante of 5K. Every orbit is going to cost them 40,000 in antes and 45,000 in blinds. That's not cheap poker.
And the thing that's really tough about having 4 relatively short stacks is that 2 of them can feel comfortable that they'll make the money as long as the other 2 bust. So it incentivizes all of them to basically play very tight.
King Jack suited for Andrew Lichtenberger, made it 75,000 to go, and now to Brandon Steven, who has King Queen offsuit in the small blind. Steven really sweating this decision.
Yeah, it's not an easy decision with King Queen off. The last thing you want to do is go all in, get snap called, be way behind, and end up bubbling.
Yeah, he's got just over 20 big blinds and decides to take a pass, and a good thing he did because Jason Less has pocket queens in the big blind.
I think Jason has 2 legit options. I mean, I might just consider calling here from the big blind and playing a small pot out of position against
Not
Chewy.
Jason, though. He's made it 280,000, Olivier.
Yeah, perfectly legitimate 3-bet. Obviously, his hand is very strong. And Chewy looks like he wants to keep playing. I mean, Chewy must be really feeling it here because I don't think Jason is ever out of line at this stage in the tournament from this position.
Yeah, a big call. But Andrew likes playing in position.
I mean, Chewy's hand is pretty good, don't get me wrong, but I just think Jason's range here is very, very narrow, very strong.
Well, here comes the flop, 9-7-4 with a couple of hearts. And Jason is taking his foot off the gas right away. But that check allows Chewy to check behind and hit the best hand with the king of hearts. Jason checks again.
More passive play from both players. This pot could be much bigger than it is.
Yeah, Chewy checked behind and now hits 2 pair on the river, but a 4th heart on the board. Could Jason bluff?
Well, I don't think Jason feels the need to bluff. I mean, there's no reason for him to think his 2 queens aren't good if Chewy doesn't have a heart. There's no way for him to know that Chewy does have a king, much less 2 pair here.
And Les has checked it over to Chewy.
And yeah, Chewy decides his hand is not good enough to try to bet for value and hoping he just wins, which he will.
And that was a bit of an unorthodox approach to the pot on the flop there by Jason Less.
Yeah, I think he felt a little bit uncomfortable because he had bloated the pot so much with his 3-bet.
While Jason Less might be feeling uncomfortable, Lucky Chewy is nothing but
Chewy, I don't know, he's sort of mysterious.
Chewy is loving life. He's down for anything. He's completely nature, vegan, just always smiling.
He's a very calculated player. He really takes his time with decisions.
The kid just has results, you know, he's just constantly there in a lot of tournaments, and you know, he's one of the best tournament players.
Yeah, obviously he's made quite the impression on his peers, and we touched a little bit on his evolution. How much of a part do you think this sort of spiritual journey he's been on has played in his success at the felt? It's tempting to think that they're irrelevant matters, but, you know, Chewy will tell you otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I've known Chewy for a while. I actually spend a lot of time with him each World Series. I really enjoy talking poker with Chewy. He's one of the favorite people to discuss poker hands with. And I think his evolution has helped his poker game really just in the sense of helping him be at peace with himself, helping him be calm and be consistent with his decision making. I think from a strategic, high-level theory point of view, Chewy's always been at the top of the game. But helping him achieve a state of calm and peace at the table has helped him get to that even higher level that he's been able to achieve.
And I gotta tell you, we're not sitting at the felt with him. I know you've done that before, but even here in the skybox, it's pretty intimidating. The guy is just so calm on the felt and really taking it to the rest of the field right now. Action folded around to Tom Marchese, who has hard 6, pocket 3s. And Marchese makes it 65,000 to go. And it looks like we'll have a new winner in this particular pot as Chewy lays down to the relief of all the rest of the competition.
Very magnanimous of Chewy to let someone else win a hand.
Yeah, we talked about the spiritual journey. He understands every now and again you gotta let somebody else win. Now to Noah Schwartz with pocket 4s, the Miami Beach resident, a World Poker Tour champion. He was actually a highly recruited pitcher coming out of high school until an elbow injury freshman year ended his baseball career. Heads up against Marchese, and the flop, King Jack 10 with a couple of diamonds.
Very connected board here. I'm not surprised to see both players check.
And the turn card, a 9, even more connected.
Yeah, now of course any queen makes a straight. And Tom with his hand, it's very weak. Obviously, if he bets here, he's betting it's a bluff. And I think it makes sense, just given Noah's check twice, he feels that Noah's probably hasn't connected with the board and that he can steal the pot.
Tom bets 85,000.
Pretty tough for Noah to do much here. He's represented no hand, and it wouldn't be entirely credible for him to check raise. Pretty tough for him to do anything but fold here.
You win, cheese meister. Fold.
And that's exactly what Noah does. Losing a small one. Marchese will happily accept the spoils.
That play from Tom known as a delayed continuation bet, when you check the flop, wait for a second check from your opponent, and then go for a bet on the turn.
At one point in poker, that would have looked phenomenally weak, but once people start to employ it, when they have stronger hands, it garners more respect.
2 offsuit napkins.
Fold it around to Chewy. And he's gonna sit this one out too.
I might have raised that hand with the chip stack that he has. I'd be putting a lot of pressure on the rest of the table.
Yeah, his table image really solid right now. As we see Phil Locke moving all in with pocket 6s for his last 435,000.
So Phil Locke with about 11 big blinds from relatively early position. At this stage in the tournament, already a relatively tight player. This is a very strong range. I think this is probably one of the worst hands that Phil would do this with. He'll probably do this with medium to big pairs, and that's probably it.
Oh, and Jason Les tends to agree as we see him send ace-jack suited into the muck from the small blind.
Had a feeling I was gonna get a sweat. I'm telling you, these cards feel very powerful, so let's see what we got.
I felt good.
Ooh. I feel like you're probably not gonna like me very much, buddy. I'm sorry. Let's gamble.
What is Brian Rass doing? I mean,
He's calling.
This is an atrocious play. I really, really don't like this play at all.
I would have called with Jack 9. Well, boys, I really want to win this one.
I think he's just misunderstanding what Phil's range is here.
Which way do you turn? Does it come that way? I probably should sit down, right? That's what the new kids say. The up-and-comers. Like, you know, like you might have another hand.
Here comes the flop. It's an ace and a couple of 5s, a great one for Phil Locke.
If there's any time not to just gamble, it's near the end of a huge buy-in tournament.
They're not slow rolling us. They're doing this for the cameras, just so you know.
Let's take a look at the turn. It's the 10 of clubs, and all Phil Locke needs to do is dodge a jack or a 9, and he'll be doubling through.
This is where I feel like the most equity. Oh.
Here comes the river. It's a jack!
Oh. Well done, buddy.
Wow.
That's gross.
That's the hardest lump to get, the last Billy goat.
That is pain. That is poker pain right there. Phil Locke, always a very, very gracious, one of the most gracious losers I've ever seen in poker, taking it really well.
Well, Locke, needless to say, had designs on doubling up, and instead it's a visit to Lynn.
There was only 2 individuals, the next one will be declared, who get to have to play for 3 days and bust the nugget.
Oh.
It's like, no, it's okay.
It's so
Had a lot of
tough.
fun. It's nice when you get close, and it's nice when you win. But at least it went to Rask. King Rask, and he just got crippled a few hands, so at least he can go to a good spot.
We are officially on the money bubble in Vegas.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on clubwpt.com. Get in the game today.
Yeah, it's all about getting in the game, and the easiest way to do that, as you know, Olivier, is simply to log on to clubwpt.com.
On clubwpt.com, you can play fun, exciting poker with your friends for free.
And if you really want to enjoy all the special benefits of Club WPT, you can become a VIP member.
And at clubwpt.com, you can enjoy unlimited poker and play for a part of the $100,000 in cash and prizes that are given away each month.
Yeah, you can even win seats to big WPT events, so get to your computer already and log on to clubwpt.com. And while you're doing that, we're going to check out our Alpha 8 Vegas prize pool, $5.395 million split up in 6 directions. And you see 7th place there. Good for how much, Olivier?
A big old donut.
Yeah, goose egg indeed. And one of these 7 are going to be sitting on that. Currently closest to taking home the donut, Brandon Steven on the short stack with $765,000. But by no means out of the woods, Bryn Kenny, who's not far ahead of him with 8 and change.
And I can tell you from experience that is not a good position to finish in.
Yes, of course.
Hurts. That is
Olivier
pain.
finishing 4th in St. Kitts when the top 3 were being paid. As we get a look at Noah Schwartz's hand, pocket 10s, action folded around to him. Blinds at 20 and 40,000 and the ante at 5K.
Obviously a big hand, but still kind of an awkward spot for Noah. I mean, I might even just go all in with this hand for 25 big blinds. Noah electing to make a raise, probably the more standard play, but I really wouldn't mind if he just put his chips at risk and forced one of his opponents to come up with a premium hand.
Yeah, Noah starting this hand with 1 million in chips. Not the most breathing room. Action folded around to Andrew Lichtenberger, who's in the big blind on the big stack.
Chewy in the big with Jack 9. I can't imagine he'll fold here.
You can't just let it go?
You can, but...
It's a mistake? It's inappropriate?
Yeah, the math says I think you should call, and Chewy with all his chips, he is able to put a lot of pressure here on Noah. Noah's not going to be able to fade too much pressure considering how close we are to the money.
6-5 tray rainbow. Chewy checks, and Noah checks back.
Yeah, I don't like this check. Definitely just a function of being on the bubble and not wanting to face a check raise from Chewy.
7 rolls off on the turn, and now Chewy putting pressure on Noah. As you mentioned, betting 120,000. Schwartz making the call, however, with 4 to a straight out there, and we'll take a peek at the river, which is the 4 of diamonds.
Wow.
And now there's a straight on board.
Yeah, so if neither player has an 8, they're going to chop this pot. And as we see, neither player does have an 8. If I was Chewy with almost 500,000 in the pot and Noah with about 800,000 back, I would probably just go all in here. And if Noah doesn't have an 8, he just can't call.
And Chewy's going to bet 320,000, and that is a sinking feeling in the pit of Noah Schwartz's stomach.
At the same time, though, Noah can call, and if he's wrong, he still has some chips left. I really don't like this bet by Chewy. I think maybe the reason he does it is because he thinks that maybe Noah does have an 8, and if he does, he'll get away only losing 320.
Board.
Schwartz makes the call and is relieved to hear Andrew say board.
was thinking about it. I was pretty close to ripping it in. I just know he had like the Jack 10 or the Jack 9, but maybe the Jack 8.
But Schwartz really stuck himself in that situation by checking back on the flop.
Yeah, he did. And again, that's just a function of being on the bubble, how much pressure there is, and how much money difference there is just from getting 7th and 6th. I mean, it messes with your mind. It makes you play hands in ways that you wouldn't normally play. Sometimes it's good strategically, but in this case, and also with Jason Les with 2 queens earlier, I think those were real mistakes that these pros have made.
I didn't notice it either. Yeah, it's the difference between walking away negative 100,000 or more, depending on whether or not you've re-entered, and being at least positive 323,000. Schwartz laying it down this time. Over to Brandon Steven, who's got ace-queen offsuit.
They were like, some guy ripped off.
I'm all in.
Really? I don't know.
I'm all in.
And he's gonna go all in.
Yeah, so Brandon with just under 20 big blinds, about 19 big blinds, decides to go all in with ace-queen. Can't really blame him. It's a pretty good hand.
2 10s making another cameo, this time in Brian Rast's hand.
And no need to re-raise. This is a large enough initial raise that Brian's call will look very strong to the rest of his opponents.
755.
Yeah, we talked about the squeeze play earlier. This is not one of those situations in which that applies. The size of the raise is just so massive.
I was going to be in a tough spot in the big blind. Ace-queen.
You have ace-queen? You have ace-queen, too.
And it'll be heads up with Brandon's tournament life at stake.
10s is the hand of the day. And yesterday, I won a pot with 10s. It feels hard to beat 10s.
Can he connect with an ace or a queen on the flop? No, he can't. It's 2 deuces and an 8, and it's an uphill climb for Brandon Steven.
Oh, you do that slow. That's like...
And 6 outs wants to stay alive. It's the 7 of diamonds. Brandon Steven sent home. The quote amateur is going to be our dreaded bubble boy.
Tough situation for Brandon. Played well, made it as far as he could, but ultimately came up a little bit short.
Yep. Now we are down to 6 players, all of whom will be vying for a piece of the $5.395 million prize pool. Next up, $323,000 payday, but that's not what you want to be thinking about chipping up, is it? You want to have your sights set on that number one $2.1 million first place prize.
Yeah, some of these conservative plays that we've seen thus far, I expect not to see going forward. Everyone is feeling much more comfortable. They're in the money, and like you said, they're looking for that first place prize.
With Brian Rast eliminating his good friend Phil Luck and Brad Steven back-to-back, we now have 2 dominant chip leaders in Lucky Chewy and Rast. Guys, how does this change the dynamic at the table?
Well, honestly, I mean, I think the main thing that changed the dynamic at the table is that we've burst the money bubble. That is going to make it so that the small stacks go from playing very conservatively, trying to sneak into the money, to now playing much more aggressively, willing to get their chips in the middle, trying to double up and give themselves a chance to win that $2.1 million first place prize.
Yeah, but on deck, it's the $323,000 and change for 6th place that will be awarded. And when you say small stacks, Olivier, we're talking about Bryn Kenny, who's got $1 million in chips, and Noah Schwartz, who's got $940,000. And that's a pretty big sum for any of the medium to large stacks to give up if those players decide to ram and jam.
Right, absolutely. Even with their small stacks, both Brian and Chewy, the big stacks, are going to need a real hand to look them up.
Lines at 20 and 40,000, ante at 5K. Jason Les on the button. Rast and Marchese in the blinds, leaving Lucky Chewy first to act under the gun. 3-4 offsuit, return to sender. And now Bryn Kenny with Queen 10 offsuit. He's going to put 10% of his stack to start the hand into play right now in the form of a raise to 100,000. Gets through a couple of players, make it 3, and back around to Tom Marchese, who looks down at 2 7s.
So Tom in the big blind is getting a good price. I think Tom could reasonably call or try to put pressure on Bryn. I probably would just go all in here and force Bryn to have a real hand, but Tom electing to just call and see a flop.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to play out of position here. And the flop, King 10 deuce. A pair of 10s for Bryn Kenny, the best hand right now.
How much in blues is that cheese, like 10?
Exactly 10.
So Bryn with middle pair here and no heart decides to check back. I don't mind this play. I think it's fine.
And the turn card, a 7 of spades, more than fine if you're Tom Marchese.
Yeah, very unlucky for Bryn for Tom to just turn a set here. And after checking the flop, I don't think it's reasonable for Bryn to just let go after one bet.
150,000 is the size of that bet from Tom.
Fortunately for Bryn, he is, of course, drawing dead with just one pair and no heart.
He's made the call. He can always try to bluff his way into this pot. The river, the queen of hearts, 4 hearts out there.
This should be a card that will just kill the action. Tom's 7 of hearts is not really strong enough to bet for value, and Bryn will think with his 2 pair he's got a good enough chance to just check and win.
7 of hearts.
Kenny hoping, obviously, the 2 pair were good there. Marchese takes that pot down and puts Bryn Kenny in an even worse spot than he was just moments ago.
That was a strong turn.
Yeah, it's a nice looking turn for you. Bad looking river.
Millions still at stake here in Vegas.
Winning a big hand in Vegas is every poker player's dream. Now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and play.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour Alpha 8 final table here at Bellagio, where the story at this point, given that we burst the money bubble, is the 2 short stacks of Bryn Kenny and Noah Schwartz, sitting on 850,000 apiece, roughly. Olivier, are they going to be leaning on one another and hoping for the other's demise so they can chip up? There's over $100,000 prize money difference between 6th and 5th.
If I were in either Bryn or Noah's shoes, I would definitely be a little bit more willing to get my chips in. I'd be aggressive, trying to double up and give myself a chance for that 1st or 2nd place prize money.
Aggressive and not conservative.
Yeah, that would be my approach at this point. You're already in the money, you're already guaranteed profit. The money difference between 5th and 6th seems like a lot of money, but it's much less than the money difference between 6th and 7th, and much less than the money difference between 1st and 2nd. So I would definitely be going for the top 2 spots.
Andrew Lichtenberger, action on him. He is the massive, overwhelming chip leader with almost $6.5 million in front of him, and he's going to put some of it to work right here with 8-6 suited.
I'm all in.
Pocket jacks for Bryn Kenny, who instantly moves all in for 845, and Noah Schwartz has 2 queens.
845.
Very unlucky for Bryn that Noah Schwartz, right behind him, wakes up with 2 queens.
All in.
Noah re-raised all in.
Now over to Jason Less. Takes a peek at pocket 9s and with a quick and easy fold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hand you could consider, but ultimately I think you have to decide to let it go, and Jason just did that quicker than most would have, I think.
Lucky Chewy lets it go as well, leaving these 2 short stacks to duke it out. Jacks against queens. Schwartz, the overwhelming favorite heading to the flop. Kenny is going to need some help. He does have Schwartz slightly covered, but it's not going to mean much. Whoever wins this pot, likely to send the other packing. Ace, king, 6 on the board. 2 queens still looking good.
No real help for Bryn there.
Yeah, Kenny knows he's in trouble. Needs to hit a set or a runner. Here comes a turn. It's a 7 of clubs, no help. And now it's 2 outs once for Bryn Kenny to stay alive. No, it's the ace of clubs, and he's down to just 5,000, Olivier.
Yeah, something you rarely see when a player is down to just the ante. Obviously, it only happens when 2 players are all in and their stacks are close enough. And this is what happened here. Bryn Kenny and Noah Schwartz both waking up with big hands, big enough to get their stacks in. Bryn just on the unfortunate side of that cooler.
Yeah, and on the fortunate side, Noah Schwartz, who's going to have some breathing room moving forward. Actually, some play to his stack.
Jeez, you fold the ace-4, kid. You got nuts, double knockout.
Kenny not bothering to look at his hand as he is all in for the ante. Still 40,000 to go for the rest of the field.
He's automatically all in. Bryn doesn't have any options.
Couple of folds over to Brian Rast. Still 40,000 to go. The man they call Cheese, Tom Marchese, limps in with ace-4 offsuit, and Andrew says run it with king-8.
And I can't imagine either Tom or Chewy bluffing ever at this pot. They're going to want to make sure that they give themselves the best chance possible to bust Bryn and move up in the money.
Ace-Jack 6 on the board, top pair for Tom. He's going to fire 50,000. Quick fold from Andrew.
What do we got, Cheese?
And Bryn says, what do we got?
That's going to be a tough hand to beat with 2 random cards.
It's aces against Queen 7. Bryn in trouble. Just 3% to win the hand.
Bryn has to hit 2 cards in a row.
Will he get help on the turn? Or will the river be just a formality? Bryn's up out of his chair. But it ain't over yet. 10 of diamonds, Olivier.
Yeah, one of the best cards you could see. Now Bryn has a gut shot. Any king would give him the best hand.
And the river card. It's the 4 of diamonds. And that's it. Bryn Kenny is your 6th place finisher, taking home $323,000.
Yeah, and not just 5 players, but because the 2 shorter stacks got all in versus each other, now we have no short stacks left in the tournament. And as we move forward, that should create for a really interesting dynamic with deeper stacks and this high caliber level of field remaining.
And let's head down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with Bryn Kenny now.
Oh, Bryn, that's going to be a painful chip in a chair, huh?
Whatever, that's poker.
Yeah.
Play well for 2 days, make a mistake, and tournament's over usually.
Yeah. And the good news is that you've tripled your money.
Yeah, as long as you could laugh about it, that's the only important thing.
Exactly. I'm impressed. You're smiling. Great. All right. Well, thank you so much, Bryn.
Thank you.
And well done. Congratulations
Great,
on
thanks.
6th place. That is it from us here at Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Make sure you stay tuned as we continue our coverage next time. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. In the world of high-stakes poker, winning the jackpot takes a lot more than just pushing a button. You need the backbone to bet and bluff your way to riches. This is WPT Alpha 8. Las Vegas and the fountains of Bellagio provide the perfect welcome to a world of absolute luxury and indulgence. It's here where the excitement of high-stakes poker is at home. And tonight, we are closer to finding out who will become the next A8 champion. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, here to bring you VIP access to our continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. We are at a crucial point in this competition. Let's get right to the electrifying action with A8's own high-rolling experts, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, stationed over at the club WPT.com Skybox. Hi, guys.
Hello, Lynn. The big story here today, obviously the $2.1 million in prize money that will be going to first place, courtesy of that over $5.3 million prize pool collected via 55 entries from 44 unique players, 39 of whom have been shown the door. We are down to just 5 hopefuls. $431,000 will be going to 5th place, but of course, it's first that everyone has their eyes on right now. Olivier, what are your thoughts about these 5?
All right, well, first of all, like you said, these guys are playing for a lot of money. The entry fee was huge, $100,000, and there was a huge field. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that normally at this stage in a tournament, there's at least one relatively short stack, and that really affects the play. It makes the middle stacks forced to play a little bit more conservatively as they try to chip up, and it gives the big stacks an advantage that can put pressure on the middle stacks. At this point, though, we have 2 chip leaders, Brian Rast and Andrew Lichtenberger, and we have 3 essentially middle stacks, Noah Schwartz, Tom Marchese, and Jason Letts. All 5 players are elite professional players. There are no soft spots here. So the players are going to have to really play their best and get lucky to try to get that $2.1 million first place prize.
If you're one of the middle stacks, though, your job is a little different than the big stacks.
Yeah, and it also depends on where you're seated. I mean, if I'm Tom Marchese, I got to play a little bit more conservatively. Chewy, our chip leader, is on my left, and then the most aggressive, loosest opener, Brian, is directly on my right. However, if I'm Jason or if I'm Noah Schwartz, I'll probably play a little bit more aggressively. I'll take a few more chances because there's no one that's immediately in danger of busting, so I'm going to try to chip up and give myself a chance to actually win the tournament.
Let's look at the actual stack sizes. You see the leader, Lichtenberger, $6.185 million, followed by Brian Rast at roughly $4.5. And then it's just about $2 million for the other 3, Noah, Jason, and Tom. As we send it down to the final table, where the blinds are 25 and 50,000, the antes are 5,000, and the mood is light, Olivier.
Yeah, the mood always gets a little bit more comfortable and casual after that money bubble burst.
Not the amount of relaxation you might be expecting out of 5 players who are battling for $2.1 million in first place money.
At the same time, though, everyone is in the money now. Everyone's guaranteed a pretty nice profit, so there is going to be some level of comfort that didn't exist before we burst the bubble.
Yeah, 5th place worth $431,000.
If I do it again, he's going to be the cheese.
Tom Marchese has opened the action with a raise to $115,000 with pocket 3s, and it's pocket 6s for Jason Les.
Nice looking hand in the big blind. Very easy defend.
Yeah, it's a shame because I went 5 more than I wanted to. I got that extra 5 out of him.
Les with the huge advantage until, of course, you see that flop. Quads for Tom Marchese, and Jason Les is just 1% to make the best hand.
Absolute monster flop, obviously, for Tom, and he does check it, hoping that Jason will either take a shot or hit a hand on the turn.
Turn card produces a 3rd heart.
Now, if I were Jason, I would almost always lead here. Interesting check, very conservative play. Maybe he was suspicious that Tom checked this relatively dry flop with 2 3s on it.
Marchese bets $135,000.
Jason seems very locked into this hand. He's really taking his time here.
And Les just lays it down.
I gotta say, from a theoretical point of view, if you were just describe that hand in a vacuum, almost no one would advocate making that fold. I would have to say, Jason, with the experience that he has, maybe he had a read in that situation, or he just felt the situation being at the table with Tom. I have to give Jason a lot of credit. That was a really impressive fold.
You and I talk about how hard-working a lot of these players are, and one of the ways in which they've been putting in work is in that arena that you talked about, reading other guys at the table.
Yeah, and you know, the reality is, after you've done something and put a lot of time and effort into getting good at something like poker, you develop this sixth sense, this intuition, and this feel for situations, for players, and maybe Jason was just, you know, using that intuition that he's developed over time to make that decision, and it ended up being a great one. A really impressive fold.
Noah Schwartz on the button with ace-3 suited, makes it $110,000 to go. Now to Jason, who just made that very impressive read with king-10 offsuit in the small blind. If you don't know who Jason Les is, well, it's his first Alpha 8 appearance. He's an online high-stakes heads-up cash game specialist. Started playing live high roller events just last year and has made the call here, which invites Brian Rast into the pot. Les started playing poker at UC Irvine. He actually graduated with a computer science degree, was going to be a software engineer, but he knew he loved poker too much to do that. Swing and a miss for all 3 players on this flop, which is queen 7-6.
Check.
Couple of hearts checked around.
No one has any pair, any real draw here.
Turn pairs the board with another 6.
I think if any player showed any aggression, they would win this pot, but a little bit unlikely that any player does, simply because they really don't have much of a hand, any equity, any real chance to make a hand.
Checked around again, and now 3 on the river.
So Noah improves his hand to a pair of 3s, but from a relative point of view, it's unlikely that Noah didn't have the best hand on the turn and that this 3 has now made him the best hand.
And Jason Les bets $140,000. He says, if you guys don't want the $355K in the middle, I do. Rast lays down, and now over to Schwartz.
The only problem with this bet is that Jason isn't representing too many hands. I guess he could have a 7, maybe even a hand like 2 8s, maybe a weak queen, but from the small blind, I don't think that represents a big percentage of his hands. So I think Noah's instincts are pretty good to consider calling here.
He's reached out and grabbed enough for that call, and he's going to slip it into the middle. A look at king high, and shows Les the ace-3.
Nice call there by Noah Schwartz.
Not a bad bet by Les, or would you have maybe favored checking after you've already checked the flop and the turn?
I probably wouldn't have made a standard size bet. I would have bet pretty rarely in that spot, and if I did, I probably would have made an oversized bet to make it look like I'd been planning on trapping the turn, and since no one bet, I was trying to compensate by getting extra chips in on the river.
Action on Les.
That's a very interesting fold from Jason Les.
Yeah,
I mean,
pocket 3s right into the muck.
Now, Jason might be playing more than a normal conservative style just because Brian is on his left, and Brian's a very aggressive player, but I'm not sure I fully agree with folding a pocket pair there.
Brian has made it 115,000 to go on the button with his ace. And now over to Chewy, who's got 3-5 offsuit, but will defend.
Yeah, Chewy has an enormous amount of experience playing heads up. He's got the most chips at the table, and since he already just calls with most of his strong hands, he's probably gonna be able to feel comfortable playing his weaker hands the same way.
Look at this flop, Olivier. Ace, 5-3, both players with 2 pair. Rast's aces and 5s better than Chewy's 5s and 3s.
And depending on how the board runs out, this is almost always just gonna go check, bet, call, check, bet, call, check, bet, call. And Chewy should lose 3 solid bets here. Really unlucky cooler for Chewy here.
Yeah, so far it's 110K for Chewy, who checked, let Brian bet, and call, just like you said, Olivier. And again, he's checked the turn after the jack shows up.
And we've seen throughout this tournament, that is the style that Chewy likes to play. And to be honest, it's a style that many pros are utilizing.
A little over a half pot size bet from Rast, 270,000.
And there's just nothing Chewy can do except for check call in this turn. The only way he can get away is if the river is a jack, maybe a 5.
And Chewy makes the call for 270. And here comes the river. Oh, it's a 5. Chewy has hit a full house, 5s full of 3s, but Rast has him crushed with 5s full of aces.
So obviously this is the worst possible card for Chewy. I mean, now he's trapping. Now he's probably going to check raise here, and I mean, they might get all in. I mean, this is an incredible card.
Rast bets 640,000.
Big bet here from Rast, but again, Chewy's loving it. I mean, Chewy just made a full house. Chewy does decide to raise, and he does have a full house.
Yeah, he's made it $1 million more for Brian to call.
I'm all in.
Rast moves all in.
Yeah, of course. Brian, with 5s full of aces, really not afraid of Chewy either having jacks or pocket aces himself, so deciding to go all in. And Chewy is just in a terrible spot here. He knows he doesn't really beat any bluffs, but at the same time, his hand is just so strong. Brian is a pretty aggressive player. The pot is already so large, it'll be very tough for Chewy to fold.
Not impossible, though?
Not impossible. I mean, that's why he's taking his time. If anybody can make this fold, it's him. He understands that his hand, even though it's so strong, given the action, is now just a bluff catcher. He just wants to make sure there is a chance that Brian could have pocket 3s. There is a chance. He does beat that hand. Now, we actually know, ironically, that pocket 3s have already been folded.
Yeah.
Jason Les had pocket 3s, and if he was in this hand, this would just be an absolute monster pot. But I just think Chewy's hand is too strong to fold.
I have ace-5. I can't beat that.
Chewy says, I can't beat that, and lays down the 5s full of 3s.
And just like that, Chewy and Rast's stack basically swap. Chewy started the hand with about twice as many chips as Brian. It was about 7 to 3.5. And now Brian's gonna have 7. He's gonna be the big leader, and Chewy's gonna be down to 3.5.
Not a good start to the night for Chewy, who relinquishes the chip lead to Brian Rast. Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Winning a big hand in Vegas is every poker player's dream. Now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and play.
This final table is just really stacked. I mean, Rast, he's world-renowned and he's good in basically every single game.
He's a really hard person to play against because he's willing to make reads and go with them. He really puts you in tough spots and forces you to bring your A game.
And A game is something that Rast is used to. The valedictorian of his high school class got into Stanford University and decided, you know what? I want to play professional poker, and it's been a great decision, Olivier. Over $6.9 million in career tournament earnings. As we look at the chip counts, Brian Rast leapfrogging Andrew Lichtenberger, courtesy of that huge pot with 5s full of aces over 5s full of 3s. As we send it back to the final table, where the action continues, Jason Les lays down the 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, I've played a bunch with Brian, and at a live table, he has an intimidating presence, and I think Chewy really put it well. He is willing to really go with his reads, and he has a lot of confidence in himself, and he's got great instincts, so he's definitely a very tough competitor.
He's made it 115,000 to go with pocket 3s. Third time we've seen that hand.
We actually saw Jason Les just folded pre without an open, but
his stack's certainly not the same as Brian's, giving him a little more latitude. Now it's ace-king for Noah Schwartz in the big blind. And what's he gonna do? He just calls.
This was an interesting play. I think there are a couple reasons why he does this. First of all, a lot of players have been playing their big blind like this, just calling with a bunch of strong and a bunch of weak hands to try to be balanced. Wow, big flop for Noah Schwartz
Yeah,
here.
trip aces with the king kicker for Schwartz, who checks it. And this is actually not a terrible flop for Rast.
No, it's actually a good flop for Brian. But I think another reason Noah just calls here with ace-king is because Jason Les has actually become a little bit of a short stack. He has a little bit over 20 big blinds, and so Noah wants to make sure he doesn't take any big chances and to try to give himself the best chance of chipping up if Jason does bust.
Well, a check raise from Noah after Rast bet 110,000. Schwartz makes it 240.
This is a very interesting play. Noah has a very, very narrow range here. There just aren't very many hands that he would play like this. He's not representing much, and Brian with a pair, I think, definitely has to call this raise.
And he makes the call for another 130,000. But what do you do on the turn if Schwartz bets big? Which is another ace quads for Schwartz. And this is actually a really bad card for Brian Rast insofar as him being able to get away from the hand, isn't it?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, I think if Noah bets this turn card, he just knows it looks really fishy. I don't think he's going to be bluffing with too many hands. I don't think he would take a flush draw and go crazy with it once Brian called and this ace turn.
What is it, 260?
$260,000 is the number. And Rast makes the call.
I think it shouldn't be too tough for Brian to find a fold on the river.
6 of diamonds on the end, 1.28 in the middle. And what sort of number are you coming up with if you're Noah Schwartz?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Noah, I'm hoping that Brian has a pretty big pair. And, you know, if Brian has kings or queens or something like that, you know, I'm probably betting at least 500,000–600,000.
520 to be exact.
Yeah.
Why not overbet?
It's 520, right?
Just because you know that your opponent rarely has a hand, your range is very polarized here. I think you could make a bigger bet, but to be honest, with these stack sizes and the size of this pot, 500,000 is not a small bet.
He just wants to get me off my pairs. I mean, it's pretty strong. Maybe he does. Maybe he gets off the pair.
I think part of the reason Brian's really thinking about this is, like we said, Noah's line is a little bit unorthodox, doesn't make a ton of sense. But then also, Brian himself is a pretty bluff-happy player. And so he puts his opponents on a little bit more bluffs than they typically have because he is so weak so often that his opponents are often bluffing him. He does come up with the right decision. So good fold there by Brian Rast.
A big smile from Schwartz.
Just one time for the kids. That one's gonna be on TV for sure.
Yeah. Deuces. I love deuces, bro.
Noah claiming to have had deuces, which would have been counterfeited, of course, on the turn.
I did not think you had deuces full. How can you have deuces full? You're bluffing with deuces full?
I'm not really a big fan of lying about your hand afterward at the table, especially when it's on TV and players can see it, but...
I mean, it's definitely not true. You either had quad aces, or you had, I don't know, queen high.
King jack of spades.
Hey, king jack of spades is no good.
Ooh.
I mean, you never have anything in between that. And, you know, it's like...
It's the jack.
Nice flop check raise with 2 5s, and it's not happening. So...
Mini raise.
Wow. No, I mean, it could, but it'd be pretty strong check raise, barrel down. So.
Hold it around to Jason Les in the small blind.
I'm gonna have to live with that decision, you know? That's the way it is.
Yeah, I know.
Folded a river, it can happen. Just, you know, if you're thinking about bluffing, I mean, I will sometimes just spaz fold.
No, it's good to have hope.
Les gives Rast a walk.
You might have hope one day.
You gotta give him hope. That's the trick.
Everyone needs
There's
hope,
no
I think,
hope.
bro.
Then
Without hope, you're just
then no hope. Yeah, then you're
hopeless.
just.
And if you're hopeless, I mean, why even live?
Yeah, Noah Schwartz really putting Brian through the ringer about that last pot, huh? Is this, you know, designed to maybe get Rast off his game?
Yeah, and also just designed to make the players in the table think that he's bluffing a little bit more often than he is. I think Brian has too much experience. He's too much of a professional to let that weigh on him. He's going to move on to the next hand pretty quickly.
Sloppy.
And that hand, he has king 6 offsuit, making it 115,000 to go. But it's the real 6, pocket 6s.
And though Chewy did get coolered by Brian and lost a big pot, seems like Chewy's been able to get the best of Brian so far in their overall hands played between them.
He's defended the big blind here. Certainly a very sticky player, as they're sometimes referred to when you don't relinquish your blinds easily. The flop here, queen, queen 4. Couple of clubs. Chewy checks it over to Rast.
Definitely a nice flop for Chewy's pocket 6s here. And Brian, true to form, continuation betting here.
110,000 is the number.
Brian, probably the most aggressive player at the table, probably the highest continuation bet frequency at the table as well.
And let me guess, Chewy's just gonna call. Yep, calls the 110,000.
That's definitely the right play. Chewy's hand not really strong enough to check raise and wants to be able to check call with a number of different hands. Pocket 6 is perfect candidate.
Turn card, a deuce of spades. Chewy checks again.
And the problem with Brian when he continuation bets so often is that he just very rarely has a hand that can bet the turn, so he feels like he's checking the turn all the time.
River card is a 5.
Very good run out with both the turn and the river being under his pair.
Chewy bets 315,000.
Pretty hefty size. I like it. I'm not sure exactly what Brian's thinking about. His hand is really weak.
And look at this, Chewy bet 315,000 and got called by Rast's king high.
Yeah, I think if Brian calls here, it's because he thinks Chewy has some sort of flush draw or maybe some random float like Jack-10 of diamonds. Ultimately, I think this is not a good call at all. And you never know. Maybe the table talk and the hand with Noah has influenced him thinking guys are trying to bluff him too much, and that's why he calls. But ultimately, not a great call there from Brian Rast.
Well, Rast still has the chip lead, but you wonder how long that'll be the case when Chewy's playing like that.
Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to clubwpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
It's no surprise that the final table would be stacked.
It's got to be $30, $35 million in free earnings at this table.
It's been a tough final table. It definitely hasn't been easy.
It's really fun to get to play against the best in the world and kind of see how your game stands up against other really good players.
I feel very confident in my strategy to play these kinds of events.
I mean, listen, no one sits down at an Alpha 8 and puts up 100,000 if they don't feel like they're capable.
Olivier, it's fun how you would describe sitting at a table with this fivesome.
Definitely. I mean, it looks like a great time. They're really enjoying each other. And just like what Tom said, I mean, it's a real thrill. It's a real challenge to be able to put up your strategy against other people who are, you know, really working on their game at the top of the poker world and see how you stack up. Tom, of course, one of the best players in the world, is going to be pretty comfortable in any lineup that he faces.
Yeah, one of the best ways to elevate your game, obviously, to play the best. And that's exactly what the Alpha 8 affords these individuals an opportunity to do.
And you have to remember, you know, these guys are all incredibly competitive guys. They've devoted an enormous amount of time and effort to getting to the top of the poker world. So this is just a thrill for them. Obviously, they're here to make money, and they think they have an edge, and they think they're profitable in this tournament. But it's also a thrill. It's a competitive thrill to see how you stack up against the best players in the world.
Jason Less, with roughly $1.5 million to start this hand, puts 120,000 in there with king-queen offsuit. Marchese will call from the big blind.
10-6 suited, more than good enough to see a flop.
And that flop, 7, 8, 9, 10 high straight right away from Marchese. who checks it over to Jason. Jason very disconnected with this board.
Yeah, and this board is such a volatile board that I like Jason's check back. I don't think you should be bluffing very often on the board like this.
That's not the card Marchese wanted to see on the turn, a 10 of hearts.
All of a sudden, Tom's hand goes from a monster to essentially a bluff catcher.
He checks, now playing the bad end of the straight with the 7, 8, 9, 10 on board, and Les is gonna fire 125,000.
The best way to play this hand is to check and see if your opponent tries to take a stab, just like Jason does. Now, Jason, of course, has a gut shot. He doesn't just have a random hand. A jack would make a straight on the board, but give him the nut straight.
Well, Tom called the turn bet and now checks a third time over to Jason.
And I think when Jason sees that Tom plays this hand as a check call on the turn, he thinks it's very unlikely that Tom has a jack. He thinks Tom might have 2 pair, might have a 6, but that he probably doesn't have a jack, and that Jason rarely is bluffing this card, this run out at least, and so he thinks he can get Tom to fold at least 2 pair and maybe even a 6.
Les fires 225,000. Tom says if you've got the jack, take it, makes the call, and Les is gonna muck the king-queen. Bit of relief there for Tom.
Yeah, and we saw a hand a little bit earlier where Jason had Jack 10 of clubs, turned a flush draw, and then bet both the turn and the river when he missed. We see that Jason, like many players, when they fire on the turn with some equity, even if they miss, they're still firing on the river. I think that might have been a spot where you could consider checking back and giving up, but you can't really blame him for going for it. Nice call by Tom. I think a 6 is definitely a strong enough hand to make sure he doesn't have a jack.
Chewy with king 7, folding. If you're one of the big stacks here, do you maybe lay back and let the stacks that have gotten short kind of bow out?
Well, if I'm a medium stack, I definitely play a little bit more conservatively, hoping that Jason busts and seeing if he busts or at least doubles.
All in.
Well, Jason's gonna move all in for $1 million and change with ace 6 suited, but Rast has got a couple of 8s in the small blind.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky for Jason. His hand definitely strong enough to move in from the button here, but Brian with 2 8s.
I'm all in.
Very strong hand from the small blind, and Jason's gonna have to get very lucky to stay alive.
Brian going over the top and all in himself. Risky business?
Well, with Tom's remaining chips, it would be pretty difficult for Brian to just call Jason and then ultimately fold to Tom. So he moves in to put pressure on Tom. If Tom had a hand like ace queen or ace jack, he would probably just fold and let Brian do the dirty work of trying to eliminate Jason.
Yeah, Tom with just about 2.2 million to start the hand. As we go to the flop, heads up. 7, 6, 3, rainbow. Pair of 6s for Jason Les, but still 8s are best. And the turn card is an 8. That draws the curtain on things right away as Brian Rast makes a set. Jason Les drawing dead, and he will be your 5th place finisher, good for $431,000.
Well-played tournament from Jason Les. Important to note that he is in for 2 buy-ins, so a little bit less profit than if he had just put 1 bullet in. Jason, a tough player, just came up a little bit short at the end.
Says his favorite thing about playing poker is the competition, but a close second has got to be a chance to chat with Ling Gilmart.
So how was your experience here?
It was really fun. I enjoyed the competition. I had a very poor seat, in my opinion, because I had Rast to my left with a 10 of chips, an aggressive player. Then 2 spots over, Chewy with a 10 of chips, also aggressive player. So I knew I was in for a big day. Didn't get in too many confrontations. I imagine they're going to continue to clash 2 very tough, aggressive players who are not giving up an inch to each other.
Yeah.
I still think it's anyone's game though.
Yeah, you don't have a pick, you don't have a favorite.
All good guys, no favorites.
All right. Well, it was great to watch you play. Thank you so much, Jason.
Thank you very much.
More action from Vegas straight ahead.
With Jason Les's elimination in 5th place, we are now down to just 4 players. The pressure is sure building as we nudge closer to crowning our Alpha 8 Las Vegas champion.
Yeah, and this championship, Olivier, is going to mean even more than the average Alpha 8 championship, considering it was the biggest field ever assembled and probably the most talent ever put into one room at these stakes.
Yeah, this tournament was incredibly tough. A ton of very, very good players entered this tournament. So obviously the money is huge at the top, but like you said, there's going to be a definite additional prestige to taking down that trophy.
Well, let's get right back and see just how comfortable these remaining 4 are. Brian Rast, currently with 5.4 million, lays down.
So Tom's starting this hand with about 30 big blinds.
And he's just going to limp the button here.
Yeah, I don't mind this play, especially with a hand like this. It's a hand that, with his stack, he can't really do much if he gets 3-bet against. So he tries to take away that play by just calling. He's in position, so he doesn't mind seeing a flop and playing it out against the blinds.
Chewy limped in the small blind, and Schwartz said go ahead with ace-8 and the flop. Ace-10-7, flush draw for Chewy, who checks it over to Schwartz, and Schwartz with aces checks it back to Marchese, who's got the gut shot straight draw. Nobody wants to bet, and here comes the turn. Another ace, Schwartz with trips now.
Yeah, I think if anybody would have likely bet this flop, it would have been Tom, in position, having limped in with some equity, but he decided to take a free card against 2 other players.
Well, now you see Chewy gonna bet his flush draw, 150,000.
So when Chewy sees that Tom does not bet the flop, he thinks it's unlikely that either Tom or the random hand that Noah has in the big blind has an ace. Of course, we know that Noah does have an ace, and Noah not going anywhere with trips.
He's made the call. Here comes the river after a fold from Tom. It's the queen of diamonds. Chewy makes the flush.
Chewy continuing to make strong hands here, and it's going to be pretty unlucky for Noah. He can't really fold trip aces given the action, but Chewy, with a flush, going to take down this pot.
Call. Call. Yeah, bet of 360,000 gets called by Noah, and you see a bit of disgust on his face there.
Oh, sick, bro.
Nice hand from Chewy. A little bit of luck on the river, but nice pot coming his way.
Well, though you wouldn't know it from his stoic presence at the table, Lucky Chewy's actually a really happy guy, as he told Arlene Gilmartin.
You've had quite a life transformation. What created this transformation?
I just felt like there was a better way to live. Over the years, kind of just exploring different options, different lifestyles, I started taking more traditional Western yoga. And then through my interest in that, it led me to search more about the roots of yoga.
Now, how do you apply that to the poker table?
Your intuition will never lie to you. So, you know, having the intuition to draw from initially and then to double check it with my theoretical, analytical understanding and to have the two match, yeah, it's really profound.
So yoga has become such a large part of your life. You've even written a book, The Yoga of Poker.
Yeah, a high-stakes journey to freedom. I was just inspired to write about my life and the changes I'd experienced. It's like the more simple I make my life, the more happy I am.
Boy, it was crazy to see Chewy from just a handful of years ago. He looked like a baby, but he's come a long way.
Yeah, a lot of poker players started their careers as very, very young guys, and we've seen over the years them evolve in a bunch of different directions. If you choose professional poker as your career, you're already in a subset of people that feels, you know, the confidence in themselves and the willingness to try alternative lifestyles and to really take risks. So, you know, over the years, a number of young poker players have gone in different directions. We've seen them mature, especially since a lot of them started so young, and Chewy has chosen this direction. I think it's great for him. He's incredibly happy, and he's probably playing the best poker of his life.
Brian Rast in the small blind makes it 160,000 to go. Marchese defends with just 7-6 offsuit for another 100K.
Yeah, so Marchese's in position with the big blind against the small blind. I like this defend. I don't love this raise from Brian. I'd probably just limp in with this hand.
Ace-9 Jack. Rast has made a pair of nines and is going to bet 150,000.
So I think Tom will probably just fold here. Not a good flop at all for his hand, and Brian did take aggression pre-flop, and then this is a high card flop.
Well, Tom doesn't look like he's fishing for the fold button. He's going to raise it to 390,000, pure bluff.
Yeah, it's a very odd play. I think the main reason he makes this play is because he just thinks Brian is too aggressive a player. He thinks Brian is raising too much from the small blind and then continuation betting too much on this flop, so he'll just have to fold so many of his hands that just don't have very much here.
And what do you do if you're Rast?
Well, I think if you're Brian, you know, you do have some equity, you have bottom pair. I would never have bet bottom pair here on the flop, but Brian did, so now he feels committed to calling.
240,000 more to make the call on this very textured board with two overcards to the 9.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that Tom's not really representing much. I mean, I don't think Tom would raise in position with very many hands here.
This turn card, though, Olivier, a 7. Rast now with 9s and 7s. Tom with bottom pair.
Yeah, very lucky card for Brian. I mean, now he's not going to go anywhere. Tom himself does make a pair, so he might check and decide to just see if there's a chance his 7 is good.
Yep, both players knuckle. And now the river and 8 of hearts. That changes everything as far as board texture.
From Brian's point of view, I mean, the most likely hands, especially the bluffs that Tom is likely to have raised with on the flop, are straight and or flush draws, and this 8 of hearts completes both of those.
Not ready to give up, it would appear. Or maybe he is.
Now, if I was Brian, I would definitely consider calling on the river if Tom does make a bet. It depends on the size of the bet. But Brian does have two pair, and we've seen that he likes to call in spots that a number of other players wouldn't call with, just because he thinks his opponents are bluffing him a little bit more often than normal.
Marchese bet $575,000 and bluffed Rast off the best hand. That's something you don't see every day.
I don't like this fold, not because I can see Tom's hand, but just because Tom is representing a very narrow range. When Tom checks the turn, it's not that likely that this river has automatically made his hand. I think it's worth a look up there.
Straight ahead, the race to $2.1 million continues from Vegas.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at clubwpt.com, where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on clubwpt.com. Get in the game today.
Lynn is right. It's all about getting in the game, and you don't need a deep bankroll to play, learn, and win on clubwpt.com.
Now, as a pro, I know one of the best ways to improve your game is to just play. And by playing on clubwpt.com, you can play with friends, have fun, and get that all-important experience to improve your game. And with clubwpt.com, you can do it all from the comfort of your home.
And if you really want to improve your game, become a clubwpt.com VIP member and receive all kinds of exclusive benefits, including having access to great poker resources like old episodes of the World Poker Tour and of Alpha 8.
At clubwpt.com, you can play for a part of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
So turn on your computer. What are you waiting for? Log on to clubwpt.com and start playing today. In the meantime, let's check the massive prize pool our high rollers are playing for. Overall, a total of $5.3 million up for grabs. First is going to take home over $2.1 million, and also a pair of the 24K Monster headphones and that sharp-looking Hublot King Power Unico titanium watch. Let's get to the chip count. Right now, the chip leader is Lucky Chewy, followed by Brian Rast, Noah Schwartz, and Tom Marchese. Schwartz will be first to act here. And what better hand to pick up in this spot than two aces?
Nothing feels better than being short-handed deep in a big tournament and taking a look down at two aces.
Yeah, short-handed and medium-ish stacked as he raises to $150,000.
Noah Schwartz starting this hand with just under $2.7 million.
Rast with ace-queen offsuit on the button. Married father of one. Two-time bracelet winner.
A little bit of a tricky spot for Brian. If he does 3-bet, I think he should have a plan for what he wants to do against Noah's stack. He's in position and he 3-bets a lot, so ace-queen is going to look like a pretty strong hand to him.
Rast has made it $415,000. Both blinds fold, and it's back around to Schwartz against, another player. You might play it a little bit more aggressively pre-flop, but Rast is so aggressive post-flop, you could just call here, could you not?
I definitely think there's real merit to just calling here. At the same time, though, you are out of position, and Brian is not just aggressive post-flop, he also can be aggressive pre. You don't want to let Brian get away from a hand. If Brian has two jacks or something and then king and a queen flop, you don't want to let him get away cheap. So Noah electing to 4-bet. We've seen him 4-bet with aces before. And the real question is just how is Brian going to respond? I think Brian could credibly fold here. He even might consider calling, and he definitely could consider going all in. Noah's stack is a little bit awkward, but at the same time, Brian does have a pretty strong hand and an incredibly aggressive image.
Schwartz has a degree in finance, and he is certainly loading up on this stock.
I'm all in.
All in. Rast moving all in. Snap call from Schwartz. Oops.
A little bit of a disaster for Brian. Not too much he could do. He definitely could have considered folding. I don't think Noah Schwartz is actually 4-betting with that wide of a range, but still.
Yeah, 91 to 7% advantage for Schwartz heading to the flop. And it's even worse after that board reads 99 to 1%. Waiting on the turn, it's the king of hearts, no help to Rast, and the river will be a formality as Noah Schwartz doubles through second in chip, Brian Rast.
A little bit of a cooler here for Brian. Very fortunate setup for Noah Schwartz.
Noah paying close attention to the count here, making sure he gets each and every chip he's entitled to. We'll count it down and come right back with some chip counts. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour Alpha 8 from Las Vegas, where a short time ago, Noah Schwartz, who was on a smallish stack, doubled through Brian Rast and now finds himself having climbed up the leaderboard, sitting on a stack of over 6 million, just a few $100,000 shy of our chip leader, Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. And I gotta tell you, we haven't heard much from Andrew of late.
Yeah, Chewy just hasn't gotten that many hands. And you got to give him credit. He's being patient, being disciplined, not trying to force it. A lot of times, players, when they have the chip lead, they try to force the action regardless of the quality of their hands. And Noah Schwartz, courtesy of that semi-cooler with pocket aces, now right there, giving himself a great chance to make a run and ultimately claim this title.
And how will he react to this newfound stack of his on the button with Queen 10 offsuit?
Queen 10, an easy raise. And because Noah has position on Chewy, after Chewy folds, Noah's now the chip leader of the remaining three. He can't bust in any individual hand, and that's going to give him an increased level of confidence and comfort.
He's made it 175,000 to go, and now Brian Rast in the small blind with Jack 7 suited.
Brian might be tilting a little bit after that ace-queen pocket aces hand, trying to get some of those chips back.
Oh, and he seeks revenge in the form of a 3-bet to 430,000, but Marchese wakes up with 2 9s in the big.
Pretty big hand here for Tom, and Tom knows full well how aggressive Brian is and has been playing, so I don't expect Tom to let go with 2 9s. Tom has about 25 big blinds to start this hand.
All in.
And he's going to move them all in here.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the right play.
Can't just call.
No, you can't just call this 3-bet, even though you're in position, especially not with this stack, and you're just hoping you don't get snapped off, but it's a really great spot when both players fold, which is definitely what's going to happen here. Brian taking a little bit of extra time, but no chance of him calling here with Jack high.
And we talk about this posturing, but is there ever a time where you say to yourself, it's important for me to take my time here and not make it appear as though I was really light?
There are times. I don't think this is one of them. I honestly think he's taking a little bit of extra time, probably because he's a little bit frustrated and he wants to just give himself a chance to calm down. The last thing you want to do, especially in such a high equity situation as these 4 players are in right now, is let your emotions get the best of you, make poor decisions, and ultimately finish in a spot that was worse than you could have finished.
Well, Marchese picked up a good-sized pot without even having to take a flop, and here he'll lay down, as will Chewy on the button.
Yeah, it was a huge increase to Tom's stack there.
It's back over to Schwartz with ace-5 suited.
Schwartz is in the small blind, and his opponent has about 25 big blinds to start this hand. I think this is definitely just a limp in here. Schwartz decides to raise, but I don't like this play at all.
You talked about the high equity situation, difference in prize money between 4th and 3rd place, over $210,000.
So Brian picking up a huge hand with pocket jacks in the big blind, decides to 3-bet it. I like this play. And Schwartz is in a bad spot here, mostly a function of his decision to raise with this hand pre-flop. If he had just limped in, oh wow.
Oh, and he moves all in. Oh. Rast with a snap call, and this is a mistake.
Yeah, this is a mistake. I mean, Brian is definitely going to be bluffing sometimes, but I just don't think with his stack it was necessary for Noah to do this.
Yeah, 2 million, 2.2?
I think it's about 2. Just over 2, less than 2.1.
Noah, you know, seemingly getting a little bit careless after winning that big pot early.
Well, let's take a look at the flop. It's Queen 10-9 with a couple of hearts. Schwartz looking for a heart or an ace to send Rast packing. The turn won't do it. Can he hit on the river? He cannot. It's a king, giving Brian Rast a king high straight, and he will double back through Noah Schwartz.
Bouncing ball, you guys, up and down. Can't seem to find a spot. Nice. Once in a blue moon.
I give yourself more credit than that.
Yeah, okay.
And for Noah Schwartz, that is certainly not the way he wanted to close this evening's action. Momentum certainly was on his side, and he gave it up real quick.
Yeah, the stacks have definitely pretty much balanced out, and we'll have to see how that changes the dynamic going forward.
We are so close to crowning our champion here at WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas, so make sure you join us next time. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night.
With high risk comes high reward. One gutsy poker player is guaranteed over $2 million. Tonight, we crown a champion. This is WPT Alpha 8. The world-famous Bellagio, the gold standard of high-stakes poker and the ultimate setting for the conclusion of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Tonight, it all comes down to this. 3 days ago, a collection of elite and well-funded players walked into the famed Bellagio poker room, all of them willing to shell out the $100,000 entry fee. For many, that investment turned to dust as they found themselves on the losing end of a big hand. But for our remaining players, their guts, determination, great play and good fortune have put them in line to cash in a big way. As we head into the final stretch, I'm delighted to send it over to Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet at the club WPT.com Skybox. Guys, what an exciting night.
Yes, exciting indeed for all three of us, Lynn, yourself, me, Olivier, and of course, the 4 players who are seated at the final table right now, 2 of whom are gonna walk away with at least $1 million in prize money. 55 entries, 44 players, and now it's come to this. What's the story four-handed?
Well, at this point, I think the most important thing to pay attention to is the relationship between the blinds and the chip stacks.
So talk us through these 4 remaining pros. Andrew Lichtenberger has had the chip lead for some time now. He's on 2 buy-ins. Really disciplined facade, really disciplined demeanor at the table.
Yeah, Chewy is one of the best thinkers in poker. We've seen him play a little bit of a different style from some of the other players, but an internally consistent one, and that's really the key. And with his chip stack, I think he's definitely the favorite to take the title down at this point.
Consistency, not the kind of word we can use to describe Noah Schwartz's experience over the last few rounds of this tournament, up and down.
Yeah, Schwartz has had a little bit of a more volatile run, but he's a solid and very experienced pro, and if he gets his hands on a few more chips, he has as good a shot as anyone of taking it down.
Tom Marchese on the short stack, but you've played with him plenty. You know he's not to be counted out.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter how many chips Tom has, he'll always find a way to make great decisions. He's a little bit short stacked now, so he's a little handcuffed in terms of his decision making, but if he gets chips, he is going to be a huge threat.
On the topic of decisions, the more unorthodox variety tends to come out of camp Brian Rast.
Yeah, Brian is one of those players where if he's running well and he's playing with confidence, he is as good as it gets. But on the flip side, if his bluffs aren't working, there's a chance that he could snowball out of control. So we'll have to see if he's able to spin that momentum in his favor. If he is, I think he's got a great shot at winning.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword for Brian Rast. As we look at the chip counts, you see Lucky Chewy way out in front, Rast in second, Noah Schwartz in third, and Marchese with not quite the short stack, around 2.2 million, but certainly approaching that distinction.
Yeah, I mean, under 30 big blinds, you know, Tom is definitely going to be the most likely player to get his stack in and look for an opportunity to double up.
Action begins on Chewy. Blinds are at 40 and 80,000 with a 5K ante. And with King 9 offsuit, Chewy makes it 180,000 to go. Schwartz folds the button and over to Brian Rast.
It's important to, to mention it. We say it all the time, but as you get fewer and fewer players at the table, hand values start to rise, and you need to start playing more hands, getting involved in more situations.
2 8s for Rast, good for a call from the small blind, and that invites Marchese in with his pocket 4s. 3-way action to the flop.
Brian 3-bets a lot from the small blind. I think he could have considered 3-betting with 2 8s, but since the opener was Chewy with the chip lead, I think it makes sense to just call and play a little bit more conservatively.
Jack, Trey, Deuce on the board. Rainbow, both the pocket pairs checking over to the King High of Chewy.
Chewy doesn't have too much equity, a backdoor straight draw plus a King High, but the 2 and the 3 are relatively unlikely cards to hit his opponent, so that's the main reason that Chewy does decide to c-bet here, 240,000.
You see Rast calling the 240,000. Marchese knows better than to continue. And it's down to heads up. Turn card, a 4. And Tom Marchese would have hit a set. He can't hide the disappointment.
Yeah, it's always a little bit frustrating when you fold a hand that would have made a very strong hand, but after a bet and a call, I think it's pretty reasonable for Tom to just fold 2 4s.
Rast knuckles the 8s a second time, and Chewy is going to knuckle behind him.
At 4, much more likely to help Brian's hand than it is Chewy's hand.
10 on the river, and with 1 million and change out there, Action on Brian Rast?
I think Brian can reasonably bet for value here on the river or check call. I think his hand can play well either way.
Is he checking to try to induce a bluff here rather than bet and let Andrew off the hook potentially?
I think that's definitely the main reason to check, is to let Andrew do exactly what he's doing and then call the bet.
480,000 is the number, and it's on Brian Rast. Not a small bet.
No, not a small bet, but also not huge, you know, a little under half the pot. So I think Brian can just call here and be pretty comfortable that it's long-term a profitable play.
He's counting out some chips.
This doesn't look like a call.
No, and indeed it isn't. He has check-raised it to 138.
I think the main reason he check-raises is just because since Chewy went bet, check, bet, his range is relatively capped. It's very unlikely that Chewy has an extremely strong hand, like a straight or two pair. So Brian is trying to represent a big hand, but at the same time, Brian's hand himself, he's got a hand good enough to call. I don't like this raise simply because within Brian's own range, 2-8 is pretty close to the middle, and there's no reason to check raise with a hand that's in the middle. You want to check raise your good hands and your weakest hands.
Well, now to Marchese, who has Queen Jack suited. That's not going to get pitched into the muck. He'll raise it up to 180,000. Chewy lays down, and another pocket pair, this time threes for Noah Schwartz. Schwartz calls Miami Beach, Florida home. He makes the call for 140,000. He is a WPT champion. This is his first Alpha 8 appearance, however.
Because Schwartz is in the small blind, I think he could consider three-betting with this hand, but the more standard play is definitely to just call, try to hit a set.
Which is what he did, and that invited Brian Rast in the big blind to call another 100,000 with just 10-8 offsuit, getting a good price. And that flop is King, Queen, 9. No set for Schwartz. No pair for Brian Rast, just a gut shot straight draw, and a pair of queens with a gut shot of his own for Tom Marchese, which is the best hand. Schwartz checks it over to Brian.
Yeah, Tom with way the best of it here, though Brian leading out of position from the big blind into two opponents. Very strange lead here.
Yeah, including the pre-flop raiser, the bet 360,000.
This is part of Brian's style. He is hyper-aggressive. Leading into two people on this board out of position looks very strong. So there's no way Tom's going to fold his pair gut shot and even backdoor royal flush draw, not to one bet. But depending on how Brian continues, he could put a lot of pressure on Tom here.
Marchese makes the call. Schwartz with the easy laydown. And we'll take a turn card. That card is the 5 of clubs.
So knowing Brian and his style, I don't see him just giving up here, especially not on this card.
He's not worried about being up against a flush draw, possibly?
Brian doesn't seem too worried. He usually tries to represent the dangerous cards rather than be concerned that his opponents have made good hands.
And that's exactly what he's done here, betting 640,000.
This is a pretty large bet, especially considering Tom's stack. Part of the reason this is such a tough spot for Tom, and you see him shake his head as he hates this spot that Brian's put him in, is just because it's very difficult for Tom to just call here, leaving an awkward stack remainder for the river. So Brian, recognizing the situation, recognizing how dangerous that card was, made a very aggressive but effective bet there.
Yeah, Brian Rast understands the risky business of being a poker pro, having been a former Stanford math major, and he invited Lynn Gilmartin over to his house here in Vegas to discuss.
There's risk in everything you do in life. Like even someone that gets hired by a company and they're getting a paycheck, they're essentially betting on that company being successful. Because plenty of times the company isn't successful and they get laid off. And then you take people whose jobs are more similar to what I do, like a day trader. You know, I'll go play poker and make decisions that win or lose me money in the course of a day or a couple days in a tournament, and a day trader is doing the same thing. There's just a lot of risk in life, although most of it's hidden and not as obvious as like what you see at the poker table. Poker definitely taught me how to lose. You're not gonna win every time because you can't in poker. It's just like impossible. Enjoy what's going on, but don't let it rule you either way, whether things are too good or bad.
Shared philosophies?
Yeah, you know, one of the special and unique things about poker is that you can do everything right and still lose. That doesn't happen in a lot of different environments. So it definitely teaches you to lose, and it definitely teaches you to be humble.
Yeah, do the right thing and keep it right here. Over $2.1 million, still up for grabs. Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Learn to play poker like our Alpha 8 high rollers for free at ClubWPT.com.
where VIP members can watch past episodes, read insider tips, and study up on the pros. Everyone has a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes only on clubwpt.com. Get in the game today.
Welcome back to Las Vegas for the continuation of the World Poker Tour Alpha 8. Let's revisit the prize pool. It's a big one, over $5.395 million being distributed. Fourth place is on deck, good for $539,000.
Not too shabby.
Action continues. Lines still at 40 and 80,000, but the ante has gone up to 10,000. Lichtenberger with ace 10 is gonna oh, no, wait a minute, he's just called.
Interesting play by Chewy here. I think the main reason he does this is because he thinks his hand is just a little awkward to play in a 3-bet pot, so he wants to limp, and if somebody has a good hand like Noah does, he can afford to just call and see a flop.
Well, Noah with the 2 jacks has 2-bet to 320,000. Both blinds have been dismissed. Now it's back over to Chewy. Any chance he's gonna limp 3-bet?
No, that's just not Chewy's style, and it wouldn't make sense with this hand.
And he makes the call for 240,000. As predicted.
Chewy gonna have to get pretty lucky to beat Noah Schwartz's pocket jacks.
Yeah, here comes the flop. Oh, and luck has been exactly what Chewy has had plenty of at this final table. He hits trip aces, and that's even better than hitting just a single ace as far as getting action from Noah is concerned.
Absolutely, it makes it that much less likely that Chewy has an ace and that Noah will give him credit for one.
Never mind the fact that he limped in, making Noah feel that much more comfortable that Chewy doesn't have an ace, as we see Schwartz bet 355,000 and get called. Here comes the turn card. It's a 4.
So this is such a dry board. When Noah gets called here, he's got to at least start to think that Chewy could have an ace. I don't mind checking back here. I don't even mind checking on the flop. Noah deciding to bet again for value, hoping that Chewy has a pocket pair or maybe just a stubborn king high, and it's not particularly likely that Chewy was just floating out of position.
Well, if there was a chance that Schwartz was going to feel very comfortable as of the call of 525,000 by Lichtenberger, that chance has slimmed.
Yeah, pretty easy check back here for Noah Schwartz.
Yeah, both players knuckle the end.
Incredible.
Lichtenberger gives Schwartz a look at an ace, and Noah seems disgusted.
Yeah, you know, part of the frustration, I think, is just because, from Noah's point of view, his opponents are so tough. I mean, Noah's a great player in his own right, but these 3 players are just really tough, and if they get lucky against you, it really feels like there's nothing you can do.
Noah wearing his heart on his sleeve there on that outcome. King 8 offsuit into the muck for Tom. And 2 10s for Lichtenberger as the gravy train keeps on rolling. He raises it up this time to 180,000. Schwartz lays down in the small, and Brian Rast with King 9 offsuit will defend for an extra 100K. We'll take the flop heads up. Queen 5 deuce rainbow. Rast first.
Not much of anything for Brian here. Expect him to just check fold.
Checks it over to Chewy, and Chewy's just gonna check the 2 10s.
Yeah, I like this check from Chewy. He lets Brian catch up like he does. Wow.
He catches a 9, just about the perfect way to script this situation. Chewy has him pip. Rast checking the pair of 9s over to Chewy, who now will bet 240,000.
And it's almost as if Chewy can see the cards. I mean, he's just playing absolutely perfectly to check the flop. His opponent hits a 9, and then he bets. I mean, if I check the flop, I might easily check the turn as well. But Chewy just in the zone right now.
Rast calls the 240,000, and we'll take a river card. Rast needs a king or a 9 to catch up. Instead, it's a 4, and his hand's still second best, and we know what that's worth in poker. Rast checks again.
I think it should be a pretty comfortable value bet here on the river from Chewy.
Well, 920,000 in the middle. What's your number?
Yeah, between 2/3 and 3/4 of the pot, something like that. 600, 700.
And Chewy comes up with 640,000, right in that range.
I think it's pretty tough for Brian to find a fold here. He played his hand pretty passively. I might have even just led the turn and the river if I had Brian's hand.
I'll give you credit, but you could have all those hands. And I'm sick. My hand's kind of a bluff catcher. But,
Rast, thinking out loud, comes up with a call, and that'll cost him $640,000.
Remember, Brian has 2 9s and Chewy has 2 10s. Their hands are very similar. Chewy's is just a little bit better. But this pot is pretty big. I mean, Chewy got a lot of value, and that's really the key, maximizing the value you can get when you have the best hand. So Chewy playing absolutely perfect poker.
Yeah, his stack pretty much a pot vacuum at this point. Marchese mucks the king 6. And do not adjust your television. It is 2 10s again. Back-to-back hands for Andrew Lichtenberger. This time, Chewy electing to make it $225,000 with the blinds having gone up to 50 and 100K. Noah Schwartz with pocket 5s.
All in.
Noah's going all in.
Call. Can't really blame Noah, especially since Chewy's been playing so many hands.
Yeah, Chewy makes the call, and these two are gonna head to the flop heads up with Schwartz's tournament life at stake.
Good hand. Just gonna fold it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's not over yet. Schwartz could still hit a 5 on the flop. Queen, queen, 8, no 5 anywhere. Schwartz in trouble. The turn card, a jack of diamonds. And the 3 of clubs on the end draws the curtain on Noah's outing as he'll shake hands and say goodbye, but not before taking home $539,000.
Yeah, definitely not a bad payday. Noah a little bit frustrated right now, but that'll pass. And you got to give credit to his opponents. I mean, it's just a super, super tough final group of players, and if you don't get the best hands and if your good hands don't hold up, there's just not too much you can do.
Yeah, finishing 4th, not a bad effort for Schwartz, who visits with Lynn Gilmartin.
What do you think about this final table and what's going on? How's the energy there?
I mean, yeah, everyone was playing so good. It was tough, so I decided to go with my hand, but what can you do sometimes? It's not your day, it's not your day.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it was so great watching you play. Thank you so much, Noah.
Appreciate it.
Now we are down to 3.
Okay.
Ooh, and Schwartz actually seems a little disappointed for a guy who just picked up over $500,000.
I can't blame him. I mean, 2.1 million for first, over $1 million for second. It never feels good to bust out of a tournament unless you win. So, you know, it's always frustrating. He lost that hand with pocket jacks. He then gets a pocket pair, runs into a bigger pocket pair. And when your opponents are this good and they're running better than you, it's a frustrating feeling and not too much you can do.
Yeah, 2 strikes, you're out for Noah Schwartz. And then there were 3 in Las Vegas.
Now that Noah Schwartz has left us, we are down to just 3 players. And the next player to go will receive over $750,000. Guys, what's your assessment?
Oh, I got this one, Olivier.
Okay.
One guy's got over 10 million, and he's gonna win this thing.
Chewy's in a great spot. There's no doubt about it. He's playing great, he's running great, and he's got most of the chips. So.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to double up either of his opponents without being in a cooler situation.
Yeah, he's playing conservatively, at least pre-flop. He's not doing anything crazy. He's not putting himself in the position to really make mistakes. So Chewy's definitely in the best position by far.
And that position is on the button and first to act as we resume the action. He lays down the queen 6. Is he going to be a little bit more passive at this point, considering that he knows that he's got some short stacks out there up against him and let them maybe cannibalize one another?
No, I mean, Chewy's style is always pretty consistent, but I think if anything, he'll be a little bit more aggressive with his chip lead.
Speaking of aggressive, Brian Rast, that is his MO, and with ace-7 offsuit from the small blind, he's not limping, makes it 2:30 to go, but ace-jack for Tom Marchese.
Yeah, this is a dangerous spot for Brian, especially when he chooses to raise with ace-7 off from the small blind. I prefer just calling here, and if Tom decides to make a play or if he wakes up with a hand, you can call his pre-flop raise and then see a flop. But instead, he's raised, and now since Tom has woken up with ace-jack and has 3-betted, Brian is in an awkward spot. Remember, Brian's out of position versus Tom, so it's unlikely that he just calls pre-flop. His 2 real choices are to fold or to go all in.
I'm all in.
And all in is what he opts for.
And I don't like this play too much. When Tom is 3-betting for value, you're going to be in terrible shape.
Yeah, Marchese makes the call and has Rast dominated.
Yeah, and this is part of the problem. Not only is Brian in bad shape, but this pot is very big. It's for most of Brian's stack. If he loses, he'll be down to just over 10 big blinds. And getting it all in with ace-7 against Tom in this spot is just unnecessary.
Important to pay attention to your opponent's stack size. Here comes the flop. King, 8, 6, no help to ace-7 whatsoever. And the turn pairs the board. There's a chance these two could chop if an 8 or a 6 hits the river. Instead, it's a 5, and Marchese's ace-jack will play and double through Brian Rast, leaving him decimated.
Got to give Tom credit, though. He's been patient. He's been short-stacked throughout this final table. He's waited for his spots, and finally, he got a good one, and now he's in pretty decent chip position.
And I get the feeling, Olivier, you consider that a mistake by Brian Rast.
I do consider it a mistake. I mean, Brian definitely doesn't have the same level of short-handed experience that either of these other two guys has. I think most of the time he's been playing at full ring, cash games, live games. So you can't blame him too much, but I think it would have been better to just limp in with that hand and not commit to Tom's stack.
Well, Rast out of the way here, and Tom with pocket jacks limping in, and he induces the raise from Lucky Chewy, who's got 9-5 offsuit and just jams 300,000 in there. Marchese, of course, making the call, no limp 3-bet, and we'll take the flop, which is 9-7-5, 2-pair for Lucky Chewy. Marchese checks his jacks. And look at this, Lichtenberger checking behind.
I don't like this check at all. Chewy's in a great position to put pressure on Tom here.
Well, he was in a great position until the turn. It's a jack of diamonds, and now Marchese with a set of jacks. He'll lead out for 425,000. This spells trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Chewy obviously has to call here. There's not much else he can do. A lucky card for Tom after an incredibly lucky flop for Chewy.
Well, Tom shooting Chewy a look as if to say, what are you calling me with? And the river, the 4 of diamonds. Almost $1.5 million in the middle, and it's time to head to Value Town for Tom Marchese.
Yeah, and I expect Tom to bet big and Chewy to just call. There's not too many other scenarios that make sense. Chewy's greatly underrepresented his hand by checking on the flop.
Call.
Tom's big bet's gonna make it so Chewy can't.
Yeah,
raise.
Chewy snap calls the 1.135 million and sends a hefty bit of his stack Tom's way.
Really the first big misstep and pot loss from Chewy that we've seen thus far.
Something tells me it will not affect him, however.
All in.
Action on Brian Rast, and with the suited connector on the button, he ships in 1.1 and change.
11 big blinds with 7-6 suited from the button. I think this is perfectly acceptable.
How much is it?
1,150,000.
Chewy with Jack 10 suited.
A little bit unlucky that Chewy is the one in the big blind. With his chip stack, he can definitely afford to make this call, and knowing that Brian has a relatively wide range, Chewy does make the call. Nice call there.
Well, Andrew, a little better than a 3-2 favorite. Heading to the flop, Rast is gonna need some help here to keep his tournament alive. And the flop. Deuce, 5-9.
Could be worse.
A 10 on the turn.
That's not a good card.
Rast needs an 8 on the river to make the straight. It's the jack, 2-pair for Andrew Lichtenberger, and a bronze medal for Brian Rast, but one that comes with a pretty nice payday, over $750,000.
Yeah, Brian Rast really played very, very well throughout this tournament. His style puts him in a lot tougher and more complicated spots than most other players. Overall, I thought Brian played really well.
Yeah, and losing that pot puts him in an interview with Lingill Martin.
At the end of the day, you know, you're always disappointed when you fight so long and come so close, but then come up short, so.
So now we've got Lucky Chewy and Tom Marchese heads up.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to take it down?
Right now, I think I'll take Tom. He just stayed tough. I mean, he was short, like, basically most of the final table, and he's just chipped up, and I feel like he's just mentally in a better spot right now, and I'd take Tom, but you know, Chewy might have $1 million or 2 more chips, in which case I would flip.
All right. Well, thank you, Brian. And now we are heads up. We are heads up here at Bellagio. Tonight's champion will take home an unbelievable array of treasures, including a set of monster 24K headphones, the Hublot King Power Unico Titanium watch, the coveted A8 trophy, and of course, all this cash. So, Ali and Olivier, who are you rooting for?
Oh, I'm not sure I'm rooting for anybody, but if you're asking me who I think is gonna win, given the amount of talent in this twosome, it's pretty much a matter for me of who's got the bigger stack.
Yeah, honestly, this is one of the most elite heads-up matchups that I've ever seen. Both these players are fantastic players in general, and specifically great heads-up players. So I gotta say, this is probably the toughest heads-up match that I've ever seen.
Yeah, and furthermore, these two are good friends. They talk poker. They know one another intimately well when it comes to their behavior on the felt.
Absolutely, they've pretty much come up together, like you said, talked an enormous amount of poker and poker theory together, so they know how each other thinks. The only thing is that they're both very cerebral, theoretical thinkers, so I don't think that'll have too much of an effect on their play. They might have some specific adjustments for one another, but overall, they're gonna play the style that they think works best.
Heads-up action underway with Lichtenberger on the button, raising to 225,000 with Queen Jack. Marchese is gonna 3-bet it to $750,000 million with Ace Jack suited. The blinds are 50 and 100,000. The ante is 15K, and the decision is back on Chewy, who's going to call.
Everything relatively standard. Chewy's hand good enough for an open and a call in position.
Here comes the flop. It's got an ace and a queen in it. Both players with a pair. Marchese's is best.
Pretty dangerous situation for Chewy. He's got to at least call 1-bet.
$1.5 million in the middle. And to continue, it'll cost Chewy 900,000.
Yeah, Chewy does have middle pair here and a backdoor straight draw. Not going to go anywhere to just 1-bet from Tom.
And Chewy slides 900K of his own into the middle. This pot quickly swelling, 3.3 million and change. Here comes the turn card. It's another ace, and that's a troublesome one for Chewy.
Yeah, another ace makes it a little bit less likely that Tom himself has an ace. It also brings a second flush draw. So there are a number of draws that Tom could have. He could have a straight draw, a diamond draw, or a heart draw.
That would cause him to potentially fire another barrel. This one, 1.9 million caliber.
And this is the real question for Chewy. Is he going to call this bet? I think if Tom jams the river after this bet, it'll be pretty tough for Chewy to continue, but Tom, with 3 aces here, comfortably betting for value.
Well, Chewy is going to call the 1.9 million, and he certainly needs to be thinking about what he's going to do if Tom jams the end. But with this sort of texture, the river card will matter.
The river card definitely matters.
8 of clubs.
All in.
Wow, Tom instantly goes all in here. Very comfortable with this river card.
None of the draws got there, Olivier.
Right, so this is what Chewy's thinking. I mean, if Tom had a draw, a hand like King 10, Jack 10, 9-7 of diamonds, you know, something like that, all of those draws have missed. The 8 of clubs is pretty much a complete blank card. So Chewy beats all those hands. At the same time, though, you know, Chewy himself could easily have an ace. So it's not that likely that Tom is bluffing. Tom's played his hand completely consistently. It makes perfect sense that he would have a big hand. This is a tough situation for Chewy, but at the end of the day, you know, this is why Chewy plays his strong hands this way. It's because he can call with those hands and then fold his medium strength hands like he just did.
Yeah, he lays it down and relinquishes not only the chip lead, but a massive portion of his stack to Tom Marchese.
You got to give Tom credit. Not only did he get max value, but part of the reason is because his bet sizing was pretty big. His 3-bet, his continuation bet, all of them were good sizes and created a large pot.
Tom now with a better than 2-to-1 chip lead over Chewy, raises to $250,000 with Queen 6 suited. 9-7 off for Chewy. He'll defend for an extra $150. Here comes the flop. It's Ace, Jack, Deuce. No pair anywhere. Chewy checks. As does Tom. No continuation bet.
Yeah, Tom with Queen High and a backdoor flush draw decides to see a free card.
He had Queen High. Now he's got a pair of queens on that turn, but still both players checking. And the river, a King of Hearts.
Well, this King is a terrible card for Tom. First of all, it's an overcard to his pair, completes a flush and a straight. I think he would have bet for value on most rivers, but definitely not this one.
Yeah, Chewy checking a 3rd time to him. And he's content to just check behind and take a much more modest pot than the one before it, but a pot nonetheless.
I think Chewy could have considered going for a river bluff there. The only problem is if he had had a flush draw or a straight draw on the turn, some of the times he's definitely going to bet. So it's tough for him to really represent a big hand on the river.
Button over to Chewy, who has not had the sort of experience here heads up that he's had leading up to this point. Rough start. And a rough hand, Deuce 3 offsuit, but he'll make it $225,000 to go.
Yeah, Chewy plays a few more hands from the small blind than I do. I don't like raising with 3-2 offsuit, but plenty of elite players do, so this is the strategy Chewy's elected to play.
Yeah, Marchese defends with Jack 9 and hits a 9.
And this is a pretty connected board. A lot of hands from Tom will connect here, so I'm not surprised to see Chewy check back, even though he has nothing.
Both players knuckled the flop. The turn is a 4, giving Lichtenberger a wheel draw, ace to 5 straight.
A little bit surprised that Tom checked the turn. I probably would have led the turn here with my hand. Maybe Tom knows that Chewy likes these delayed continuation bets, and that's why he's decided to check call instead of lead out. Chewy, picking up a gut shot, has decided to go for this after seeing 2 checks from Tom.
Yeah, betting a call of $350,000, and now 2 pair for Tom, jacks and 9s.
And so we continue to see that players, if they've played passively throughout a hand, don't change the flow of the action, even if they've hit a good river card. They continue to check and let their opponents either try to bet for value or bluff. And in this case, Chewy is going to bluff, as he's got one of the worst potential hands he has here, literally the nut low, and that's why he decides to bluff. He's shown some aggression on the turn. Tom has played incredibly passive. It looks like Tom has maybe a weak 8, but we know that Tom's made 2 pair and will likely either call or check raise.
$750,000, the bet from Chewy, who is actually playing the board. And Marchese check raising to $2.1 million. And that should bring a quick end to this pot. Well, Chewy lays it down, and Marchese, 1, 2, 3, ABC, taking every single pot, and the tables have turned. Tom Marchese with an overwhelming chip lead over Andrew Lichtenberger.
Winning a big hand in Vegas is every poker player's dream. Now you can take the fun of Hold'em anywhere you go with Club WPT Express Poker. Grab your iPhone and download Club WPT Express Poker from the App Store. It's fun and free. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and play. Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in, but still want to get in the game? Log on to clubwpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits. Plus, take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Another guarantee, both of the players at the table right now are going to be going home millionaires, but you don't need to be a millionaire to play high-level poker. All you need is to log on to clubwpt.com, where you can win cash and prizes all for free.
Poker's a great game to play with your friends. And by playing on clubwpt.com, you can play with your friends, have fun, and get that all-important experience to improve your game, all from the comfort of your home.
Become a clubwpt.com VIP member. You'll receive all kinds of exclusive benefits, including having access to great poker resources like old episodes of the World Poker Tour and of Alpha 8.
At clubwpt.com, you can play for a part of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
So what are you waiting for? Log on to clubwpt.com and check it out already. In the meantime, let's check out the chip counts. Tom Marchese has turned the tides on Andrew Lichtenberger, currently has a better than 4-1 chip lead. Olivier, even though it seems tempting to think that Andrew's done for, he's only a couple of double-ups from having the chip lead himself.
Yeah, that's part of what makes heads-up poker so exciting. The tables can turn, but they can also turn back.
60 and 120,000 are the blinds. The ante at 15,000, the button on Lichtenberger, who has pocket 6s.
Chewy starting this hand with about 26 big blinds.
He makes it 250,000 to go. Ace-5 suited for Marchese.
A little bit dangerous as a spot for Tom. He could definitely consider going all in here.
All in.
And that's exactly what he does. Not risking too much here as we see Lichtenberger make the snap call.
From a mathematical point of view, it's definitely acceptable to make this play. Personally, I prefer just calling with ace-5 suited.
Ace of spades. Yeah, like 3 million total, right?
Yeah.
That play wasn't like 3.5.
No.
Can he get lucky on the flop? Nope, not so far. 10-9 deuce. No ace out there.
That's some backdoor.
But the board pairs on the turn, which means that Marchese can hit an ace or a 9 on the river to become our champion. And the king on the end. Lucky Chewy has doubled through Marchese.
Yeah, now Tom still has a pretty significant chip lead, but Chewy has doubled up to more than 50 big blinds, so he definitely has a pretty good chance.
Yeah, Tom was hoping to get it all over with right there, no doubt, but it wasn't to be. And Lucky Chewy is not going to go down without a fight. Welcome back to Las Vegas for the World Poker Tour Alpha 8 Heads-Up Finale. The crown, the championship, the money, all of it hangs in the balance. And here's a look at first and second place prize money. $2.1 million go to the victor, and almost $1 million separates that from second place. So every single one of these pots effectively, Olivier, is like a cash game for $1 million.
Two good friends are incredibly talented players, so very little edge between them. It's almost like they're flipping for $1 million.
Yeah, Chewy started out with the chip lead, and then that was snatched from him by Marchese, who's currently still got that lead right now. We'll head down to the felt, where we find Marchese on the button. Blinds are at 60 and 120,000.
Go home, have some soup, no matter the result.
Simple life, dude. What else could you ask for?
Tomorrow's football day.
And Marchese's talking about going home and having soup. We're playing for millions. And this is the richest office around. Alpha 8 events, $100,000 buy-ins. Only the best of the best are attracted to these events. King 9 offsuit, a raise to $275,000 by Marchese, a call by Queen 7 for Chewy for an extra $155. To the flop we go. It is 2 10s and an ace. Chewy checks it. Now Tom, it's going to continuation bet, $200,000, pretty standard.
It's a small bet, but that makes sense since the board is so dry. I think a lot of times king high might check on a flop like this, but it's actually so dry, it's even considered a value bet.
And Chewy has made the call with queen high, furnishing the 5 on the turn. Both players now checking. Here comes the river. It's another 5, and now both players are playing the board.
So that definitely changes the dynamic. I think originally Chewy was calling for value and thought there was a chance his hand would just be good, but now he chops with all those random hands that Tom has. So it makes sense that Chewy tries to bet and steal the pot, especially after Tom checked the turn.
Obviously not giving Marchese credit for an ace, a 10, or a 5, and he's gonna put him to the decision. Do you call $300,000 playing the board when really you're only going after half of the main pot, not counting Lichtenberger's bet, which is $490,000?
I think you actually do. I mean, the bet is very small, so it's very unlikely that Chewy has a 10. Chewy could play an ace like this, but at the end of the day, you're getting a good price, and I think it's pretty clear that Chewy would try to steal this pot with all of the hands that don't have pairs. So I probably would have called there. Tom electing to fold. Nice bet, nice steal from Chewy.
Yeah, almost $1 million in the middle. Sliding over to Chewy.
I'm pretty sure they're both happy where they're at right now.
Yeah, it's been a good couple of days.
The two sharing a laugh there, almost as if Marchese knows that Chewy might have run one through him. Button on Chewy. He's got ace-5 offsuit, and he's going to make it $250,000 to go. Ace-3 suited for Marchese.
Pretty easy defend for Tom.
And that's exactly what Tom does, calling the extra $130,000, sending us to the flop. And that flop is Jack 8-3 with a couple of clubs. 3s for Marchese, who's got the best hand. He checks it over to Andrew. And Chewy checks behind the turn card. A 4 of spades, giving Chewy a wheel draw. Tom again checks.
So Chewy did have the backdoor nut flush draw on the flop, decided to check it back. Now turns a gut shot.
And on the river, a 3rd club in the form of a 5, giving Chewy the best hand with the bigger pair.
So Tom now with just 5th pair really can't bet for value, but Chewy now he's made 3rd pair. Tom has checked 3 times, and I think Chewy feels pretty comfortable that he can bet for value.
$330,000 is the number. And Marchese really just has a bluff catcher.
Yeah, it's a tough call here for Tom with just the 3. I think you should definitely consider it.
Well, how about a raise? Check raise to $1.13 million.
Very strong play, but it's a little bit strange. One thing Tom understands is that Chewy is relatively capped here. Since he didn't bet the flop or the turn, it's unlikely he has a strong hand, and he just doesn't think that his 3 is strong enough to call, so he's now turned it into a bluff. The problem, though, is that Chewy is the one with the ace of clubs. Chewy knows that Tom doesn't have the nut flush. He might even consider raising himself since he knows that, but also Tom checked 3 times, and there aren't too many hands Tom will check 3 times with that are now strong enough to check raise.
It appears that Chewy shares your logic, and he is going to make this big call here with just a pair of 5s and catch Tom in a bluff. And in doing so, Olivier, Chewy has recaptured the chip lead.
Very impressive call there by Andrew Lichtenberger. You have to remember, there's a difference between being able to articulate, conceptualize, or understand a situation, and then having the courage and the wherewithal to make the decision to follow through.
2 8s now for Marchese, who's obviously disappointed with the outcome in that last pot. But he's right back in the saddle with a raise to 300,000. And Lichtenberger is going to say play for more, 900,000 with Queen 9 suited.
Yeah, so Queen 9 suited plays pretty well. It can make straights and flushes. I don't mind this 3-bet. I would do it maybe every once in a while.
Well, how do you feel about a 4-bet for $1 million more? 1.9 million from Marchese.
So when Tom 4-bets here, it's definitely willing to get it all in. He would never 4-bet for value with a hand like this and then be willing to fold.
All in.
Wow.
Chewy moving all in.
I did not expect that. This is not a play that I like at all. Tom's going to fold sometimes, but when he calls, he's normally going to have you in terrible shape.
I guess I was a good induce then.
Queen and 9 and club.
Was there any way that Tom could have folded there?
No, Tom's just never going to fold. After he 4-bets with a hand like 2-8s, he's 4-betting to induce an all-in.
Well, good luck.
Good luck, my friend. It's between call and all in.
Figured I'd played like enough on monkey so far. Our 8s were good enough.
Oh, yeah. Monster.
Here comes the flop for the crown. It's a jack and a couple of 4s, 2 clubs out there. Chewy can hit a 9, a queen, or a club to make the best hand.
They're pretty much flipping for $1 million right here. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, look at those percentages. Here comes the turn card. It's the king of clubs. Chewy has made the flush, but it's not over yet. A 4 or an 8, and Marchese could make the best hand. Instead, it's the 5 of diamonds on the end, and Andrew Lichtenberger is your champion.
Unbelievable. I'm in shock that Chewy made this play. It worked out for him, but I just did not expect it.
2.1 million in prize money going to Lucky Chewy, 1.2 million to Tom Marchese, and honestly, either of these two could have won the crown. It was just a toss-up at the end.
I mean, at the end, they were literally flipping. Even on the flop, they were still flipping. And it's important to understand, like, these guys just finished this incredible 3-day epic war. They're best friends. They've just flipped for a huge amount of money. Not all the time do you see players celebrate like this. They gave each other a hug. It was a little bit of a downplay of a celebration. But the main reason is that they really respect each other, and they're just not overly emotional guys.
Just another day at the office, but a very rich office. We send it down to Lynn Gilmartin, who's with these two now.
Two of the most skilled poker players at this level. I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone that the two of you got heads up.
Yeah.
Tom, you had quite a battle today. I mean, you really flew under the radar. You were wedged between the two biggest stacks at the table.
Yeah.
Tell us about your journey.
Yeah, I was short most of the day, and then I kind of blew up for a while there and put myself in a good position to win, but I mean, sometimes it just comes down to the standard coin flip and you can't take it.
Yeah, well, you played really well, and $1.2 million in your pocket. Pretty amazing achievement.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a nice present.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And Chewy, our Alpha 8 Las Vegas champion, the biggest Alpha 8 field we've had to date, $2.1 million. How does an achievement like that sit with you?
Feels great. I did my best and it worked out today.
All right, well, thank you so much, guys. Great to watch you both. And these two players are going to walk out of the Bellagio as millionaires. That's it for us here in Las Vegas. Thank you for watching. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you at the next Alpha 8. Anyone with $100,000 can buy in, but be warned, to survive poker's deep end, you've got to swim with the sharks. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to South Florida's ultimate destination for fun and entertainment, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. This tropical gaming oasis has established itself to be the hotbed of poker in the Sunbelt, and it is here where online phenom Steven Silverman made history by beating WPT champ JC Tran heads up to win over $1 million and the very first Alpha 8 title. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, excited to be back in South Florida as we gear up to guide you through the elite world of high-stakes poker. Joining me is A8's dynamic duo, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. They are calling the action over in the club at WPT.com Skybox. Hi, guys.
Hey, Lynn, no better place to be than in the Skybox. No better person to have beside me than high-stakes professional Olivier Bousquet. We love the Seminole Hard Rock, one of our favorite stops on the tour, and I love that we've got 6 players, 2 of whom are Alpha 8 champions, Olivier.
Yeah, Dan Coleman coming off the best year anyone's ever had in live tournament poker, also winning our inaugural event of this season in London, and of course Jason Mercier having just won in St. Kitts and being one of the best players in the world for many years now. Our field is just incredibly tough.
Yeah, all of tonight's players actually competed in our Alpha 8 Vegas event where we had 44 entrants, believe it or not, the largest field we have ever had, and a couple of them actually cashed. Yeah. That was Bryn Kenny and Noah Schwartz, 6th and 4th respectively.
Yeah, if you can believe it, Noah at 31 is actually our oldest player.
Veteran.
Yeah, and Bryn has been playing super high rollers for years, has been one of the toughest players on the tour for a long time.
Let's round things out with 2 guys who are looking to make their first cashes. You got Jake Schindler, who's got a couple of WPT cashes under his belt, and Byron Coverman, 13 WPT cashes, a 4th in Paris and a 2nd in Jacksonville, just up the road, where he lost to Noah Schwartz. Maybe a chance for revenge.
Yeah, Byron has just been crushing the WPT for years. And Jake is a little bit newer on the scene, but has kind of instantly come on, earned the respect of all of his peers, and has become one of the most feared players when he sits at the table.
Now, if you're at home and you're wondering what the payout looks like when we've got a special exclusive engagement, something different this year, just 6 players, well, it means only one person walks away with any money at all. It is winner take all, $585,000 going to first place, and a swift kick in the behind going to 2nd through 6th. Let's get down to the action right now. Blinds are at 2 and 400, no ante as of yet. The button is going to start on Jason Mercier. Noah Schwartz will be under the gun. He takes a look at Queen Jack suited, kicks the party off with a raise to 1,000. 2.5 times the big blind. Mercier, also a South Florida native. Laying down to Jake Schindler, who's got a couple of 5s. He's going to make the call from the small blind, and it looks like an ace-king for Dan Coleman, who didn't get the memo about just how warm it is here in South Florida, rocking the beanie, but it can get cold in casinos. And Dan is going to re-raise here to 4,500 total.
Now, we're not playing with antes, so players are going to tend to play a little bit tighter than they normally would. Dan, obviously, with the big hand, ace-king in the blind, looking to make it more expensive for both players to continue.
Noah makes the call.
I don't love this call by Noah. I think if he was offsuit, he wouldn't have considered it. Suited, I think it's okay, but not great.
And Jake certainly doesn't mind having Noah's money in there as well, since he's essentially set mining here.
Yeah, and he caps the action, so easy call for Jake.
Yep, 3 players to the flop, and that flop's got a 5 in it. That's gonna mean music to Jake's ears as he checks it over to the field with top set.
Yeah, Jake staying in rhythm, letting the aggressor continue.
That, of course, being Dan Coleman. Action on him. He's got the wheel draw, needs a deuce to make the ace through 5 straight. He's also got a couple of overcards to the board.
Yeah, I think if I were Dan, the player I'd be most concerned with would be Jake, just naturally, because Jake did call Noah's early position raise from the small blind.
Coleman betting 7,500 into the pot of 13-5, getting Schwartz's Queen Jack into the muck, and now back over to Jake, who's got a decision.
Jake can credibly just call here. It'll allow him to protect some of his weaker hands, and it allows Dan to continue bluffing if he is bluffing.
That's right. Give him a little bit of rope potentially if he has air. Maybe let him hit an overpair of some sort. Oh, but that is the card you don't want to see if you're Jake Schindler. 4 to a straight on the board now. An ace or a 6 would mean his set of 5s would be beat. And knowing that, he checks it over to Dan, who's got the better hand now.
So Dan's made his straight, but at the same time, it's the lower end of the straight. I expect Dan to, if he does bet the turn here, to not bet the river.
It's a bet of 12,000.
I don't think he expects to get too much value from Jake's hand, but he decides to bet the turn here. Not a huge bet, but one that will help him define Jake's hand.
Less than a third of the pot, the number. Schindler making the call. And you know what he wants to see, a pair on the board. And there it is, a second 4 on the river. And now Schindler with the best hand.
Perfect card for Jake. He makes full house. And he's hoping Dan just pays him off with a straight here.
Jake, what's going on here?
Well, Jake betting out 37,500. No chance that he could have checked?
So sure, Jake definitely could have checked. I think Jake correctly understands that the majority of hands that Dan has here for value are aces. And since an ace is just the underside of the straight, and now that the board is paired, he was afraid that Dan was just going to check back if he checked. So now he just tries to get value from Dan's hand by leading out.
How do you feel about the bet size?
The bet size is, you know, it's not huge, but it's a nice, healthy size. Definitely looking to win a decent-sized pot. Now, if you're Dan, the only problem is that you just don't really beat many hands. Sure, Jake could have a hand like 2 sevens, but besides that, there aren't just too many hands Jake would have called both the flop and the turn with and then let out that you can beat. So nice disciplined fold there from Dan Coleman.
Jake, I don't get this.
Olivia, you and I were looking at his resume, and it reads like gold medals all the way down the list with 1 second, millions of dollars. In just 2014 alone, he eclipsed Phil Ivey's career tournament winning total, and I think he just showed us why.
Yeah, I mean, Dan has this very rare combination of aggressiveness, discipline, and he's got really good table presence, and that combination is just really deadly. He's had an incredible year last year and playing with a ton of confidence, so definitely the hottest player on tour, and you know, when he's in the zone like that, he's just incredibly tough to play against.
Yeah, and it's funny, we're talking about someone being in the zone, even though they just lost a pot, but they could have lost more, and that's certainly one of the skills you need to be a top pro. Ace-Jack offsuit for Dan this time. He raises it up to 1,100, and it's pocket kings for Byron Coverman, just 28 years old, his second Alpha 8 appearance. 13 career WPT cashes, though, and 3 final tables. And he has made it 3,500, 3 betting.
Now, the problem for Dan and for every other player at the table is that there really aren't any soft spots. Of our 6 players, they're all professionals, they're all experienced, so you really just have to be at the top of your game to give yourself a chance.
Dan makes the call, and will be heads up to the flop.
Dan, with a pretty big hand and in position, decides to call Byron's 3-bet. Byron, obviously, with the huge pocket kings.
7,400 in the middle, and a jack-high all-diamond flop. Byron's pocket king, still the best hand. Top pair, top kicker for Dan. Neither player with a diamond. No flush draw out there.
Yeah, neither player's going to love this flop because of neither of them having a diamond. But Byron bets and Dan decides to just call, which I think is the pretty standard play. No reason to raise and blow up the pot, especially in position.
4,600 a man, slip into the middle. Pot grows to 16,600, and a 4th diamond on the turn and 2 quick checks. And a 5th diamond on the river. Both players now playing the board.
Yeah, just like that, both players' hands become irrelevant. They both have the diamond flush that's on the board. Byron, at the disadvantage because he's out of position, decides to just check and not take a shot at the pot.
Oh, and speaking of taking a shot at the pot, that's what Dan Coleman's gonna do here as he bets 6,300, fairly small, but an attempt to take it down.
I think Dan's hoping that Byron kind of has the hand that he does. A hand without a diamond that basically now is just in a position to try to, if he wants to call, only can win half the pot. I don't actually love this bet by Dan. It's probably going to work because we know that Byron doesn't have a diamond, but I think Byron could easily have the 10 or even the queen of diamonds, having played it this way. And again, if Dan checks and Byron doesn't have a diamond, then Dan would already get half the pot. It's not like Dan would lose the pot if he doesn't bluff this hand. So I don't love this bet, but it looks like it is going to work because I don't think Byron can just call and try to win half the pot.
I like when you do math, Jake. You get it right.
Never like to send those Cowboys back into the deck, but that's exactly what he does. And Dan Coleman gave a little bit away in his first effort, and in his second, got a little bit back. Ebb and flow here in South Florida. Up next, more WPT Alpha 8. Alpha 8 is sponsored by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Don't have the dough for a high roller buy-in but still want to get in the game? Log on to clubwpt.com and play for free. Become a VIP member and enjoy insider benefits, plus take a shot at a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Win at clubwpt.com, but never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino here in Hollywood, Florida, where 6 players are locked in battle, pursuing $585,000. It's not split up. It is a winner-take-all situation. The blinds have gone up to 3 and 600. There still is no ante as we get back to the action and get a look at the chip counts. Jake Schindler, the early leader, over $150,000 in front of him. The only other player more than the original 100K, Byron Coverman, and just a modest 101.7 total. And let's get back to the action. Fold it around to Bryn. Bryn fires, making it 1,500. Byron calls.
Now, Queen 8 suited is a better than average hand, and it's pretty reasonable for Bryn to raise, but he is out of position, and I would tend to just call in these spots. You can get put in a pretty tough situation if your opponent is in position on you and decides to play tricky.
Well, Byron defended the big blind. The flop came Jack 6 tray with a couple of hearts. Total air for Bryn, but with control of the betting, he fires a continuation bet of 1,600.
Yeah, after showing aggression pre, he just tries to take this pot down with his flop, and normally it would work. I mean, Byron doesn't have anything with just 9-8 offsuit.
That's not going to stop him from making the call, though. And this is kind of what lets you know you are playing against the best of the best. They don't just go away. They're sticky players who understand situations and context. The turn card is a king of hearts. Kenny doesn't love it. Now he's checking over to Byron, and Byron is going to try to take the pot with a bet of 3,500.
Yeah, I mean, this is a volatile strategy from Byron. Bryn could definitely check call here. He could have a hand. Byron gets a little bit fortunate that Bryn doesn't have anything and he's able to take the pot down. But way to recognize from Byron the fact that he's in position, a card that Bryn doesn't like, and then also the player himself. Bryn Kenny's a very aggressive player. He's going to continuation bet a lot, so that means his average hand strength is going to be a little bit on the worse side. So Byron exploits that by floating in position and then taking the pot down on the turn. Nice play by Byron.
You make an interesting point, Olivier, and your point being that, you know, there's context here. These players know one another.
Right.
It's a smaller fraternity of folks who can pony up into a 100K event, and that causes things that maybe aren't readily apparent to be going on the felt that seem out of character.
Yeah, there's definitely a subtext to a number of the hands that go on. Because the fields in these super high rollers are relatively small, these players develop a history with one another. And let's not forget, Noah Schwartz, the oldest player at the table at just 31. I mean, there's a bunch of young guys gambling for huge money.
Yeah, try calling it gambling when you're talking to them about it, though. Obviously, each one of these players has managed to put together a very illustrious poker career that's enabled them to take their seats here in this Alpha 8 event. Action folded around to Bryn, who once more looks down at a Queen 8 suited. This time he's in the cutoff. He raises it up to 1,400. He's doing some things differently this time, Olivier. Pocket fives for Jake Schindler. He hit a set with that hand and won a pretty decent-sized pot against Dan Coleman earlier in tonight's action. Heads up to the flop, which is Queen 7-3. Kenny connects with the better hand. Check from Jake.
Yeah, nice flop for Bryn. Obviously, top pair, easy continuation bet. Now, Jake deciding to take one off with pocket fives here. Part of the reason Bryn continuation bets a lot, and just he does have a pair, and it'll be the best hand a bunch.
Turn card, the king of diamonds. Jake checking a Bryn, Bryn betting a second bullet.
I think he's trying to get some value here from his queen. I don't think he's turning it into a bluff. I don't think he'll bet the river no matter what it is, unless obviously it's an 8 or a queen. So I think he's just trying to keep control of the hand, and since he doesn't have a diamond, protect his hand from a potentially river diamond.
And Schindler is going to make a play here.
Wow.
Check raising to 11,500. And this isn't because he's got pocket fives. He just wants to win the pot.
This is an interesting play from Jake. I mean, it's really kind of just naked aggression. He has basically no equity and no real chance to make a hand. I think he's trying to either push Bryn off of a weak one-pair hand like he has, or some potential bluff or semi-bluff that Bryn has. Ultimately, though, even though this play works, I'm not a huge fan of this play from Jake. Maybe he picked something up live from Bryn, but I don't think Jake would actually play a flush like that. So it's not a lot of credible hands that Jake does have when he makes that check raise. But again, because Bryn's hand was relatively weak, Jake gets away with that play. And I think part of what we're seeing so far is the dynamic created by the winner-take-all payout structure. Because it's winner-take-all, and you have to win all of the chips to get any of the money, we're seeing players take slightly unorthodox lines to try to make sure they win as many pots and as many chips as they can.
Back to the table. Action's on Byron.
We can bet on that. We can bet he's not.
Ace deuce into the muck.
Side action 10 to 20.
Couple of more folds in front of Dan Coleman, who's got Queen Jack suited. He's on the button here.
Great looking hand when you're on the button, especially if you're Dan and you're probably opening over 80% of your hands.
And he's going to raise it up, making it 1,800 to go. Small blind folds, and now Bryn Kenny with Ace Jack finds himself in another pot. defending here instead of 3-betting.
Yeah, and dominating Dan's hand. I think Bryn could have 3-bet if he wanted to, but electing to just call out of position. The big blind is a position that a lot of players are deciding to just call.
King, queen, 4 on the flop, all diamonds, neither player with the flush draw. Bryn checking his Broadway draw over to Dan, who's got the best hand with a pair of queens and is betting again 1,800.
So I think Dan normally would check this hand back with just second pair, but because he doesn't have a diamond, I think he feels that protecting his hand is worth more than checking back. So Bryn with just ace high and a gut shot decides to call even though he doesn't have a diamond. Don't love that call from Bryn.
And Bryn probably doesn't love that card, the 7 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, neither player gonna really like this card.
But it looks like Kenny had an idea when he made that call on the flop, and he's going to lead right into Coleman, who quickly lays it down. Worst hand taking the pot yet again.
Yeah, a nice little play there from Bryn. I think if you are going to play a hand as weak as his, you got to look for spots to be aggressive, and he found a spot on the turn, so nice hand.
Well, if you like unorthodox lines, you've come to the right place. Stay tuned. More to come from Florida.
In this tournament, it's the best players who play in the world.
Is this just another day at the office for you these days?
Well, it's like a really enjoyable tournament. It's a nice atmosphere, good people. You would think everybody would take it so serious because it's for 100,000, but actually, it's just calm and not as crazy as the smaller tournaments.
So you did pretty well in Las Vegas at the last Alpha 8 stop, coming in 6th place. What's it going to take to go the whole way this time?
Just be confident and comfortable. That's the most important always, because to make big bluffs, especially in these tournaments, which I like to do because people are less likely to call if they have a hand that's not so strong. So hopefully I just go in, play well, and give myself a shot at the end, which I've been doing.
Well, I think Bryn's being humble there. He's got $5.5 million in career tournament earnings. Obviously very relaxed at the table. No stranger to poker, but he's also no stranger to another card game, Magic the Gathering. At the age of just 12, he was ranked the #1 player in the world in the under 15 division, believe it or not. So he likes games.
Yeah, and you see that from a number of professional poker players who have transitioned from some, video game or other strategy game. They found poker, it was some sort of skill set overlap, and then...
Yeah, they all hate Helmuth. Helmuth's got such a high... Helmuth's got to be #1 on the board.
You know how many people have talked to me and said, like, man, I hate this Helmuth guy. Like, I like what you said. Yeah. Man, a cab driver in Vegas was telling me this. He didn't know who I was. He was telling me how much he hates Helmuth.
All right, so no more side A.
Action folded around to Bryn Kenny as the table discussion centers around perhaps a bit of a villain in the poker world, Phil Hellmuth. Kenny with pocket 3s raises it up. Pocket aces, though, for Byron Coverman.
Yeah, kind of a dream spot for Byron. Bryn raising from the button. Byron going to be 3-betting his small blind with a number of hands, so when you get pocket aces, it just feels like Christmas or something.
4,200 is the total, which allows Mercier to fold from the big blind. Action back over to Kenny.
And since Bryn is in position and they're pretty deep, Bryn's going to be calling with a relatively wide range of hands. Any pocket pair, basically no chance of him folding.
2,800 more to call. And Kenny is going to make the call and be heads up in position heading to the flop.
like he's gonna
You
come
see
out.
the